Across the underworld, one name inspired more fear than any army. Peter was known as a man who reshaped battlefields alone, leaving behind piles of bodies and broken alliances. The shocking truth behind the legend was his age. He was already in his 60s, worn by illness and years of violence, yet the bounty on his head only grew, drawing countless killers eager to claim it. In a ruined alley scattered with corpses, a small childlike figure in a suit stood among the dead. He studied a wounded man who had finally realized whose trail he had been chasing. Confusion spread across the survivor's face. With thousands hunting Peter, survival should have been impossible. Still, the old assassin remained unseen, untouched, and always ahead. The childlike figure hinted at the answer without raising his voice. Even if tens of thousands searched, they would never find the real target. Fear replaced disbelief as the wounded man pieced together the truth. A bright light cut through the darkness, outlining a different silhouette holding a weapon with steady confidence. The disguise, the rumors, and the chaos all pointed to one conclusion. The true Peter had been standing in plain sight, controlling the narrative while the world hunted a ghost. The old man moved quietly through the narrow aisles of his bookstore, carrying a stack of books against his chest. He had spent 50 years walking the line between life and death, dedicating everything to his work without hesitation. Regret had never found a place in him. Survival had always been enough for all the years he had lived. He did not even own a single photograph of himself. The bell above the door rang as a young girl stepped inside, her school uniform damp from the outside air. She hesitated among the towering shelves and explained that she needed middle school textbooks for her younger sibling. The man listened carefully, studying her worn bag and the careful way she counted her money. When she admitted she could not afford them all, he paused. Instead of refusing, he quietly altered the situation in his own way. He removed the wrapping and treated the books as second-hand copies, lowering their value without drawing attention to her pride. Then he handed them over with a gentle smile. As she thanked him, the store felt warmer. For a brief moment, his long, harsh life seemed distant, replaced by something far simpler and human. The girl hesitated behind the counter, unsure how to address the old shopkeeper. Her formal tone shifted awkwardly until she settled on calling him boss, as if testing the distance between them. After a moment of silence, she asked whether he had any regrets. Warm sunlight filtered through the dusty windows, as he admitted he had lived long enough to gather many regrets. Still, he insisted that nothing could be changed once it had passed. His eyes drifted, and for an instant, the memory of a crying child surfaced in his mind, an outcome he had once accepted as unavoidable. He advised her to treat her younger sibling kindly and avoid choices that would haunt her. Then his voice hardened. He told her to leave while she still could. The shift in tone exposed what he had known from the beginning. He had recognized her uniform, her school, and the faint scent of blood beneath her perfume. She realized her disguise had failed. The dagger hidden in her grasp felt heavier than before. Yet he stood before her without fear, holding nothing but a coil of rope. Even armed, she sensed the imbalance between them. He was not the one cornered in that room. Inside a narrow bookstore lined with tall shelves, a young woman stepped back as a pale-haired man in a red shirt reached for a heavy stack of books tied with yellow ribbon. He studied her carefully, judging her honesty from her eyes and the tension in her posture. Though she tried to remain composed, her guarded stance revealed she was prepared for trouble. The mention of her past at the honor orphanage shifted the mood. The man turned away calmly, hinting that failure within their organization demanded consequences. Without warning, movement burst from the upper shelves. Two men dropped down, shattering the quiet space as books and glass scattered across the floor. The red-haired man reacted instantly, shielding the woman as they crashed to the ground. Gunfire erupted down the aisle, bullets tearing through wood and paper. He drew a handgun and returned fire, but blood soon spread across his torso, staining the floor beneath him. The attackers advanced and seized the woman, restraining her as she struggled. The wounded man attempted to rise, yet his body failed to respond. His vision sharpened with fury while one assailant mocked his identity. Surrounded, injured, and unable to move as intended, he faced the grim reality that the mission had collapsed around him. Under the cold lights of the bookstore, a bald man stood over the wounded assassin and introduced himself as Octopus, the boss's informant. He spoke calmly, explaining that even someone like him could not escape illness or fate. The assassin lay on the floor, blood soaking through his shirt, demanding a reason for the betrayal. Octopus revealed that the boss no longer felt secure. There were countless hunters chasing him, drawn by a bounty worth 7.6 billion. The fortune represented every life he had taken, converted into money waiting to be claimed. Images of guns surrounded him in his fading vision, symbolizing the weight of the world's greed. Octopus mocked the idea that the reward might go to someone insignificant. Rage hardened the assassin's expression, but his body trembled from blood loss. The informant ordered his men to finish it, striking him and throwing him across the shelves. They believed he had lost consciousness. Instead, the assassin staggered behind a curtain near the back exit. With the last of his strength, he pulled a flashbang and tossed it forward. Blinding light and sound tore through the room. Amid the confusion and pouring rain outside, he escaped into the night, leaving chaos behind, while the woman watched silently from the aisle. Rain poured over an empty playground as the wounded assassin collapsed beneath a plastic slide. Blood mixed with puddles at his knees, while he struggled to breathe. Each gasp reminded him that he had not even managed a proper fight. Age and injury weighed on him, and for the first time he felt the limits of his body as he lay in the mud. Memories surfaced. His entire life had revolved around work. While others studied in classrooms, he trained without rest, gripping a knife until his hands bled. When others discovered love, he learned to endure interrogation and freezing missions abroad. Ordinary happiness had never been part of his world. Everything shifted when a new boss took control. The years of service meant nothing. Illness and age made him disposable. Orders were given to erase him, as if he were outdated equipment. Crawling through the rain, he rejected that fate. He had sacrificed everything and refused to be discarded. The bounty on his head was more than money. It represented decades of survival and the cost of every choice he made. Through blurred vision, he remembered a frightened child he once saved. That memory tightened his resolve. Rain continued to fall over the deserted playground where the old assassin had collapsed, blood trailing across the wet ground. By the time night deepened, the scene was empty. Far away, inside a brightly lit building called Flower Temple, Octopus's men gathered in a storage room stacked with supplies. They spoke confidently about the bounty and the legend of the aging killer, convinced that illness and time had already finished him. One bragged about abandoning his former life just to claim the reward, certain that killing an old man would secure his future. A door opened behind them. A young man in a red shirt stepped inside, his posture unsteady, but his eyes calm. They assumed he was someone else at first, dismissing him as a student who had wandered into the wrong place. He apologized lightly and asked to be taken to Octopus, instead of wasting time. Mood shifted. The men realized he was in the same line of work and decided to eliminate him. One lunged forward with a heavy punch meant to crush him instantly. The young man raised a single hand and stopped the attack without effort. Muscles tightened beneath his sleeve as he held the blow in place. The young man lowered his head slightly and confirmed their suspicion without hesitation. Before the attacker could react, his wrist twisted sharply. Bones cracked, and a scream filled the storage room. Another man rushed in with a knife, fury replacing caution. He spoke calmly about ranks in killing. Skill with a knife was merely third-rate. Mastery of every weapon was second-rate. True first-rate meant turning anything within reach into a weapon. From the darkness behind him, something moved. A thick octopus tentacle, uncoiled, glistening under the fluorescent lights. It snapped forward with terrifying speed, wrapping around the charging man's neck. Shock froze the others as the tentacle tightened, crushing his breath and lifting him off the floor. The body slammed down moments later, crashing into a drum of boiling stew. The red-shirted man picked up a fallen photograph, his expression unreadable beneath the lights. Far beyond this room, the bounty on his head still stood at 7.6 billion, and the hunt continued. Aging assassin with a scarred face stares forward, while reminders of the massive bounty and countless hunters pursuing him weigh heavily on his mind. A distorted, grinning figure demands his death as the assassin reflects on a photograph of himself, revealing that he has awakened in the body of his younger self. The younger version of the assassin stands calmly with determination, declaring through his actions that the old Peter is gone. A car sped through the city at night, its headlights cutting across wet streets. Inside, two people discussed a dying man whose official warrant would soon be announced. They needed to reach him before that happened. The target Peter was said to be close to death from cancer. Rain fell over a traditional restaurant, where a man in a red shirt forced the door open while holding a short blade. A dark stain spread across his abdomen, proof that he had been shot. Instead of collapsing, he stood firm. The dining hall inside was empty, lanterns casting steady light over untouched tables. He realized something had changed. The fatal wound that should have ended him was no longer there. The cancer that had consumed him was gone. His body had reverted to its youthful peak. Later, at a public bathhouse. Onlookers stared at his restored physique. A wanted poster nearby displayed his older face and a massive reward. No one connected the poster to the young man before them. Understanding his advantage, he decided to move carefully. With little money in his account, he approached a group of gang members tied to clothing contracts. He observed them calmly, planning his next step. He stepped forward and calmly informed the gang members that smoking was not allowed inside. His tone was steady, but the warning only amused them. They mocked his clothes and questioned his nerve, assuming he was ignorant of who they were. Laughter filled the bathhouse as they threatened him, certain he would back down. Instead of reacting emotionally, he turned away and locked the door behind him. The click echoed in the tiled room. He adjusted his sleeve and faced them again, signaling that he intended to finish the matter quickly. The two men advanced with confidence, still smiling. In a sudden movement, he closed the distance and struck the heavier man first. The blow landed cleanly, sending the man crashing to the floor before he understood what had happened. Shock replaced amusement. The second gangster pulled out a pocket knife, gripping it poorly as he rushed forward. The young man observed the stance and pointed out the mistake, without hesitation. When the attacker lunged, he stepped inside the swing, deflecting the arm and countering with precise force. The knife fell away as another decisive strike dropped the second man. Silence returned to the room, broken only by their groans on the floor. Pain twisted the gangster's face as he collapsed, clutching his shoulder. The young man stood over him, holding the knife with steady control. He stated calmly that the wound was not fatal and that the outcome could have been far worse. Without raising his voice, the victor implied that recognition was unnecessary. A firm grip on the shoulder forced the gangster flat against the tiles, drawing a sharp cry. Then, just as suddenly, he released him. He advised the man to reconsider his path and walked away, leaving both attackers shaken and silent. Later, a notification on his phone revealed that 7.6 billion won had vanished from his account. Dressed in a sharp suit, he moved through a crowded station, expression hardened. The loss confirmed betrayal within the organization he once controlled. Memories surfaced of his childhood in a small religious orphanage. Decades later, that modest beginning had grown into the powerful Glory Group, a corporation praised for charity, while spreading influence through politics and business. Under its public image, corruption thrived. Determination settled in. Since he had built the company himself, he would dismantle it. That resolve led him to a remote warehouse, where a man waited between hanging carcasses, realizing someone had finally come for him. Beneath the red lights of the warehouse, a tall man in a long coat studied his visitor and immediately realized he was not the dying Peter they expected. Confidence filled his posture as he claimed no reinforcements were necessary. He accused the Glory Club of greed and warned that trusting Peter would lead to ruin. Calmly, he signaled for the discussion to end and summoned his hired fighters. Massive mercenaries surrounded the intruder, forming a wall of muscle. The atmosphere shifted as they moved in at once. Within seconds, bodies were thrown aside, heavy frames crashed into hooks in concrete, blood spreading across the floor. The suited man stumbled back, disbelief replacing arrogance. He could not understand how a single person dismantled trained killers so effortlessly. From the shadows, another figure stepped forward. Identified as Octopus, a flexible and deadly operative, he advanced with unsettling composure. Panic spread across the boss's face as the distance closed. Later, investigators reviewed the aftermath. Cameras had been destroyed and no weapons were recovered. Only one conclusion remained: Peter was alive and eliminating those who targeted him. As a formal warrant prepared to move forward, the order was clear. No matter the cost, they had to find him first. A woman with an eye patch received orders to report the moment Peter's location was confirmed. Her expression remained composed, though images of recent killings lingered in her mind. She acknowledged the command without hesitation. Soon after, a young man entered a closed restaurant where 3 representatives of the Glory Club waited. The bald leader with dragon tattoos studied him carefully while a suited woman and a man in a red vest stood nearby. When asked about his purpose, the visitor calmly stated that he carried a grievance rather than a request. He mentioned a precise figure, 7.6 billion won, causing a subtle shift in the room's mood. The leader ordered the doors shut and began analyzing him. Suspecting a link to Peter, he tried to determine whether the young man was an associate, a disciple, or bait. His subordinates prepared their weapons as tension thickened. With a faint smile, the leader presented 2 choices: reveal Peter's whereabouts and leave alive, or resist and die. The young man continued eating, unmoved by the threats. His composure unsettled them more than defiance would have. After a brief pause, he proposed a third option. Lifting his gaze, he revealed the truth directly. He was not connected to Peter. He was Peter himself. In a private dining room, a quiet confession unsettles everyone present. The young man states that he killed 2 people, his expression unchanged. Across from him, the bald man with a tattooed scalp watches carefully, trying to judge whether the claim is true. Doubt spreads through the room as others question the earlier assumption about Peter. The situation quickly grows tense. Behind them, a waiter reveals a hidden gun and takes aim. Near the doorway, a woman with long brown hair and an eye patch braces herself, ready to intervene. Attention returns to the seated young man when he is asked about his connection to Peter. Rather than defending himself, he remains calm and continues eating, showing no sign of fear. A gunshot suddenly breaks the silence. In the same instant, a chopstick shoots forward and strikes the waiter's vital point. His body stiffens before collapsing to the floor. Shock flashes across the woman's face as she realizes what happened. Interest replaces suspicion in the tattooed man's eyes. While the young man resumes his meal as if nothing occurred, an offer to join their group is made. Without waiting for an answer, the bald man raises his weapon and fires again, pushing the confrontation into open violence. Gunfire slams into a large round table as the bald man mocks the idea of hiding behind furniture. Bullets punch through the surface, and red liquid spreads across the floor. For a moment, it looks like blood. A closer glance reveals spilled chili oil from shattered containers. The shooter searches behind a pillar, scanning the room in confusion. His target has vanished. Footsteps echo faintly, yet no figure stands in sight. Unease replaces confidence as he turns, trying to track movement he cannot see. Without warning, the young man drops from above, descending from the ceiling with precise timing. His body twists midair, and his strike crashes into the bald man's face. The impact snaps the man's head back. Before he can recover, another blow drives into his jaw. Then a sharp punch buries into his throat. Each movement flows into the next, too fast to follow. Disoriented, the bald man attempts to raise his weapon again. The young man closes the distance instantly and smashes him down onto the floor. Silence returns as the gun clatters away, standing over the fallen body. The victor remains calm. The defeated man stares upward, blood pooling beneath him, unable to understand how someone so young could overpower him so completely. A memory surfaces in the bald man's fading thoughts. Long ago, he was taught a ruthless principle when facing someone stronger: use their confidence and strike without hesitation. Victory belongs to the one prepared to risk everything he trained. Under that belief, refining a method meant only for himself. Sparring partners fell, instructors warned him never to turn his back, and over time he grew certain he would not lose. The present shatters that confidence. Lying on the restaurant floor, blood filling his mouth, he feels a crushing force slam into his face again. He lashes out desperately, swinging with brute strength, and catching the young man in a tight hold. Muscles strain as he tries to overpower him through sheer experience and endurance built over a decade of violence. Yet the grip fails. The young man slips free and counters with clean, direct strikes that break through defense and balance alike. Within seconds, the bald man is thrown down once more. Shock spreads across his face as he looks up. He cannot comprehend how someone so young stands above him so calmly. Fear replaces pride. Realization settles in that this opponent surpasses anything he has faced before. The woman struggles as the bald man grabs her by the hair, trying to use her as leverage. Fear shows on her face, yet the young man answers without hesitation and accepts the exchange. The agreement seems simple. Greed and desperation twist his expression as he suggests taking her and erasing everything that happened. He believes the fight is over. In that moment, a lesson echoes in his mind about never turning his back when victory feels certain. Across the room, the young man stands calmly on the red carpet, recalling the same principle. He reminds his opponent that two subordinates have already died. Recognition slowly spreads across the bald man's face. The name Peter surfaces, tied to an old memory of a disciple who once sought to uncover his identity. Understanding comes too late. The young man confirms it and launches forward. His body cuts through the distance in a single burst. A strike lands cleanly, followed by a rapid combination that lifts the bald man off his feet. The final blow crashes down, ending the fight decisively. Later that night, news spreads through the city. A massive bounty is announced, and the mission is ranked at the highest level. A shirtless man with a large tattoo across his back stands against the night skyline and declares that a hunt for Peter will begin within an hour. His figure is rigid, outlined by city lights below. The announcement signals the start of a coordinated pursuit, spreading tension beyond the battlefield. Soon after, the city moves as usual. Crowds fill the sidewalks, and digital billboards display a charity campaign from the Glory Welfare Foundation. Volunteers hand out flyers asking for donations to provide warm meals for the elderly. He stops in front of a large screen, studies it briefly, then crushes a flyer in his hand. His expression hardens. Rather than hiding, he decides to act directly, preparing to confront those hunting him on his own terms. Needing more influence to clear out the Glory Club, he thinks of one man who could help, though the thought leaves him uneasy. The image of a massive beast with bared fangs lingers in his mind, a reminder of a dangerous connection he once made. Discomfort follows, but he moves anyway. Night settles over the city as he approaches a shabby public restroom hidden near a bridge. Trash and sleeping vagrants crowd the entrance. He pushes the door open and steps inside, scanning the stained walls layered with illegal advertisements. His hand moves across the paper slips until he finds the one placed exactly where he expected. After tearing it free, he heads deeper into the building and climbs a narrow stairwell. A hidden door opens into a luxurious suite glowing with warm light. Expensive liquor lines, polished shelves, silk furniture, and ornate decorations fill the space. Wealth has carefully concealed whatever business operates here. Before he can take another step, a sharp blade presses against his neck. A woman in sunglasses stands behind him, composed and unimpressed, a trained dog at her side. She studies him briefly and senses something unusual. He does not smell of alcohol or fear. He is young, calm, and not merely a petty thief. She asks whether Glory sent him. He does not answer. Instead, he twists away from the blade and strikes first. Furniture shatters as they clash across the suite. She moves with sharp precision, her cane cutting through the air and tearing into the walls. He blocks and counters, forcing her back step by step. Glass breaks. Liquor spills across the floor. She smiles as she attacks, confident despite claiming blindness. He studies her movements closely, watching how accurately she tracks him. Doubt forms in his mind about her condition. He sweeps her legs and drives her down onto the table. The impact cracks the surface beneath her. In a swift motion, he pins her and presses a blade near her throat. He pauses. There is no scent of bloodlust from her, no sign she truly intends to kill him. She analyzes him calmly, noting his age and composure. His presence feels different from the last time they met. He speaks a single name. Shock flashes across her face. Before she can react further, the dog lunges with a violent snarl and bites down on his arm. He restrains it easily and forces it aside. Silence falls. Recognition slowly replaces confusion in her expression as she realizes who stands over her. She circles him with open curiosity, touching his face and skin as if confirming a miracle. The years that once marked him are gone. His body has returned to its prime, and even his presence feels lighter. Excitement replaces hostility as she studies him, searching for the method behind his transformation. He offers no clear explanation. Instead, he states his intention. Glory is preparing to move against him, and waiting would only tighten their grip. Rather than hiding, he plans to step directly into their ranks. By becoming the one who eliminates targets for the Glory Club, he can earn their trust. She laughs at the recklessness of it, then slowly realizes the advantage. With his younger appearance, no one would connect him to his former identity. If he acts from within, he could manipulate decisions and gather control without suspicion. For a moment, the idea tempts her. Yet she points out a flaw. Glory's inner circle traces back to the same orphanage that produced their current leader. An outsider cannot simply claim that position. He listens calmly and insists there is still a path forward. As dawn approaches, the scene shifts to a large institutional building where the next step of his plan begins. At Divine Honor High School, admiration follows him the moment he enters. Students whisper about his looks and composure, unaware that the institution is funded by the Glory Foundation behind its polished reputation. The school quietly cultivates future killers through a hidden program. He introduces himself as Kim Sungu, calm and reserved. Teachers observe him with interest, while students crowd the halls, curious about the transfer student. From the outside, everything appears ordinary: bright classrooms, formal uniforms, strict faculty. Beneath that surface lies a separate track known only to a select few. The true purpose of the academy is to identify talent and filter students into a covert killer class. Admission is limited to those connected to the Honor Orphanage, the same pipeline that feeds Glory's leadership. Officially, no outsider can enter. He knows this rule well. That is why he chooses a different approach. During a large assembly for a national dance award event, he steps onto the stage without invitation. Hundreds of eyes turn toward him as he takes the microphone. Silence spreads across the auditorium. Faculty members stiffen, students murmur in confusion. He announces his transfer plainly, ensuring everyone remembers his name. Drawing attention is risky, but necessary. He stands at the podium during the school assembly and publicly declares that his talent is fighting and that he is a killer. Students and teachers stare in disbelief from the main floor and upper balcony. Among them, hidden figures begin to move. Masked individuals with glowing red eyes advance through a dark corridor, armed and prepared. His announcement has triggered a response. Rumors spread through the classroom that an old killer had returned as a student. Peter stood before them, calm and composed, presenting himself as someone focused only on studying. His polite appearance and sharp gaze drew attention. Some students mocked him, but he observed everything in silence. When a group of boys surrounded him, he realized they had taken the bait. Among them was Jang Yisul, a large and feared fighter devoted to his girlfriend. Their relationship had made him confident and careless. Recently, however, she had been taken by Peter, and humiliation burned inside him. Convinced Peter was involved, Yisul confronted him in front of the others, anger driving his movements. Yisul attacked first, throwing heavy punches meant to overpower. Peter evaded smoothly, reading every motion. The difference in experience became clear as he countered with precise strikes. For the first time, Yisul sensed real danger. His strength, once enough to dominate the school, failed against calculated force. Peter struck decisively, crushing Yisul's resistance and leaving him on the floor. The watching students froze in shock. Authority figures rushed in, shouting about violence in a sacred school. Peter remained standing, composed, as the chaos unfolded around him. After the fight, teachers tried to escort Peter away, but several students continued watching him. Some whispered about investigating further, while others decided it would be more entertaining to remove him entirely. In a distant office, unknown figures discussed him with interest, treating his presence as a new game. Peter walked through the corridor as if nothing had happened. Students parted instinctively, among them. A girl sensed danger and suspected someone intended to drive him out of the school. Outside, another student named Yunbaibyul approached him quietly. She found him sitting alone with a tray of food, separated from the noise. Though he claimed he had no appetite, the amount of food suggested otherwise. She observed him carefully, trying to understand his intentions. Her thoughts drifted to a darker memory. In a dim room lit by lanterns, a man once threatened her life and forced her to accuse another to survive. That moment bound her to a dangerous world. Peter had appeared afterward, connected to that promise, in ways she still questioned. Back at school, tension lingered between them. Yunbaibyul insisted she had endured everything alone. Peter remained composed, aware that the academy hid forces far beyond ordinary students. Peter watched the girl walk away beneath the fading sunlight. When she asked for help, he refused her false name and revealed the one she had hidden. The shock on her face confirmed his suspicion that she was deeper in danger than she admitted. The school soon shifted its focus to a sports event. A renowned sprinter introduced himself confidently, but his pride faltered when Peter effortlessly outran him. Students who once mocked the transfer student began whispering again. Some admired him, others feared what he represented. Later, in a cooking class, Peter stood calmly in an apron while classmates laughed at the task. The lesson was simple fruit carving, yet his movements were exact and controlled. With a few precise cuts, he transformed an apple into a perfect rabbit shape. The room fell silent at the sharpness of his blade and the intensity in his eyes. Beyond the classroom, tension escalated. A man confronted a teacher over discipline and authority while others mocked the situation. Peter observed quietly from a distance, sensing instability spreading through the academy, beneath ordinary school life. Power struggles continued to grow, and he prepared for whatever would surface next. A suspended teacher raged in the courtyard, waving his phone and shouting about authority. He claimed the school had no right to judge him, yet his license had already been revoked. Students gathered, some filming, others mocking him. When he charged forward recklessly, he slipped and fell, humiliated before the crowd. Laughter spread, and someone suggested uploading the scene online for attention. Nearby, a group of delinquents noticed Peter approaching with a trash bin in hand. They jeered, calling him a killer and accusing him of attacking a teacher. One stepped forward, blocking his path and threatening him. Peter remained still, his expression empty, his posture relaxed. The first punch came fast and wild. Peter avoided it with a slight shift. More blows followed, but none touched him. Confusion replaced their confidence as every strike missed by inches. He moved minimally, reading their balance and timing. One attacker rushed with a brick raised high. Before it could descend, Peter countered with a clean, controlled strike. The brick shattered mid-air, fragments scattering across the pavement. Silence fell instantly. The delinquents lowered their heads and apologized stiffly to the teacher, fear overtaking their arrogance. Peter stood quietly among the debris, unchanged, as if nothing unusual had occurred. At Divine Honor High School, a hidden class operated behind the name of a volunteering club. Selected students were guided through dark corridors at night. Lee Sun-do was accepted as a transfer member, stepping into the place where future glory killers were trained. Peter grips the doorknob and steps into the room labeled as a volunteer club. Doubt crosses his mind about killers operating in such a normal school setting. Students turn their attention toward him as he is presented as a new volunteer starting today. Shock spreads across a brown-haired girl's face as she realizes who has entered. Standing in his neat uniform, Peter meets her gaze with steady, controlled eyes. A brief wink from him only increases her suspicion, making his presence feel even more unsettling. With a polite introduction, Peter gives his name while carefully studying the room's ordinary appearance. Two large men push forward, rejecting him, and stating that outsiders have no place in the orphanage. Tension builds as they question how someone like him could belong there. An older man proposes a welcoming party, yet the mood turns threatening. Grinning students pull out knives and refer to the event as blood punch. Closing the distance, the two men prepare to handle Peter themselves. Suddenly, the girl steps ahead of Peter and warns the group to stop. A strong shove forces her aside while he remains calm behind her. Face to face, the men challenge Peter directly and ask whether he can fight. Peter listens to their challenge without emotion and calmly states that he has fought many times before. The two large men rush at him together, confident that this fight will end quickly in their favor. Before their blows can land, Peter moves first, striking both at once. One attacker shouts about becoming the best killer in the world, comparing Peter to a disciple of a legendary figure. They mock him as a nepotism baby, and claim there is no place for someone like him. Ignoring the insults, Peter counters smoothly, sending them crashing across the room. Growing bored, Peter tells them to attack together instead of speaking separately. Both men charge again with full strength, determined to prove their worth. Peter overwhelms them instantly, knocking them down with controlled and efficient strikes. Students cheer and assume the brothers were holding back or misjudged him. Later that night, Peter walks alone down a quiet corridor. The brown-haired girl approaches him and confronts him about the truth behind the volunteer club. She insists she watched him closely and noticed something unusual. Peter gives no clear answer, maintaining his calm expression. Behind them, the defeated men lie unconscious, proving how easily Peter handled them. Calmly asks whether they truly put strength into their punches, showing no strain after the fight. The brown-haired girl confronts him and accuses him of lying about using his full power. Peter is not even sweating, proving he held back. In a sudden motion, she slams her hand against the wall beside him and demands to know why he is hiding his abilities. Standing close, she questions what he hopes to gain by concealing his strength in such a suspicious school, maintaining a steady gaze as she presses him for the truth. Without warning, he shifts his weight and causes her to lose balance. She falls to the ground while he straightens his jacket and casually apologizes. As he walks away into the dark hallway, she shouts that it is already midnight. Later that night, a bus parking lot appears quiet under dim lights. A bus driver celebrates earning extra money from a group appointment. He notices that only one man has arrived and greets him cautiously. The suited man claims he has many belongings and opens several large suitcases. Rows of identical cases fill the lot, surprising the driver. Confusion spreads across the driver's face as he realizes the situation is not normal. At the parking lot, the suited man stops the driver from opening a suitcase and proposes a bet. He pressures the nervous driver while the bus begins moving down a dark highway. From the driver's seat, fear spreads across his face as he insists he never agreed to any bet. The suited man sits calmly and claims he knows what the driver saw earlier. Driver trembles and mutters that the suitcase was definitely moving. A sudden announcement interrupts the tension, calling attention to a new quest. At Orphanage Hall, a leader announces that the client is Chairman Choi. He explains that the chosen team will receive official certification with the chairman's recommendation. Excitement spreads as the crowd realizes this means officially becoming killers. The quest is revealed to be recapturing kidnapped teenagers. Shock follows when it is disclosed that one victim is the chairman's only son. Instead of contacting the police, the chairman demands revenge. Students are told to raise their hands if they want the mission. Whispers of doubt spread, questioning why such a major task is not given to adults. The two brothers step forward confidently, implying the outcome is obvious. They Peter and the brown-haired girl raising their hands for the mission and mock them. Peter keeps his hand raised without hesitation, while the girl insists on participating as well. As others watch, the atmosphere grows competitive, with several students preparing themselves for the upcoming operation. The chairman refuses to let the brothers go first and announces that Peter and the girl will take the lead on the mission. Peter reflects that this is his first real chance since entering the school, blending in as they begin the operation to recover the kidnapped victim. Inside the amusement park, a colorful parade moves along the pathway as dancers wearing feathered costumes perform energetically. Nearby, two young men in training uniforms observe the performance with puzzled expressions. Around them, students slowly walk through the crowded attractions. A female student wearing a bunny headband studies the layout while recalling instructions mentioned earlier by their teacher. Elsewhere, investigators analyze a kidnapping case involving the son of President Choi, Yun Chang. Following the briefing, agents receive clear orders to locate the hostage and capture whoever is responsible. The girl begins wondering if the quiet student beside her already understands what is happening. Standing calmly, the tall young man carefully studies the visitors and attractions around him. Together, they decide to explore further while blending into the busy crowd. A staff member explains several park rules to arriving guests. Moving forward, the students pass through loud rides and busy game stalls. Eventually, their attention stops at a shooting game booth. Behind the counter, the booth owner proudly claims the dolls cannot be knocked down. Carefully, the girl examines the toy rifle before attempting the challenge. Afterward, the group walks away, carrying large plush prizes while the defeated operator watches silently. Peter stands alone in the middle of the amusement park walkway while looking ahead at the lively attractions. Several students wave excitedly toward Peter as they notice him standing alone. Peter observes how happy they appear while exploring the park together. Group gathers together while enjoying the bright atmosphere of the amusement park. One girl smiles brightly while standing among the group. Later, she sits on a bench while eating a snack and taking a short break from walking around the park. She suddenly notices something unusual appearing on the screen. The name connected to the device belongs to Choi Yun-jeol. Shock spreads across her face as she realizes the missing boy might actually be somewhere inside the park. Following the signal, the girl carefully walks toward the women's restroom, where the signal becomes stronger. Inside the restroom, she quietly searches the area while trying not to attract attention. A woman standing near the mirror seems suspicious as the girl begins asking questions. Suddenly, the woman reacts violently and grabs the girl while shouting angrily. The commotion quickly draws attention as people rush into the restroom after hearing the noise, creating a tense situation inside the park restroom. Inside the restroom, a large man raises his hand and prepares to strike Lee Yuna after deciding to intimidate her. Several students look around while wondering where Lee Yuna has gone. While the others continue talking, Peter remains relaxed and confident, believing nothing dangerous will happen to her. Back inside the restroom, Lee Yuna suddenly launches a fast kick that sends the large man crashing backward. Before he can recover, she quickly moves behind him. During the struggle, she unexpectedly pulls out one of the wireless earphones from his ear. Lee Yuna quietly questions the woman standing nearby about where it came from. Peter studies the small device he found earlier while walking through the park, explaining that they belong to the kidnapped boy. Peter calmly explains that crowded locations make it easy for someone to disappear without attracting attention. He then checks the reservation system for one attraction that seems unusual. The haunted house ride appears fully booked throughout the day even though no visitors have been seen entering. After realizing this, the group immediately heads toward the haunted house attraction. The entrance door slowly opens, revealing a dark corridor inside the building. Group rushes inside together to search for the kidnapped boy. Peter walks forward while observing the unusually quiet surroundings. From the entrance behind him, his teammates follow cautiously through the red-lit hallway while asking if something is wrong. Peter calmly warns them to stay alert because the real operation is about to begin. While moving deeper inside the attraction, the group questions Peter's warning. A hidden room shows a man monitoring surveillance screens related to the kidnapping operation. Peter's voice explains that the entire mission was flawed from the beginning. Their real objective was never simply rescuing the hostage. The hallway suddenly reveals several unconscious guards lying on the floor as the team advances. Peter continues walking forward confidently, while the others begin to realize the situation is far more dangerous. Elsewhere, their instructor attempts to contact the students after noticing unusual signals. A tense discussion begins as the instructor reveals the name Park Sang-do. The room grows silent when the instructor explains that this enemy is far more dangerous than they expected. Suddenly, someone approaches the instructor's office while the conversation continues. Rows of containers reveal the scale of the operation. Nearby, Lee Yuna and another student sit restrained, while a tall figure calmly explains that they were drugged and captured in a dark underground warehouse. Lee Yuna sits unconscious after being drugged by the captors. Elsewhere, a student urgently informs the instructor that Park Sang-do is responsible for the situation. The instructor quickly realizes the students inside the amusement park are in serious danger and understands they must act immediately. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna slowly regains consciousness while lying restrained in the warehouse. She realizes the enemy may have discovered the rescue team's plan. At the same time, Park Sang-do confidently approaches the captives. In a dark warehouse, a man wearing glasses and a red apron crouches beside a bound young woman. With a calm expression, the captor brings the phone to his ear and begins speaking. On the other end of the call, a muscular man listens as threats are delivered. A cold smile appears on the captor's face as he continues mocking his opponent. Tension rises as the man receiving the call realizes the seriousness of the situation. Without warning, the captor grabs the girl's leg. A cruel wager is proposed, implying that the children's safety depends on the outcome, maintaining the appearance of someone fast asleep despite the danger. Sweat forms on the listener's face as anger and fear mix together. The call ends with a warning that the captor will begin soon. Doubt crosses the girl's mind as she studies Peter's face, questioning whether he is truly unconscious. Carefully, she slips her foot out of her shoe, preparing to act quietly. Suddenly, Peter opens his eyes as her extended leg reaches his face in an attempt to wake him discreetly. Embarrassment flashes briefly before she explains her intention. Determination settles between them as both begin preparing to free themselves before the captor returns. Peter turns toward the girl, calmly responding to her confusion while still seated on the warehouse floor. Without hesitation, Peter shifts his weight and frees his restrained hands behind his back. In a low voice, Peter explains that this incident is connected to a larger organization once tied to glory. Peter rises and walks forward with steady steps, asking whether his opponent enjoys gambling. Elsewhere, two men stand confidently while discussing the bet. A demand is made for the release of Choi Yun-chang's son. The captor draws two knives, gripping them tightly while dismissing the fairness of the wager. His confidence is obvious. Blades flash under the dim light as he boasts about his skill. Peter steps forward and states that fair terms make bets meaningful. A warning is delivered to a juicy, but Peter remains composed, eyes fixed on the armed man. Suddenly, the knife fighter lunges with speed, initiating the clash. Steel collides as Peter blocks and counters, matching the rapid strikes without retreating. Observers note that Peter is keeping pace with someone ranked first among knife fighters at Divine Honor High School. The exchange intensifies, blades cutting through the air as both men test each other. During the clash, the knife fighter suddenly hesitates. Peter maintains steady pressure, his movements controlled and precise. Realization strikes the knife fighter as he notices his blade lacks a proper edge. Shock spreads among the onlookers as they understand the disadvantage. A close look at Peter reveals calm confidence, as if he anticipated this reaction from the beginning. Allies rush into the warehouse to assist, but the knife fighter raises his voice. Peter stands silently while the others are ordered to watch, his gaze unwavering. The two fighters reassess each other under the dim lights, tension thick in the open space. A deeper motive is hinted at, suggesting this confrontation serves a larger purpose tied to their shared past. Shifts to a dark forest during a brutal training period known as Hell Month. The children were given only a pistol and a single bullet to survive among wild beasts. Faced with countless dangers, they were forced to rely on harsh decisions to stay alive, betrayal, or even against oneself when fear took over. Despite the cruelty of that training, they refused to surrender to despair. Determination to survive shaped them into fighters who would not easily break. In the forest during Hell Month, a trembling hand holds a single bullet, symbolizing the final chance each child carried. Two boys stand side by side, aiming at a charging bear as sunlight filters through the trees. The outcome of those bullets determines their fate, marking the brutal end of the trial. After Hell Month concludes, the survivors are transported away. A story spreads about a legendary senior known as Disciple Pietro. It is revealed that in 58 years, he alone used his bullet and survived. Two muscular fighters declare they spent 10 years trying to surpass Peter. Peter watches calmly, his expression unreadable as they dismiss him as an obstacle. Suddenly, both men rush forward together, attacking Peter with coordinated force. Peter steps in and counters instantly, driving a powerful kick that disrupts their charge. One attacker is seized and flipped violently through the air, while the other struggles to regain balance. Peter reminds them that handing him a knife was a mistake. A sharp strike lands as Peter suggests, cutting off more than just a leg. Realizing his blade cannot slice, Peter, one fighter, understands brute force is required. With renewed desperation, he thrusts forward to stab directly. As the attacker lunges in desperation, Peter intercepts the strike and snaps his wrist upward, shattering the opposing blade mid-swing. Fragments fall around Peter's calm face while he questions their ambition to become like Peter. With controlled motion, Peter reveals a heavier curved weapon. The kukri gleams under the dim warehouse lights. Peter demonstrates effortless control over the blade, describing it as faster and heavier than most weapons used against him. His identity is silently acknowledged as Park Sang-do, a former Glory-affiliated killer, attempting to overwhelm him before he can strike decisively. Peter bursts forward with explosive speed, cutting through their coordination. The attackers realize too late that they are facing someone far beyond an ordinary office worker. One of the men urges the students to flee as he struggles to stand. Peter advances calmly, stating he still intends to claim his winnings. From afar, a desperate voice pleads for mercy, offering a leg in exchange for sparing the children. Instead of accepting, Peter proposes doubling the stakes, forcing the man to risk even more. The stunned fighters watch as Peter mocks their resolve, his tone almost amused. With deliberate movement, he drops the kukri to the ground, signaling a shift in the rules, extending his hand while holding a blade in the other, asserting that a fair bet requires equal conditions between opponents. The girl reacts in alarm, sensing danger as tension rises, but Peter remains composed and unshaken. Peter lifts a round container filled with flowers, presenting it calmly as his chosen alternative. Inside a dim underground room, a man with glasses calmly observes several injured people lying on the floor. Without hesitation, the man suddenly rushes forward and swings his arm downward. The student tries to protect himself by pushing another person forward as a shield. Recognizing the desperate defense, the man continues pressing forward, scattering debris while the student struggles to endure the overwhelming force. The attacker calmly prepares another blow, testing whether the defense can survive even one serious strike. Later that night, the man drives alone while recalling a tragic event from his past. Determination grows as he silently vows that the same tragedy must never happen again. That memory strengthens his resolve to protect someone important. Inside a luxurious casino, several suited men gather around a gambling table. One man confidently bets on his own survival, drawing attention from everyone present. Soon after, Park Sang-do is publicly dismissed and sacrificed to calm the organization's crisis. 5 veteran killers surround the hall, creating a deadly trap. Suddenly the man moves, overwhelming his attackers with terrifying speed. Witnessing the scene, one observer realizes that the killer's abilities surpass normal limits. A powerful slash cuts through the air as the suited attacker rushes forward. Peter lands on the ground while holding 2 broken metal trays, realizing the weapon used in the battle is not an ordinary blade. Gripping the metal tray while recognizing that the student's attacks are far stronger than expected. Suddenly, Peter grabs his sleeve and twists the fabric tightly around his hand. Watching the movement, the girl stares in confusion, unable to understand what Peter is planning. The suited man lifts a blade and laughs slightly, realizing that Peter is far from an ordinary student. Another fierce slash rushes forward, but instead of continuing the attack, suspicion fills his mind as he begins questioning whether Peter is truly just a student. Without warning, the attacker suddenly leaps forward again, determined to test Peter directly. The battlefield explodes with movement as the 2 figures collide. After the strike lands, the man believes Peter has finally been cut down. However, confusion spreads across the attacker's face as Peter suddenly moves again. A torn cushion drops onto the ground, revealing how Peter secretly used it to absorb the deadly strike. The man understands that Peter avoided the fatal attack through quick thinking. With broken objects scattered across the floor, while Peter stands facing the suited assassin, a thin drop of blood falls slowly from the attacker's blade. Realizing what happened, the man understands that Peter slipped behind him in an instant and aimed directly for his neck. The attacker recognizes that the strike was precisely aimed at his carotid artery. Peter stands calmly while holding the broken trays. Suited man quickly analyzes the situation, realizing that Peter intends to target his exposed neck, his movements accelerating beyond what the attacker can easily follow. Their weapons collide repeatedly as both fighters exchange rapid strikes across the ruined floor. Observing the clash, the girl realizes that even a single direct hit from the heavy kukri would be fatal. Despite the danger, Peter's speed allows him to keep pressure on the attacker throughout the fight. A sudden strike lands, leaving the girl shocked as she wonders whether the assassin has finally been hit. Peter explains the simple principle of killing efficiently. The attacker reveals hidden knives concealed within his weapon, exposing a dangerous surprise. However, Peter quickly notices the heavy kukri slowing the man's movements. Moment the weight is removed, the attacker's speed returns, their blades colliding violently as bright sparks burst through the dark room. The girl notices something unusual as the assassin's attacks suddenly become much faster than before. Confusion fills her mind because the kukri is normally used for stabbing, sprinting across the floor while shouting as he drives his blade toward Peter. At the final moment, Peter calmly intercepts the strike. The attacker freezes in shock as the weapon slips from his grasp. Peter holds the blade firmly while the assassin struggles to understand what just happened. Room falls silent as Peter speaks calmly, forcing the man to face the situation. Slowly lowering his head, the attacker begins to realize the truth. The assassin reflects on the fight and understands that Peter was never aiming for his neck. Instead, Peter had targeted the man's weapon hand from the very beginning. Looking down at his trembling fingers, the attacker realizes he has lost control of his grip. Blood stains the ground while pieces of broken blade lie nearby. Peter explains calmly that he severed the muscles and nerves needed to hold a weapon. Standing over the defeated assassin, Peter reveals that killing him was never part of his plan, staring at Peter while struggling to accept the outcome of the fight. Looking across the damaged floor and scattered weapons, fear and disbelief grow in his mind as he wonders how many enemies Peter must have defeated to gain such terrifying skill. Illuminated by the surrounding light while holding the broken metal trays he used during the battle, he understands that ordinary cast iron weapons cannot withstand the strength used in the fight. Peter prepares to end the confrontation by relying on his skill rather than fragile tools. Several boys surround a young black-haired child named Peter and mock him for their amusement. Soon afterward, Peter is tied upside down to a tree. That moment becomes one of Peter's darkest childhood memories. Years later, Peter recalls how powerless he once was against those who bullied him. Suddenly, a dangerous situation appears when wild dogs rush toward him in a narrow alley. Cornered and exhausted, Peter feels that his life may end at that moment as the animals surround him without leaving any safe path. At that desperate point, something inside Peter suddenly awakens. Instead of freezing in fear, Peter's body starts moving on its own, realizing that risking his life in a desperate moment unlocks a terrifying strength within him. As time passes, Peter grows into a ruthless man who constantly places his life on the line in dangerous situations. Each deadly gamble gives him a powerful rush, making danger feel almost addictive. Peter continues winning and begins to believe that he has become the strongest. He is suddenly slammed onto the floor by a powerful opponent. Nearby, an object rolls across the ground, while a frightened girl watches the violent scene unfold, charges toward his enemy with fierce determination as the fight continues. A desperate man raises a grenade and threatens everyone nearby. Behind him, rows of vehicles fill the narrow structure, while the hostage situation grows more dangerous. Peter calmly watches the scene and studies the situation. A frightened girl suddenly understands the danger and reacts in shock. Peter quietly notices a gas pipe running across the roof. If the grenade explodes, ignoring the threat, Peter moves forward while the man continues demanding that someone kneel. He suddenly grabs the attacker and forces the grenade toward the man's mouth before he can react. Without hesitation, Peter strikes him with brutal speed, overwhelming him before the grenade can be used. The violent blows send the attacker crashing across the ground as the struggle ends quickly, forces the grenade deeper into his mouth to keep him from speaking. Cold determination fills Peter's expression as he tightens his grip and refuses to back down. Despite being beaten, the man begins to rise slowly while Peter waits calmly. The injured attacker struggles to stand and trembles in fear. Peter remains still while holding the grenade, showing no hesitation or mercy. The girl realizes Peter is about to end the confrontation in a terrifying way. A wounded man kneels on the ground, trembling and begging desperately for mercy. Peter stands nearby with calm eyes while the terrified man continues begging. Suddenly, the man panics and calls for help from his allies. The criminal looks up and recognizes the person standing before him. Completely broken, the man crawls forward and begs for his life. Behind Peter, the rescued children and their instructor slowly appear. The scene shifts to the quiet building, where the entire incident finally ends. One of the kidnapped children, including President Choi Yoon-chang's son. Meanwhile, the defeated criminal Park Sang-do is captured and dragged away toward the Glory headquarters. Outside the building, several adults discuss the strange outcome of the incident, question whether the children truly handled the dangerous situation themselves. Peter remains silent and simply tells one of the children to stay warm under a blanket. Time passes, and the group is officially recruited into Glory as new killers. They receive identification cards that confirm their new status inside the organization. Although they expected higher recognition after capturing a dangerous criminal, Peter and the others stand silently in front of a luxurious building, unsure why they were summoned. Two guards initially try to stop them, believing they arrived at the wrong floor. Before they can go, a confident woman appears and welcomes them warmly. The woman leads Peter and the others through a bright hallway inside the building, filled with extravagant decorations and a massive table covered in luxurious food. Group quickly gathers around the table, stunned by the sudden hospitality. Soon afterward, attendants present them with elegant suits. While adjusting their new outfits, the members talk among themselves about the president who provided such expensive gifts. As curiosity grows, the woman opens a massive door. The doors reveal a massive armory filled from floor to ceiling with weapons, displayed in glowing cases. Peter and his companions stare in amazement at the endless collection of guns. They learn that the Daewoo group supports the Glory Killers by supplying some of the finest weapons in the world. The group is told they may choose any weapon they want as a reward for their achievements. Excited members immediately begin selecting firearms that suit their fighting styles. Meanwhile, a girl examines a row of Damascus knives. A girl stands silently in the armory, remembering the chaos from the earlier incident. Nearby, the elegant woman notices Peter observing the displays. Peter calmly lifts a simple fountain pen from the display and states that it is all he needs. The woman receives a message from the president while Peter stands beside the display. She announces that the president wishes to meet someone immediately, reveals that only Peter Kim Sungu has been invited. Peter and the woman enter an elevator, while a digital panel shows the floors rising quickly. During the quiet ride upward, she comments on the fountain pen he selected. Peter listens quietly while wondering why such an important person wants to meet him personally. The elevator doors open on the highest floor, revealing a luxurious office. Peter is introduced to President Choi Yun-chang, the leader of the powerful Daewoo Group. The president calmly greets him and explains that he wanted to meet Peter face to face. Inside the office, the president casually asks about the meal and clothes provided earlier. After brief conversation, Peter directly asks why he was brought here. Stepping closer, the president looks directly into Peter's eyes and quietly reveals that he already knows exactly who Peter truly is. A close view of a young man's eye appears quietly as the scene shifts to December 26, in Namsan. Several men torture a captured suspect with electric shocks, while demanding information about a kidnapped child connected to an important family. Although severely injured, the prisoner only lowers his head and smiles faintly, begins revealing information about a missile secretly created by Korea and the United States. He explains that the Soviet Union demands the weapon. Officials hearing the report quickly realize that the kidnapping has become an international crisis. Delta Force to Moscow to handle the dangerous situation. However, the section chief speaking on the phone suddenly hesitates as unexpected news arrives. A train rushes through snowy tracks, while a helicopter is watched through a sniper scope. Moments later, a massive explosion destroys the helicopter in the night sky. Headquarters soon receives the shocking report that the Delta Force team has been completely eliminated. The president decides to visit the mysterious Honor Church. Late that night, a desperate man rushes to the church and urgently knocks on the door inside. He reveals that Russians kidnapped his son. He offers years of loyalty and even promises one of the elite disciples he raised. The quiet church, the desperate father continues pleading for help, assuring him that everything is already moving, according to a prepared plan. With complete confidence, the priest quietly reveals that the church's chosen weapon. Through heavy snow, a lone rider speeds forward on a motorcycle. The father wonders how one person could possibly handle such a dangerous mission alone, explaining that even a single disciple is enough to complete the task. Meanwhile, the train carrying armed men continues across the snowy land, while the rider silently approaches. Inside the train, guards remain unaware as the lone figure suddenly enters. Gunshots suddenly erupt as the mysterious fighter attacks first. Multiple guards are thrown across the carriage as the attacker moves quickly between them. Yet the lone fighter continues advancing through the chaos. Bodies crash across the floor while the attacker stands firmly in the center of the destruction. A surviving guard stares in disbelief as the young fighter calmly reloads his weapon. The mysterious attacker quietly declares that the number of bullets he carries will decide their fate. Raising his hand slightly, he finally reveals his identity as the church's chosen warrior. The young fighter calmly raises his hand and begins counting. While the armed men around him react with confusion and anger, the guards shout threats and demand he stop. But the attacker continues counting without hesitation. As the count reaches 3, he suddenly moves forward with explosive speed. In a flash, the attacker crushes the enemy leader with a brutal blow. The young fighter calmly reveals that he can speak Russian after all. With cold precision, he finishes the mission and eliminates the KGB officer who led the kidnapping operation. Expresses deep gratitude for being saved from the dangerous situation. Attacker lights a cigarette, showing little interest in praise or admiration. His mission was never about saving him personally. The fighter explains that his true objective was to protect the future of the powerful Daewoo Group. He walks away through the train corridor while the boy runs after him. Even as the distance grows, the boy continues thanking him sincerely. Time passes, and the memory of that night remains vivid in the boy's mind. Now grown older, he stands before a man connected to the mysterious fighter. The identity of the legendary warrior becomes clear as the name Peter is finally spoken again. Bright lights reveal a new motorcycle developed by the Daewoo Group, explaining that it represents the peak of the company's engineering and is named St. Petrus V. Fay, including extreme speed and stealth functions designed for dangerous missions. The young man inspects the motorcycle with interest while the woman encourages him to test it immediately. Several people nearby joke about the expensive equipment surrounding the vehicle. Soon the young man puts on a helmet and prepares to ride the motorcycle himself. A phone call suddenly appears from someone known as Teacher Guangyu. During the conversation, the caller explains that several people from the Glory organization want to meet them. Caller suggests attending the gathering and showing the strength of the new generation. They begin traveling quickly toward their destination. Their teacher calmly encourages them to go while hinting that a powerful newcomer will soon appear. The group finally arrives in front of the towering Honor Church. Several members discuss how much attention they have been receiving recently. Miss Yuna and her companions prepare themselves while wondering what kind of people they will face inside. One of them reaches forward and knocks on the large church doors, ready to enter. Group enters the large church hall and sees rows of people quietly sitting on wooden benches. The place is known as the location where assassins secretly receive their missions, called revelations. Members of the organization kneel in prayer while waiting for their assignments. Near the altar, a priest distributes mission tokens to several participants. Watching nearby, the newcomers observe how the system works. Curiosity grows among the group as they wonder what mission they will receive during the ceremony. Two participants open their tokens and discover that the assignment simply says fight, leaving them confused. Believing the newcomers are weak and inexperienced, the priest approaches with a calm expression, preparing a ritual meant to test the new arrivals. Without warning, the priest violently attacks one of the men and spills blood during the ritual. He presents it as part of the twisted ceremony inside the church. The priest welcomes the newcomers and reveals his hostility toward low-ranked killers. Blood drips from a man's mouth as a small paper labeled "fight" is forced between his teeth. With anger burning in his eyes, the injured man lifts his head and stares at the person confronting him. The story shifts to a large church hall, where numerous fighters gather beneath glowing stained glass windows. Several young men in white training clothes stand proudly while mocking others around them. Arrogant smiles spread across their faces as they boast about ranks and strength. A man in a dark suit delivers a sharp kick that sends one fighter sliding across the wooden floor. Moving quickly, the attacker follows with another precise strike against a second opponent. Around them, spectators watch the Doko brothers overwhelm their challengers. Gradually, observers realize the brothers have grown far stronger than before. Suddenly, one fighter notices that the smaller opponent in front of him has vanished. At that instant, a suited fighter rushes forward with explosive speed. Moments later, he appears behind the confused man and grabs him instantly. Fury rises as the attacker lifts both arms while charging forward. Power builds rapidly as the decisive strike begins. After the clash ends, another man quietly reflects on his dream of becoming like Peter. A violent clash unfolds inside the church hall. As a man in a dark suit grabs a wooden baton, a loud impact echoes through the hall as shocked spectators stare forward. Moments later, another fighter rushes forward shouting desperately. The young woman suddenly raises her hand and tries to stop the violence. Nearby, two observers calmly discuss the situation while watching the chaos unfold in front of them. Information about the assassin world begins to unfold as the man explains that reaching the level of a B-rank killer requires a lifetime of relentless effort. The story shifts to the broader structure of the assassin organization known as Glory. Lower-ranked killers confront gangsters and criminal groups in the streets during dangerous missions. Higher-ranked assassins handle far more dangerous targets. At the top of the organization sits a mysterious figure on a throne, representing the ultimate authority within Glory. Reaching the peak requires enduring endless bloodshed and relentless battles. Only a few killers are recognized as standing above all others. These elite fighters are known as the 12 Disciples. A wounded man struggles to understand the terrifying world he has entered. Determination grows within him as he declares that he will be reborn, twisting his expression in shock as the force of the strike drives him into the floor. Several figures walk calmly along the red carpet while defeated fighters remain scattered on the wooden floor. Nearby, a young woman watches the aftermath with unease as the attackers continue. One of the men steps toward the woman and arrogantly comments on her lack of ability, despite serving under a powerful organization. A hand suddenly grabs his wrist mid-gesture, stopping him before he can strike. He standing beside her calmly warns the aggressor not to cross the line. Angrily grabs the young man's shirt while demanding to know why he provoked such dangerous enemies. Explains that openly confronting them would only make matters worse. Determination forms in his mind as he realizes he must secretly undermine those enemies while pretending to remain weak. Arrogant fighter mocks the young man and challenges him to fight. Instead of resisting, the young man quietly lowers his head and remains still. His silence confuses the aggressor, who expected a reaction. Despite the tension, the young man politely asks that the wounded fighters be allowed to receive treatment. The aggressor laughs loudly, amused by the unexpected request. Rather than continuing the fight, the man spreads his hand. He stands inside the church hall while another man stretches out his hand mockingly toward him, believing the confrontation is already settled in his favor. Outside the church, the group slowly walks away from the building while supporting their injured companion. The three companions pause and begin discussing what they will tell their teacher after losing their licenses. Quietly reflects on their failure to protect their teammate, explaining that getting involved earlier would have only made the situation more dangerous. The leader quietly accepts responsibility and reminds himself that he must remain composed. A helmet is placed onto his head as the group prepares to leave. Soon after, they decide to move on together and take a short break. A motorcycle speeds across a bridge while the sunset glows over the city skyline. During the ride, the young woman asks what must be done to become stronger. The rider questions her motives, wondering why she suddenly seeks that power. She notices his quiet expression and senses something troubling him. Meanwhile, the men responsible for the earlier attack hold the confiscated licenses with satisfied smiles. Ryder admits his weakness but refuses to ignore the challenge ahead. A close view shows the young man's red eyes behind his helmet visor as he rides across the bridge at sunset. While the motorcycle speeds forward, he grips his jacket firmly as the wind rushes past him. Far away, the motorcycle continues across the bridge over the river, while the sun slowly sinks below the skyline. Night falls over the large church building where the earlier fight happened. Several men walk through a corridor while discussing the fight that occurred earlier. Realizing that the calm appearance hides a dangerous personality, a man sits alone on a wooden church bench while the others approach him from behind. The seated young man holds a rosary quietly while remaining silent, despite their mocking behavior. Their laughter fills the hall as they attempt to provoke him. One of the men confidently steps forward and threatens to teach the young fighter a lesson. The young man slowly rises from the bench and steps toward the center of the church floor. He reveals that he intends to demonstrate the true skill of an S-rank disciple. A quiet church filled with rows of wooden benches becomes the setting where two robed disciples confront named Peter. Careful observation from one disciple makes him briefly suspect that Peter might possess the skills of a trained disciple. Loud laughter breaks the moment as the other disciple dismisses the idea. Unease slowly appears on the scarred disciple's face as he notices Peter standing completely still. Silence surrounds the aisle while Peter shows no reaction to the mocking voices. The two men conclude that he is merely a high school student and a forgotten D-rank killer. Attention shifts to Peter's hands where a rosary hangs loosely between his fingers. Sweat forms on the disciple's face after sensing strange openings in Peter's stance. Slowly, Peter lifts his head and reveals a pair of sharp. Disciple convinces himself the opponent is only a child. A heavy book from the church becomes his chosen weapon. The book is thrown forward to force Peter into exposing his ribs. Movement finally breaks the stillness as Peter raises his arm to react. A strong strike follows, delivered with full confidence by the disciple. Calm focus remains on Peter's face, because the real target of his plan is the man's eyes. Shock fills the disciple's eye as the rosary beads suddenly scatter through the air. Several beads pierce through the disciple's body, leaving thin trails of blood while fragments spin around him. Peter holds the broken rosary chain in his hand while the scattered beads float around him like hidden weapons. The scarred disciple turns his head slightly, trying to understand what just happened. A faint blur rushes past his side before he can fully react. Suddenly, violent force tears through the church interior, shattering wooden benches. Peter moves forward through the storm of fragments with precise control. One strike lands cleanly as the disciple's head is severed by the devastating impact. The remaining disciple watches in horror as the body collapses, while Peter stands firmly in the center, struggling to breathe. The surviving disciple clutches his throat in shock. Across the hall, another disciple shouts in panic after witnessing the sudden defeat. Fear spreads through the survivor as he realizes the fight is already decided. Peter stands beneath the stained glass, his calm expression unchanged. Memories of countless battles echo in his mind, shaping his instincts before every fight begins. The surviving disciple finally understands that Peter is operating on a completely different level. Flashes across the disciple's face as he raises his hand, realizing he made a terrible mistake. A powerful strike crashes into the disciple's head, forcing him downward as the impact shakes his body. Regret fills his mind as he understands that provoking Peter has led him directly to disaster, preventing him from moving while the man trembles in fear. Peter reflects on the skill every killer must learn: the ability to sense death before it arrives. He turns away and begins walking toward the church exit. Outside the church, a woman with glasses steps out of a car with a large dog beside her, noting that a B-rank killer has already lost to Peter. Her calm conclusion reveals the truth: Peter's strength has already surpassed expectations. Peter mounts a motorcycle parked near the street while the woman watches carefully. The engine roars as he accelerates into the night. Bright city lights stretch across the road as Peter speeds away from the scene. Elsewhere, two men panic after realizing their identification devices have disappeared. Fear spreads between them as they imagine the consequences of losing such important items. Suddenly, a voice behind them breaks the tension. Two nervous men stare in shock as a tall man suddenly appears before them. Both men immediately raise their hands and step back, terrified of provoking another violent encounter. Instead of attacking, the man calmly reaches into his pocket and places several identification cards in front of them. The two men stare at the returned volunteering IDs with disbelief. Relief quickly replaces their fear as they celebrate their unexpected luck. Nearby, Peter quietly reads a file by the window, observing their reactions with little interest. One of the men picks up an ID card and studies the name printed on it. While the others joke and talk loudly, Peter calmly watches them from the back of the room. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes from the hallway outside the classroom. The classroom door bursts open as a young woman charges inside, striking an attacker with fierce force. Her movements are quick and aggressive as she continues fighting the man. A shocked girl watches the fight unfold while remembering how the conflict began. The woman strikes another opponent and forces him down with a heavy blow. Despite her effort, exhaustion and frustration appear on her face. At that moment, Peter stands quietly in the doorway behind her. Peter holds out a volunteer identification card and calmly returns it to the young woman. Kneeling on the ground, the woman refuses the card and claims she no longer needs it, quietly observes her reaction before mentioning her younger brother. Anger bursts from the woman as she grabs Peter's suit and demands to know why he speaks as if he understands her life. Simply states that he knows something about her younger brother. Shock appears in her eyes when Peter reveals that the boy she calls her brother is not actually related to her by blood. The woman suddenly recalls a memory of the boy calling out to her with innocent excitement. She coldly rejected the boy's attempt to call them family. Confusion spreads across her face as she questions what the word family truly means, explaining that he was abandoned as a newborn in a subway locker. He lived without the warmth of family or close friends. Fear of abandonment eventually shaped his life and his decisions. A girl named Lee Yuna lies injured after severe bleeding. Doctors discuss her condition without urgency, showing little concern for her survival. The girl hears someone suggest that she can simply be discarded. Lee Yuna lies weakly on a hospital bed, her injured body barely moving as dim medical lights shine above her. Medical staff pass through the room while another child waits nearby. Despite those thoughts, she calmly tells herself that she has no regrets. Morning light fills the hospital room when a doctor enters and calls her name, something no one had expected after the severe bleeding she suffered. However, after this miracle occurred, another unexpected event followed when Lee Yujin suddenly disappeared. Memories return of the moment Yujin ran through the building, searching desperately for his sister. Despite teachers trying to stop him, the boy refused to give up and kept running. All he wanted to know was whether his sister had survived. Doctors coldly discuss the high cost of blood coagulants needed to save Yuna. One doctor suggests stopping treatment and abandoning the effort. Yuna suddenly appears and desperately begs them to continue saving her brother. Kneeling on the floor, she promises to repay every cost no matter how long it takes. In that desperate moment, she realizes she finally has a reason to keep living. Back in the present, she bows her head before Peter. Peter stands calmly with his hands together, acknowledging that he interfered in the woman's situation. In her mind, his strength and control during the earlier fight leave a powerful impression. Before he can walk away, the woman quickly reaches forward and stops him. Under a narrow spotlight, Lee Yuna faces Peter with trembling resolve. Embarrassment washes over her as she realizes how desperate she appears. Trying to recover her dignity, she raises her hand and firmly declares him her teacher. Calmly, Peter questions her approach without changing his expression. Irritation surfaces on her face as she turns away, insisting she was fine alone. Her steps slow, despite her bold claim, revealing hesitation. From behind he watches without offering comfort or refusal. Suddenly she closes the distance again, determination replacing pride. He answers that he will consider her request. Blunt criticism follows as he lists her weaknesses and unstable temperament. Shock and anger flicker across her face at his harsh judgment. Yet he acknowledges one quality: her eyes resemble those of a killer. He references the octopus restaurant incident. During that fight, she moved decisively against several attackers. Throughout the chaos, her gaze never faltered. Silence fills the present moment as she processes his words. He explains that unwavering focus defines a true killer. Within her steady stare, he recognizes dormant potential. A close view of Yuna's eyes shows intense focus as she carefully studies Peter's movements. Peter explains that her dynamic vision surpasses normal limits, comparing it to athletes who track fast motion effortlessly. Adjusting his cuffs, Peter states that her greatest weapon is her eyesight. Yuna tests his claim by swinging her arm sharply through the air, concentrating on control. As he turns away, he repeats that mastering that single trait is enough. She stares at her own hand in realization, questioning what this power truly means. Elsewhere, two men relax while discussing the benefits official killers receive. Luxury and wealth are shown as symbols of what money can easily buy for disciples. Cash fills Peter's hands as he quietly considers its value for a low-ranked killer. Inside a locker room, Peter asks about Yuna's absence. He learns she has taken a part-time job. The others mention she has been doing it for weeks, likely cleaning somewhere. Peter repeats the word cleaning. Sensing there is more behind it, Yuna appears in protective clothing inside a blood-stained room, carefully removing evidence left by killers. She continues this gruesome work without complaint, while others question her reasons. She quietly focuses on saving money. Two men lounge on a sofa, advising Peter that wealth requires bold spending. Peter remains quiet, sensing their speculation hides insecurity. A sudden message from Yuna interrupts their talk. Text requests her scarf, confusing the men as they question why she would need it in warm weather. The location shifts to a freezing warehouse marked as an ice plant, with temperatures far below zero. Inside, the two men shiver under scarves while calling out to Yuna. Yuna appears calmly, dressed lightly despite the cold, and states she is training. The men doubt her claim and mock the idea of blocking heavy ice blocks barehanded. She demonstrates precision instead of brute force, moving swiftly between falling blocks. When questioned, she reveals she is using a hidden tool. In her palm rests a rope dart, compact and neatly coiled. Explains that the rotating rope increases destructive force through speed. Confidence grows as she states the weapon can transform her into a real killer. The men laugh, claiming guns are superior and more practical. Yuna calmly agrees with part of their logic. Peter concludes that unlike bullets, the rope dart can eliminate multiple targets without reloading metal tip, cutting through the freezing air as shattered ice bursts apart around her. The two men stare in disbelief while fragments scatter across the warehouse floor. With controlled breathing, she declares that her rope dart makes one strike decisive. Mockery fades as curiosity replaces it, and the men ask about the weapon's name. Yuna avoids answering directly, keeping her focus steady as silence stretches between them. Later, the warehouse owner approaches and calmly asks whether she performed well during training. Studies her carefully, recognizing her dedication and unusual strength. The owner admits he has never seen anyone destroy ice the way she does. Standing amid scattered chunks, Yuna apologizes for the damage, but he dismisses the concern. As she prepares to leave, the owner mentions someone already paid for the ice. He reveals the payment was 1 million won, handed over earlier by her friend. Surprise fills her expression as she processes the unexpected support. The owner passes her a small tube of ointment, explaining it was left for her injuries. Rough, bruised hands hold the medicine while she listens quietly. Under the fading sunset outside the frozen ice plant, she walks away alone, deep in thought. Late at night, Yuna stares at her phone, overthinking a simple message to Peter. Embarrassment overwhelms her as she tries to brush off the exchange, pretending it meant nothing. From a distance, Peter watches the sunset alone, reflecting on her progress and quiet determination. A file lies open, revealing records of Yuna's abilities and the rope dart she has been studying for years. Narration suggests the strength she seeks may already be within her grasp. Far away, chaos erupts as a bloodied man challenges everyone around him in a dark alley. Muscular fighter introduces himself as Park Sang-do, demanding stronger opponents. Armed men surround him, yet he stands confidently among fallen bodies. A calm observer approaches, unimpressed by Sang-do's arrogance. The newcomer walks forward steadily while attackers collapse around him. Sang-do senses the shift in presence as the man steps into the center. A close look reveals sharp eyes behind glasses, signaling controlled power. The newcomer proposes a direct confrontation, testing Sang-do's ambition. He clarifies that rank means nothing without recognition as a disciple. Hearing the name Nathaniel, tension thickens as a true disciple enters the scene. In a hospital hallway, a young girl named Danby panics during a medical test and falls to the floor after seeing a needle. Nearby patients observe the scene and quietly judge her reaction. A black-haired young man named Peter remains calm while studying the situation. Soon after, Peter walks to the reception desk to begin a required physical examination. At the counter, the nurse carefully records personal details and asks about his birth year. Peter recognizes that the upcoming blood test could become dangerous. A troubling thought crosses his mind about how organizations track assassins through biological data. Memories of powerful figures controlling killers through strict identification systems appear in his mind. Because of that system, Peter realizes the stored DNA could match his new sample. During preparation for testing, the sight of a needle reminds him of the risk. Serious concern appears on his face as he thinks about the possible results. Exposure of his hidden identity now feels dangerously close. Later, a woman angrily reacts after learning Peter allowed his blood to be taken. She warns that enemies could discover him through the hospital test. Instead of panicking, Peter quietly begins forming a plan to mislead anyone searching for him. Peter calmly reveals a dangerous plan involving the hospital connected to the organization. Across from him, the woman reacts immediately with anger and disbelief. Despite her frustration, Peter remains composed and quietly confirms that the hospital holds something extremely valuable to the Glory Club. A large building stands under cloudy skies, known as Soul Divine Honor General Hospital. The facility secretly operates under the control of the Glory organization. Injured assassins receive treatment while deaths are disguised as medical accidents. Peter reflects on how the hospital's data center stores the DNA information of killers. He carefully analyzes the situation and the risks connected to the stored records. Suddenly, the woman reveals that someone dangerous is currently guarding the hospital. Inside a dark room filled with computer screens, a man sits alone monitoring information. The man carries the code name Nathanael and secretly works within the hospital system. Although officially known as a talented doctor, his violent past forced him into hiding. 4 years earlier in Rio de Janeiro, a peaceful sunset overlooks the famous city skyline. A police officer sits inside a patrol car while noticing something unusual in the distance. The officer wonders who could be responsible for the strange situation ahead. Captain suddenly reacts with shock as he notices something unexpected ahead on the road. Moments later, the vehicle crashes violently, sparks and debris bursting across the street under the red evening sky, revealing that gang members connected to Rio's criminal groups have already been captured. Later, a tactical police unit prepares to enter a suspected hideout during a mission called War on Crime. Armed officers cautiously open a heavy door, expecting resistance from criminals hiding inside. Silence greets them, raising suspicion about what happened before their arrival. Officers discover walls covered with blood and dozens of weapons stabbed into the surface. Bent guns and scattered equipment suggest a brutal confrontation unlike a normal firefight. The disturbing scene makes the officers question whether the battle involved someone far more dangerous. One officer quietly reports the strange discovery to headquarters. Suddenly, a masked officer notices something behind him and turns with alarm. Before he can react, an unseen attacker strikes violently from the darkness. Chaos spreads as the ambush forces officers to shout for help and call for support. Gunfire stops abruptly, leaving only an open doorway surrounded by blood. He suddenly notices a single combat boot lying on the floor. Sensing that something dangerous is nearby, his eyes widen as he begins to understand the terrifying scene surrounding him. Ahead in the corridor, a lone man walks forward while numerous bodies hang from the ceiling. The frightened officer fires his weapon directly at the approaching figure. Gunshots echo through the narrow corridor as the officer desperately tries to stop the attacker. Despite the gunfire, the mysterious figure continues advancing through the chaos. Later reports reveal the shocking outcome of the incident at the hideout. 17 boxes of gunpowder and weapons that were meant for dangerous gangs were discovered at the site. However, all the officers sent to secure the location were slaughtered within a single day. Investigators quietly analyzed the disturbing crime scene evidence. One investigator suspects that bending firearms with bare hands should be impossible for a normal human. The woman confidently states that the information about the mysterious killer is completely real. Later, Peter walks through a city street with the woman and her dog while discussing their next move. A young child suddenly points toward Peter while standing beside a parent in the crowd. Peter calmly looks down at a flyer, showing an old man connected to the Glory Club. A hacker reports that the request to infiltrate Glory's server has been completed. Concern grows among the group because exposing this message could place their leader in serious danger. If Glory discovers the intrusion despite the risk, the woman calmly reflects on Peter's history. The tall building of Soul Divine Honor General Hospital stands brightly illuminated under the dark sky. Staff and visitors gather while discussing a strange announcement displayed on Glory's internal billboard. Soon, Orders spread through the organization as killers are dispatched to capture the mysterious figure known as Pietro, identified as the Brazilian killers known as the Agentes Funerarios. Other killers eagerly discuss the rare opportunity to witness a battle between powerful disciples. Excitement fills the air as many wonder who will ultimately win such a legendary confrontation. Several men notice someone approaching and realize that Peter himself might appear. A tall figure walks confidently toward the entrance beneath the towering building, convinced that the old legend will never actually come. Staff members receive strict instructions on how to handle Peter if he appears. They are told not to fight him directly, but to use tranquilizer weapons. His expression, suggesting that the unfolding situation may soon become very entertaining. Peter quietly reveals his presence, presenting himself as Peter while preparing to capture the target connected to the organization. Around the hospital grounds, numerous fighters quickly move into position after receiving urgent orders. At the same time, Kim Sungu rushes rapidly toward the location. Several men relax while discussing the sudden chaos in the underworld. Concern rises among them as they question whether Peter truly has the strength to challenge the organization's new leadership, suggesting that Peter should be captured quickly before the situation worsens. Silent Man reflects on the growing conflict and admits he had not fully considered the consequences. Determination forms as he decides to handle the matter himself, rather than letting others control the situation. His back reveals a large dragon tattoo, symbolizing both authority and strength. A powerful man violently forces someone's head into boiling bath water. Yet the attacker maintains firm control without hesitation. Confidence shows as he declares that Peter will soon face the masterpiece he has created. Inside a hospital office, a doctor suddenly senses movement behind him. Before reacting, a young doctor grabs him and restrains him instantly. Moments later, the victim crashes onto the floor while the attacker calmly stands, slowly recovering. The fallen man rises as the young doctor releases his grip. Curiosity appears when the young doctor asks about a person named Nahyun, ill. Leaving the office, the young doctor walks through the hospital hallway while preparing to continue his search. A hospital database screen displays the identity of Nahyun Il. Confidence appears in his expression as he concludes that Nathaniel, Peter's disciple, realizes the situation has become a race to locate the target first, urging him to leave before anyone notices their presence. They explain that they searched the entire lobby during the time he was occupied. A sudden realization strikes them as they notice someone below who resembles the man they were hunting. An elderly man wearing a red shirt slowly walks forward, while someone compares his appearance to a photograph. Confusion spreads among the watchers when they notice the man looks exactly like Peter, despite his age, Began guiding him away while pretending to help him escape. Doctor listens as a nurse asks why the old man is being escorted. A faint smile forms as he reveals that he has already collected the blood he needed earlier. Calmly walking through the hospital corridor, he realizes the pursuit has officially begun. A young woman strikes one of the men escorting the old patient. The startled attacker recognizes the woman and hesitates as she confronts him in the hallway. She explains that the young doctor's brother has arrived at the hospital, suddenly runs away from the hallway near the restroom area. Standing nearby, the young doctor quietly observes the situation and begins questioning why student Yuna appeared at the hospital. A brief realization crosses his mind as he remembers that G1 understands his behavior. Well, elsewhere in the hospital, a woman calmly speaks with her dog while observing the building from above. Meanwhile, the young doctor walks through the corridor while thinking carefully about the situation developing inside the hospital. A tall, muscular man holding a crutch stands nearby while a nurse checks his documents. Former agent known for his violent reputation and connection to glory, Doctor introduces himself as Kim Sungu while observing Rodrigo closely. A plan quickly forms in his mind as he decides to use himself as bait to draw Nathaniel out. Elsewhere, the mysterious woman agrees to prepare a plan while adjusting her glasses with calm confidence. A pair of hands carefully wash and prepare for medical work. Soon after, a surgeon wearing green medical clothing enters an operating room. Rodrigo suddenly notices the surgeon entering the room. The surgeon calmly raises his hands while standing in the doorway. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as Kim Sungu, Rodrigo's operating surgeon. Inside the operating room, Rodrigo confronts the masked surgeon and recognizes him as a D-rank killer from Glory. Rodrigo becomes suspicious when the surgeon keeps questioning Nathaniel's location. Surgeon suddenly rushes forward, declaring that killers exist for only one reason. Rodrigo grins widely while raising his weapon, clearly excited that a fight has finally begun. Another man runs through the hallway calling for the professor. The messenger quickly reports that something strange has appeared on the hospital's CCTV system. reveals the operating room where the masked surgeon and Rodrigo stand moments before the battle. A calm voice begins counting as the surgeon suddenly launches into motion. Within seconds, the surgeon overwhelms Rodrigo with a rapid combination of powerful strikes, explosive kicks and sweeping attacks, send Rodrigo crashing across the operating room floor. Blows continue in quick succession, leaving the powerful fighter unable to react. The final strike throws Rodrigo down as the room falls silent. A quiet voice remarks on the result after watching the recorded fight. Footage shows the surgeon standing alone beside the fallen body inside the damaged operating room. Observers realize the truth, with shock a B-rank killer was defeated in only 10 seconds. The moment creates tension among those secretly monitoring the hospital. A man carefully studies Peter's appearance through observation. While security teams continue analyzing camera footage, scientist stands inside a dim laboratory while someone nervously asks him to spare them from punishment. Turning slowly, the scientist reveals his excitement after hearing that Peter has entered the hospital. Several human specimens float inside large glass containers as he announces that everyone has been waiting for Pietro. The scientist calmly explains that the VIP area has already been prepared to receive Pietro. From above, the laboratory reveals dozens of cylindrical chambers surrounding a central platform. Kim Seung-gu realizes the trap has already begun. Confidently, he believes Nathaniel will soon reveal himself after the bait has been taken. While speaking with an associate, he prepares the next step of his plan. He decides that the hunter must remain hidden and wait patiently. On the hospital rooftop, a young woman quietly reads a message on her phone. The text reveals that Nathaniel wishes to meet her, which immediately raises suspicion. Concern fills her mind as she realizes meeting him could endanger everyone around her. On the hospital rooftop, Yuna quietly eats, while thinking about avoiding Kim Seung-gu. However, Seung-gu calmly stops her and tells her to sit down. Standing beside the table, he casually introduces himself again, explaining that he accidentally ordered 2 meals. Peter suggests that they spend some time together since he arrived earlier than the person he was supposed to meet. Yuna hesitates while thinking that being seen with him could place both of them in danger. Despite refusing at first, she eventually takes a piece of chicken from the box. Both of them sit quietly while eating on the rooftop under the open sky. The strange moment continues as they share the meal while watching each other cautiously. After finishing the food, Yuna asks who Seung-gu is waiting to meet. She demands to know why he truly came to Divine Honor General Hospital, explains that she noticed a connection between him and the old man she met earlier. A painful memory flashes in her mind of the moment the old man collapsed while protecting her. She tells Seung-gu that Peter likely died while trying to save her. Seung quietly replies that he is searching for someone connected to that incident. Kim Seung-gu sits across from Yuna on the rooftop and shows a phone screen displaying a profile connected to the name Nathaniel. Her expression suggests that she understands more than she initially showed. After examining the image, she reveals that the person shown is not the real Nathaniel. Several individuals approach from behind them on the rooftop. The group surrounds the table where the two were sitting, suggesting they have been monitoring the situation closely. Yuna becomes tense as the strangers calmly instruct them to remain seated and not move. Seung realizes that the person he has been searching for has finally appeared. A mysterious man stands in a dark setting wearing hospital identification connected to the name Nathaniel, the disciple connected to the hidden leadership inside the hospital. Peter, a black-haired young man wearing glasses, faces suspicious gazes as people question his identity. Inside the classroom, he introduces himself as a D-rank assassin assigned to Kim Seung-gu. His respectful posture hides the lethal purpose behind his presence. Across the room, a green-haired doctor confidently steps forward, volunteering to take responsibility for dealing with Peter. Careful observation guides Peter's thoughts as he studies the doctor's composure and bold attitude. With authority, the doctor calls Miss Yuna and prepares to leave the room. From behind, Peter quietly memorizes their movements and expressions. The title Disciple Nathaniel lingers in his mind, signaling that this opponent may be dangerous. A subtle adjustment of his glasses marks a shift as he re-evaluates the mission. Seeking more clarity, he approaches the professor to ask about the one who caught Park Sang-do. Descending the escalator, the doctor reviews a requested profile. Suddenly, the document slips from an assistant's hands. Nervous apology follows as papers scatter. Unshaken, the doctor remains composed. Memory of the D-rank label echoes in Peter's thoughts. Tension shows in his gloved hand as he questions the target's true identity. Under dim light, the green-haired doctor reveals he has been watching Peter closely and considers him a suitable subject. A chessboard appears as news spreads that Nathaniel is urgently searching for Peter. Elsewhere, a woman panics in a burning room, Realizing the danger around her, Peter accepts a blue keycard granting hospital access, listening as strict rules about the professor are explained. Warnings follow, emphasizing obedience, and a final rule: never decline the professor's grace. Suspicion grows in Peter's mind as he questions why such caution is necessary. He walks beside a nervous staff member toward a sealed room, told not to keep the professor waiting. Inside, Kim Seung-gu is presented before them. Professor prepares to begin rounds, assembling a group of hardened men. The team stands revealed as violent criminals loyal only to Nathaniel. Peter studies their faces, recognizing their brutality. Together they move through the corridor as Nathaniel's unit. A subordinate questions Peter's presence among them. Nathaniel acknowledges Peter calmly. Tension settles as Peter steps further into the professor's domain. Hospital entrances are sealed as an announcement informs everyone that a virus sample has been leaked. Investigators explain that DNA comparisons are underway, using blood collected from male individuals around Peter's age. Confidence rises among the doctors as they conclude that Peter cannot escape the hospital once results return. A senior doctor insists that disguises cannot deceive DNA, and claims capture is only a matter of time. Elsewhere, Peter listens calmly, inwardly noting the flaw in their certainty. Doubt flickers across sharp eyes as he considers Nathaniel's deeper intentions. Nathaniel interacts gently with a child, presenting himself as caring and composed. Medical staff discuss treatment options, while Peter observes from a distance. Suspicion grows as Peter questions why Nathaniel continues routine rounds during a lockdown. Confrontation follows when Nathaniel directly questions Peter's feelings about not being treated as a disciple. Without hostility, Nathaniel invites him to follow. Together they head toward a stairwell not marked on official plans. Step by step, they descend into an unlisted lower floor in silence. A secured door requires a keycard, and access is granted. Behind his glasses, Peter studies Nathaniel closely, sensing something hidden beneath the calm exterior. Deep beneath the hospital, Nathaniel reveals a hidden laboratory filled with human specimens, suspended in glowing tubes. Standing before one preserved body, he calmly questions Peter about biology. With quiet intensity, Nathaniel claims that true progress comes from eliminating weakness and cultivating strength by his own design. Leaning closer, he insists that evolution is shaped by his will, not by nature or coincidence. Disturbing images of altered creatures and restrained subjects reflect his obsession with engineered improvement. Sudden alarm interrupts the lecture, flashing red warnings across the facility. Emergency announcements report that a specimen has escaped in the basement corridor. Security teams rush into position as heavy doors begin to seal. A muscular figure sprints through the hallway, pursued by armed staff. Explosions shake the floor as containment systems activate and passages collapse. The creature pushes forward despite injuries, racing against the closing gates. With a final leap, it smashes through a barrier in desperate escape. Debris scatters across the corridor as the breach echoes through the lab. Amid the chaos, Peter stands composed while others react in panic. Behind his glasses, his steady gaze suggests he is already calculating his next move. A mutated specimen lunges forward, but Nathaniel remains composed, declaring that such an interruption cannot disrupt him. With a single strike, Nathaniel slams the specimen into the wall, cracking the concrete on impact. Dust settles as he calmly apologizes to Peter and resumes his explanation without visible strain. Pressing his hand into the fractured wall, Nathaniel explains his admiration for strength. He gestures toward a preserved muscular subject, describing how he personally refined powerful bodies. Turning toward Seung-gu, he admits seeing rare potential in him and expresses interest in witnessing the result of his evolution. Nathaniel extends a gloved hand, inviting acceptance of his so-called grace. Peter listens silently, recognizing the offer as manipulation rather than generosity. Resolve forms behind his glasses as he searches for a way to counter the plan. A sealed envelope containing DNA comparison results is prepared for review. He decides to use the key card to access the room himself. Confidence shows as he states that he has enough time to act. Recalling the round schedule, he calculates the exact window available. Timing the entry precisely, he unlocks the office door. Inside the room, Peter moves quickly toward the computer, preparing to alter the results. Nathaniel checks on a hospitalized child while staff observe, maintaining a calm after leaving the room. He receives confirmation that the blood comparison results are ready and located in his office. He learns that no elderly patient's DNA matches Peter's sample. The report concludes that every old man in the hospital has been tested. Dr. O suggests Peter might be hiding among the elderly patients, but the idea is dismissed. Realizing Peter may not look as they remember, as Peter listens quietly nearby. Inside the professor's private room, Peter, the black-haired man, stood quietly, Careful eyes from the professor studied him while recalling the identical routine the old man followed every day. Tension filled the room as the professor demanded an explanation. Memories of their earlier meeting surfaced in the professor's mind when Peter had calmly worked among the hospital staff. During that moment, Peter had shown him a hidden basement and acted cooperative. Doubt slowly formed as the professor wondered if that gesture had been a deliberate attempt to mislead him. Peter presented a teal folder and claimed another doctor had asked him to deliver it. According to him, the contents were unknown. Suddenly, the professor reached forward and stopped him by gripping his shoulder. Attention shifted to the folder as the professor noticed that it had already been opened. Suspicion deepened when he questioned Peter about blood samples taken from elderly patients. Silence followed, while the professor watched Peter's reaction closely. With a firm grip, the professor pulled him back inside and revealed his conclusion. According to his reasoning, a person could imitate behavior and expressions. However, he stated that DNA could never be faked and hinted that Peter remained uncaptured. He suspected the old man might not be the same person everyone remembered. Searching through hospital data, he reviewed charts of patients who had recently undergone plastic surgery or body alterations. While listening, Peter lowered his head and pretended to accept the professor's suspicion. After a moment, he calmly told him to raise his head. Standing close, the professor gently touched Peter's face and pointed to a small spot near his eye. He praised Peter's effort but reminded him to keep his dignity as a member of their organization before asking him to leave. As Peter walked away through the hospital hallway, a thought suddenly struck him. Reviewing the evidence on his phone, he realized the truth behind the disguise. Instead, the face belonged to a younger person entirely. Elsewhere, an underground arena existed where violence ruled without laws. Among them stood the reigning champion known as Carter Romero. His reputation came from unmatched power in his legs. The champion stared at a challenger who had quietly stepped into the ring. Before the slasher could react properly, the challenger moved instantly and struck with overwhelming force. While rumors began spreading about another terrifying power, someone possessing the world's strongest fist. In the arena, a brutal clash unfolded as a powerful kick collided with a rising punch. Elsewhere, armed gang members gathered in a dark building, guarding their territory with rifles and cold expressions. Walking alone through a hall filled with hanging bodies. After defeating countless fighters across the world, Peter stood among fallen opponents. Peter listened as the terrified fighter struggled to speak. The man explained that no one could become the strongest while Peter still existed somewhere in the shadows. Hearing that name again, Peter's expression darkened as frustration slowly built inside him. He demanded to know who Peter really was and how he could finally meet the mysterious figure. Peter questioned why everyone else seemed able to encounter Peter, except him. The professor ordered one of his staff members to bring a certain person to him. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna argued with other workers who doubted her presence inside the dangerous research area. She remained calm, realizing the others had no understanding of the situation. A large man approached Lee Yuna and informed her that the professor wanted to see her immediately. The sudden order surprised the surrounding staff. Lee Yuna finally spoke a single name that connected everything: Pietro. Inside the dim office, the professor calmly questioned Lee Yuna about her encounter with Peter. He analyzed her abilities and pointed out that she possessed no special skills beyond basic knife training. Lee Yuna remained silent, keeping her expression steady while secretly hoping the professor had no real proof. Suddenly the professor leaned forward and asked if she had experienced a miracle. He revealed that the disciples had formed a hypothesis about her survival. According to their theory, Lee Yuna had received help from Peter during a previous encounter. The professor calmly described the suspected arrangement between her and Pietro. He questioned what an orphan like her could possibly offer in return. Then he suggested she had become Peter's double agent. A photo of Lee Yuna and her younger brother appeared on the professor's phone. Revealed that the boy suffered from hemophilia and might not live long. The professor then promised he could save her brother. He explained that a special blood serum from the Divine Honor Hospital could cure the illness. Offer came with a condition, forcing Lee Yuna to choose carefully. Finally, she remembered Peter's promise to meet again on the 24th of August. Describing a meeting scheduled on the 24th of August at 2 in the afternoon near the hospital's clock tower, leaning across the desk, he assured her the arrangement benefited them both. When he mentioned giving her a place in the hospital with a certain diagnosis, without warning, the professor grabbed her arm and twisted it sharply. Lee Yuna screamed while clutching her arm, unable to understand why he had done it. Looking down calmly, the professor explained that healthy people could not simply be admitted to his hospital. Standing over her, he declared that someone would soon examine her condition. After saying he would return later during his rounds, he quietly left the room. Lee Yuna later sat alone in Ward 604, Thinking about the dangerous situation surrounding her, holding a photo of her younger brother, she struggled with the decision she had to make. Fear filled her mind as she wondered what action could possibly save him. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone asked about the patient in Ward 604. Moments later, Peter appeared at the doorway with a calm smile. He casually announced that it was time for her injection. When she mentioned Nathaniel's name in panic, Peter's expression hardened instantly. Peter stood calmly in front of Lee Yuna, reminding her that he was her teacher. A pistol appeared in his gloved hand as he questioned the injury she had suffered earlier. Under that intense stare, Lee Yuna finally whispered the name Kim Seung-gu, revealing who had been responsible. After hearing the answer, Peter quietly asked her to come with him. Rain fell outside the hospital windows while he accepted her agreement without showing emotion. Left alone afterward, Lee Yuna looked at the photo of her brother on her phone, thinking about the decision she had made. Sitting near the window in Ward 604, Lee Yuna stared at the rainy city while asking herself if she had chosen the right path. Outside the room, Peter quietly observed her through the doorway without interrupting her thoughts. Far above them, the large Divine Honor Hospital building stood under the stormy sky. On the 24th of August, Dr. Nathaniel waited with anticipation inside the hospital. A massive banner on the building announced his upcoming appearance. Looking up with excitement, Nathaniel declared his desire to finally meet Pietro. Nathaniel approached Lee Yuna and directly asked where Peter was, remaining calm. She answered that Peter was probably already on his way. As Nathaniel walked through the corridor, the large clock tower continued ticking toward the planned meeting time. The hospital lobby clock struck 2 p.m., marking the exact time of the planned meeting as Lee Yuna waited nervously beneath it, sensing the moment had arrived and expecting Peter to appear soon. Across the lobby, Peter lowered his gaze, quietly preparing as the confrontation with Peter approached. Sunlight passes through the hospital window while a young girl looks at a phone. The girl studies the picture more carefully and becomes surprised that her Nununa actually has friends. In her thoughts, she imagines watching the World Cup together and cheering for Korea. Traveling by airplane worries her, so she decides not to join the trip, then reveals the hospital bed where the child lies surrounded by medical tubes and machines. Even while sick, concern about money appears as she thinks about expensive airplane tickets. Silence fills the room while someone nearby wonders why such a young child worries about money. Gratitude appears as she thanks her Nuna before drifting into sleep. Exhaustion finally reaches the woman who rests beside the bed after watching over the child. Morning arrives and determination forms in the woman's mind. Elsewhere in the hospital, a doctor walks through the hallway with a serious expression. A promise weighs heavily in his thoughts. Inside the hospital lobby, a large clock continues ticking. Beneath it stands a strange man with a faint smile. Nearby, the woman waits anxiously while wondering why Peter has not appeared. Inside the hospital lobby, a woman adjusts her hair while thinking about an approaching moment. Meanwhile, a doctor wearing glasses reflects on the arranged meeting time. Outside near the hospital yard, a tall clock tower stands beside the building. Rain falls heavily as the woman faces the doctor and firmly corrects the location. A warning follows as she explains the importance of choosing the right place. The doctor reluctantly accepts the instruction, realizing the urgency behind her demand. People move around the reception desk and nurses' station while tension quietly spreads. Nathaniel's hidden followers are shown throughout the building, blending in among ordinary staff and visitors. She closes her eyes briefly and silently hopes Kim Seung-gu will escape before being discovered. Elsewhere, a man sits calmly at a table while eating, appearing unexpectedly as if from nowhere. Yuna recalls the moment they first met, remembering how suspicious she felt toward him. Despite that suspicion, a new feeling appeared when they shared a simple meal together. Later memories show them spending time at a carnival, walking past games and prizes. Another moment reveals them sitting side by side in a quiet place. At sunset, the woman speaks on the phone while reflecting on those memories. Under a dim light, Yuna stands close to Seung-gu while lowering her head. A serious look appears on Seung-gu's face, while he listens silently. On a nearby phone screen, a picture of Yuna with a child is visible. Raindrops slide down Yuna's face as she begins explaining the truth. The hallway behind him contains several people watching carefully. With trembling hands, she admits that Peter never contacted her after that day, and that she lied earlier to obtain the medicine. Shock spreads across Seung-gu's face as he realizes the situation. Overwhelmed by fear, Yuna drops to her knees on the hospital floor. Tears fall while she promises she will work harder and do anything if it means protecting her brother. Seungwang watches her quietly before speaking again. The absence of Peter confirms the truth behind the situation. A cold decision forms as he declares that someone must die. He dismisses her desperate promises and demands that Peter be brought to him. Suddenly, a loud alarm echoes through the hospital building. Emergency announcements warn that a fire has occurred. Confusion spreads among everyone evacuating as the chaos begins to take control of the hospital. Several stairwell doors inside the hospital suddenly slam shut one after another. Patients wearing hospital clothes stop in the corridor and stare toward the sound. From the upper floor, many people gather along the railing and look down toward the lobby. Nathaniel stands calmly while observing the situation below. Yuna remains on the floor with tears still on her face. The sudden alarm shocks her while she tries to understand the chaos. Footsteps approach from behind, breaking the tense silence in the hallway. A tall figure appears and stops near Yuna. Kim Sungu has arrived despite the danger, unable to believe that he actually came to the hospital. Explains that he came because he promised to meet her at the clock tower. He walks forward calmly while everyone else runs away from the building. Sung quickly understands that they are not doctors or patients. Standing in the center of the lobby, he realizes that the building is full of killers sent to eliminate him. Yuna reacts with confusion after hearing his words. Memories briefly appear of a past meeting where someone bowed respectfully toward Sungu. Nathaniel smiles faintly while raising his hand, already aware that something unusual has begun. In the hospital corridor, Nathaniel stands surrounded by a large group of men wearing medical clothes. The scene shifts to a distant city filled with worn buildings and narrow streets. Within that harsh environment, violence dominates everyday life. Several bodies lie scattered on the ground, while weapons rest beside them. Nearby, a massive pit filled with countless bones reveals the endless cycle of death in that place. People living there understand one truth: the weak cannot survive. Scenes of kidnapping, drug dealing, and prostitution reveal how crime spreads through the city. From those brutal streets, a powerful group known as the Funeral Agents eventually rises to control the criminal world. Back inside the hospital lobby, hundreds of fighters now surround Sungu from every direction. Nathaniel watches calmly from above with a wide smile. He compares Sungu to a young tiger cub that could grow into a powerful predator. However, he explains that a cub cannot defeat a pack of adult hunters yet. Leaning forward confidently, Nathaniel offers Sungu a place beside him. Suong stands alone in the center of the lobby, facing the overwhelming crowd without fear. Nathaniel then quietly acknowledges Sungu's stubborn determination. Several fighters from the Funeral Agents suddenly leap from the upper floor of the hospital lobby toward Kim Sungu. They believe the famous D-rank fighter from Sfao Paulo will easily defeat the lone target. In a brief moment, swift movements strike both attackers, and their bodies collapse around him. Nearby observers watch in shock as the two fighters fall almost instantly. Nathaniel studies the scene carefully while holding a pen. His cold expression shows that he no longer accepts being treated as a weak tiger cub. Across the hospital floor, several bodies lie motionless, while blood slowly spreads around them. Nearby, a pale-haired man in a medical coat calmly studies the scene. His attention focuses on Sun Gisi and the long list of killers already defeated. From above, the corridor appears filled with fallen attackers while one survivor remains standing. Suddenly, a large group of men rushes down the hallway together. Standing directly in their path, Peter waits without panic. His quiet posture contrasts sharply with the chaos moving toward him. As the first attacker reaches him, Peter reacts instantly. One swift strike sends the man crashing away. More enemies leap forward from different directions. Their combined assault fills the room with violent motion. Watching from the side, a young girl realizes Peter is slowly being surrounded. Holding a metal pole, Peter calmly studies the tightening circle. Two large men charge with weapons raised. Quick movements allow Peter to slip between their attacks. Moments later, several attackers collapse after missing their strikes. Meanwhile, an observer remarks that Peter appears trapped. Dozens of enemies advance and block every path in the corridor. Lowering his head slightly, Peter forms a faint smile and welcomes the overwhelming fight. Peter lowers his hand toward a nearby fire hose nozzle lying beside medical equipment. Several men stare at him with uncertainty while trying to understand his intention. None of them expect what he is about to do. A powerful stream of water bursts forward, flooding the corridor and slamming into the attackers. Water explodes across the hallway as Peter calmly stands in the center of the torrent. The pressure of the water cannon crashes into multiple men at once. Peter narrows his eyes and carefully watches the chaos he created. He recognizes that Peter used the water cannon as a clever tactic. Despite the disruption, several attackers continue pushing forward through the water. Grips the metal nozzle again as electricity begins to spark around the soaked floor. Suddenly, bright energy erupts through the water-covered ground. Electric currents surge across the flooded corridor, spreading rapidly through the attackers. Multiple enemies collapse instantly as the shock spreads through the room. Silence fills the hallway as many bodies fall motionless across the wet floor. Soon-ji watches with excitement, realizing that Peter used water to conduct electricity through the entire crowd. He calmly stands among the fallen enemies, preparing himself as the fight continues. Several attackers pause when a small object slides across the wet floor. The object is revealed to be a medical card showing a diagram of the human neck and arteries. Peter walks forward through the corridor filled with enemies and fallen bodies. Without hesitation, Peter suddenly leaps into the air above the crowd. Moving with extreme speed, Peter spins through the attackers while holding a sharp medical tool. Men collapse one after another as Peter cuts through the crowd. Peter flips through the air while surrounded by dozens of enemies. The force of his attack sends bodies flying across the hallway. A young girl watches the scene in shock as the battle unfolds before her eyes. The girl recalls hearing stories about the strongest man in the world. In those stories, the legendary figure appeared as nothing more than an ordinary old man working quietly. She never believed such a person could defeat countless enemies alone. Memories of that ordinary-looking old man return to her mind. The moment of violence forces her to question everything she believed about the legend. Looking forward with wide eyes, she begins to wonder if the impossible story might actually be true. Rumors about a legendary killer named Peter return to her mind as she begins questioning whether those stories were real. Peter continues moving above the crowd with controlled precision while holding a sharp medical instrument. The woman studies Peter's face carefully. His quiet confidence and steady movements resemble the legendary figure she once heard about. Soon-ji stands nearby, observing the aftermath of the fight. Many attackers already lie across the hospital floor. The hallway reveals dozens of defeated enemies scattered everywhere. Peter lowers his head slightly, while noticing that one opponent is still alive somewhere above them. Peter raises his gaze toward the upper level where the final enemy stands watching the scene below. Without hesitation, Peter leaps upward with sudden force, breaking through the distance between floors. He lands before Soon-ji with a calm but intense presence, ready to continue the confrontation. In a hospital, two doctors discuss a young individual's incredible abilities. Sungu, standing with confusion, listens closely. The second doctor questions how someone so young could perform such extraordinary feats. Sungu is increasingly baffled, struggling to understand the impossible actions of the mysterious figure. The second doctor, holding something in his hand, comments on how people with little confidence tend to speak the most. Annoyed, Sungu gestures as if to shut down the conversation, revealing his impatience. With a sharp tone, Sungu demands to get to the point, signaling a shift in the conversation's intensity. A burst of energy surrounds Sungu as he prepares for an attack, his stance shifting. He charges forward with lightning speed, his punch landing with explosive force. The impact creates a shockwave, leaving the second doctor stunned by Sungu's power. Despite the force of the hit, Sungu is sent flying but quickly regains his footing. The second doctor realizes just how powerful his opponent is. Nathaniel, unfazed, stands ready for the next round. The female doctor watches, worried that Sungu is losing the fight. Sungu struggles against Nathaniel's strength. The female doctor fears Sungu might not survive the fight. The female doctor shouts for Sungu to run, worried that his exhaustion will make him an easy target for Nathaniel. Sungu, though clearly tired, refuses to back down. With determination, Sungu smirks, telling Nathaniel that the real battle is only just beginning. Nathaniel moves at lightning speed, closing the distance effortlessly. Nathaniel smirks, claiming he doesn't care about Sungu's exhaustion. In a single move, Sungu is thrown across the room. The female doctor watches in horror. Nathaniel's strength is beyond anything she's ever seen before. Sungu crashes into the ground, debris flying. She fears for his life. As Sungu struggles, the doctor grows desperate. Despite the pain, Sungu refuses to fall. His fighting spirit is unbroken, even as his body betrays him. With unyielding resolve, Sungu prepares to continue, refusing to give up. Nathaniel taunts him, mocking his efforts. He is clearly outmatched, but he refuses to back down. Nathaniel continues his relentless assault, every strike shaking the room with its intensity. Sungu struggles to rise, his body battered but still determined to fight on. Nathaniel mocks him, disappointed that Sungu's fighting spirit has already begun to fade. A violent explosion shakes the room, sending debris flying. The air is thick with chaos. Metal clatters and a sharp screech fills the air as the floor cracks beneath the intense force of the clash. With a final impact, the entire area trembles, leaving nothing but dust and debris in the wake of the destruction. A hiss of steam cuts through the tension, heightening the sense of danger in the air. She calls out urgently, hoping for any sign of life, her voice trembling with concern. Desperate, she searches for a way to get closer. Despite the toll on his body, he refuses to fall. His resolve remains strong. Every movement is a struggle, yet his determination to continue the fight never wavers. His focus sharpens as the battle continues. Pain only fuels his relentless will to fight. Nathaniel smirks, mocking his opponent's resistance. Casually, he dismisses Sungu's efforts, believing victory is inevitable. Despite the taunts, Sungu's resolve doesn't falter. Nathaniel watches closely, analyzing every movement. His eyes never leave his opponent. With quick reflexes, Sungu dodges a powerful strike. His agility catches Nathaniel off guard. Nathaniel's smile falters for a moment, surprised by Sungu's unexpected resilience. A cold smile appears on Nathaniel's face as he flicks his fingers. A small but deliberate gesture. He challenges Sungu, inviting him to give everything he has. A powerful gust of wind follows Nathaniel's swift motion. His stance is confident. With a loud K-pow, the two fighters collide. The impact causes a shockwave. The explosive force of their clash sends ripples through the surroundings. Onlookers watch in disbelief, questioning if Sungu can truly stand up to Nathaniel's overwhelming strength. The tension rises as doubts linger in the air. A voice in the distance wonders aloud if Sungu is truly losing this time. Worry crosses the onlookers' faces. One wonders if Sungu has the strength left to continue. Another voice recalls a story from the past, hinting at his mysterious origins. The conversation shifts to an event from 55 years ago. A group of soldiers stands in awe, recognizing Sungu's potential. The source of Sungu's power is questioned, but answers remain elusive. The instructor challenges his group, testing their answers about what makes someone truly powerful. Sungu steps forward, revealing his true potential. With a casual but confident stance, Sungu prepares for the next obstacle. Laughter escapes Nathaniel as he watches his opponent struggle. The challenge is issued as Nathaniel mocks Sungu's earlier efforts, daring him to bring his best. A sudden gust of wind follows, signaling the intensity of the next attack. Nathaniel braces. The ground cracks beneath their feet as the battle escalates. The collision between their powers creates a shockwave that shakes the surrounding area. Nathaniel's intense focus never wavers. His energy radiates outward, pushing against Sungu with force. The impact of their clash reverberates through the air. A figure in the background watches the fight unfold, a hint of doubt creeping in. The observer questions the outcome, wondering if this time. Meanwhile, others speculate on Sungu's limits, watching in anxious silence as the battle continues. The tension increases as another figure enters the scene. A flashback reveals a time when Sungu's potential was already apparent. The observer recalls the intense training and challenges Sungu faced. The dialogue shifts as the question of true strength arises. A theory is put forth about the importance of inner strength, but the answer remains elusive. Nathaniel's growing frustration is evident. Despite all his power, the air vibrates with intensity as Sungu stands firm, his focus unwavering amidst the chaos. With excitement, the captain announces Sungu's victory. Yet confusion spreads when Nathaniel remains unharmed. The observers exchange uneasy glances. Nathaniel remains calm, despite his bloodied hands. The fight is far from over. He hints at a deeper mystery, his words cryptic as he reveals that his endurance isn't easily broken. With a knowing smile, Nathaniel prepares for what's to come, ready to showcase his true abilities. The ground shakes as Nathaniel's body begins to shift, signaling the start of a transformation. Muscles bulge and his form expands, revealing strength beyond human capabilities. Now fully transformed, Nathaniel stands as a formidable force. The room falls silent as the transformed man steps forward, casting an overwhelming presence. A dark, hulking silhouette emerges, backlit by flickering lights. As he reveals his enhanced physique, he declares it the result of his evolution. He turns to Sungu and questions if he understands the concept of anti-fragility. Surrounded by experimental tanks, he explains that pain fortifies his body. His drug accelerates muscle recovery, making every wound a shortcut to greater strength. Sungu's expression hardens as the man reveals that pain only makes him stronger. Charging with terrifying speed, the evolved fighter closes the gap in an instant. Before Sungu can react, a powerful hand clamps around him, placing his life at immediate risk. The enemy declares Sungu's odds of survival to be 0 as he swings ruthlessly. The floor shatters from the impact as the powerful strike lands, shaking the lab. In the aftermath, Sungu emerges alive but shaken, dust swirling around his crouched figure. Rising slowly, Peter acknowledges his opponent's survival, though with evident disbelief. He mutters that this outcome shouldn't have been possible, his confidence shaken. Recalling the moment, he's certain his hand gripped the man's throat, yet in just 0.1 seconds. Sungu realizes his quick hand movement created just enough of an opening to break free from Peter's grasp. In only 0.1 seconds, He had dodged the choke and avoided capture, all by instinct. He stares forward, shaken, knowing that no normal human could react that fast. Looking down at his burned hand, he reflects on the pain caused by a single moment of contact. The wall behind him lies destroyed from Peter's earlier attack, leaving Sungu cornered. He acknowledges that one more mistake will be fatal, while Peter demands more with wild intensity. Peter reviews Sungu's chart, noting a D rank despite a rank-level combat ability. He claims Sungu still couldn't win because Peter keeps evolving beyond limitations. Mocking him, Peter offers one last chance to surrender like a dog. Peter laughs madly, vowing to turn Sungu into living artwork. Sungu lowers his head, saying nothing, prompting Peter to believe he has finally yielded. Watching from afar, Sungu's allies assume he's giving up and prepare to abandon him. Peter raises his hand, saying he saw Sungu's potential from the start. But Sungu finally speaks, declaring it's time for a different approach. As Peter questions him, Sungu prepares for a bold counter, rejecting power without control. Sungu recalls a harsh lesson: discipline corrects disobedience. With a steady tone, he declares that what Peter needs now is a proper punishment. Peter reacts with twisted excitement, thrilled by Sungu's defiance and eager to fight again. The battle reignites at full speed. They dash and collide with force that shatters the ground. Blow after blow rains down as explosions ripple outward from each strike. Sungu retaliates relentlessly, meeting Peter's overwhelming strength head on without hesitation. Peter's allies observe the chaos, confused and worried by the scale of destruction. The woman notes this is no longer a human fight, it's something far beyond. As fists clash, Peter recognizes Sungu's true strength and acknowledges his uniqueness. Even while exchanging hits, Peter's body continues to evolve mid-battle, adapting to pain. He feels more alive than ever, curious how far his body can push its limits. His mind races with questions: how strong, how durable, how unstoppable can he become? Despite Peter's power, Sungu fights back fiercely, refusing to fall behind. Peter questions the source of Sungu's courage, sensing a secret behind the D rank data. What gives Sungu the will to continue? Peter can't ignore the mystery anymore. Sungu's eyes never falter. Noticing this, Peter concludes that Sungu's resolve must stem from something deeper. Suddenly, Sungu counters, catching Peter mid-strike with precise timing and strength. Peter spins violently, declaring that no amount of begging will change what comes next. He promises to pry open every secret by force, prepared to tear Sungu apart, cell by cell. The impact crashes through the battlefield as he launches a devastating strike. Peter hovers above. Pitying Sungu, he vows that his fist will be the last thing Sungu ever sees. As he descends, a girl watching screams in panic, realizing Peter's intent to kill. She begs for mercy. But the battle's outcome seems irreversible. In a twist, Sungu reveals he's been waiting, using Peter's healing logic against him. By forcing Peter to push past his limits, he planned to turn his strength into a weakness. Peter, stunned, realizes something is wrong. Sungu has struck when it mattered most. Sungu explains he's waited for Peter to reach his peak. Now, Peter's oversized strength compresses his own body, locking nerves and bones in place. Peter falls to his knees, horrified he can no longer move. Sungu's trap has worked. Peter realizes too late he never sensed his body hardening or noticed the damage stacking internally. While he was consumed by the thrill of battle, Sungu observed every shift. Astonished, Peter admits Sungu detected what he couldn't in mere minutes. Lying on the ground, Sungu delivers a quiet verdict: Peter has lost. Peter screams in denial, overwhelmed by shock and fury, unwilling to accept defeat. Driven by desperation, Peter charges, his past sacrifices, pain. Peter remembers his transformation, how he reshaped himself into the so-called perfect human. He can't accept that all his efforts might end at the hands of someone he once deemed inferior. Sungu's calm stare pierces him. Peter is terrified by the possibility of dying to this underestimated foe. Peter grits his teeth, admitting he never wanted to take things this far. He steps on a vial, activating a last resort drug that melts muscle. Despite its dangers, the drug will turn him into the ultimate organism. Eyes glowing, Peter announces that Sungu deserves to witness the final form of his evolution. With only 3 minutes until the world's destruction, he warns that Sungu is no exception. As Peter lunges with monstrous speed, his appearance now twisted, Peter launches forward, shattering the floor beneath his feet as he accelerates. Sungu charges to meet him, unwavering, pushing his body beyond all previous limits. Peter, now transformed, lunges with burning power surging through his veins. Both opponents collide midair, exchanging strikes with tremendous speed. Peter, despite reaching his ultimate form, senses his attacks being predicted. It feels as though he's battling a multitude instead of one opponent. Peter begins to grasp the reason behind his growing frustration. He realizes Sunggu's strength lies in something data can't quantify. That unmeasurable quality experience forms a barrier he cannot break. Peter questions how someone so young could possess such battle experience. The revelation reminds him of someone long buried in memory. With widened eyes, he finally understands. The name resurfaces, Peter. In 2003, a voice commanded the hall as students stood to take their oaths at the medical university entrance ceremony. Hands raised in unison, each vowed lifelong service to humanity through the healing arts. Among the crowd, unity formed as every student swore to uphold good and reject evil. Whispers spread as eyes turned to the youngest, among them barely a teenager. Stepping forward confidently, the boy introduced himself as the class representative. At only 13, he was recognized as a prodigy, though brilliance did not shield him from inner loneliness. Years earlier, in a hospital ward, children rejoiced at gifts while Hyon, ill, remained silent. A nurse's comforting words suggested his frailty had divine meaning. He questioned why weakness was his fate. A television segment on crayfish molting sparked reflection as he watched intently. Growth through shedding offered a metaphor, strength born from transformation. Perhaps, he thought, his weakness was a mission, to become something beyond ordinary. By 2012, he raced through corridors as a trauma case arrived, a bleeding serial killer. Despite shocked staff, Hyon, ill-prepared for surgery without hesitation or bias. In silence, he operated, proving himself a doctor, true to his original oath. While others hesitated, Hyon, ill, remained calm, viewing surgery as routine. With steady hands, he made his incision, finding the situation no different from previous operations. Yet an unexplainable sensation arose, his heartbeat accelerated as he examined the patient's extraordinary body. Faced with unmatched physical form, he was overwhelmed by curiosity and scientific hunger. Questions plagued his mind: what gave this man such strength? What set him apart? He fought his instincts, torn between medical duty and a compulsion to dissect and understand. Logic faltered as obsession took hold, replacing ethical restraint with unfiltered curiosity. Visions of evolution and superiority spiraled in his thoughts, drowning all rationality. By the time he returned to awareness, the patient's brain lay exposed. Surgery had turned into violation. Panic erupted in the room. He fled before consequences caught him. With nothing left to lose, he vanished into a South American slum. The area provided what he wanted most: uninhibited access to human test subjects. There, he conducted experiments, tested theories, and watched himself grow stronger. Through brutal trials and lethal combat, he measured progress by those he defeated. Eventually, he transformed, shedding his origins no longer weak. A violent clash erupted, and the enhanced man was thrown through debris as the force shattered the room. His body collapsed heavily, and the damage left him unable to move or resist further. Pain spread through his spine as his strength suddenly drained away. A doctor approached calmly, warning that movement would only hasten death. Nearby, shattered capsules revealed years of hidden experiments and failed attempts. The injured man listened as the doctor demanded to know how such power had been achieved. The fallen subject reflected on decades spent pursuing strength with obsession. His entire life had been shaped by endurance, sacrifice, and relentless transformation. Even so, he could not understand why he still could not surpass the one standing above him. The doctor admitted the effort was clear, but revealed his own path had lasted far longer. Step by step, he walked through the lab, claiming 65 years of dedication. Shock filled the injured man as he realized the depth of time behind that power. The doctor's silhouette remained cold, unreadable beneath the harsh light. Bloodied and fading, the subject accepted his end with quiet awareness. With his final breath, he spoke a name, Peter, marking the moment as something inevitable. The brutal conflict at Yongwang Hospital ended in bloodshed, with bodies lying motionless across the floor. Nathaniel and his entire squad of Brazilian killers were confirmed dead. All data tied to Glory's killers was erased from hospital records, leaving no trace. As the sun set, a van carrying young trainees sped down the road, energy high. Inside, they joked about moving up to C rank while still wearing fake patient casts. Their laughter masked the seriousness of their recent experience at the hospital. They boasted about their bravery, claiming they'd faced real danger. Yuna remained quiet in the back, offering brief replies without emotion. Though praised, her mind lingered on something deeper and unspoken. Yuna stared into an empty hospital room, haunted by loss rather than comfort. A doctor approached, offering hope, a life-saving serum for her brother, Eugen. One drop, he said, could make it as if Eugen had never been sick. When asked about her thoughts, she denied thinking of her brother, Still, her expression betrayed a truth she couldn't admit out loud. Despite everything, the serum had been destroyed, making the hope she held useless. As the car neared the school, Sungu quietly assured Yuna that she'd find another way to save her brother. She offered a small, grateful smile, comforted but uncertain. The van arrived under moonlight, and playful teasing resumed between the boys. Joking about their return, the team stepped out into the cool night. Their coach gave a final reminder before departing, expecting discipline the next day. As Yuna moved to leave, someone noticed an unfamiliar bag left in the vehicle. Curious, she examined it. Inside was a neatly wrapped bundle. Shock filled her eyes as she saw what lay beneath the cloth. It was the missing serum, intact, untouched. Impossible. She turned to see Sungu watching silently from a distance. He admitted he was surprised. Nathaniel hadn't destroyed them. Yuna clutched the container tightly, overwhelmed by unexpected hope. Elsewhere, damage from the recent battle remained hidden from the public. Though the hospital was evacuated, signs of the violent conflict lingered, amid secrecy. Someone quietly asked the question. No one dared speak. Was Peter involved? A formal inquiry began as agents questioned whether Peter had truly appeared during the hospital incident. Surveillance footage confirmed his presence, yet there was no record of his entrance or exit, according to reports. He appeared without warning and vanished just as mysteriously. The mention of Ghost triggered a fearful breakdown from one of the men in the room. Paranoia overtook him, leading to panic as he screamed and begged for help. Without mercy, an unseen attacker swiftly eliminated him, blood splattering across the room. A cloaked figure emerged, revealing themselves as the executioner of the terrified agent. Their presence signaled alignment with a larger force, referencing Peter's name with hostility. They calmly asked if killing the man was an issue, showing no remorse. Criticizing Nathaniel's weakness, the figure dismissed him as unworthy of their group. They gripped their sword, intent on confronting Peter personally. Known as the Sword Ghost, this new threat prepared for a direct clash. The coach called for attention, lowering his head with intensity. His voice cut through the room, firm and commanding. He announced their next mission. Every member would now participate in a mandatory volunteer service, starting immediately. Mixed reactions followed. Some groaned, others joked, while one calmly stated that the assignment was handed down from above. The coach justified it, explaining that the existence of their club relied on fulfilling such tasks. Their destination was a peaceful seaside village, far from the chaos they were used to. Confused, the team questioned the relevance of the location, doubting whether it involved any real volunteering. 2 members were immediately dismissed as fools by others when they acted out in protest. While they complained loudly, another calmly explained that real volunteering was needed for official recognition. Suddenly, a local teacher named Yejin arrived and greeted them, confirming their role for the day. 2 members lay on the ground, exhausted before real work began. Others overperformed, mistakenly pulling flowers instead of weeds to impress. Their chaos drew criticism, reinforcing how ill-prepared they were for simple tasks. Zone member questioned the location, puzzled by how far they'd traveled. It was revealed they were over 300 miles from Seoul, raising more doubt. Despite the mystery, the coach's orders were strict. Complete the mission quietly, and don't reveal who they are. Walking along the school path, one student expressed a sense of unease. He believed they hadn't been sent there without a purpose. As they continued forward, the girl behind him watched closely, noticing a heavy mood in his demeanor. She was struck by how unusually quiet and withdrawn he appeared, something she had never witnessed from him before. 2 male students, dressed in work attire, casually approached the teacher and began asking questions. Mistaking her for a student, they commented on her youthful appearance. Before the conversation could get more awkward, someone interrupted firmly, halting their antics. The students teased the teacher but quickly clarified they were joking, though still acting immature. Moments later, the school's janitor greeted the group, recognizing them as the new volunteers. With humor, he introduced the school and welcomed them to help clean the place. While the janitor rambled with puns, the students stood silent, visibly uncomfortable. They asked if there was anything meaningful to do, as the area looked already spotless. He assured them there was plenty more to clean behind the school and urged them to follow. Suspicion grew stronger. One student felt certain there was more going on than cleaning. She voiced her frustration, questioning why they had been sent so far just to sweep. Suddenly, 2 men in suits arrived, demanding overdue rent from the school, hinting at a larger issue. One of the men mockingly offered a large sack of potatoes as compensation, pretending it would cover the school's debt. The janitor tried to remain calm, proudly mentioning they had grown the potatoes themselves. Suddenly, one thug kicked the janitor across the ground, insulting the gesture and rejecting the offering with violence. As the janitor lay on the ground, others rushed to intervene, insisting violence wasn't necessary. The thug coldly replied that the teachers had broken the contract and that they were simply doing business. Sungu tried to step in, but was reminded by his teammate to avoid making trouble as the coach had warned. Yejin, sitting beside the janitor, pleaded for understanding, revealing how badly the school was struggling financially. One thug leaned in and hinted at inappropriate alternatives for payment, his tone turning predatory. He implied Yejin could make easy money with her looks, suggesting a twisted idea of work. Before the thug could go further, a student stepped forward and struck him down without hesitation. His expression was serious, as he declared men should use their hands only to protect women, not harm them. The thug tried to retaliate, but was instantly taken down in a single decisive blow. His partner shouted a threat, ready to escalate the fight even more. But the second student delivered another swift and punishing hit, ending the conflict instantly. As night fell, the two troublemakers were shown unconscious in the school infirmary, defeated and bruised. Yejin visited the infirmary, apologizing to the injured students while checking on their condition with concern. Despite their bruises, one student told her not to worry about them, but instead about the fists of the thugs. The janitor arrived, explaining that the attackers were local gangsters who extorted the area regularly. He expressed disbelief that such criminals still operated freely, even in modern times. Still, he thanked the students, noting how their help had made the day enjoyable and the school much cleaner. Yejin offered them to stay the night, suggesting they continue their talk in the morning. Another student walked in, praising his teammate for staying calm and showing growth. Flashbacks revealed their earlier training and conflicts, hinting at the difficult path they shared. He added that real strength came from restraint, not aggression, and told them to rest. Later that night, stars filled the sky above the silent schoolyard. Yuna sat alone on a swing, deep in thought, lost in reflection under the stars. Back at the car, she was reminded about her luggage but refused it, saying it wasn't hers. Inside the unclaimed bag were mysterious vials. Leaving her visibly shaken, she whispered Sungu's name, realizing he might be behind their sudden assignment. Though she wanted to thank him, she remained silent. Unsure how to start the conversation, Sungu approached quietly and asked if the children reminded Yuna of her brother, startling her off the swing. Yuna scolded him for appearing so suddenly, flustered by how easily he read her thoughts. Though flustered, she decided this might be the right moment to say what had long been on her mind. Nervously, she tried to thank him, struggling to form the words as they sat side by side on the swings. She finally managed to thank him for what he did last time, her voice quiet and sincere. Sungu appeared puzzled at first, unsure which event she was referring to. She clarified it wasn't the hospital incident, but rather, the moment he found her crying in the park. Her memory of that vulnerable moment in the rain resurfaced vividly as she spoke. Overwhelmed, she broke down again, moved by his support during her darkest time. Sungu reassured her, saying it must have taken a lot of courage for her to try protecting him. Yuna denied it weakly, still embarrassed but visibly touched by his words. She smiled shyly as he told her he was glad to hear it. Under the starry sky, Yuna brought up her long-standing curiosity about Sungu's true strength. She questioned how someone classified as a D rank killer could take down someone like Nathaniel. Sungu gave no answers yet, but promised that when the time was right he'd tell her everything. Yuna hesitated, clutching the swing tightly. Her voice barely escaped as she tried to say the words again. She whispered her thanks, but Sungu couldn't hear her clearly, frustrated. She pulled on the swing in irritation. After shouting it aloud, she repeated her words firmly. Sungu stayed silent, feigning confusion. Finally, Yuna exploded, yelling her gratitude with frustration, echoing through the quiet night. Sungu calmly told her to settle down, pretending he didn't provoke her intentionally. Yuna accused him of doing it on purpose, certain he found amusement in getting under people's skin. Sungu admitted that her outburst was exactly why he found it difficult to take things seriously. He chuckled softly, noting how both Yuna and the Doko brothers had matured through the experience. With the matter settled, he stood under the starry sky and decided it was time to move on. Sungu returned to the school hallway, quietly walking toward one of the classrooms. He knocked gently on the door, greeted by a surprised teacher who was still awake. The teacher welcomed him in, joking about overwork and delivering a pun to lighten the mood. Sungu stood quietly, unimpressed by the joke, while the teacher laughed at his own wordplay. Choosing not to react, Sungu simply excused himself and wished the man a good night. As he left, he muttered that the teacher's attempt at humor wasn't fooling anyone. The janitor stepped forward, revealing his deep familiarity with death, exposing the young man's failed attempt at disguise. He accused the boy of hiding his true nature, declaring that his violent aura was unmistakable. Calmly, the younger man admitted that volunteering was a tactic to stay hidden, while pursuing a specific target. Sungu turned to face him and confirmed his goal was the janitor himself. The man was revealed to be Apostle Simon, known for unmatched sword skills and brutal precision. Sungu acknowledged Simon's reputation, aware of the risk in challenging Glory's strongest swordsman. A title appeared Simon, the spiral swordmaster, with a lethal stance and focused gaze. Simon smirked, impressed by Sungu's knowledge and boldness in confronting him. His expression darkened as he warned Sungu that this confrontation would be his final battle. A swordsman launched a single, precise slash. His posture showed control. Mid-swing, an imperceptible gap formed. That moment of vulnerability was something every skilled opponent could sense. The narrator highlighted that such a gap becomes the exact window through which retaliation occurs. Peter advanced, eyes narrowed, sensing the rhythm of his enemy's attack before it fully developed. His blade moved faster than thought, countless slashes rained down, each precise and continuous. There wasn't even a brief pause. No opportunity to respond. His offense left no defensive options. Even bullets wouldn't reach him faster. His sword tore through bamboo. Sharp pieces scattered through the area, planting into the ground with deadly accuracy. Within seconds, his opponent found movement restricted. A calm man entered the clearing, observing Peter's style. He questioned his title as the best. The swordsman admitted only 2 had survived past 10 moves against him. He confirmed the man before him was one of them, an elite few to earn that respect. Peter explained, no one can hide their habits, how they walk, speak, or breathe. His opponent listened silently, the statement sinking in as familiarity set in. Peter admitted his doubt, unsure at first, but now the truth felt undeniable. Peter narrowed his eyes, certainty now clear through their clash. All doubt had vanished from his mind. An explosion of force erupted from Simon's strike, shaking the ground as the forest swayed under the pressure. With calm resolve, Simon declared his identity and offered a formal bow kneeling before Peter. Simon confessed he had missed him deeply. The chapter closed with the reveal marking a turning point in their reunion. Later, under the moonlight, Simon expressed disbelief at Peter's youthful appearance. Seated together, the two exchanged light banter. Simon joked about Peter's past. Simon complimented Peter's youthful look, noting his healthy appearance compared to the past. Peter simply smiled and confirmed he woke up that way. Peter admitted he thought he was finished during their duel. They joked about Simon's blade reaching his neck. Despite the years, Simon claimed his skills were rusty, though he credited everything to Peter's early training. Curious, Peter asked how Simon managed to locate such a remote town after so long. Simon hinted at an event involving someone named Nathaniel at Yongwang Hospital that had drawn his attention. Peter reacted in shock, realizing Simon was behind the incident. Peter questioned Simon's motive behind the commotion. Simon hesitated. He declared his intent, complete eradication of Glory. No hesitation, no retreat, Peter warned him. Glory was no ordinary group, they had grown too powerful and dangerous to face alone. Simon pleaded to join the fight. Eagerly, he offered to strike down anyone in Peter's path. Peter firmly declined. Simon's duty remained at the school, his place wasn't on the battlefield. Simon protested, reminding Peter of all he endured while in hiding. He recalled a memory where Peter once stopped him from killing a man in anger. Simon believed if not for that moment, he wouldn't have needed to vanish or live in hiding. Now, with bitterness and resolve, he declared he would have gladly died then. Peter remembered the beginning, 60 years ago, when Father Gabriel established the Yongwang orphanage. From the orphans raised there, 12 were chosen for a secret program. From that day, life became a fight for survival, endless trials. No mercy. Their training was brutal. Treated like beasts, they endured merciless drills. Eventually, those who survived, only 12, were forged into lethal weapons. These 12 orphans became secret agents called the Apostles. Things changed when a single boy arrived at Yongwang Orphanage. No one expected how much. Father Gabriel took him in personally, naming him an adopted son without explanation. Over time, that boy grew ambitious. He didn't just admire the throne, he claimed it. Simon once charged in to stop him, filled with rage and vengeance. Peter had restrained him, pleading that it wasn't the right time to act. Though Simon struggled to break free, Peter insisted acting now would only bring ruin. Under new leadership, Glory decayed into a den of corruption and blood. Peter reflected on how powerless he had been back then, unable to stop it. Now reborn in youth, he asked Simon to stand aside and witness his reckoning. Peter vowed to destroy the one who stole everything from them. Meanwhile, life resumed at Ewell School. Ordinary days continued for those unaware. Jealous staff members complained about Sungu receiving all the attention despite their own efforts. They discussed the past, relieved that troublemakers weren't around this time. Whispers hinted that someone had dealt with the thugs directly and harshly. The culprits, bound and silenced, begged for mercy, warned never to return again. Simon issued a final warning: if trouble returned, they'd face an S-rank killer, begging muffled through gags. They swore to reform and contribute to the community. As the group departed, Simon casually downplayed the event, asking them to keep quiet and move on. At the dock, locals expressed gratitude for the unforgettable time the guests gave the children. Peter responded politely, thanking them in return for their kindness and warm hospitality. Laughter echoed as a pun about Yule lightened the farewell mood. The group promised to visit again next year, receiving a heartfelt welcome from their hosts. Peter's allies offered support any time, reminding him he wasn't alone in what lay ahead. With a firm handshake, Peter thanked Simon, assuring him he'd stay safe moving forward. Storm clouds formed as the peaceful goodbye faded. Rain battered the coast. Dark waves pounded the port, signaling a coming shift in fate. Amid the storm, something ominous approached, a tension rising in silence. Inside, Simon noticed blood and grabbed his hat, realizing something was wrong. He spoke calmly, noting how frequent visitors had become lately, though this time, hooded figures appeared in the room. Their presence was silent but unmistakably threatening. Simon identified the intruder's intent. It was clear they hadn't come for peaceful reasons or charity. One of them, a woman, mocked his rural retreat, revealing she knew his identity well. She addressed him directly as Apostle Simon, the Spiral Swordmaster. Simon calmly named her title. She was the famed Sword Phantom. Her reputation preceded her. Simon referenced what he'd heard, amused that he recognized her. She smiled and took pride in the recognition. Simon questioned her motive if she'd come to take his title. She explained their arrival wasn't for honor but for a large payout promised by someone else. Drawing her blade, she pitied Simon, claiming he made the effort but would earn nothing in return. Simon grinned, calmly stating she misunderstood one thing about him. Locking blades, he challenged her claim, questioning who dared rank him merely as Korea's best. He declared his global prowess, reaffirming his name as the Spiral Swordmaster. She grinned back, enjoying the challenge. To her, the confrontation was already worth the trip. Simon promised a proper welcome, blade raised, ready to defend everything behind him. With blinding speed, both lunged forward. Only one would survive the duel now set in motion. Peter stood calmly, a slight smirk on his lips, sensing the danger around him but unmoved by it. Before him stood an older swordsman, radiating confidence as he welcomed Peter with a threatening promise of hospitality. Suddenly, Peter launched forward at blinding speed, blade in hand, closing the distance in a deadly charge. Rain poured as a voice declared only one would survive the night's duel. Thunder cracked and lightning lit the battlefield just before both fighters collided with deadly force. Their blades clashed in rapid succession, sparks flying, ending in a brief standoff as they slid apart. Peter tilted his head, unimpressed by his opponent's defense, and questioning the legend's reputation. The older man winced, a deep wound bleeding as he tightened his grip on the sword, accepting his decline. He acknowledged his skills had dulled, smiling grimly at the truth. A second figure emerged, a younger woman with a sinister smile and blade ready. She mocked the veteran before dashing forward with cold precision. Her momentum was fierce as she closed in, preparing to strike without hesitation. Observing her technique, the old man realized her skill exceeded expectation, and the threat wasn't hers alone. Recognizing the tactical disadvantage, he broke through a wall to change the battlefield's terrain. Calmly, he warned against damaging school property, his composure intact amid chaos. The cloaked woman taunted him mid-battle, confident no one would survive to uncover their intentions. With a powerful overhead strike, she launched forward, aiming to end the fight in one decisive blow. But the Spiral Swordmaster swiftly evaded, bursting through the school wall to disappear into the storm. Inside, her partner expressed concern over the rain, but she dismissed it with a cold smile. Out in the forest, the old swordsman moved quickly through the rain, blade slicing leaves cleanly. His thoughts focused: true swords should cut with precision, not recklessly tear flesh apart. He realized her weapon wasn't a sword at all. It was a saw, designed to maim. Every strike she delivered went deep, not fast, meant to cripple, not kill. But deeper than technique, he sensed they were hiding something far more dangerous. Rain fell as he arrived at a clearing, flanked by the cloaked duo once more. The woman mocked his flair for drama, smiling at what she called the perfect place. To her, this wasn't a duel, it was a stage for a poetic execution. She declared at the sight of his heroic death, amused by the theatrics. But the old man stood firm, asking if she understood why he was called Spiral Swordmaster. Her smirk faded slightly, caught off guard by his unwavering stance and the weight of his words. The hooded figure warned her ally to stay back, sensing the threat about to unfold. Simon smiled, choosing to demonstrate his strength rather than speak further. Drawing his blade low, he invoked the technique that earned him his title Spiral Swordmastery. Rain sliced around him as the world seemed to pause, even the storm holding its breath. With time seemingly frozen, Simon lunged forward, movements sharpened and fluid. Only the spiral moved, cutting through the downpour like a cyclone of precision. One of the enemies panicked, trying to flee, stunned by what she witnessed. His strikes moved faster than sight, seamlessly chained together in one elegant arc. The slashes overwhelmed her before she could react, her body falling from the spiral's fury. The remaining foe observed the technique with awe, recognizing its refinement through countless battles. Simon descended mid-air, his stance embodying a perfected martial state. As the woman collapsed, he calmly thanked her for the battle, ready to face the next. From the shadows, her towering partner stepped forward, accepting the challenge without hesitation. He acknowledged Simon's skills, but warned that his time had already passed. Simon dismissed the claim, standing ready, but a sudden shift in his eyes revealed unexpected tension. Simon stared in shock as blood soaked through his clothes, the injury unnoticed until now. Panic grew. He couldn't recall the moment of impact and struggled to understand how he was wounded. Then came the taunt, his enemy questioning whether he truly thought the battle was already won. Laughter erupted from the shadows as they mocked Simon's bewildered face. He questioned the illusion, remembering his clean strike, yet the girl stood untouched. Everything pointed to a trick, and now she looked more like a ghost than a warrior. Realization dawned: what he'd seen was never real, just a powerful illusion. He retraced the moment, connecting it to the scent she released earlier. With clarity returning, he concluded the truth. Her perfume had been a hallucinogen. He scoffed at the revelation, dismissing the drug's effect as a minor challenge. Reflecting on his countless battles, he believed no illusion could deter his instincts. Resolute, Simon lowered his head. If vision deceived him, he would fight without relying on it. With his eyes closed, the spiral technique activated again, slicing through perception and flesh alike. His opponent stood frozen as the spiraling attack bore down without mercy. Watching from afar, the second foe admitted the terrifying truth: Simon was more dangerous than expected. Despite unleashing the spiral technique, Simon's body faltered as the hallucinogen's effect deepened. Flailing wildly, he mistook harmless shadows for attackers, swinging his blade at nothing. In frustration, he shouted at imagined ghosts, unaware his grip on reality had fractured. Watching from afar, the girl chuckled at his pitiful state, calling him a lost cause. She stepped forward casually, declaring herself the Sword Phantom. With ominous calm, leaping into the air, her blade ignited with purple energy, revealing she wasn't bluffing. Suddenly, the scene shifted to daylight at a school campus, far removed from the battle. Inside, a few staff members gathered, discussing a text one of them had received. A heartbroken man showed unread messages he had sent to someone named Miss Yejin. Another worker recalled a strange picture Miss Yejin had sent before going silent. On the paper, she had written cryptic clues: woman with a sword, bear, like man. Curious and confused, they turned to Yuna for help, sparking mild workplace banter. In another area, co-workers scrambled for advice while Yuna ignored their chaos. Meanwhile, a separate team followed a lead to a stormy coastline. With waves crashing and tension rising, one man's dog growled. Sensing something unusual buried nearby, a woman called out, noticing something wrong with her friend McKing, who stood still and distant. He didn't respond, lost in thought, as guilt and regret began to surface. Memories haunted him. If he had joined the mission that night, maybe the outcome would have changed. In a past moment, Simon shook hands with an ally, promising swift backup if needed. McKing replayed those words in his head, realizing what could have been if they stayed united. Now, all that remained was Simon's glove lying motionless, raising the question: had they arrived too late? Through binoculars, a scout confirmed the target's location at the cliffs, accompanied by two others. One older man affirmed the sighting. It was Peter, but noted he wasn't alone. They identified a woman with a dog and a young man among the group, raising concern before the spotter could react. The young man appeared beside him, snatching the binoculars instantly. Confused by the speed, the scout realized the youth had somehow tracked his position. Calmly, the young man asked if this scout was the new Simon working with Glory. A call connected as the Phantom's voice teased, asking if she was speaking to Peter himself. Peter, serious and cold, warned her not to think she could escape the consequences. Still gripping the scout's arm, Peter snapped it with brutal force, sending a clear message. Peter's voice remained steady as he warned the enemy what would happen if Simon was harmed. The scout's arm snapped violently while the dog bit down hard, triggering a scream of agony. Eyes glowing with fury, Peter issued a final threat promising slow death if Simon wasn't returned alive. A powerful yacht surged across the ocean, leaving a sharp wake behind as it raced toward an undisclosed location. A man in a tailored black suit adjusted his earpiece. He glanced at a photo of a cruise ship, confirming his course. Inside, a dim control room, a woman observed maritime data. She revealed that only one ship had zero identification, completely erased from any global system. That ship, called the Ghost Cruise, held the group responsible for Apostle Simon's abduction. The man admitted the vessel's origin was a mystery, hidden behind layers of secrecy. He mentioned Korea's Glory Syndicate, then referenced Japan's own long-standing assassin network. Known as the Katuryu, this group had operated since the Kamakura era, thriving in silence. The Katuryu once targeted the top Yakuza clan in Kanto during a birthday gathering. By the event's end, 2,000 attendees were dead, struck down without mercy. Only 2 assassins were responsible, vanishing without leaving bodies behind. The woman questioned why such an event was labeled a disappearance, not a massacre. Despite bloodstains marking the floor, no corpses remained at the scene. After the brutal fight, not a single body was ever found. Japanese authorities issued a wanted alert for 2 mysterious killers, but they vanished completely. Years slipped by without a trace until signs pointed to their return, this time appearing in Korea. One of them, a woman, now held the feared title of Glory's new Simon, known for severing an arm with ease. Refusing help, the man showed no hesitation, willing to face overwhelming odds alone. Danger, numbers, or even death didn't matter. He was focused on justice for his comrade. With clenched fists, he vowed to make their enemies regret crossing the line. Unexpectedly, he admitted he wasn't alone. 2 assistants had joined him. They complained about their goofy outfits and wanted to look cool like him. He scolded them for coming, reminding them it wasn't a game, warning them of death. He stressed the seriousness of the mission. They declared killers never feared death, it was an honor. Another man, Sungu, appeared, shifting their focus again. Yoon Chang Choi, chairman of Daeha Group, greeted them calmly. The crew grumbled about being stuck with cleanup instead of real action. Despite smiling, Choi admitted he was nervous. Danger was close. Weapons, drugs, and contraband filled the ship's storage. Rare art, missing treasures, and even people were traded freely aboard this lawless vessel. No one could enter without permission, no matter their influence or wealth. In the distance, the Ghost Cruise emerged from the mist, guarded and enormous. He grinned with anticipation, eager to face the deadly woman known only as the Sword Phantom. More than battle, his goal was personal. He wanted to be the one to punish her himself. From aboard the ship, a man demanded to speak to the boss, shouting in anger. He lashed out at staff, growing increasingly impatient with their responses. A woman's heels echoed through the hall as she approached calmly. The woman, elegantly dressed, introduced herself as Simon, known as the Sword Phantom. She declared herself the master of the Ghost Cruise, commanding all who stood aboard. With confidence, she led him away, reminding him who truly held authority here. The man, and arrogantly boasted of his power as president of Dusang Group. He attempted to seduce her, demanding her attention while acting entitled. Simon toyed with him, leaning in close, maintaining control over the entire situation effortlessly. Anne's eyes bulged as his body trembled uncontrollably, stricken by sudden paralysis. Realizing too late, he gasped for breath as his muscles failed to respond. Simon watched with feigned surprise, mocking his reaction as if he had requested it. She mocked him while sipping champagne, amused by his pathetic condition on the floor. Treating him like a toy, she cracked his bones beneath her heel with ease. Without emotion, she ordered his unconscious body to be thrown into the ocean. Her subordinate asked whether Peter would truly come after receiving her mysterious invitation. Simon confidently stated that Peter would arrive. He couldn't ignore her message. With a crazed smile, she declared that if he showed up, she'd kill him herself. Meanwhile, Peter's allies stood amazed by the cruise's interior, overwhelmed by the luxury. They passed through a massive club, pool, and lounge, marveling at its grandeur. To them, the ship looked less like a battlefield and more like a floating resort. Inside, billionaires from every corner of the world mingled freely, drinking and laughing. Security personnel quietly observed, instructed to keep every inch spotless and discreet. Noticing spilled champagne, they rushed in with cloths, erasing all imperfections instantly. 2 cleaners were called over by a grinning VIP, eager to reward their effort. He offered them a thick stack of US dollars, praising their work with enthusiasm. They calculated the tip's value quickly, realizing it amounted to over $1,000,000. In disbelief, the pair shouted in joy, stunned by the fortune for simple cleaning. They imagined repeating the task, dreaming of endless money just from wiping the floor. Excitedly rolling in the cash, they declared themselves rich while Peter observed their antics silently. Simon stood on stage, welcoming all guests to the Ghost Cruise's secret auction event. She teased exclusive auction items, referencing a cryptic note that hinted at two intruders. The note described a sword-wielding woman and a bear-like man. Peter recognized Simon from afar, identifying her as the fake new Simon of Glory. The auction began, revealing the main item, a mysterious object called the Podorok. Audience members speculated wildly, guessing it was a weapon of unmatched destructive power. Simon revealed the truth. The Podorok was a biochemical bomb capable of mass destruction. Peter doubted her strength, questioning how someone like her defeated the real Simon. The crowd whispered in shock, stunned she possessed a weapon discarded by the Soviets. Simon described the Podorok as deadlier than a bullet, and more painful than a nuclear weapon. In the crowd, a trembling hand clenched with rage as its owner recognized the stolen device. Viktor Igora, Russia's top weapon merchant, exploded in fury. Viktor shouted, demanding his guards bring Simon to him immediately. His men advanced toward the stage, determined to follow orders without hesitation. Suddenly, one man was stopped with a firm hand, halting their movement. A calm female voice ordered them to stay put unless they wished to die. Simon mocked them for being slow to notice the effects of what was happening. Before they could react, both men collapsed in pain, screaming as their bodies convulsed. Peter watched in disbelief, struggling to understand what he was witnessing unfold. The crowd murmured in confusion as the men fell with no visible cause. It became clear the victims were melting alive, their flesh deteriorating rapidly. Peter realized all Simon had done was touch them, no more, no less. The audience stared in horror and awe at the brutal scene before them. Simon apologized for the disruption, then resumed the auction without concern. Simon announced that the auction for the Podorok would begin the following night. She teased a hidden surprise, a second, mysterious auction item no one knew about until now. Facing the eager crowd, she promised it would be beyond anything they could imagine. The audience reacted with excitement, loudly speculating what the secret item might be. Cries to reveal the item grew louder, with guests begging for a preview. Simon simply smiled and hushed them, saying the secret would be revealed tomorrow. Guests wondered aloud if the mystery item was more valuable than the Podorok. Peter watched silently from the crowd, determined to confront Simon at the right time. Overlooking the audience, Simon questioned if Peter was already among them. Elsewhere, Sungu and Choi headed to the banquet hall to eat and discuss the situation. Choi warned him to be cautious, recalling the earlier display of lethal power. He reminded Sungu that even world leaders bowed to Simon's authority on this ship. Choi revealed his fear, calling Simon the most diabolical person he had ever met. Peter and his team identified Choi, confirming his long absence from her past invitations. Simon greeted Choi with a playful tone, mocking his decision to finally attend. Simon invited Choi to dine with her, suggesting an elegant meal prepared especially for him. He hesitated, offering excuses to avoid the situation, clearly uncomfortable with her intentions. Before he could finish, Simon cut him off coldly, making her demand clear without room for refusal. Choi's heart pounded as fear crept in. Simon's demeanor made him realize how dangerous she truly was. Suddenly, an unexpected interruption broke the tension as Peter stepped in to redirect her attention. Peter calmly offered to replace Choi at dinner, volunteering himself for whatever awaited. Simon studied Peter's expression in silence, analyzing his intentions and confidence. She turned to lead the way, and Peter followed without hesitation. Simon smirked, impressed by his nerve, secretly preparing herself for a power play. As Peter reconsidered, he finally agreed to accept her offer directly. Simon, now in a different dress, confidently invited Peter on a private dinner. Peter warned her subtly, both ready for a confrontation masked as a meal. A confident woman invites a man to dinner. She sprays it lightly, her warning suggesting that the evening will be intense. Nearby, two men in suits observe her departure, unsettled by the cryptic message left behind. Up close, the woman leans toward one of the men, her scent now a thick. The man's expression shifts as the strange fragrance begins clouding his thoughts. She brushes her hand across his chest, noting with quiet amusement how predictably weak men become. With a wicked grin, she tightens her control, knowing her victims never see it coming. Suddenly, new figures arrive, announcing themselves as part of a cleaning crew. Grinning, they pledge loyalty, disguising deadly intentions under cheerful tones. Junior Doko pushes to the front, determined to earn favor as the woman's chosen subordinate. The woman simply sighs at the rivalry, unaffected by their squabble. With a teasing pat, she acknowledges Junior's boldness, amused by his eagerness. She leads the way forward, expecting full obedience as the group follows. Behind them, one man lingers, shaken by the ease with which she disrupted his senses. The crew reaffirms their role, while the man suspects her power hides something far more dangerous. Biggie and Junior, ecstatic at the promise of a hefty tip, begin cleaning frantically. They eagerly offer to clean even feet, proudly claiming they'll polish every inch if needed. Junior reassures the man with a grin that nothing is impossible. Inside a luxurious bathhouse, a woman rests in scented water. She playfully teases a man hiding in the shadows, pressing him to imagine what's ahead. Her voice sharpens as she references a violent past involving 100 killers from Brazil. The narrative turns grim. An old man, allegedly Peter, still bathing. The woman questions how someone elderly could overpower such a strong foe. Her companion doubts Peter's identity, convinced someone is impersonating him to infiltrate the organization. He concludes the real Peter isn't on board, and suspects a fake has taken his place. The man vows to investigate the impersonator and uncover the motive behind his intrusion. She assures him they have the tools needed to confront the intruder directly. He pauses, clearly affected, but she mocks him with a cold smile. She insists she isn't concerned, just curious about the intruder's appearance. Her words subtly sting, implying he fears she might be drawn to someone else. The man pauses, expression unreadable, before quietly denying any hidden feelings or attachments. A massive cruise ship sails across open water, its destination unknown. Inside, a man disguised as staff pushes a cart down the corridor. As he walks, past memories stir. He recalls a young man. The older one, rugged and weary, expresses deep gratitude. He confesses their bond means everything, declaring the younger man as his brother, despite no blood relation. Emotion rises as he promises to take the fall, even die. The older man resists the sentiment, urging him not to speak carelessly about death. He reveals his deeper concern, not fear, but a desperate wish to keep his brother from harm. The older man declares he won't die not until their promise is fulfilled. He reminds the younger man to look after his own health. With a grin, he notes he can still smell cigarettes on him, proving he never forgets. The younger man smiles, impressed by his brother's awareness and care. As the present returns, a monologue reveals the speaker's resolve to bring Simon back. He vows to take countless lives if that's what it takes to reclaim his lost brother. As the auction begins, a man narrows his eyes. A woman in a striking dress addresses the crowd. He sees this as his chance, using the diversion to find Simon before it's too late. While posing as a waiter, he pushes a cart through the corridor but is stopped by suspicious guards. He explains he's delivering room service, but the guards exchange looks of doubt. One guard steps closer, pointing out there are no Asian waiters on board, exposing his disguise. The guards decide to take him to their superior, wondering if he's connected to their target. He calmly replies, guessing they're pirates, and remarks on their surprising attention to detail. Continuing down the hall with the cart, he remains composed, hiding a body underneath. He sneaks through the engine room, scanning every corner, but finds no sign of Simon. From the kitchens to hidden compartments, every space yields nothing. Realizing only one location remains, he adjusts his uniform and prepares for the final approach. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announces the first item, a rare painting once thought destroyed. The crowd gasps as the piece's origin and rarity are revealed. As bidding tension rises, he moves unnoticed, every second bringing him closer to Simon. The auctioneer starts bidding at $1 million, her voice sharp and confident. Competing voices raise the stakes. 1.1 million, then 1.3 million, escalating fast. Signer Farsari wins at 1.35 million, as the host declares no more bids. Applause erupts as the auctioneer praises the sale and celebrates Italy's win. She then shifts focus, announcing the next item as the show's true highlight. With emphasis, she teases a very special piece, brought in under tight security. Guests murmur with curiosity, wondering what lies behind the thick vault door. Suggestions fly: rare art, dangerous weapons, or even celebrity treasures. The auctioneer dismisses all guesses, claiming nothing compares to what's coming next. She hints the next item once held divine value, unmatched by jewels or weapons. As the vault opens, she says it's prepared for someone truly special. The safe creaks loudly as anticipation thickens in the air. Gasps spread as the item is revealed, not an object but a person. A chained man stands tall, the Glory Club's former top fighter, Simon. Once hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, Simon now faces the crowd in silence. The crowd stirs as the host reveals the identity of the chained man, Simon. Whispers rise in disbelief. Some doubt if the body is even alive. Simon silently stares forward while the host smirks, aware Peter is likely watching standing center stage. She provokes Peter directly, confident he is burning with anger. She mocks his silence, but promises to find him regardless of his response. According to her, anyone witnessing Simon's state will be forced to react in some way. Some in the crowd reel in shock, questioning if the auction has gone too far. Others look around nervously while she smiles, knowing someone is already enraged. In the shadows, Peter's eyes glow with fury. She's finally drawn him out. The auction commenced with a chilling announcement. The main item was none other than Simon. Suspended under harsh lights, Simon's muscular frame and bloodied state drew gasps. Among the stunned faces, one man's expression turned grim. Above the crowd, a woman in a purple gown observed the reactions as murmurs rippled across the hall. Beside her, a man leaned in, asking if she had spotted the person they were searching for. Her response was ambiguous. She had found him, but simultaneously lost track of him. She swore he had just been there, among the crowd, hidden in plain sight. An intense, hateful presence lingered in the air, sharper than any weapon. Doubt crept in. Her instincts screamed it was real. Someone dangerous was watching. Tension rising, she pushed emotions aside, refusing to delay. She muttered coldly, daring anyone to stop what was coming. Then, with a sharp command, the auction for Apostle Simon officially began. Bidding started at $10 million, with death promised if none responded. In the crowd, Peter clenched his jaw, recognizing her real goal trapping him. Her bait was set. Simon's life hung by a thread, and Peter had seconds to choose. Peter silently calculated his options, aware he lacked both funds and a plan to retrieve Simon. Every possible move came with risk. If he bid, he'd reveal himself. Eyes locked on Simon, he clenched his fists and muttered internally, desperate for a solution. The auctioneer mocked Simon's downfall, belittling him before the crowd. She reminded everyone of his past worth, contrasting it with his current helpless state. With venom in her tone, she taunted Simon about being abandoned by the comrade he once trusted. She speculated that Simon's missing arm made him undesirable, reducing his value to scraps. Declaring him a liability, she began a countdown, threatening execution if no one bid. The numbers fell 5, 4, 3, tension surging, as Simon's breath grew heavier. Just before zero, a firm voice rang out 20 million. Gasps erupted as a man calmly raised his hand, interrupting the death sentence. He represented the Dawa group, declaring intent to buy Simon without hesitation. With a confident smile, he confirmed payment in full cash. The woman's expression twisted in disbelief as she recognized the bidder's identity. She stood frozen, realizing it was Yun Chang, Choi Glory's second in command. The woman gritted her teeth, masking confusion with a cold smile. As the bid concluded at 20 million, the auctioneer confirmed no further offers and prepared to finalize the sale. Watching Yun Chang closely, she forced a smile but inwardly questioned his true motive. Later, Simon lay weak in bed, his injuries evident. Nearby stood Yun Chang and Sunggu. Sunggu voiced concern, fearing the auction stunt may have put them all in greater danger. Yun Chang reassured him, noting that their intervention prevented falling into Simon's enemies' hands. Though Simon was spared, the rescue had painted a target on them from those watching. Exactly as planned, the woman now saw them as a threat. They knew staying aboard much longer would be fatal, yet escape seemed nearly impossible, despite the risks. Sunggu claimed he had prepared a plan all along. He mentioned holding a hidden trump card to deal with whatever came next. Calmly walking the halls, Sunggu approached two unexpected allies with a confident smirk. The two men he met had changed, now dressed flamboyantly and speaking arrogantly. They mocked Sunggu's job and lifestyle, boasting of wealth over skill. Unamused, Sunggu reminded them why they came to become killers like Peter. Faced with Sunggu's firm reminder, the two men realized how far they'd strayed from their original goals. They admitted their flashy lifestyle had distracted them. With renewed resolve, they clapped hands and asked for their next mission. Sunggu grew serious, informing them of a hidden danger unfolding on the ship. He revealed they were uniquely qualified, having cleaned every corner. Hearing this, they straightened up proudly, realizing their mundane labor had unexpected value. Sunggu announced their new role, an elite mission suited for their familiarity with the ship. He left the room quietly, heading back toward Simon's bedside. Simon, still injured, lay breathing heavily as Sunggu watched over him in silence. In a distant memory, a younger boy asked his brother if he ever dreamed of a normal life. He spoke of school uniforms, homemade lunches, and running on the field like other children. He admitted he wished he were ordinary, just a regular kid with no violence. Simon laughed at the idea, calling it unrealistic, but didn't dismiss the feeling completely, though they knew they'd never live that life. Surprised by the proposal, his brother paused, the idea lingering longer than expected. Standing against the sunset, the younger brother spoke of building a school one meant for orphans like them. He envisioned a place welcoming those with no family, money, or home, a school unlike any other. Turning to Simon, he offered hope. Once it existed, Simon could finally study freely. With a warm smile, he added, he'd even lend Simon textbooks for free. Simon looked at him quietly, then firmly rejected the offer, not the idea, but the charity. Instead, he declared he'd buy the books himself, earning every page with pride. Back in the present, the brother clenched Simon's hand, urging him to wake up. He whispered reminders of their promise they still had to attend school together. Elsewhere, a furious woman stormed forward, blaming Yun Chang for disrupting everything. The man beside her echoed the rage, saying he never trusted Yun Chang. Glass shattered under her feet as her fury boiled over. She ordered Yun Chang's death fast, brutal, and without hesitation. Screaming in frustration, she demanded to know why he protected the swordmaster. Consumed by revenge, she commanded they behead him. Finally, she instructed them to hang the head high, a warning to all aboard. The man warned her that Yun Chang was no ordinary target. She dismissed his reasoning with a slap, unwilling to accept that any authority could outweigh her fury. He firmly reminded her who truly held power on the ship. He was the shipmaster. Still seething, she issued a direct order to send every available man to Yun Chang's quarters. Her command was ruthless: kill both Simon and Yun Chang without delay. She believed that with them gone, Peter would have no choice but to show himself. Moments later, a knock came at the door, surprising the guards watching over Simon. Won assumed it was just room service, something Yun Chang had requested earlier. Sungu answered the door calmly, unaware of the ambush being set into motion. He carried a tray with only tea, having rejected the original food as inedible. They laughed off the situation, joking that the angry woman must have sent it out of spite. Sungu offered the tea, assuring he'd be back before it went cold. Down the hallway, a disguised assassin crept closer. He entered a room full of unconscious guards, eyes gleaming with menace. While assembling his weapon, he casually lectured on the perfect tea temperature, 60 degrees Celsius. The man entered, mocking the ship's quality and drawing attention from nearby guards. He ignored warnings, calmly lifting twin pepper shakers in both hands. Confidently, he prepared to strike, revealing their deadly potential. Peter calmly twisted the tops off 2 pepper shakers as 10 armed men approached from all sides in the hallway. Instead of retreating, he faced them with steady eyes, holding the shakers as if they were weapons. The thugs mocked him, certain he was bluffing after all. Who takes on 10 men alone with condiments? Their leader dismissed the move as a scare tactic, common among desperate fighters. Yet something about Peter's composure unsettled them. His calm expression broke their confidence. He stepped forward without fear, and hesitation froze the men from firing. Peter suddenly dashed forward, slamming a shaker to the floor, triggering a blast. He moved through them like a storm, knocking each one down with exact strikes. No swing missed. His movements were sharp, fast, and brutal. Surrounded, the gang opened fire, but friendly fire hit their own. Peter stayed centered, untouched as chaos erupted around him. The shooters hesitated, realizing they couldn't act without risking allies. With both shakers in hand, Peter smirked. The real fight had begun. He threw them, and a thick pepper cloud exploded. Blinded and choking, the gang stumbled, unable to fight back. Peter's strike landed cleanly, sending another attacker crumpling to the floor with a brutal hit from the pepper shaker. Before the others could react, he was already behind them fast enough to bypass their sight entirely. Explosions and impacts erupted as he dismantled them with swift, precise blows. Smoke filled the corridor, swirling with the aftermath of his assault. He emerged from the haze, unbothered, remarking on their poor weapon choices and short-lived resistance. Stepping over fallen bodies, Peter advanced, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Elsewhere, panic spread as news reached a lounge where a woman awaited updates. She casually asked if the men had died, showing no shock, only curiosity. With a cigarette in hand, she confirmed their defeat, unfazed by the loss. Acknowledging the loss, she reasoned that only one man could have done it. Realization dawned. Peter had been hidden by Yunin Chang Choi all along. Her grin widened, amused by the deception now uncovered. Another subordinate rushed in with urgent news about the restaurant. The room fell silent as he reported Peter's appearance on site, not in his expected location. The revelation spread confusion. Peter was already making his next move. Multiple alerts flood the comms, each claiming Peter has surfaced in different ship sectors. Confusion spreads among the crew trying to verify the reports. A woman listens in disbelief, her headset buzzing with overlapping voices, announcing Peter's presence at the control room, casino, and swimming pool. She begins questioning reality as the engine room and east wing also confirm sightings. Something isn't adding up. With narrowed eyes, she suspects Peter's actions are a calculated trick. The situation defies logic. An agent, startled, struggles to respond to her rising frustration. She presses for immediate answers. Meanwhile, scenes of chaos unfold. Bodies fly, tables shatter, and attacks erupt throughout various locations on the ship. She roars an order to find the culprits and restore control before things spiral further. Command is issued urgently to every soldier, the ship erupting with sprinting personnel and sirens. From her position, she watches with a wicked smile, reveling in the chaos she helps spark, unbothered by the panic. Two men observe from above, smug and calm. They reveal the entire conflict is unfolding exactly as planned, all by design. They hint that the true goal centers around VIPs, who are now vulnerable. A recent event resurfaces, guards were slaughtered, and a VIP was abducted. No one has found the victim since. The disappearance remains unresolved. Realization hits a woman aboard is eliminating VIPs one by one, unnoticed until now. A composed man surveys the room, declaring the mission ready. His calm signals the beginning of something carefully planned. He assures the team their past efforts will now pay off. A firm handshake seals their silent understanding. With serious tone, he assigns an A-rank task, emphasizing its critical nature. The agents respond with readiness and resolve. He instructs the janitors to roam freely under their existing cover, leveraging their access across the ship. While cleaning, they are tasked with planting a rumor that the shipmaster intends to kill all VIPs. The rumor spreads swiftly. Whispers reach key ears, igniting suspicion and anxiety among high-profile passengers. Security staff debate, warning the VIPs fearing repercussions if their leak is discovered. A VIP panics, immediately commanding his guards to regroup and protect him at all costs. Confusion follows. Some operatives forget the next move, until one recalls the instruction, wait for the signal. With precision, the leader prepares the signal. A gunshot fires into the air, crowds freeze, then scream. Panic ripples across the floor. The rumor now felt as real. The crowd erupts. Believing they are targets, VIPs flee. An agent recognizes the gunshot as their cue. He reminds the team what to do next. The gunshot was more than chaos. It was an instruction. Meanwhile, panic worsens. Screams echo. A man is brawling with crew, fueling the tension. His final order is simple: make sure everyone knows what is happening. The disinformation must spread completely. A man raises his pistol in front of the chandelier, making a dramatic declaration: Peter has arrived. Inside the lounge, tension grows. A subordinate hesitantly informs the woman in charge that the rumors have begun spreading fast. Despite attempts to calm the situation, VIPs remain suspicious. Trust begins to fracture as panic overtakes reason. Suddenly, Peter himself crashes into the scene, disrupting everything with explosive force. His name is shouted again and again as he throws punches and takes down guards in a storm of violence. The woman shrieks, enraged at the intrusion. Her fury targets Peter directly, seeing him as a festering threat. Peter's attack leaves her bloodied, yet her rage only intensifies as she vows to kill him for the insult. A towering man steps forward silently, signaling his willingness to take over the mission. She stumbles but calms, accepting his presence. He stands ready as her chosen weapon. She insists she'll personally bring Peter in. Her tone softens but carries venom. Mocking confidence returns as she compares Peter to a mole, hidden deep beneath their reach. Her threats linger in the air while she regains composure, seated atop a fallen guard. He counters her metaphor, explaining that no matter how deep moles hide, they can always escape detection. Her determination resurfaces, cutting off his speech. She claims to know exactly what needs to be done, but he remains firm, reminding her of her role to obey the master and trust in his capabilities. She reminds him of their earlier promise and assures him that once everything ends, she will take responsibility for what follows. The moment arrives as she crashes down onto the ship deck, detonator in hand and a clear target in mind. She explains her logic. Moles hide underground, so destroying the ground is the only way to reach them. With a twisted smile, she reveals her real plan: the explosion would kill not just the mole but hundreds of thousands on board. The gas releases with a hiss, spreading rapidly through the ship's corridors in thick, deadly clouds. A man nearby realizes the danger and freezes in shock, struggling to believe she would go that far. He watches as the poisonous gas fills the room. Panic sets in among the crowd. Everyone who breathes it will die within minutes, and there's no way to reach the control room in time. Understanding the urgency, he decides evacuation above deck is the only remaining option. He thinks about the innocent passengers and comrades who trusted him on this mission. Meanwhile, she remains confident, declaring that the others are unaware of her experience in similar crises. As he races to act, she watches calmly, certain that she's been in complete control all along. Inside a Soviet lab, the Podorok, a chemical agent of massive lethality, a masked figure tore away the security, exposing the weapon once released. The weapon dispersed aboard the Ghost cruise, and passengers began collapsing. More than its lethal nature, the true terror of Podorok lay in the hysteria it triggered. Chaos gripped the ship as guests screamed and fled. From every hallway and chamber, Peter realized he had to lead everyone above deck. Normally, an alarm or announcement would clear the area, but something critical was missing from the ship's design. While searching bloodied halls and locked rooms, Peter uncovered the grim truth. He stood still, stunned. The Ghost cruise had no equipment for alerts or announcements. Screaming through the corridors wasn't a solution. The crowd was too large. Simon, bedridden and unaware, was left behind. His condition made him especially vulnerable. Peter's concern deepened. His priority became clear. He had to return for Simon. Peter tried pushing against the mass of bodies, but the stampede trapped him, as panic overwhelmed him. A familiar voice called out through the chaos. Sungu emerged from the crowd, bringing a critical moment of relief amidst the crisis. He volunteered to carry Simon himself, refusing to leave a friend behind. Mr. Choi reminded him of the Daga Group's principle. With quiet conviction, Choi entrusted Simon's safety to himself. Sungu looked at Choi with a mix of respect and emotion. Time had changed so much. Memories rushed back. The children of yesterday had become responsible adults in the blink of an eye, grateful and trusting. Sungu left Simon behind and turned toward the danger without looking back. Peter tried to stop him. He knew the gas was spreading fast, despite the risk. The young man pressed on with determination, believing in his purpose. Peter hesitated. Logic told him to intervene, but something deeper told him Sungu could succeed. That feeling, belief in someone to defy all odds, was familiar. Peter had once inspired it. Now, that same feeling surfaced for Sungu as he dashed with resolve through the chaos. They were connected by conviction, moving forward with no promise of return, only trust. Elsewhere, a phonograph played haunting music across the poisoned decks. The melody echoed through the halls, mixing with screams and desperate cries. As the Podorok claimed more lives, chaos grew, but hope remained alive in motion. In a private lounge, the woman poured a drink with a grin. She raised her glass, declaring a toast to her triumph. Mockingly, she bid farewell to Peter and the others. While sipping, she joked whether the bodies would even be recognizable after such destruction. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the ceiling above, making the chandelier creak ominously. It crashed violently to the floor, startling everyone and disrupting the false sense of security. Furniture toppled and glass shattered as the ship began swaying without warning. The woman's expression shifted to panic as the floor beneath her trembled uncontrollably. Looking outside, she saw the ship listing. Confusion turned to fear as she yelled in disbelief. Moments earlier, Sungu accessed the control system and initiated override of the ship's operations. He disabled the auto mode and accessed the ballast tanks, bypassing standard restrictions. The system prompted him to confirm the action. He acted decisively, eyes locked with resolve. Sungu explained the ship's stability relied on water-filled tanks to remain balanced. By draining even one of them, the equilibrium would be lost instantly. This tactic would force the ship to tilt hard to one side, creating chaos among their enemies. On the Ghost cruise, chaos reigned. With no emergency systems available, Peter noted that without guidance, the only way to direct the masses was to provoke a unified survival instinct. He executed the manual command, initiating the shift that would force everyone into action. As the ballast tank emptied, the ship tilted hard. Water surged to one side. Passengers, sensing the ship was sinking, ran in terror toward higher ground. They understood immediately: either reach the surface or die below. The toxic gas began to collect in the lower decks, trapped with nowhere to rise. Peter anticipated the timing perfectly. He needed just a bit more time before balance returned. He opened the chamber's hatch, fully intent on ending the threat of the sword phantom next. Elsewhere, another group tried guiding survivors, shouting directions toward the main deck. Hope swelled among the crowd. But it was short-lived. Just as they approached the exit, a crew member attacked, killing one of the passengers. Everyone froze. The path to escape was blocked. The passengers demanded an alternate way out, but none existed. As the Podorok gas crept closer, desperation took over. They begged for mercy. From behind the locked door, passengers cried for their lives, but the guards sneered, mocking the wealthy. The guards took satisfaction in letting them suffer. Suddenly, a loud impact startled them. As smoke poured through the cracks, an explosion blasted the sealed door wide open, throwing the guards to the floor in shock. One guard rose slowly, speaking to the shattered door, as if it had been a worthy opponent. "Junior Doko, a glory club killer known for brute strength and grappling. The survivors burst into cheers, celebrating their dramatic rescue. Juan ran to the shipmaster, urging her to reach the auction floor. Peter had appeared. Alarmed, she clenched her jaw and turned without hesitation, prepared to confront him directly. She muttered with dark glee that if Peter wished to die, she'd grant him that wish personally. Pausing before a perfume wall, she casually selected a scent. Each bottle held a different effect: poisonous, hallucinogenic, or paralyzing. Finally choosing her vial, she smirked, confident it would break even Peter's legendary composure. Her partner watched as she speculated how vividly Peter would dream under the drug's influence. She believed no one, not even Peter, could overcome what awaited him next. The woman stood over a pile of lethal perfumes, certain no one would escape her trap, under a spotlight at the top of the auction chamber. She arrived and immediately accused Peter of collusion. Demanding answers, she shouted over the chamber, asking for Peter's whereabouts. The boy remained calm and silent, refusing to respond despite her threats. As she grew angrier, he performed a mic check, shifting the entire tone of the confrontation. He boldly announced the final auction of the Ghost Cruise, declaring her as the item for sale. She protested the claim, but the boy continued undeterred, infuriated. She barked at him to stop, but the crowd was already turning their eyes. He listed her titles mockingly, then opened the bidding at 10 cents, knowing it would sting. Junior Dako played along, repeating the bid with a grin, provoking her rage further. When no one else responded, the boy offered to pay her $0, stating it matched her worth. Even as she fumed, he remained composed, repeating his sarcastic offer. His mockery pierced deeper than any weapon, reducing her feared image to ridicule. Her patience shattered. Enraged, she prepared to retaliate. Before striking, the woman raised a question about a past confrontation. A memory flashed back under pouring rain. Two swordsmen stood face to face. The white-haired warrior prepared his blade. Steel glinted as the boy unsheathed his weapon, calmly acknowledging her lack of refinement. He stepped forward with confidence, announcing that he would demonstrate a technique passed down through generations. With flawless stance and focused eyes, he prepared to unleash the true essence of the Spiral Swordmaster's peak form. Peter stands calmly before his opponents. Two figures observe him with skepticism, clearly unimpressed by the boy's age. With poise, Peter takes a stance, channeling his energy as sparks begin to glint off the blade's surface. One of the onlookers mocks him, dismissing Peter as a mere teenager without real ability. Despite doubts, the presence Peter exudes unsettles them. His precision and form hint at true experience. A cold red gaze locks onto Peter, branding him as a legitimate threat in the woman's mind. She steps forward, volunteering to confront him directly. Her refusal to back down is firm, rejecting interruption with a chilling glare. Purple energy radiates from her eyes as she warns Peter not to interfere. The man watches her, realizing that glare is identical to the day she killed 2,000 soldiers. She prepares for combat, gripping her weapon tightly. Narration reveals that no one foresaw the downfall of a 1,000-year-old killer group in a single day. The betrayal by a Yakuza gang lit the fire of vengeance in the young woman's heart. Now, the stage is set for bloodshed, and her years of brutal training are about to erupt. The man mocks sword users, questioning their relevance in an age ruled by guns. He loads his firearm with confidence, certain that technology makes his side superior in any confrontation. With his gun raised, he states plainly that no blade can match a bullet's speed. The woman is identified as the daughter of the Kitoryu chief. The man, grinning maliciously, makes a vile remark. In response, her disgust is visible, her anger flaring as her energy begins to surge. Standing firm, she rejects the assumption that her title is based on stealthy killing alone. She makes it clear her victims are aware, when they're about to fall under her blade. Unfazed by her defiance, the man readies his weapon, eager to end her life with finality. Shots are fired, but in an instant, the woman vanishes from his view. He stares, confused by the disappearance, realizing something is terribly wrong. As his vision clears, he finds himself on the floor, unable to recall how he fell. The woman stands above him, sword drawn, delivering a reminder of her intent. Her gaze is unwavering as she confronts the entire Yakuza gang without hesitation. That night, 2,000 men were slain beneath her blade. With a mocking tone, the woman challenges her opponent to choose how he'd prefer to die. She removes her shoes and steps forward confidently, stating he can pick his own fate. He questions whether speed alone could earn someone a title as an apostle, warns him not to waste time, making it clear that escape is not an option. Explaining the honor of her title, she reveals that only one true swordmaster per generation bears the name Sword Phantom. With chilling certainty, she promises to show him a technique never witnessed before. Her form blurs as she vanishes, moving with speed that defies normal reaction. He realizes she's manipulating the environment. A devastating drop follows, her figure crashing toward him with explosive force. The man blocks just in time, shocked by the sheer strength behind her blade. His disbelief is visible, but she mocks him, revealing men often mistake speed for weakness. With another rapid attack, she declares those assumptions are what lead fools to their deaths. A violent clash erupts as steel meets steel, her speed overwhelming him. As he narrowly escapes, he finally understands she didn't remove her shoes for agility alone. Her bare feet glow with eerie power. She's using a hidden technique called ghost feet in battle. She harnesses her incredible speed and combines it with the momentum. That generated power builds up through recoil. With a calculated motion, she releases it all in a devastating shockwave. A teammate watching the fight begins to relax. He notices the boy hasn't landed a single blow and appears to be purely defending, despite being cornered. Something feels off. There is no sign of fear or retreat from the kid. Her strikes land rapidly, each followed by her vanishing from view, like a ghost. The observer doubts any opponent could time a counterattack amidst her unpredictable movements. Still, the kid endures, taking hits but showing no exhaustion, which raises new suspicions. Her strikes continue, but his calm face reveals he is analyzing rather than reacting. She mocks his silence, urging him to unleash the spiral swordmaster's technique he claimed to have. He blocks again, and asks with eerie calmness when she plans to begin the real battle. His senses reel her speed leaves afterimages, making it feel like he's fighting multiple enemies. From the sidelines, the observer believes the boy stands no chance under this pressure. Yet something doesn't add up. The fight hasn't ended, and the kid is still standing firm. The observer realizes the boy isn't simply overwhelmed, he's choosing not to retaliate. His unease grows, instincts warning him that something is deeply wrong with the situation. He tries to intervene, but the woman ignores him and insists on continuing the fight. With a powerful strike, she knocks her companion away, refusing interference. Her glare sharpens, reiterating her command not to obstruct her path. Although visibly winded, she taunts the boy, suggesting he'll soon need assistance. The boy responds calmly, dismissing her remark and flipping the pressure back on her. He critiques her technique, declaring the spiral swordmaster's style far superior. With a grin, he mocks the legacy of her clan, calling it underwhelming despite its long history. His words ignite her rage, triggering an aggressive surge of speed and fury. She charges to silence his insults, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. He smirks confidently, provoking her further while a teammate watches in growing alarm. Mid-fight, he scoffs that she'll never reach his level. Memory surfaces, two brothers reflecting on strength and the desire to grow. The younger one speaks his dream, to become the world's strongest swordsman, just like his older brother. The flashback reveals a younger boy with ambition. His mentor, Simon, believed in his potential. With pride, he's reminded that he created the technique feared and unmatched by all. He activates the spiral slash, a powerful move passed down from the spiral swordmaster himself. Her eyes widen as she braces, realizing the deadly force of his next strike. She attempts to block, but he lands cleanly, forcing her into a defensive stance. He questions if she's even curious how all her attacks failed against him. Analyzing her movements, he explains how her high-speed charges are predictable due to her launch technique. Despite their strength, he reveals her style, exposes a critical vulnerability. She learns that every time she kicked off, her direction was telegraphed. He merely waited, placing his blade in her expected path with precise timing. This simple counter is what consistently shut down her assault. He calmly reveals that what she just experienced was the spiral swordmaster's full power crushed by defeat. She mutters in disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. Overwhelmed with frustration, she screams in rage, the truth breaking her pride apart. The woman collapses in pain, prompting her subordinate to rush to her side in panic. She screams desperately, ordering him to activate the emergency plan without hesitation. He shouts in panic, repeating her command to detonate the perfume with increasing urgency. The swordsman stands calmly, acknowledging her speed. He reveals the fight was always unwinnable and frames it as a doomed effort from the start. Still defiant, the woman vows to kill him, her eyes burning with rage. Explosions erupt around them as purple smoke fills the battlefield in a chaotic burst. The man begins to suspect the smoke's origin. A memory surfaces of a woman with perfume, hinting at a trap now unfolding. Hidden in the smoke, she mocks him, assuring escape is no longer possible. She challenges even Peter to save him, doubting his survival through what's coming. As the poisonous gas spreads, she declares confidently that not even legends can withstand it. Dark clouds erupted above, rumbling with violent energy. Peter stood below, facing a power far beyond normal comprehension. He remained beside a young ally as the sky darkened further. Their enemies believed even Peter's strength wouldn't change the outcome. One attacker mocked Peter's legend, convinced no one could survive what was about to begin. Toxic mist spread quickly, swallowing the area. Escape routes vanished as the fog thickened. Laughing wildly, the enemy watched Peter's reaction. The poison was working, slowing him down. Amid the chaos, another attacker charged forward, declaring Peter would fall like others before him. Poison filled the room. The enemy taunted Peter's ally, pretending to worry. They claimed no rescue would come. Peter would fall the moment he inhaled. Confident, the attacker closed in, blade drawn, expecting both to collapse soon. The enemy noticed Peter hadn't fallen. Something was off. He stood firm in the mist, hand clenched around his weapon. Power flared around him as Peter emerged, eyes burning with determination. Realization struck Peter had held his breath the entire time. Confusion turned to panic. The attacker noticed his poised stance, leaping from above. She attacked recklessly, desperate to break his defense. Toxic perfume saturated the air, leaving no safe corner to escape. The attacker believed victory was guaranteed. Charging through the mist, the enemy didn't expect Peter to remain calm. Peter had waited for that exact moment when the spray was released to reveal his plan. Realization struck too late. The attacker panicked, recognizing Peter's intent. Raising a torch, Peter ignited the flammable perfume cloud, creating a sudden burst of fire. Explosions popped across the room as Peter stood tall. A brief memory flashed. It was during a close encounter. Peter had sensed the perfume's volatile nature. Its combustibility gave Peter a weapon of his own, one the enemy never anticipated. He connected the dots quickly. One spark could turn the field against them. That earlier moment allowed Peter to understand the perfume's true nature and formulate a counterattack. Despite insults, the enemy underestimated his observation. They taunted him again, laughing off the fire, unaware of the coming inferno. The enemy claimed victory too soon, convinced Peter would collapse any second. Peter calmly declared his intent, igniting flames beneath his feet. A fiery surge erupted around him as he advanced, determined to burn everything to the ground. Shock spread across their faces as flames engulfed the entire floor. Realization struck one of them. Peter had planned it from the beginning. Each shattered bottle wasn't random. They weren't meant to harm directly, but to spread alcohol across the ground. As the bottles flew, Peter's movements made sense. He was coating the floor in fuel. The enemy screamed in rage, realizing too late how deliberate it all was. Amidst the flames, Peter launched a counterstrike. Every step was calculated. With one arm missing, the attacker couldn't maintain proper balance. Her defense faltered. Peter pushed forward. She grew slower, more unstable with every move. In a flurry of blows, her movements lost structure. Peter steadily gained the upper hand. Desperation filled her face as she screamed, reaching her physical and mental breaking point. A final hit landed cleanly. Her resistance collapsed. Peter remained composed, surprised by the sudden outcome, but prepared for what came next. Another fighter stepped in, catching the fallen woman. He acknowledged her decision as the right one. He understood the danger she was in. Her body had reached a critical limit. If she had pushed further, a fatal rupture would have been inevitable. Standing amid the blazing chaos, Peter confronted the man holding the fallen woman. The man calmly responded, accusing Peter of making a grave mistake. Without delay, he dashed out of the inferno. The fire continued to spread, devouring the surroundings. Far away, a separate conversation unfolded. He revealed plans to leave with his master once everything was finished. The suited man found the situation intriguing. He questioned the others' plans after returning. He speculated whether the Katuryu would be revived or if a new group would rise. Receiving no clear answer, he remarked on how difficult it always was to get anything out of him. Smiling, he remarked how people of the Katuryu always carried secrets. Meanwhile, Peter ascended burning steps, reflecting silently on how well the plan had played out. Even with things going smoothly, new mysteries emerged, especially around the Katoryu's involvement. Elsewhere, a woman reviewed footage in a dark room. She acknowledged the young leader's brutal rise to power. The woman reflected on the girl's strength and questioned how she ended up replacing someone like Simon. While speaking to her dog, she admitted confusion. Something about it still didn't add up. Apostles were elite agents, selected after rigorous training in a facility called Yongwang Orphanage. Globally, apostles were considered more dangerous than nuclear weapons, due to their precision and lethality. Despite her combat skill, one agent questioned if the new Sword Phantom truly deserved the apostle title. Statistical comparisons showed she ranked lower in every category compared to the previous apostle. Simon's frustration built. Why would someone so seemingly underqualified be chosen by such a strict judge? The woman at the terminal sensed something deeper, something hidden behind this selection. Peter climbed through the aftermath, recalling past warnings. As he opened a door, thoughts aligned. Something was clearly manipulated behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the woman at her keyboard exclaimed. Doubt crept in. The woman realized the answer didn't explain everything. She stared at the sword phantom's image. Peter stood alone, flames surrounding him, reflecting on what might have driven her choices. He questioned why she lived in another's shadow, denying her own identity. Despite knowing little of her past, he saw she had a choice one she didn't have to make. With a firm voice, Peter addressed the man before him. Apostle Simon. Simon stood still, the title of apostle burning in the air around him like a branded symbol of status and power. Peter recalled the warnings drilled into him for years in their world. Those who ask too many questions often don't live long enough to get answers. Peter acknowledged the warning but smiled, unfazed. Despite Simon's reputation, Peter admitted he knew nothing about the man beyond his rank. Unlike his battle against Nathaniel, Peter had no intel to rely on this time. The only certainty was Simon's presence, a man always in the background. No stepping forward alone, Simon revealed his true presence for the first time. Even without lifting a finger yet, Peter sensed the sheer pressure Simon radiated. Peter challenged Simon's role, refusing to believe he was just a bodyguard. Instead of answering, Simon offered a smirk. Peter knew he needed answers, and this fight might be the only way to uncover them. Peter prepared himself mentally. If Simon wouldn't talk, then action would force the truth out. He acknowledged the earlier warning once more that curiosity kills. With fierce momentum, Peter launched into battle, determined to learn by fighting. A brutal wave of punches rains down, each strike tearing through the air with explosive force as Peter dominates the first exchange. The pressure peaks in a violent blast, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Peter halts and scans his opponent. Despite the intensity, the man remains unreadable. Peter questions whether the man's stance comes from karate. It's unlike any combat technique he's seen. No rhythm, no discipline. Yet, there's doubt. Could it be a hidden form of Katoryu? This strange openness and lack of defense puzzle Peter even more as the battle unfolds. His opponent moves not like a trained fighter, but with raw instinct. The enemy spins low and fast, dodging attacks with natural grace. None of Peter's blows land. Each dodge is awkward, yet effective, completely unconventional. The man isn't using sight. He reacts by sensing threats, bypassing conscious decision-making. Peter realizes the truth: this man didn't learn to fight. He exists to fight. Questions mount. There's no specialty, no refined skill, just pure adaptability. For someone born for battle, having no technique defies all logic. As Peter rushes forward, one thought echoes. What if he isn't limited to any one style? The man spins through the air with unnatural flexibility. Peter rushes in, but the man's swift step and evasive form keep him out of range. Each motion lacks structure but creates chaos. The opponent's wild stance delivers a clean blow that Peter fails to anticipate. Peter begins to understand. The strange flexibility and speed serve a purpose beyond appearance. Their clash ends in separation, fire crackling behind them as both skid backward. Peter admits the man is strong, but strength alone won't be enough. Peter calls out his flaws: clumsy movement and unpolished technique. Despite clear ability, it's obvious he's never learned real combat fundamentals. Peter realizes he wasn't trained poorly. He was never allowed to be trained at all. Peter can't understand why someone with such power stayed unnoticed. A woman's image appears dominant and confident. Her presence once stood in front of him, beneath her. His growth was stifled. Peter senses that past still binds him. Peter questions what force kept that strength hidden for so long. A command is issued from elsewhere. Team 1's task is done. In the shadows, Kituryu's 23rd chief, Uesugi Hidegaki, watches silently. The chief observes the aftermath, praising Team 1's success. He doubts the story, criticizing the excessive brutality. Surveying the scene of shredded bodies, he concludes this wasn't discipline, it was carnage. One subordinate hesitates, confessing the destruction wasn't caused by their trained squad. The chief is stunned. If it wasn't their team, who could have done this with such violence? The man nervously begins to answer, hinting at a shocking truth behind the bloodshed. At a convenience store, a bloodied man casually places coins on the counter, calm and unfazed. The cashier stammers, unnerved by his presence, as the man gives quiet thanks and walks away. Back at headquarters, the truth emerges: Keijo completed the mission solo. In a quiet estate, the chief reflects. Keijo's raw ability is immense but dangerously unstable. He laments that such power doesn't belong to the Katoryu lineage. Of all the children he's seen, none disturb him like Keijo, the one truly born to kill, Holding a lifeless body, Keijo stands soaked in blood. His nature is undeniable. A subordinate suggests eliminating him before he becomes a threat to the organization. The chief deflects with a strange question: how much do they know about fleas? Chief uses a metaphor, explaining how fleas can leap incredibly high. If kept in a jar for 3 days, the fleas adjust. He compares this learned limitation to perception. The flea's belief becomes its boundary. With a knowing smile, the chief admits he's treated Keijo the same way. He tells Keijo he can try as hard as he wants, but will never surpass his master. Keijo stands silently, facing the girl who once blocked his growth. On the battlefield, Peter reads the pattern. Keijo has lived his life in submission. Peter taunts him, suggesting he can't act freely or think for himself. Frustrated, Keijo silences him with sharp words, unwilling to hear more. He's had enough. Their fight resumes violently, Keijo striking with brutal speed and no hesitation. Peter deflects, wondering aloud why a bit of talk is so unwelcome during combat. Observing closely, Peter notes Keijo's reckless, moves wild yet strangely creative. Keijo crashes down like lightning, launching an explosive attack without pause. Peter realizes something important. Keijo never learned how to fight because he never had to. With flames surrounding him, Keijo advances. Peter now sees him not as a beast. Peter sees Keijo as a true predator, a beast driven by instinct, not technique. Despite that raw threat, something doesn't add up. Peter feels there is a hidden layer beneath Keijo's aggression. While chaos burns around them, Keijo believes he's deciphered Peter's strategy. Keijo analyzes Peter's actions. The attacks seem simple. Each strike is aimed at Keijo's legs, his foundation and greatest weapon in battle. Peter's been setting a trap. Keijo realizes it's designed to restrict his ability to move and counter. Keijo adjusts midair, believing his erratic footwork has disrupted Peter's setup. He remembers a similar tactic Peter used against a master, an attempt to control the flow by immobilizing. Choosing not to evade, Keijo plans to bait Peter and use the trap against him. Feigning vulnerability, Keijo lets Peter come closer, preparing to counter violently. He swings, expecting Peter to fall right into his grasp, but Peter vanishes, slipping free before the strike can land. Breaking the rhythm, Keijo turns. Suddenly caught wire binds him mid-motion with no time to react. Dragged forcefully across the field, he cries out, unable to comprehend the setup. Shocked, he realizes Peter laid the trap unnoticed. He underestimated everything. Keijo's eyes widen with panic. Bound and outmaneuvered, swinging high above the battlefield, Peter closes in. Peter reflects aloud, explaining how Keijo's instinct led him into the trap. Peter confirms his assumption. Keijo watched the earlier battle, but never truly analyzed it. He exploited Keijo's unease, forcing him into thinking rather than reacting. Now the chains tighten. Peter warns him that even a chainsaw couldn't cut through them. Suddenly, Keijo makes a move. He releases claws hidden within his sleeves. Peter hesitates, recognizing the weapon, but doubting it could break reinforced restraints. As the chains creak, Peter's eyes widen. This is what Keijo was hiding all along. The chains screech as Keijo tears them apart using his claws, unleashing terrifying power. Peter recalls witnessing the same power at an auction, melting a man alive in an instant. He didn't know the weapon's nature then, but now he understands its horrifying potential. Peter analyzes quickly. If his hunch is right, the claws dissolve anything they touch. That means getting close is now a death sentence. He must rethink everything. Keijo grins. With the claws revealed, strategy no longer matters. Peter is already too late. He glares forward, determination sharpened as he charges. Bursts ahead with overwhelming speed, aiming straight for his opponent's last position. Just before impact, Peter reacts, intercepting Keijo mid-attack with a sudden grab that halts the assault. An armed man launched forward, his clawed gauntlets activated mid-air. As flames erupted behind him, he declared it was too late for his opponent to resist. He charged with full force, but just before landing a blow, the attacker believed even light contact would be fatal. Instead of evading, his opponent took the risk to grab him. Then realization struck. The man had faked vulnerability just to inspect his enemy's hands. The attacker dismissed the tactic. He warned it wouldn't change the outcome. He struck fiercely, but his opponent twisted away mid-air, evading the blow. In the motion, the young man had cut his palms, and now used those wounds to prepare a counterattack. Attention turned to his bleeding hand. Something unnatural seeped out. It wasn't the technique that shocked the attacker, it was the blood's corrosive effect. From a distance, he questioned how a human could bleed something that melts flesh. The attacker refused to explain. If answers were wanted, he had to be defeated first. He dashed forward again, igniting the ground beneath his feet with force. As steel clashed and sparks flew, A hiss emerged. The blood was already working. The young man observed closely. His opponent moved with far more speed. It became clear the fighter's power was enhanced by something beyond technique. No clear opening appeared. The intensity of the attacks made it impossible to counter directly as explosions. In the chaos, the young man seized the fighter's wrist. Only one group was ever known to possess such venomous blood. His suspicion was confirmed. The fighter reacted, stunned. Shock rippled through the clawed man. He hadn't expected anyone to recognize his lineage. His opponent calmly explained that all known members of the Dokuhiryu were believed to have perished. Now, the real question followed. How had he managed to survive the purge? Years earlier, a temple burned under the night sky. Their mission had supposedly erased every last trace of the Dokuhiryu clan, but something unexpected remained. A concern voiced about a small discovery. Among lifeless infants, one baby was still alive. The assassin hesitated as they debated whether to kill or spare it. One made a decision. Keeping a survivor might be useful. The infant was left alive. That lone survivor would later carry a new fate. The twisted path of the Kituryu had begun. At a training hall, students sparred fiercely. The instructor's voice echoed. Inside, Keijo easily overpowered every opponent, his peers unable to match him. Suddenly, a scream rang out. One student clutched his leg, which sizzled with visible damage. Panic spread. The others yelled for help. Shocked by the injury from what should have been a simple spar, accusations were thrown at Keijo, but he stood stunned. The elder recalled a secret tradition. The Dokuhiryu once fed poisons to those resistant to it. That practice had endured through generations, forging a lineage of toxic warriors feared by all. Lone observer watched Keijo from afar, realizing his natural power and deadly blood made him unique. Believing Keijo's rise was inevitable, the observer decided to place limits early. Years passed under harsh instructors. Training demanded perfection. Keijo learned quickly that his blood marked him as different. No one dared to stand too close. Isolated and feared, he became the subject of beatings. Even when unprovoked, he was ordered around. Left alone at night, he wandered quietly through the forest beneath the moonlight. With rage boiling inside, Keijo unleashed punches on trees. Keijo's thoughts spiraled as he struck the ground in fury. Frustration built with each breath. Rejection and hatred had followed him for as long as he could remember. In a burst of rage, he slammed into a tree, splintering its trunk with raw force and emotion. The forest quieted. In the silence, a weak chirp caught his attention. He found a small bird alone in the grass, trembling and lost. Climbing with care, he promised to reunite it with its family. While climbing, he noticed a burning sensation in his hand. Looking at the damage, he realized any contact with his blood would destroy others. Tears welled up. He whispered an apology to the bird, resigning to a lonely fate. Memories of mockery, violence, and fear flooded his mind. Everyone hated him. He had reached his limit. If kindness was met with fear, he would no longer ask for it. Instead, he would make them fear him first before they could reject him again. Back in the present, the warrior confronting Keijo questioned his allegiance. The conversation turned to betrayal and history, but Keijo cut it off coldly. With fire raging around them, he stood firm. The black-haired fighter gave no answers. He calmly challenged his opponent to earn them through victory. Their fists clashed again. Flames and shockwaves burst around them as momentum shifted violently. One dodged while the other slid across the burning floor. The younger man landed a clean hit to the jaw but saw no reaction. Realization struck. Light attacks were pointless. Stuck between harming him and keeping safe, he knew there was no easy path to victory. Forced into defense, he ducked and dodged, avoiding incoming blows. As acid hissed across the floor, the question echoed in his mind: how can such a man be beaten? Thrown back through debris, he crashed into a building interior, scattering broken furniture. Struggling to recover, he scanned the room. The situation was becoming desperate. Before he could regroup, the enemy smashed through the wall. Towering over him, the shirtless fighter declared there was nowhere left to escape. He offered a cruel deal: reveal the truth and receive a painless death. But the young man stood unfazed, acknowledging the fighter's strength. Still defiant, he raised his stance and invited the next attack. The fighter stared in disbelief, realizing his opponent had picked up a mop as a weapon in the middle of a deadly battle. Ignoring the fire and tension around them, the man with the mop stood calmly. Without hesitation, he lifted the mop with confidence, catching everyone off guard with his unexpected and unconventional approach. He stated clearly that he would use the enemy's blood, his greatest weapon, against him, using the very tool in his hand. Despite being warned that no form of combat would help him win, he remained composed, fully aware of the risk involved. Gripping the mop firmly, he made it clear that from now on, the fight would take a different turn, one his opponent wasn't ready for. Danger hangs in the air as the mop drips ominously. It signals that a fierce battle is about to begin. With resolve, the character tightens his grip, ready for whatever comes. Without hesitation, he swings his mop. The fight is set to unfold with intense force. A smirk appears on the opponent's face, mocking the mop. Mockery fills the air as the opponent dismisses the weapon. Unshaken, the character remains poised. His calm suggests a hidden strategy. Speed and precision guide the character's every move. The room erupts in flames, showing the fight's intensity. Unease settles in the enemy's mind. Something feels off, and the tides of the battle are shifting. Realization dawns on the opponent. The character's movements show meticulous planning. The mop no longer seems trivial. It's a weapon the enemy now knows he cannot underestimate. Tension mounts as the opponent struggles to adapt, now fearing what's to come. Momentum builds as the final move approaches. Confidence radiates from the character, his focus absolute. The opponent hesitates, finally understanding the mop's true power. He's on the brink of defeat. With unwavering certainty, the character moves in for the finishing strike. Energy crackles as the character's plan unfolds. His grip tightens, knowing the opponent has fallen into his trap. Eyes widen in confusion as the enemy struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Frustration builds within the opponent as his weapon gets tangled. Confidence radiates from the enemy as he attempts to dominate. However, calmness in the character's eyes shows that his opponent's arrogance will be his downfall. With no weapon left to rely on, the opponent realizes his mistake. Explosions rock the surroundings as both fighters intensify their struggle. Despite a hard hit, the character quickly recovers. His movements remain fluid. The enemy, now out of options, knows he must change tactics. Growing frustrated, the opponent strikes harder, hoping to land a decisive blow. Sidestepping with ease, the character mocks his opponent. Panic sets in as the enemy's strategy falls apart. His overconfidence has turned into confusion. With one final move, the character strikes. The mop swings with precision. Taken off guard, the enemy crumbles to the ground, unable to respond. Victory is assured. The character stands tall, mop in hand, as the enemy lies defeated. A deep revelation strikes the character as he explains the chemistry behind the opponent's blood. With a sinister smile, the character reveals that the chemicals previously used have neutralized the blood's potency. The opponent's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes that his plan has failed. The fight is far from over. Frustration builds in the opponent as he watches his situation deteriorate. The character's earlier actions become clearer to the opponent. Though anger surges, the opponent fights back with desperation. Movement is swift as the character dashes forward, prepared to finish this battle. Their gazes lock, filled with intensity and determination. The character speaks with quiet intensity, unwavering in his focus. The opponent's resolve falters as the character presses on. Fear builds as the situation becomes clear. Defeat is inevitable. A new force enters the scene, changing the dynamic. The character now faces an unexpected challenge, but his determination remains unbroken. The tension escalates as the character faces the newcomer. Words are exchanged, but they carry little weight in this battle. With resolve, the character prepares for the ultimate strike. Victory is within reach. Desperation sets in as the character's will to fight begins to waver. With determination in her voice, a figure pleads for the character to wake up. Despite the plea, the character remains motionless. The scene shifts, bringing a haunting reflection. The character recalls the past. His memories flood back as he recalls the cruel treatment he endured. Yet, a single memory remains. The reason he chose to endure. A flash of hope emerges from the past. The scent of flowers brings a fleeting sense of comfort. In the midst of his turmoil, a small but meaningful interaction with someone special stands out. Their bond transcends everything, despite the harshness surrounding him. The scent of the flowers returns, washing over him with memories of better days. But with that memory comes a realization. He can no longer let the negativity define him. The past, once filled with bitterness, begins to lose its hold as he recalls the hope those flowers represented. Amidst the chaos, the character faces another challenge. His resolve is tested again. With tension in the air, the figure of Yuika stands her ground. She's determined. The enemy insists, but the character knows better. There's no time to waste. The enemy's rage boils over as he delivers brutal blows. Anger clouds the opponent's judgment as he lashes out. His words carry hatred. In the heat of the moment, the opponent recalls the past. Amidst the chaos, the character contemplates the deeper implications of this fight. His thoughts shift as memories flood in. The blood that divides them is a constant reminder of the forces keeping them apart. But something in the air changes, and the past starts to feel distant. A distant cry echoes through the storm. The figure of a woman determined and resolute. Her voice pierces the tension, urging the characters to act, but the fight isn't over yet. As the storm rages on, another crucial moment approaches. Through the downpour, a sense of finality looms. The weight of their choices hangs heavy in the air. Still, there's hope that the future can be shaped by their actions. The rain may fall. The battle rages on as gunfire echoes through the air. In the midst of chaos, a voice calls out to the character, but this is no time for hesitation. With resolve, the character moves forward, determined to change the course of the conflict. The enemy roars in rage, furious with the character's actions. Sensing the danger, the character tries to shield a figure from the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, the character's resolve solidifies. Despite the enemy's rage, the situation becomes dire as the character reflects on their journey despite all the pain. Revenge drives them forward, but a deeper motivation remains. They have endured. Memories of the past emerge, reminding them of their shared history. Time passes, and the struggle continues. The character's body bears the scars of battle. The toll is clear, yet they refuse to yield. This fight, this purpose, with their companion beside them, they press on. The battle is far from over. A new challenge emerges as the character's journey takes a darker turn. Determination fills the air. The enemy's grip tightens, but the character remains undeterred. The path ahead may be fraught with danger, but the character is prepared to walk it. The world outside calls, and the character contemplates what lies beyond. A quiet moment is shared as the character plans their next steps. With an unwavering heart, the character prepares for the future. As the fight reaches its peak, a conversation takes place in the midst of chaos. The character's words hold weight, but their meaning remains unclear. The promise hangs in the air, offering a fleeting sense of peace. The intensity builds as a sudden shift occurs. The character's feelings grow clearer. The figure clutches an item, a symbol of the bond they share. Confusion sets in as one character reacts to the unexpected. What's next remains uncertain. The realization hits hard. Emotions come to the surface. The mystery behind an object unfolds as one character contemplates its significance. Uncertainty looms large as one character questions everything. Tension rises as a new layer of complexity is revealed. The characters are forced to confront the weight of their past actions. The air crackles with unresolved feelings, and the distance between the characters grows palpable. As the situation escalates, they realize that their future is still intertwined. They are now at a crossroads, torn between what they've been and what they could become. Despite the chaos, a quiet resolution settles over them. They know that no matter the odds, the journey continues, and with it, their bond grows stronger. In a moment of intense emotion, the characters face each other, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The bond between them strengthens. Despite the impending danger, scene escalates, their connection becoming undeniable. Tension intensifies, and the character begins to make a difficult decision. With no turning back, they continue on their path. Desperation mingles with determination as time slows down around them. The final moment approaches, as emotions are laid bare. Yuika rests against Peter, wounded and fading, as flames engulf the room behind them. Her expression is calm despite the chaos. She confesses her regrets, acknowledging the pain caused by her past. Her voice is soft but steady. Accepting her fate, she urges Peter to survive and complete what she could not. Her final smile lingers as her eyes close. Peter cries out her name, his voice breaking. The realization of her death strikes harder than any wound. He kneels alone, clutching her body tightly. The burning room feels emptier than ever before. Whispering, he promises to carry out her final wish. He will not let her sacrifice be meaningless. Peter stands with purpose. His heart is heavy, but his path is clear. He will finish what Yuika started. Across from him, a deadly figure prepares to strike. Rage fuels the enemy's every move. The enemy slashes, declaring he will destroy Peter after crushing his allies. The battle ignites with brutal speed. An explosion erupts between them. Peter dodges mid. Air as flames consume the surroundings. The enemy hurls himself forward recklessly, powered by desperation and fury. Peter senses the truth. His foe is willing to self-destruct, if it means victory. Peter meets the attacker's eyes and sees only resolve. The man would die to win. Bleeding, the enemy mocks Peter's commitment, challenging him to prove it. With no room for hesitation, Peter braces himself. One of them won't leave alive. Peter assesses the threat. Contact with the enemy's blood would be fatal under any circumstance. He begins to panic. The enemy's ability leaves no room for error, and he has no clear countermeasure. Suddenly, the attacker lunges forward. Peter releases several fire extinguishers in response. Peter leaps through the air as fire extinguisher canisters explode in all directions. The attacker tracks the objects. At first he doubts their purpose, seeing no logic in using them as weapons. As the smoke spreads, he understands. The extinguishers were used to seal his wounds and prevent blood loss. The attacker's movements slow. His injuries no longer spread blood across the area. He recalls past encounters. Every previous opponent had collapsed in fear or defeat by this point. Each of them, regardless of skill, had failed once exposed to his deadly ability. Peter charges in again. His steps are steady, his focus undisturbed by danger. The enemy watches. He recognizes that Peter is not hesitating, only accelerating. They collide. Peter withstands the pressure and maintains the attack rhythm. Elsewhere, another man rises from the smoke-filled ground. His body is damaged but functional. He assesses the scene. The combatant's connection to Peter suggests ties to the Glory organization. No records exist for this fighter. The observer concludes his rank must exceed standard classification. The fallen man reflects on his position. Learning the truth now seems meaningless, with death so close. He lies motionless on the ground, seeing no reason to continue living even if he survives. As Peter approaches, the man voices surrender, accepting death as the only remaining path. Peter stands over him and raises a question tied to a past conflict between powerful factions. He reveals that a deeper force orchestrated the betrayal. The revelation points directly at Glory's influence. The injured man processes this. Shock sets in as the name triggers old recognition. 10 years earlier, Glory's leader sought to expand his power by recruiting elite assassins. The Katoryu, a dominant Japanese organization, became a target due to their unmatched legacy. Their refusal to cooperate with Glory initiated a hidden conflict between both sides. After rejection, Glory's leader vowed to claim the Katoryu, regardless of consent. He partnered with Yamato allies, forming a plan to break through the Katoryu's defenses. An armed assault followed. The Katoryu suffered a surprise attack under cover of night. The conflict became a long-lasting campaign of silent destruction. Every outcome since then traced back to that betrayal, and the ignored warning. Peter confirms the truth. The Katoryu was taken, not through diplomacy, but through manipulation and force. After their revenge was fulfilled, Keijo and his companion lived without direction. Their purpose vanished. During this period of uncertainty, Glory intervened and offered Keijo the role of an apostle. The leader's plan succeeded. Glory had always aimed to recruit Keijo, the silent weapon of the Katoryu. Peter presents the truth plainly. The deception wasn't new. Keijo had been manipulated from the beginning. Keijo resists the idea. Suspicion hardens, and he refuses to believe Glory orchestrated everything. Peter challenges him to verify it directly. He names Raphael, revealing knowledge no outsider should possess. Keijo is stunned. The name Raphael is a confidential codename only known within Glory's ranks. Flashbacks reveal Raphael manipulating the system. He offers new titles to justify betrayal. Glory allowed Keijo to serve his master while secretly binding him to their control. Keijo questions everything. The pieces align too well to ignore the possibility of betrayal. He remembers his motivation. Everything he did was for Yuika's peace and happiness. If Peter is right, then the entire path they followed may have been manufactured. Keijo's regret deepens. His desire to remain by Yuika's side may have cost her everything. He imagines an alternate past, one without Glory's interference or the apostle title. The weight of his choices crushes him. He finally acknowledges the cost of surrendering their fate. Keijo imagines an alternate life for Yuika. Without his presence, her path would have been peaceful. His guilt builds. He believes her suffering stemmed from his choices and existence. Enraged, he questions how those responsible can live, knowing they destroyed someone's future. Peter warns him to stop overexerting himself. The fight has already pushed his limits. Keijo gasps for breath. He struggles to maintain balance after the emotional and physical toll. Peter delivers a warning danger is approaching, and others may become targets as a result. Keijo reveals they sent pirates to eliminate Peter's allies. A second conflict is already underway. The ship housing Peter's companions is unstable. Its destruction is imminent. Peter realizes the urgency and prepares to act immediately to stop the ambush. Panic erupts on the ship. Passengers scramble to board life rafts and escape incoming threats. Armed enemies appear, demanding control over the fleeing civilians. The attackers open fire on the evacuees, escalating the chaos around the docks. Two defenders assess the situation. They are surrounded by heavily armed opponents, outnumbered and outgunned. They realize survival is nearly impossible. Still, they brace for battle. Any mistake could mean the death of everyone around them. Amid the chaos, a wealthy passenger attempts to negotiate with the attackers, offering wealth for safety. The attackers show no interest in compromise. Their orders are absolute and non-negotiable. The leader decides swiftly. Instead of a deal, he demands the passenger's execution. Two brothers prepare for a last stand, showing no hesitation as they charge the armed enemy. A sudden explosion follows their action, disrupting the immediate threat. Peter is urged to flee to assist his allies, but he declines. He's aware another fighter is already among them. Peter explains that normal killers are vulnerable, but someone aboard isn't ordinary. He confirms the presence of another glory-level assassin currently on the ship. That killer, revealed to be an apostle, immediately disarms attackers with overwhelming speed. The apostle moves through enemy ranks with precision, disabling their weapons instantly. The attackers panic, realizing their bullets are ineffective against this opponent, even with one arm missing. The apostle shows no hesitation and prepares to strike again. A flashback reveals a conversation about worst-case scenarios for a swordsman. The discussion turns serious, highlighting fears of injury that could prevent sword use. The worst-case outcome is stated: losing an arm, thus being unable to fight, but even that no longer holds true. A memory resurfaces where two brothers discuss the future. One imagines losing his sword arm and facing helplessness. Rather than despair, he shares a personal dream to open a noodle shop and live peacefully. The other brother dismisses the thought as unserious, but the vision lingers in contrast to their violent reality. Elsewhere, allies watch from afar, commenting on one fighter's extreme training methods. They question his motives, unaware their earlier words were taken seriously and shaped his resolve. One realizes his unintended influence, stunned that a casual comment led to such drastic action. A flashback shows him training alone, breaking his own arm to simulate loss. His family scolds him in disbelief, demanding to know why he would do such a thing. He responds firmly, explaining that mastering hardship is easier than giving up on his dreams. He speaks calmly, predicting a time when his current techniques might fail him. Vows to be ready, having already begun development of a new fighting style. This new technique, crafted under limitation, is part of his logical path to survival. Observers recall that swordsmen and gunmen require full control of limbs to be effective. Despite losing an arm, the warrior charges forward with complete command. His actions defy expectation. He has surpassed the limits of conventional combat logic. A spiral slash cuts through the battlefield, generated by a fluid continuous motion of the blade. The swordsman spins midair, using only his left arm to direct the force of the technique. Landing firmly, he completes the new form. His single-arm style is now a refined combat technique. Passengers rushed into lifeboats as chaos overtook the burning cruise ship. Everyone escaped just in time. Flames spread uncontrollably across the decks. The ship, once Glory Club's covert base, burned violently. Eventually, the entire vessel collapsed into the ocean. The ghost cruise was fully destroyed. Elsewhere, two young men knelt in awe before Apostle Simon, overwhelmed by his reputation. They introduced themselves eagerly, expressing admiration for his skills and presence. Simon remained humble, brushing off their praise, while others observed their dramatic excitement. The duo asked if Simon had met the infamous Peter, rumored to destroy entire cities. He denied the exaggeration, stating Peter could move hills, not cities. Their laughter broke the tension, surprised that apostles even made jokes. Simon revealed he had recently spoken to Peter about them. Stunned, they demanded to know what Peter had said. Simon claimed Peter believed they were fit to become apostles someday. As daylight came, their ship moved steadily through calm waters. Simon and Choi discussed safety and the need for vigilance in their line of work. Choi assured them he remained unnoticed by Glory, still covered by his false alibi. Peter recalled that Korea held over 3,300 islands scattered across its coasts. Among them, Uil Island was one of the most secluded, making it an ideal target location. Simon was discovered there, isolated, and captured. Peter suspected the attack wasn't random. They had to know he and Simon were together. Raphael's rage brewed after another defeat, humiliated once again by Peter's interference. Peter, calm and determined, vowed silently that this conflict with Raphael was far from over. As the sun rose, Peter knew the real confrontation had just begun. Elsewhere, laughter filled a room as familiar faces exchanged sharp remarks and old memories. "Thou playful." The tone shifted when suspicion around Raphael's latest moves was brought up. Tension rose as past betrayals were mentioned. Raphael's name surfaced again, tied to dark plots. Talk of the Yongwang hospital incident and the cruise attack raised concerns among allies. Doubt crept in. They wondered if Raphael's ambitions were spiraling beyond control. One whispered that Raphael wanted Peter gone to erase him completely from the picture. Back in 2013, the Glory Club gathered inside their former cathedral for a solemn ceremony. They spoke of blessings, unity, and a divine mission. But darkness hid behind those prayers. Father Gabriel addressed the hidden tragedies beneath the nation's peace, placing prayer beads upon a closed book. He announced the official disbandment of the 12 apostles, instructing them to enter the outside world. Though his decision appeared final, one individual quietly stood in defiance of that command. That man was Raphael Gabriel's adopted son and Glory's current leader, refusing to accept the order. Raphael questioned the future of the apostles and Glory's momentum. His rising frustration revealed his fear of losing power and direction in Gabriel's absence. Gabriel calmly rebuked Raphael, reminding him of the apostles' sacrifice and divine mission. He declared the world no longer needed their intervention and told Raphael to leave. Raphael clenched his fists in resistance, his heart filled with denial and fury. In anguish, Raphael stormed the cathedral, questioning his father's change and feeling abandoned. His rage exploded, destroying the altar, convinced Gabriel was no longer himself. Consumed by delusion, he claimed satanic influence had corrupted Gabriel's judgment. Raphael convinced himself his rule was necessary for Yang Wang's future. Seated at Gabriel's throne, he twisted divine will into personal authority. Now fully in control, Raphael acted swiftly, shaping Glory according to his vision. Raphael used the orphanage's respected name to mask his rise. Through this cover, he established the Glory Club, Asia's most feared assassin organization. He began recruiting globally, replacing former apostles with elite killers trained for obedience. To secure global expansion, Raphael saw Peter as the final obstacle in his way. Peter, respected and deeply rooted in the killer network, was a pillar Raphael couldn't ignore. Anger flared among Peter's allies, especially from those who viewed the new apostles as a threat. Tensions boiled over when a new apostle named Keijo was brought into their home. Fury erupted, but Peter's allies managed to calm things down. They believed Keijo, though unconscious, wouldn't act hostile once awakened. Suddenly, rustling sounds caused alarm. Keijo appeared to be waking far too soon. One threatened to kill him preemptively, while another pointed out their own vision impairment. No one wanted to fight him directly, unsure of his condition or strength. As they checked his room, the group discovered an empty bed. Keijo had vanished. They were stunned. Despite tranquilizers and blood loss, he had escaped without a trace. Confusion spread. How could someone in his condition disappear so quickly? Jiwan dismissed the panic. He believed Keijo hadn't gone far and likely knew his destination. In a hidden facility, leaders discussed the recent destruction of the Ghost Cruise. One questioned whether Peter orchestrated both the hospital incident and the cruise's fall. Though his presence remained unseen, the apostles gathered, puzzled by Peter's elusive nature and Keijo's failure to stop him. Some underestimated Peter's strength, surprised he could still act while injured. Tension rose as insults flew, challenging each other's strength and competence. A sniper among them grew irritated, threatening violence to silence the bickering. Her presence restored order briefly, forcing the room into uneasy silence. Their leader reminded them of their purpose. Peter's threat demanded urgent action. He criticized their failures, questioning why the apostles couldn't subdue a single old man. While some bragged, an explosive entrance rocked the chamber. Simon appeared, shocking everyone with his survival and sudden arrival. The room fell silent as Simon stepped forward, wounded but alive. The leader feigned sympathy, offering condolences for Yuika's fate. Yet his true focus lay on Simon's reappearance, something far more concerning. Simon questioned whether Raphael had met with Peter. He demanded to know if Raphael was responsible for the tragic schemes that destroyed everything, feigning ignorance. Raphael dodged the questions, forcing Simon to push harder for answers. Simon confronted him about the massacre of the Kituryu clan and Yuika's death. Yuika, once grateful to Raphael, had found peace under his care only to lose it all. Simon revealed what he'd learned, that Raphael's manipulation triggered the attack that ruined her life. Simon asked one last time, was Raphael behind the destruction of the Kituryu? Raphael mocked the accusation, claiming the blame felt undeserved, despite clear implications. He deflected, insisting it was unfair to be held accountable for the fallout. With a sinister grin, Raphael admitted he wanted to deliver the bad news personally. He blamed Yuika's temper and Simon's position as apostle for all that occurred. Behind a desk, Raphael justified everything, twisting guilt and responsibility onto Simon. Simon clenched his fist, devastated to confirm Raphael's betrayal was true. He declared to the apostles, anyone who stayed in the room would be treated as enemies. With a 10-second ultimatum, Simon warned those remaining after that would die. A menacing figure stands before the apostles, his eyes cold and focused. He warns them that they have 10 seconds to act. Those who hesitate will not be spared. The time to decide is running out, and his words hang heavy in the air. An apostle speaks, dismissing the danger and challenging the man's authority. The apostle looks around, unaware of the danger, assuming they all stand together against him. He laughs, but there's uncertainty creeping into his voice. Another apostle remains unbothered, as if the threat is nothing more than an inconvenience. He dismisses the tension with laughter, clearly underestimating the seriousness of the situation. The air thickens, and the apostles sense that the moment of reckoning has arrived. The man's patience runs thin. His gaze sharpens as he prepares to act. He makes it clear words are over. The time for action is now. The room falls silent, the air filled with deadly tension. The protagonist moves, unleashing a flurry of swift strikes filled with lethal intent. With a blur of motion, his attacks cut through the air, faster than anyone can react. The apostle's cocky grin fades as the confrontation reaches its peak. Kageo strikes with deadly intent, aware of the lethal power his blood carries. Swift movements allow his opponent to dodge. Kageo remains focused. As the opponent's attention shifts, Kageo spots an opening. Kageo's strike misses. His opponent sidesteps with surprising agility. Disappointment fills Kageo as he realizes his enemy's skill far exceeds what he anticipated. A shield appears, hinting at an unexpected defense. Kageo now understands there's more to his opponent than meets the eye. Mockery fills the air as the opponent taunts Kageo, preparing for another strike. Power surges from the enemy, but Kageo tightens his grip. Defeat isn't an option. Impact shakes the surroundings. Despite the force, Kageo stands tall. Fury builds in the opponent as Kageo's defense begins to crack. Summoning every last ounce of energy, Kageo prepares for one final attack. With explosive force, he leaps, ready to make his escape and regroup for the fight ahead. High in the air, Kageo leaps, leaving the battlefield behind. Escape is temporary. Thoughts of vengeance flood his mind as he promises to return stronger. With a clang, he vanishes into the night. Kageo's not done yet. He will return. Kageo's sudden departure sparks urgency. Some in the group insist that they can't let a traitor escape. Debate ensues, but the consensus leans toward finding Kageo and eliminating him. A calmer voice reminds them that Kageo will eventually return. The city looms in the distance as thoughts turn to Kageo's unexpected connection with Peter. Questions arise about how Peter and Kageo are tied together. It doesn't make sense. It's clear that someone with power is behind Kageo's actions, pulling strings from the shadows. The mystery deepens. A powerful figure must be helping Kageo. Rumors about a hidden connection with the underground world only raise more questions. The pieces are slowly falling into place, but nothing is clear yet. The group prepares to move forward, realizing that securing a new weapon warehouse is essential. Everything is set in motion, and the next step is now within reach. Plans unfold quickly, and they are ready for what lies ahead. The Deha group building rises against the skyline, a powerful symbol of their influence. The group understands the importance of timing. They must act now, as everything aligns. A figure in white is ready, prepared to carry out the next phase of the plan. Kageo is confronted with a brutal reminder of his past actions. Despite the gravity of the claim, Kageo remains unfazed. His next target is clear. The situation intensifies. Kageo is told that even though the target seems easy, undeterred by the obstacles, Kageo smiles. A new plan begins to form. Kageo is confident that this next task will go smoothly. He prepares himself for the task ahead. His resolve solid. The city is filled with tension. News outlets report a mysterious graffiti found on Deha Group's building. A crowd watches as the story unfolds. Speculation runs wild. Some wonder how the culprit managed to pull off such an audacious act. The investigation narrows in on the suspect, with one person recognizing the telltale signs. The name Apostle John emerges, a former member of a powerful group, now retired. A shiver runs down their spine. The assassin, known as Alapide. In a hidden warehouse, a man waits for an arrival. He's prepared for what's to come. The conversation shifts to a figure known only as Apostle of Honor. He steps forward. Final figure enters the scene. John, a former apostle now working for the mission at hand. Mission takes an unexpected turn. One man realizes they might be facing their target sooner than expected. Kageo is described as a deadly force, and his presence is felt even when he's not in the room. The tension thickens as the next steps are taken. Kageo's movements are quick. The chase begins. The man feels the pull of urgency. Their target is fast. The pursuit escalates. The man thinks Kageo is running. A sudden realization strikes. Kageo is not running. He's setting up his next move. An explosion shatters the silence, the sound echoing through the dark spaces. Amid the carnage, a figure remains cool-headed, despite the chaos around them. With another sharp move, Kageo disrupts the chaos. leaving only destruction in his wake. Keijo evades his enemies with skill, slipping away unnoticed, despite the odds. In a quiet moment, Keijo assesses the situation. His senses are sharp as ever. He remains focused, aware that even the smallest detail could change the outcome. Keijo's next steps are already clear, his path is set. The mission nears its conclusion, Keijo's movements are calculated. The final moment is at hand, Keijo is prepared for the final confrontation. A strange sight catches the attention of the group. A knife floats unnaturally in midair. The camera system is known for detecting the heat signatures of any living being. Floating knife hints at something far more dangerous, lurking in the shadows. A shot rings out, but the target evades it. The shooter is left frustrated. The frustration grows as more shots miss. He seems to vanish, slipping away without a trace. Even with all their resources, the search continues, but the figure remains undetected. No sign of their target is left. A voice emerges, adding to the mystery. The source is unknown. Realization dawns. The target is not just hiding, they are playing with their pursuers. A new piece of information emerges. Alapide's mark is found, confirming their suspicions. The shock sets in. If Alapide is involved, it means the next move is already planned. The stakes are raised. Alapide is a dangerous figure, and the next victim is already marked. A sudden realization strikes. The target is close. Their next victim is near. Alapide has already made their move. No one is safe as the plans unfold. The hunt is on, and the next victim is already set. The game continues. Group watches, discussing the swift and brutal tactics of their foe. Alapide's symbol appears, a chilling reminder of his dominance. The group understands the gravity of the situation. Alapide works from the shadows, leaving only destruction in his wake, right under their noses. With urgency, Peter grips the object, fully aware that time is running out. Jawan, confused, wonders how Peter can navigate the computer without sight. Peter, growing irritated, tells Jawan to stop questioning him. Jawan demonstrates a screen reader, explaining it, helps Peter interpret what's on the screen despite his blindness. She clarifies that her heightened senses assist Peter in understanding the information. Peter warns Jawan not to get too comfortable. The situation will grow more dangerous. He commands everyone to sit. He has vital information to share that could change everything. Raphael's imminent actions will put everyone in danger, Peter warns. Concern fills Peter's voice as he discusses the risk to the apostles. Chained, Peter urges Simon to find the apostles before Raphael's men get to them. Simon, determined, agrees to take the task on alone. His loyalty to Peter remains unwavering. Peter places his trust in Simon, knowing only he can handle such a crucial mission. A screeching vehicle interrupts their conversation, signaling that it's time to act. Peter and Simon exchange a glance. Simon reassures Peter, promising to locate the apostles. Peter watches Simon leave, fully aware of the challenges ahead. He stands outside, facing the city with determination. The Deha group building looms in the background, its towering presence symbolizing power. Inside, the tension is palpable, as Sungu asks Mr. Choi if everything is all right. Jawan introduces herself as Peter's longtime colleague and a skilled hacker. She casually mentions her role as Peter's legal guardian, quickly correcting her words. Jawan questions Mr. Choi's choice of Sungu, wondering why he picked someone so closely linked to Glory. Mr. Choi reflects on his decision, revealing that the Ghost Cruise incident confirmed his choice. Although Sungu is tied to Glory, Mr. Choi notes he's the opposite of their corrupt nature, with a somber expression. Mr. Choi acknowledges the inevitable confrontation with Raphael. Mr. Choi reveals his concerns about Raphael, the current head of Glory. The room falls silent as Mr. Choi explains that Raphael's ambitions extend to taking over Deha Group. Despite Raphael's ambitions, Mr. Choi remains resolute. As the conversation continues, the gravity of the situation settles in. The atmosphere shifts as the group discusses Alapide's ruthless reputation. The final words are chilling. Alapide once assassinated one of Father Gabriel's apostles. The discussion shifts as Jawan stresses the importance of secrecy regarding Deha Group's operations. Jawan introduces Escudo, Europe's top security team. Escudo's leader is introduced as a skilled operative. A skeptical member of the team questions the presence of a young recruit. Costa, Escudo's leader, reassures them, introducing Costa as their top fighter. Costa, unfazed, notes that he's now partnered with the team. He's ready to prove himself. Tension fills the air as Costa seems nonchalant. He teases about his skills. The team watches him, knowing he's not just another rookie. His reputation precedes him. Escudo's leader warns Costa to stay in line. This mission is too important for mistakes. Meanwhile, Deha Group's security control center monitors everything. Inside the control room, a key member speaks up. assuring that no one can breach their security. The high-tech monitoring systems ensure every inch of the premises is watched. As security scans intensify, the team inside begins to feel the pressure. The tension rises as the group knows Alapede's history. He eliminates anyone who stands in his way. Unsettled by the odds, one team member remarks that they might already be walking corpses. In the security control room, a tense atmosphere surrounds Escudo's Marco. Marco introduces his team, proudly stating that Escudo is the best security force in Europe. Escudo's leader, Marco, boasts about his team's strength. A new recruit is introduced, Costa, who seems young and inexperienced. A member of Escudo expresses doubt, but Marco dismisses the concerns. Costa, with a confident smile, accepts the challenge. The team is ready. Meanwhile, the team gears up, preparing for action. Marco cracks jokes with the team. As they prepare to leave, Marco makes one last remark to his team. Marco's confidence is clear, but a sense of urgency is building as they prepare to face their target, Alapede. The scene shifts to Deha Group's control center, where the security team keeps a close watch. Security personnel at the control center remain calm, knowing that their defenses are airtight. The control room is packed with monitors, each providing surveillance of every corner. Escudo's mission feels even more intense as the control center monitors their every move. A technician comments on the perfect security setup, emphasizing that nothing can go wrong, despite the flawless plan. Something feels off. Escudo's confidence is met with doubt. The extensive security cameras covering every inch of the building, Costa, deep in thought, tries to figure out how such an infiltration was possible, concludes that the only way to infiltrate would involve something that no one has considered yet. Gunshots ring out, causing chaos inside the building. The loud booms echo through the air as the team reacts instantly. Costa quickly issues orders. Beta team heads to the west region. As the team moves swiftly, Costa remains calm but resolute. In the midst of the chaos, Costa rushes forward. A member of the team, breathless, runs into a horrifying discovery, a dead body. The body is headless, adding to the unease. The body's ID badge is discovered, revealing the identity of the victim. It's Marco. Costa, grim and composed, orders the team to stay alert. Marco's death changes everything. As the team processes the discovery, the reality of the mission hits. The team refocuses on their mission, but the shocking events leave everyone on edge. The focus shifts to Alapede as Costa realizes the scope of the threat. Costa leads the charge, knowing they have no choice but to press forward. The security team is in disbelief. The premises are under constant surveillance as Costa considers the possibilities. His mind races. If Alapede truly broke in, Costa, determined, realizes the only way to breach the airtight security system is through an unlikely method. Suddenly, gunshots echo through the building, causing chaos. Costa orders the beta team to head toward the west region, while everyone else storms the 36th floor. Costa leads the charge, aware that they must act fast to prevent Alapede from escaping. As the team moves quickly, one member is startled by a strange noise. They discover a lifeless body, but the gruesome sight only adds to their confusion. The body has no head, and the discovery sends shockwaves through the team. As the body's identification tag is found, the team reels in shock. Costa, grim and focused, orders the team to stay alert. The group, now on edge, faces an uncertain future. Their mission was clear. With the focus shifted to the mission, the team presses forward. Costa, however, he starts to realize the depth of the conspiracy. Escudo's leadership is under threat. Costa, now resolute, prepares to face the challenge ahead. Alapede must be stopped. A dark corridor reveals a shadowy figure walking confidently. Alapede's figure is barely visible, but his presence is undeniable. His face is partially obscured, but his confidence is clear. Costa realizes that Alapede is unlike any opponent he's faced before. Despite not seeing he directly, Costa understands that he has no plans of hiding. A disturbing image appears, with a message scrawled across a victim's body. It sends a chilling warning to the team as they prepare for the next move. The confrontation escalates as one man violently slams another against the wall, shouting in frustration, gripping each other tightly. The accused refuses to believe that anyone among them is Alapede. The younger man calmly explains that traitors often expose themselves by pointing fingers first. He cites a statistic 78%, where accusers are revealed as the real traitors. During internal crises, suspicion grows. The calm one hints that his opponent may have orchestrated the current chaos. He challenges him directly, calling him the most suspicious among them, and demanding proof. Another member watches silently, recognizing the boy isn't just a regular bodyguard. Even in this tense standoff, the boy stays ready to eliminate threats without hesitation. He realizes this infighting is exactly what Alapede had planned from the start. The woman questions the claim, doubting Alip's presence and asking for proof. The boy simply responds that everything will end soon without further explanation. His calm glance unsettles the room, signaling a move already in motion. Elsewhere, agents panic, believing they won't survive the mission. Surveillance shows no breach across all floors, deepening confusion. As blame shifts to Sanchez, one agent realizes Alipede is manipulating them all. The woman observed the shift in behavior. Alipede was causing internal distrust, breaking unity from within. Suspicion moved from one agent to another, without clear reason, creating chaos. She concluded that the enemy was manipulating them to create escape routes and avoid detection. A scream interrupted her thoughts. All attention turned to the sudden alert. Operators identified Alipede's presence inside the facility, confirming infiltration. Two agents engaged the target at a hallway location and fired without delay. Gunfire ceased. The hallway was silent. The agents believed they had eliminated the intruder. Before confirmation, a new threat emerged. Both agents were struck. Their bodies dropped, the feed cut off. No further response followed. A message appeared on the wall, warning them not to try again. In the control room, backup forces failed to respond. They had vanished, despite fear. The woman focused. She had sensed flaws in the situation earlier. She had enabled audio recording across all security cameras upon arrival. This adjustment allowed her to gather unfiltered information. A painted message confirmed that Alipede had anticipated surveillance and left a sign. The woman reviews surveillance footage and discovers that the video of Marco's attack lacks audio, since she had previously activated audio recording. The silent clip indicates it was not recorded recently. She concludes the video was planted earlier as misinformation. While moving through the corridor, she communicates with the team. Elsewhere, the boy acknowledges Alipede's tactics, realizing signs were being sent all along. Before he finishes speaking, the woman sprints forward with purpose, heading toward the identified location. A sudden movement causes her to flinch, sensing a nearby presence. She notices a figure in the distance and recognizes that her position has been compromised. She communicates her exact coordinates and invites them to follow. The boy receives her signal and prepares to head to her location immediately. Before moving, he is confronted by a man who stops him, questioning his sudden departure. Confrontation delays him, but urgency builds. The man views his reaction as suspicious. The boy considers explaining the truth, but knows he won't be believed without evidence. He insists on leaving, explaining that someone else's safety is at risk. The man hesitates briefly, then gives a short reply, indicating reluctant understanding. The boy is surrounded by 4 guards. Their leader blocks his path, refusing to let him leave. He is warned not to move unless he proves he's not the traitor. The boy remains calm but firm. If force is required, he's prepared to respond. Tension escalates. Neither side backs down as they prepare for confrontation. Elsewhere, the woman enters a storage room calling out Alipede directly. She confirms Alipede's presence is known, yet no one has managed to capture him. She recalls activating the audio on the cameras upon arrival, catching fake footage. By doing so, she exposed a planted recording meant to mislead the team. Despite many in the building, Alipede had targeted her specifically and made his presence known. She acknowledges Alipede's intelligence and attempts at deception. Her confidence remains steady as she prepares for a final confrontation in the storage room. She directly addresses the figure in the dark, signaling that the chase is over. The enemy reveals himself as Marco, confirming her suspicion. She recalls recognizing a strange scent not tied to any natural smell. It's identified as the odor of disguise materials, confirming Marco was in hiding all along. Rather than showing fear, she mocks the enemy's disguise, pointing out how uncomfortable it must be. Feigning concern, she suggests removing it, claiming she wouldn't be able to see him anyway. With a composed expression, she states it might be a blessing not to witness his real face. The man tears off the fake appearance, revealing his actual identity. Details about him emerge: John, a highly ranked assassin known for mission success. His presence confirms the earlier disguise belonged to a man he had already eliminated. Meeting her, in person, he explains, was his only motive for appearing. She interrupts with sarcastic remarks, making it clear she finds him repulsive. Despite his comments about her blindness, she refuses to be shaken. Something in the atmosphere unsettles her. The room feels unnaturally tense. Even while suspecting a trap, she maintains her focus without hesitation. In one swift motion, she breaks the light switch, removing all visibility. He acknowledges her tactic, realizing she deliberately shut off the lights. Though he assumes she's leveling the field, his understanding remains surface level. She reveals her advantage lies in training, compensating for blindness by sharpening other senses. Instead of relying on vision, she activates a trained sense echolocation by striking her cane against the floor. Sound waves ripple outward, giving her full awareness of her surroundings in total darkness. She rejects the notion of fairness. In darkness, the enemy becomes the hunted. Moving swiftly, she closes the distance and launches a precise attack. Multiple strikes collide in rapid succession, creating heavy impact. Though injured, the enemy acknowledges her refined skills and recognizes her elite training. Rather than deny it, she accepts the compliment, but warns it's too late for admiration. Darkness, she claims, nullifies any advantage of rank or status. The fight rages until sparks from shattered lights briefly illuminate the room. From her analysis, most people rely heavily on sight to react in combat. Yet he catches her cane, mid-swing, defying the odds in pitch black conditions. She questions how he's able to perceive her movements so accurately. She reflects on how enhanced senses are the result of neural adaptation, even with training. She expected an advantage, but the enemy reveals a deeper truth. He was born blind. His innate adaptation gave him an edge she couldn't match. He acknowledges her use of echolocation and admits learning from their exchange. Despite her ability, he claims there's one force she cannot overcome: despair. As tension rises, his surroundings shift visually, reflecting the dominance he believes he holds. She begins to understand his intentions and the reason behind his signs. Her realization confirms why she was the specific target chosen by him. Charging forward, he prepares to finish the encounter, eliminating unnecessary obstacles. Peter stood firm under the rain, facing the threat without flinching. With calm confidence, he stared up at the towering enforcer who threatened to break his legs. Peter issued a final warning, the enforcer flanked by henchmen. As the thug charged in, Peter closed the distance with lightning speed. Instead, Peter delivered a fierce hook punch, disrupting his opponent's momentum in midair, using the man's force against him. Peter flipped his attacker over, rendering him airborne and helpless. Without pause, Peter retreated to a new position, shocking the group with his sudden repositioning. The leader hesitated, confused by the unnatural speed and precision. Though his men offered to chase Peter, the leader declined, aware it wasn't a coincidence. He recalled how Peter's hands had landed exactly on his vital point without hesitation. Acknowledging Peter's restraint, he ordered the others to follow cautiously. Meanwhile, a new figure marked someone else as their first target. A blur of motion followed as the white-haired man launched an ambush. The sudden blow sent the woman flying, the attack fueled by purpose. As she slid across the floor, confusion filled her thoughts. Something had felt wrong from the start. While recovering, she sensed an abnormal frequency, one exceeding 20,000 hertz. Her instincts recognized it as echolocation, a method beyond the range of average human perception. Even with her veteran experience, she couldn't detect it. Staggered, she considered a possibility that left her in shock. In a past session, her coach had praised her echolocation talent, but hinted she wasn't the most gifted. Curious and frustrated, she questioned his statement, pressing him for the truth behind the comparison. He tried to reassure her, joking through her irritation as she trained upside down. Despite her skill, he revealed a limit one even she couldn't overcome with practice alone. The barrier wasn't a lack of effort, but rather something innate one she'd soon understand. The coach clarified, the unmatched type was someone born blind, through neuroplasticity. The boy in question heightened his remaining senses beyond human thresholds. Now, those sharpened senses functioned as his eyes, allowing flawless perception in battle. She was overwhelmed by another precise blow, his attacks untraceable. Despite her training, she couldn't match the mastery he displayed with minimal effort. What took her decades to perfect, he'd evolved naturally. Jiwan realized the man's echolocation skills weren't just refined. She acknowledged that even with centuries of effort, she might never attain such perception. He could sense the full space at once, far exceeding normal sight. She suspected that his enhanced senses might be overdeveloped. He admitted his superiority came from being born blind. Suddenly, he recoiled in pain as a sharp screech pierced the air. Jiwan's trap had triggered. The piercing noise, unbearable to his sensitive hearing, overwhelmed him. Jiwan, wielding a metal rod, intensified the noise, turning his strength into a weakness. As he screamed in agony, her plan unfolded, proving he could be hurt like anyone else. But his rage surged. He countered with brutal speed and strength. She realized he hadn't become powerful due to blindness. He had always been dangerous. His blade landed a direct strike, overpowering her with ease and taunting her inability to match his level. He declared her strength insufficient, placing her below the apostles of Gabriel. Coldly, he judged her unworthy, just another victim in his path. With finality, he dismissed her as a waste of talent, offering no chance for redemption. Standing over his fallen opponent, Alipede smirked, satisfied by how the encounter had played out. Despite her pain, Juan snapped back with defiance, unwilling to be dismissed. Rather than retaliate, he revealed her role as nothing more than bait to expose Peter. A devastating strike tore through the air, slamming into Alipede before he could react. The force hurled him backward, breaking the silence with a thunderous crash. Landing with precision, Peter steadied himself beside Juan, eyeing the aftermath. His focus shifted to the blind attacker, quickly assessing the threat. Recognizing the name, he questioned the man responsible for injuring Juan. Confusion set in how could someone without sight block an assault so cleanly. Hidden in smoke, Alipede crouched, intrigued by his opponent's voice. Something didn't add up. The voice sounded far too young. With a final glance, he slipped away, leaving only a threat behind. Peter reacted instantly, intercepting the danger aimed at Juan. One quick motion pulled her clear of harm's path. Although the fight had paused, Peter knew the real pursuit had just begun. The pursuit intensified as agents rushed underground, shouting directions to intercept Alipede's escape route. Orders flew through comms, urgency mounting. No one could afford to let him vanish again. Alipede, meanwhile, reeled from confusion, replaying Peter's unexpected block in his mind. Despite managing to stop the strike, he admitted it hadn't been deliberate. The realization stung. He hadn't anticipated Peter's unpredictability. Elsewhere, Jiwan writhed in pain while recovering in the break room, frustration bubbling over. Peter remained calm beside her, deflecting her complaints with dry observation. Her anguish clashed with his focus, as he silently reflected on Alipede's disguise. The question gnawed at him: how could someone blind impersonate Marco so flawlessly? Team members scrambled in confusion, unsure how Alipede slipped through surveillance. Peter began piecing together the likely next move: an assassination attempt on Yunchang Choi. Juan shared the same suspicion, questioning how Alipede could act under tightened defenses. Across the facility, agents rushed into position, sealing off access points. Leaders barked orders, anticipating Alipede's target and reinforcing security around Choi. Determined, they swore nothing, not even a fly, would slip past their watch. Peter evaluated the tightened security measures. He calculated that only a single approach could work if the target were to be eliminated. Determination flickered in his eyes as he mentally traced the strategy Alipede might use next. Security forces scattered, following commands to guard Mr. Choi, without delay. In the midst of the movement, one figure calmly advanced, already within their ranks. Alipede smirked under his false identity, preparing to strike again from behind a new disguise. Security around the premises tightened. A commanding figure declared that no one could enter without authorization. Inside, Peter calmly observed the situation. Surveillance was too strict for any direct move. He assessed the risk. With this level of caution, only a calculated method would work. The security chief issued alerts and moved toward Mr. Choi's location, demanding vigilance from his team. Peter's eyes narrowed. He recognized what needed to be done. He reached for a familiar tactic: disguise. It was time to blend in once more. News of the search reached Peter's companion. She panicked, but he stayed composed. She urged immediate action, but he insisted they still had time. Peter revealed he'd already taken precautions to block interference. Costa was denied access to the chairman's office by the guards. He identified himself and pressed his rank, but was still refused. Nearby, others recalled orders to block Escudo's team from entering. Frustrated, Costa demanded they stand aside during the emergency. The guard countered, saying that the crisis justified stronger security. A secretary appeared, offering to deliver Costa's message herself. Costa handed a briefcase to the secretary, claiming it contained an urgent document for Mr. Choi. She promised to deliver it safely, but Costa leaned in with a warning not to open it under any circumstance. As Costa turned away, the guards debated eliminating him, but the secretary dismissed the idea. Elsewhere, Juan and his team suspected Alipede had an accomplice inside the building. They reasoned that no outside contact could have supplied a new disguise unnoticed. Without any bodies reported, the imposter had to be hiding among them. The elevator continued upward as agents warned each other about Alipede's deceptive nature. They spoke of his stealth and ability to disappear without leaving evidence. Meanwhile, Peter exited on a lower floor, greeted calmly by an unaware guard. Peter gave tactical advice over the phone, advising visibility over direct confrontation. Before ending the call, he spotted the guard's scent. It matched a target from earlier. Clenching a small canister, Peter prepared for conflict, his instincts confirming the danger. As the elevator descended, Peter remained unreadable while Costa stood beside him. Costa hadn't realized who Peter truly was, focusing instead on his own mission. When asked about the briefcase, Peter deflected, raising further suspicion. Costa's curiosity grew. The young man's profile described him as a low-ranking killer from Glory. Despite that, Costa couldn't ignore the flawless skill shown during their last encounter. The attacker's movements were youthful, but something deeper hinted at much older experience. Costa analyzed the man's physical attributes: height, build. There was no way someone like that was merely rank D. His reaction speed alone proved it. As Costa pondered further, Peter's name was spoken aloud, startling him slightly. Two agents casually discussed Peter's legend and doubted they'd ever meet someone of that caliber. They believed a low-rank operative wouldn't cross paths with such a figure. Then, the topic shifted to another name, Alipede, raising tension between them. Costa flinched upon hearing Alipede's name, recalling his ties with Escudo's operations in Europe. They questioned why he would travel to Korea and continue hiding in shadows. If he was truly powerful, why wouldn't he fight openly under light? A bold thought surfaced: was Alip hiding a weakness, like blindness? Peter quietly listened as Costa dismissed Alipede's reputation compared to Peter's. Costa's clenched fist betrayed his unease, hinting he suspected more than he admitted. Peter paused and handed back a pen to Costa. The gesture stirred a memory. Peter remembered receiving the pen during their first meeting. In that memory, Costa described the pen as important and asked Peter to keep it safe. Costa examined the pen and remarked on its rarity, noting how hard it was to find in Europe. Peter then revealed he had the original pen all along, catching Costa off guard. He apologized, stating he must have confused the pens. Peter questioned Costa's earlier words. How could he not recognize something so valuable to him? Costa realized Peter was testing him, pressing him to reveal more than intended. Peter hinted the real issue might be Costa's inability to see the pen clearly. Peter explained how habits from certain professions were hard to break. He speculated about habits blind individuals might display based on repeated behavior. Peter recalled Costa subconsciously checking for Braille. Peter revealed Costa had never touched the Braille before until today. Realizing he'd been exposed, Costa stiffened, a mix of anger and panic flashing in his eyes. He gave a chilling order to the team: shut the lights off. The lights shut off instantly, plunging everything into darkness as Peter instinctively reacted. Costa lunged in the shadows, using his familiarity with darkness to overwhelm Peter's vision. Blows landed fast. Peter struggled to track Costa's movement. Costa's speed became untraceable. Peter couldn't predict the angle or timing of incoming strikes. Injuries mounted as Peter fought blindly, stunned by the weight and frequency of the attacks. Each hit carried precision and force. But Peter remained calm, waiting for an opening elsewhere. A quiet hallway lit up as an elevator opened. A subordinate rushed out, horrified by the signs of violence and absence of response. They called out, uncertain of who had survived. Fear crept in with every unanswered cry. Peter emerged from the elevator, wiping himself clean. He confirmed Costa had fallen and announced plans to meet Alipede's accomplice. Next, determined, Peter gave the order to recover Costa's remains before moving forward. Peter admitted Costa's skill was impressive, fighting in darkness like he could see. But in a distant location, a white-haired man replayed events, disturbed by how things ended. No matter how many times he analyzed it, something about the outcome didn't make sense. Alipede, stunned by the result, replayed the battle. He had aimed for lethal spots in total darkness. Ordinary vision wouldn't have sufficed to block any of his attacks, yet Peter endured. In a flash, Peter created sparks inside the elevator, using momentary light bursts to readjust his vision. Alipede admitted he had never experienced such frustration. Peter had stirred something new in him. For the first time, he wanted to kill someone purely by choice, not by command. He adjusted his plan, now fully invested. The game had become personal. Peter sprinted through the halls, revealing to Jiwon that Alipede's actions were a diversion. The real assassin was someone else, and the distraction was meant to mislead them. Peter confirmed he had discovered the accomplice's identity, prompting urgency from the team. Peter explained the pattern: someone was always absent during each emergency. This person stayed close to Mr. Choi and held full authority over building operations. Peter concluded that only one person fit all conditions, shocking the listeners. That person was none other than Mr. Choi's secretary. She prepared to act, her calm demeanor vanishing under pressure. Meanwhile, Peter moved swiftly. A confrontation was inevitable. Apostle John is alerted by a subordinate about Escudo agents closing in. The name Sanchez triggers memories of Marco's men. A squad rushes through the corridor, yelling vengeance for Marco. John calmly dismisses the threat. With quiet confidence, he assures that Sanchez poses no issue. A bathroom lies in ruin. The woman standing over the corpses confirms Marco is already dead. Questions arise about Yun Chang's fate. The corridor remains eerily silent as the subject changes. A woman in a purple blouse confirms Yun Chang has been captured. Her tone hints the next target is Yong. Huan Yong. Huan stumbles into a bloodied scene, stunned and confused by the aftermath. A stern woman interrogates Ariana and Grande about a suspicious briefcase. They claim it holds documents for Chairman Choi, attempting to deflect suspicion. Ariana insists on authority, invoking the chairman's orders for identity checks. Tension rises before she's dismissed. The interrogator allows them to leave. Once alone, Ariana grabs the case, eager to verify its contents. Opening the briefcase reveals syringes and an empty circular slot. Doubt fills the air. They question the claim of important documents. Demanding truth, they issue a veiled threat for an honest explanation. She warns they won't leave alive, drawing her blade with tension rising, though terrified. She keeps up the act deep down. She knows she can't win. Grand and Ariana, seasoned mercenaries with elite kill records, prepare to engage. Resolved, she charges forward, shouting with reckless force. Her blade swings down, but Ariana parries it effortlessly and counters. Grand strikes next, landing a powerful blow that sends her flying across the room. Dazed and bleeding, she realizes her strength wasn't enough. The two close in, fighting or fleeing will both end in death. Backed into a corner, she considers her final, desperate move. She breaks down, begging for mercy, confessing she followed Glory's orders. They offer to spare her if she cooperates. They ask where John is. Before she finishes, John appears and grabs her from behind. Yon stabs her without hesitation, blood spilling quickly. He mocks her, demanding she continue speaking, despite the wound. As her body falls, John faces the two mercenaries, unbothered by their presence. John blocks their path, stating no one will get past him. His calm stance radiates threat. Grand and Ariana mock his confidence, questioning his ability due to his rumored blindness. John replies coldly visibility isn't a concern. He lunges, ready to strike without hesitation. John explains his assassin code, no witnesses. His approach is methodical, without emotion. He vanishes into motion, aiming to finish the fight in one silent move. Elsewhere, Jiwon leads someone through a corridor. A stench fills the hall. They discover the aftermath of John's assault. Ariana and Grande lie motionless in a pool of blood. Alapide's presence is confirmed. Jiwon is ordered to check on the chairman. The threat level has escalated. Ariana weakly hands over intel. She mutters that someone's looking for Alapide. The man recalls their last confrontation, hinting unfinished business remains. He reflects Alapide may be strong, but he is no match for the legendary Peter. The group prepares to act. A decision must be made fast. A mysterious voice issues a challenge: come alone to the armory or Choi dies. Confused, the guard hears a scream. Something is wrong, he runs to respond. Two operatives rush through the hall after alarms are triggered. Jiwon assesses the scene. Yunchang Choi has been drugged and is unconscious. A remote explosive is attached to Choi's neck. The bomb is active, steadily blinking with each beep. Jiwon confirms Alapide is the only one who can disarm the device. The team begins mobilizing support. He is instructed to retrieve a specific weapon and prepare for direct engagement. Despite warnings, Jiwon moves alone. His destination is clear: Alapide's chosen meeting point. Concerned voices argue against the decision. They believe Alapide intends to manipulate the battlefield. Jiwon demands confirmation of his identity. When affirmed, he walks away without hesitation. His reputation settles the discussion. His decision stands. Jiwon exits the building. The observer silently acknowledges his confidence. Elsewhere, strategists evaluate the risks. Apostle John remains isolated. They consider reinforcement, but agree sending help could result in additional casualties. John's capacity for violence is acknowledged. His loyalty and skill are feared equally. A flashback begins, marking the year 2017 in Malta. A quiet building rests under moonlight. Inside, John calmly tends to a rabbit. His expression is unreadable. The room remains silent. John remains calm inside the dim room, holding a rabbit. Unexpected visitors arrive. The men express disbelief at being discovered. Their methods were designed to leave no trace. John points out their mistake. Their arrival confirms he anticipated their presence. One of the men threatens John with a pistol, demanding answers within seconds. John identifies the weapon specifications and accurately points out. He concludes that the attacker has already lost by underestimating his opponent. The man fires. John moves before the bullet is released, avoiding the shot with ease. John closes the distance instantly, disabling his opponent before he can react again. He explains that with a blade, the man would have died multiple times already. Another figure steps in, applauding John's precision in subduing the attacker. The newcomer reveals their organization is now called Glory and shows interest in John's skills. He expresses amusement, indicating a deeper plan behind this encounter. He tosses a blade into a barrel, signaling an invitation to Korea for a future meeting. John assumes the message relates to Peter, acknowledging his reputation despite age. The man confirms it indirectly, hinting at a future confrontation and urging John to stay alert. John mentally prepares for what lies ahead, certain that a confrontation with Peter is inevitable. Meanwhile, Jiwon descends alone in the elevator, focused and silent as he nears the basement level. The doors open at B10. Without hesitation, Jiwon steps out into the waiting zone. A vast storage area stretches out before him, packed with crates and metal walkways. Standing atop a vehicle, Aliped greets him coldly. Jiwon wastes no time and demands answers. Aliped admits he's been unsettled by Jiwon's presence ever since they first crossed paths. Jiwon's youth, according to Aliped, doesn't match the aura he carries. Noting an abnormal level of skill, Aliped suggests no ordinary young man could possess it. He pushes for clarity, stating it's unlike anything he's sensed before. Reaching a conclusion, Aliped claims Jiwon must be Peter in a younger body. Jiwon confirms the deduction, with his secret exposed. However, Aliped produces a detonator, revealing he has a countermeasure prepared. A deadly trigger is displayed. One press will erase everything within range, including them. John, however, remains composed. He doubts Aliped would go through with it. Though confident in the bluff, Jiwon recognizes he must still act carefully. Aliped presses the trigger without hesitation, initiating the detonation process. Jiwon reacts, but the signal spreads. Chaos erupts as beeping floods the room. Outside, the team surrounding Mr. Choi panics. The bomb is now active and unstable. Everyone scrambles as the detonation reaches its peak, too late to stop it. In the city, a massive explosion engulfs the tower, lighting up the skyline. Aliped watches calmly. For him, the true conflict has only just begun. The silver-haired man ridiculed Peter, accusing him of trembling too easily. Peter crouched, trembling uncontrollably. His breath was uneven. He acknowledged the cruelty before him, though he knew the man was ruthless. The man casually spoke of killing Yunchang and Jiwon. He promised more pain. The destruction wasn't enough. The explosions intensified. His goal was absolute no survivors. He warned Peter, the worst was still to come. From now on, survival would be more painful than death. Peter remembered Apostle John's stealth, how he used a heat-masking device during their deadly clash. Peter realized traditional senses wouldn't help. He had to adapt quickly or fall like the others. Peter assumed the area had already been sealed in darkness. His enemy likely planned every detail. Eyes glowing red, Peter steadied his breath. He refused to let fear control the fight. He launched forward, blades slicing through shadows. The battle had officially begun. Blades struck from unseen angles. Peter slashed wildly, unable to trace their origin. There were no clues, no sounds. Peter remained surrounded, unsure where the enemy stood. A strike landed from behind. Darkness reigned. His opponent declared him weak, unworthy of victory. Peter clashed weapons with his opponent, barely deflecting each rapid strike. Each movement was fast and calculated. Peter found it increasingly difficult to anticipate or respond in time. He realized the enemy was using echolocation to guide every attack. The enemy's movements became too fast to trace. Blades passed within inches. The surrounding darkness made it impossible to track movement. He stopped chasing shadows and waited. His plan was to respond only when the enemy moved into close range, before he could react. Peter was struck in the midsection. The opponent had read his position perfectly. The blow sent him sliding backward. The enemy maintained complete control of the engagement. Peter stood, silent but focused. He needed to adapt before another hit landed. The enemy confronted Peter again, pointing out the shift in his behavior. Peter controlled his breathing and adjusted his stance. His earlier fear was gone. Though injured, he remained composed. The situation was beginning to change. Peter ignited a red flare. Light flooded the room, ending the visual advantage held by his enemy. The flare disrupted echolocation. Shadows receded, exposing both fighters. With vision restored, Peter advanced to engage directly. The flare burst into light, but was immediately struck and tossed aside. The enemy stood unharmed. He dismissed Peter's effort as weak and ineffective. Despite the dismissal, Peter remained composed. His silence hinted at a larger plan, not yet revealed. Peter clarified that the flare wasn't intended as a weapon. The light was never the goal. As he prepared the flare again, Peter explained that echolocation. He acknowledged its reliance on environmental feedback, exposing its limits when manipulated deliberately. Peter activated the fire sprinklers, filling the room with water droplets that disrupted sound. The enemy's perception weakened. For the first time, his sensory advantage was compromised. He reacted with confusion. The effect had never occurred before, the enemy confirmed. This was the first time someone interfered with his echolocation. He realized Peter had been examining the environment earlier, noting sprinkler positions. Peter had planned to neutralize his vision from the beginning, reversing their roles. The enemy acknowledged Peter's strategy and understanding of echolocation. Still, he believed Peter remained vulnerable. He dismissed earlier attempts as distractions. He warned that the sprinklers were temporary and would soon cease, restoring his advantage. The silver-haired assassin dashed through the water, attacking fast and clean. Peter kept retreating, using the wet floor to change angles. Peter stayed calm and pushed back with logic instead of force. Peter stated their comrades were still alive. The enemy's eyes widened. Peter explained the enemy was obsessed with perfect kills and would not destroy targets carelessly. The enemy hesitated, realizing Peter was reading his habits and intentions. Peter stayed kneeling and reviewed the scene. He revealed the reason for the act. The enemy wanted Peter to believe he failed to protect others. Peter attacked the enemy's pride, calling it insecurity. The silver-haired assassin stiffened. Peter kept pressing, asking where the confidence went. The enemy's expression twisted with anger. The enemy snapped, losing composure. The fight shifted from control to emotion. Peter's thoughts connected the enemy's white hair to an old memory that explained the hatred. In the memory, young Peter held a white rabbit while other kids crowded around him. Someone tried to take it, and Peter fought back, refusing to let go. Later, the same kids mocked him at a table. Peter realized that was when everything started. At school, kids mocked the white-haired boy while he sat quietly. The boy's helplessness grew into an inferiority complex. One rainy night, the rabbit was gone. The boy searched outside. The bullies surrounded the rabbit and laughed at its red eyes. The boy ran in and tried to take it back. The bullies slammed him away and mocked him. They stomped and kicked him while he shielded the rabbit. Afterward, the boy lay curled on the ground, shaking. He realized the pain was not only about the rabbit, it was about being humiliated and powerless. Later, the lights suddenly went out. People panicked, unable to find exits or phones. The boy watched them stumble in confusion. Their fear showed how much they depended on vision. He remained calm and unaffected. He could still sense where everyone was. He understood he could see in darkness. That difference gave him control for the first time. He struck one bully down hard. The bully begged and tried to crawl away. The boy stood over him, cold and steady. Years of abuse turned into action. Rain fell as he moved toward the others. A door opened nearby, and an adult voice called out. A flashlight beam revealed the white-haired boy standing in rain beside injured bodies. Blood covered his face as he stared ahead without hesitation. In the present, his anger returned, and he rushed forward. Peter blocked the incoming strike and held his ground. Peter studied the enemy's movements and timing. He recognized pride hiding fear and instability. The enemy tried to slip behind Peter for a blind side slash. Peter reacted instantly and turned with him. The enemy moved close, confident he could finish the fight quickly. Metal cuffs snapped shut around the enemy's wrists. The sudden restraint stopped his attack mid-motion. Peter revealed the capture was planned. He provoked the enemy to force this mistake. He stepped in and confirmed the enemy was fully trapped. The enemy's advantage disappeared. Struck a vital point with a controlled blow. The enemy's body jerked from the impact. He prepared to continue, testing how long the enemy could endure. A brutal punch lands directly on the liver. The attack is calculated, designed to cripple from within, targeting a key internal organ. Despite the shock and pain, the victim refuses to collapse. Most would fall gasping, but he endures. The force should have broken him. The next flurry begins, this time aimed at the lungs, throat, and pressure points. A cold efficiency drives the strikes. Each blow targets vital areas: the maxilla, philtrum, spleen. His body bends but doesn't break. The attacker respects the resistance, but reminds him tenacity alone won't stop what's coming. Their fists clash, releasing a shockwave. Eyes lock. One defiant, the other slowly unnerved. The defender declares his enemy's ruin. His stance steadies, power building. Recognition flickers in the attacker's eyes. Control is slipping. Suddenly, a powerful kick breaks free. His legs were never restrained. A burst of force sends the attacker flying. Confidence vanishes. The momentum shifts. A mistake was made. His opponent has grown stronger. A relentless counterattack ignites. The rhythm reverses. The observer realizes it wasn't raw will that fueled him. It was dignity, the foundation of every move. And now, it drives his rise. His eyes blaze with obsession. As long as his target dies, he's ready to sacrifice himself repeatedly. Peter grabs him mid-lunge, using raw force to slam him downward through the floor with a deafening impact. He lands below, steady and unshaken, with a calm stare. Peter acknowledges the enemy's relentless will. The man rises from the wreckage unharmed. The fall should have ended the fight, but it didn't. He comments on the handcuffs. Smart idea, poor execution. With a burst of strength, he breaks free. He claims that to truly restrain him, Peter taunts him the sprinklers still fall. Both are blinded, but echolocation is useless now. The man silently agrees. Until the water stops, he's fighting without one of his key senses. He reaches for the keypad. They must relocate to finish this. They burst into a dry, open space. The environment favors clarity and speed. The man questions the shift. Peter, however, has already adapted. He closes in swiftly. Advantage tilts toward Peter. They sprint across the floor. A strike misses by a hair's breadth. Peter's reaction is flawless, each decision faster than the last. His opponent realizes too late. Peter controls the pace now. The enemy steps into the lightless arena. His voice steady. Launching forward, he spins midair, delivering a sharp airborne strike toward Peter with seamless control. Peter slides back, dodging the blow. The attack lands hard, but Peter keeps his footing. Wary, a low mechanical hum fills the silence. Peter waits, still and unreadable. His opponent mocks the silence, assuming hesitation. He thinks Peter's resolve has cracked. With a click, the enemy activates a device, signaling the start of another tactic in motion. Explosions burst above. The ceiling breaks, but no water falls. Sprinklers are absent. Peter scans the area. Darkness dominates. There's no light, no visibility to regain advantage. The enemy smiles. In this environment, he's at his strongest, finally energized by the fight. Peter confronts him about attacking a retired man. He calls it dishonorable. The enemy counters sight was the old man's weakness, not age now. Peter faces the same flaw. He's blind. The enemy sees everything. He charges again. In this darkness, Peter can't follow his movement. The enemy declares victory. Peter can't react, can't escape, can't fight back. With no direction, no vision, Peter is paralyzed. Fear takes hold. Darkness tightens its grip. Panic creeps into Peter's opponent's thoughts. Confident of victory, he declares the fight over, lunging with a deadly grin. But suddenly, a counter lands a sharp strike that catches him off guard. The blow sends him crashing hard to the ground. Dust and shock spread across the floor. He staggers up, confused. The hit shouldn't have landed. He questions his own recovery. Realizing his senses are still sharp, he shifts tactics. He'll strike faster, quieter, next time. He reassures himself. No normal human can follow his movements through the dark. Determined, he dives again, this time, with intent to end it swiftly and cleanly. Charging forward, he believes the fight is truly over now. A powerful impact shatters his momentum. Peter retaliates with precise force. The enemy reels from the hit. He questions how Peter can even see him at all. He's stunned his movements were invisible, yet Peter reacted perfectly. Peter calmly admits he shouldn't be able to see, and under normal conditions. But he reminds the man those handcuffs earlier weren't just for restraint. The enemy scoffs. He broke them easily, but Peter's expression suggests there's more to it. Peter reveals the handcuffs weren't ordinary. The enemy falters. Confused, he questions Peter's claim, unaware of what he overlooked. A strange glow catches his attention. A faint smell triggers recognition. It wasn't normal steel. Realization hits. The cuffs were coated in luminous paint, now activated by light exposure. Peter had thrown him near the exit intentionally, leading him to a room filled with light. The strategy becomes clear. It wasn't random, it was a trap designed from the start. The enemy questions how far ahead Peter had planned. The foresight was unnerving. He demands to know when Peter prepared it all. Stunned by the coordination, Peter casually responds. He planned it knowing regular light was useless against echolocation. He admits the countermeasure was necessary. Facing echolocation meant fighting differently. With the glowing paint still active, the enemy reevaluates everything. Peter, focused, suspects a weapon will soon be drawn. A flare ignites, bathing the room in searing red light. The air thickens with heat. The enemy steps into the glow, calm and direct. His confidence hasn't wavered. He lifts the flare boldly, willing to fight in full light. He challenges Peter to see everything. The opponent draws a second blade. Peter questions the choice. Instead, the man tosses a weapon toward Peter, offering balance. He seeks a fair contest. Peter silently accepts. He picks up the blade, understanding the unspoken rule. The enemy calls out to Peter. His stance is eager, eyes sharp. They clash at full speed. Steel scrapes in bursts, their forms blurring with movement. Peter notes the precision his enemy fights to the end without holding back. Within the red haze, the enemy tries tracking Peter's presence. Peter moves faster than his perception can follow. Blade after blade collide in succession. The fight turns chaotic. One spin, one strike. Peter keeps pressing forward. Slash after slash rains down. Peter changes his grip mid-combat, confusing his opponent. The man questions the shift, wondering if Peter will strike from above. He prepares to counter, but knows he must kill Peter before that moment arrives. They grapple. The enemy slashes wildly, trying to predict Peter's next move. Peter's speed leaves no time to react. Every dodge is too late. Refusing defeat, the enemy lashes out again, but Peter meets every strike head on. He clenches his teeth in denial. Both the fight's direction and Raphael's warnings are unacceptable to him. Confidence drives him forward. As long as he wields a blade, he believes Peter can't win. Elsewhere, agents mock his claim. They mention Peter rarely even uses weapons. Peter ascends with a sudden leap, light shining behind him as he prepares his next strike. He remembers the phrase that defines him: fighting with a weapon would make it too easy. The enemy snaps, furious at Peter's calmness, and retaliates wildly. He's stunned. Even while empowered, Peter is outpacing his vision and attacks. His mind races. As Alipede, he's never struggled like this against another human. Despite his speed, Peter remains untouchable. The gap between them grows clearer. Frustration builds. He can't understand why Peter is unreadable. Then, as Peter charges with his weapon raised, visibility returns. The realization hits now that Peter wields a blade. He can finally be seen. Alipede rushes forward, but unease overtakes him. The battlefield distorts in red light. He struggles to grasp what he is facing, known as the Great Alipede. Just as doubt peaks, Peter's face flickers into view, calm and unreadable. Peter charges, his silhouette sharpening. Alipede reacts too late, only now realizing he can actually see him. A flash of movement cuts through the red glow. Peter swings with clean precision, forcing Alipede to block in panic. The blades collide violently. Though Peter is younger, his strike holds the weight of experience. Sliding backward, Alipede stares in disbelief. His balance falters under the pressure. He reflects on the moment he thought he saw Peter clearly. Panic turns into dread. He, the seasoned killer, cannot overcome this boy. Peter remains composed, stating the extent of Alipede's internal injuries. Alipede clenches his teeth. One strike earlier left his left arm numb. He silently concedes the truth. His opponent's technique was not luck, it was dominance. Peter readies the karambit. His grip is precise, disciplined. Alipede watches, shocked. Mastery of such a weapon should take years. With one arm limp, Alipede braces as Peter advances again. Blade steady and unreadable. Peter drives his elbow downward, landing a direct hit. Alipede's body jerks from the blow, unable to block with his weakened arm. Peter coldly states the obvious. Alipede won't be able to defend the next one. Alipede, defiant, binds his functional arm and declares it a fair fight, bloodied but unyielding. Alipede charges recklessly. His pride fuels every step as he throws himself into a close-range assault. They lock hands. Alipede growls that he won't release Peter's wrist until one of them dies. Peter lands a heavy counter, slamming Alipede's face sideways. He questions the claim with a cold stare. Peter explains his strike targeted the masseter, forcing the jaw open regardless of strength. He stands over Alipede unmoved. Pride alone won't save him now. Alipede staggers, disoriented. His vision narrows under pressure, wipes blood from his mouth, committing Peter's name to memory. Peter watches cautiously. He senses something's off. Alipede slices the flare in half. The room falls into darkness. Peter loses sight completely. Alipede disappears. SWAT forces storm in, misidentifying the suspect. Peter watches silently. Alipede had sensed them before anyone. Peter halts as the SWAT team surrounds him. He calculates the risk and chooses not to resist. He observes the situation. Alipede has escaped while attention shifted to him. Officers search the perimeter. Peter confirms the enemy is no longer visible within the area. In the lobby, a woman approaches the SWAT unit and questions the situation. She asks about Alipede and a man named Sungu. She is advised to step aside for safety. Before she responds, a sudden movement distracts her. She turns around sharply. A faint scent catches her attention. Her focus shifts to the exit. SWAT members are stationed near it. Suspicion rises. Her instincts tell her something was left behind. She finds an unfamiliar object in her coat pocket and pulls it out. It's a braille note. The content is brief and cryptic, referencing echolocation. She immediately connects it to Alipede. The message implies the encounter was a setup. Inside the infirmary, injured personnel rest. Some survived due to non-lethal targeting. Medical staff confirmed the bomb on one of the officers was not triggered. Damage was minimal. Peter listens and mentally concludes that the restraint was intentional. Peter questions an injured agent about her ties to Glory. She reveals the threat from Glory's leader. Any act of disobedience could lead to their families being killed. Peter realizes Raphael orchestrated this network from the start. In another hallway, a woman questions Peter about Alape's escape, doubting his capabilities. Peter shows no reaction. He has other concerns and doesn't defend his failure directly. He assures them that Alape will prove useful in the future, though details remain undisclosed. A containment tube drips with fluid, holding a mysterious enhanced figure. Elsewhere, John reports back to his superior. The mission's results were incomplete. The hooded superior reacts with disbelief. John clarifies that Peter was never present during the mission. The superior laughs mockingly. He accuses John of fabricating the story to cover a loss against Peter. He steps forward, taunting John further, and dismissing his explanation. John warns him once, promising violence if pushed further. Thaddeus, a Glory operative, introduces himself in a mocking tone, brushing off John's warning. He jokes about John's anger, but a sudden blow strikes him across the face. John issues a final threat. One more insult will result in permanent damage. Thaddeus reveals his rank as an apostle. He taunts with a cryptic question about eyes. He views the unfolding situation as entertaining. Alape, the world's top assassin. Across from him stands a martial artist believed to possess spiritual power, raising the stakes. Thaddeus shifts tone but mocks again, claiming Alape's precision has weakened. He attacks with agility, prompting a rapid aerial clash as Alape dodges repeatedly. While impressed by the reflexes, Thaddeus belittles Alape's lack of sight. Thaddeus provokes him further, demanding a proper fight. Alape refuses. He warns that if he used full strength, Thaddeus wouldn't survive. Thaddeus begins to doubt. Alape's speed pushes him into a defensive state. Alape lunges with a spinning kick. The impact causes a concussive shockwave. Both fighters collide midair, releasing a violent burst of energy. Thaddeus crashes to the ground, dazed but still conscious. John slides to a halt, regaining balance. He halts Thaddeus, claiming the right to finish the pursuit. He declares that no one else is to interfere, taking full responsibility for the next kill. The others question his vague reference, unsure who he's referring to. John remains firm and silent. Thaddeus and the other man speculate about John's mention of a young man, unsure of his target. Thaddeus volunteers to retrieve Choi, but the muscular leader refuses. The leader decides to act himself, rejecting delegation. His tone signals urgency and control. He confirms his intent. The others realize he plans to confront Choi directly. His expression sharpens as he gives instructions to prepare transportation. Under glowing light, his tattooed back is revealed. He prepares to handle the matter personally. Sirens wail around the Deha Group building. Emergency forces secure the scene. The chairman of Glory arrives, seeking a meeting with Deha Group's leader. SWAT officers deny entry, citing the ongoing lockdown due to a terrorist incident. Despite warnings, the chairman advances. Officers hesitate as confusion spreads inside the building. Without hesitation, he smashes through the entrance, sending armed guards flying. The blast leaves several agents incapacitated. Shock registers across the remaining unit. Panic sets in. A call for backup is made as the man steps inside calmly. He mocks their authority, highlighting that he has entered despite all restrictions. With a sinister grin, he claims dominance, suggesting he now holds more power than the president. The intruder surveys the building, confirming Chairman Choi's presence. Elsewhere, medical staff tend to survivors. One man receives a call, expression shifting as new instructions are issued. With a sinister expression, the intruder outlines his plan. His first move is to confront Choi directly. A subordinate rushes into the room, urgently calling for Mr. Choi's attention. Alerted, the man informs him that someone has infiltrated the building and is advancing toward him. When Choi demands a name, the response shocks him. It is the chairman of Glory, Raphael. Choi is frozen as Raphael appears, advancing without hesitation despite cries for him to stop. The hallway explodes with tension as Raphael calmly approaches, unaffected by fear. He greets Choi coldly, confirming he is alive. While Choi struggles to process the sudden encounter, Raphael expresses disappointment at the armed welcome, calling it an impolite gesture, surrounded by guards. He questions the intent behind pointing weapons at a guest. Despite the standoff, he explains he came in concern, hearing Choi was in danger. Choi nervously thanks Raphael, insisting the threat is handled. A guard silently wonders who Raphael really is, astonished at his strength. Despite being outnumbered, Raphael shows no fear. calmly closing the distance. One soldier realizes he is paralyzed by fear, unable to shoot. Another hesitates, questioning if Raphael is even human, fixated on his intense gaze. Raphael casually asks Choi if he had help, to which Choi responds vaguely, still overwhelmed. Raphael leans closer and coldly mentions the name Apostle Peter, causing Mr. Choi's breath to hitch in fear. Choi is overwhelmed by the intensity of Raphael's eyes, struggling to maintain eye contact, despite meeting countless people in his life. In his mind, Choi likens Raphael's eyes to a predator's unblinking, piercing, otherworldly, caught off guard. Choi stammers a denial, claiming Peter isn't present, and would have been arrested if he were. Raphael laughs off the response, casually suggesting he knew the truth but played along. Raphael suddenly questions Choi's tie, pointing out the untidy knot as he adjusts it. He warns that such carelessness leaves Choi exposed, the gesture laced with veiled threat. Choi, panicking internally, resolves to speak carefully. Knowing Raphael's ruthlessness, Choi realizes a lie could cost his life instantly. Raphael appears convinced by Choi's performance and prompts him to continue speaking. Trembling, Choi shifts the conversation, introducing another topic to divert suspicion away from Peter. As the topic changes, a new figure is introduced, a skilled agent from Glory's ranks. Images of the killer's operations flash by, casual conversations, secret meetings. The memory settles on the killer's calm demeanor. Raphael silently urges Choi to continue. Choi, nervous, he emphasizes their strength, claiming with a forced smile that capturing Peter is only a matter of time. Raphael watches him closely, his piercing gaze unmoving. Feigning boredom, Raphael rises and announces his departure. He hints at knowledge of Choi's poor sleep, startling him with the precise observation. Raphael turns his back, inviting Choi to speak now if he has anything to confess before it's too late. Raphael's tone shifts to cold warning if he finds out Choi colluded with Peter. His eyes glow with barely restrained fury, the threat hanging like a blade in the room. The moment fades as scene transitions to a chaotic hospital hallway where a medical emergency erupts. Choi bursts through the door, screaming, overwhelmed by panic and trauma. He collapses before the medical staff, convinced Raphael intends to kill him. The staff struggles to restrain him as he cries out for sedation. Paranoia overtakes Choi. He accuses everyone of working for Raphael and pushes them away. Witnesses nearby discuss how Raphael's recent visit may have deeply unhinged him. Despite medical efforts, Choi remains inconsolable, unreachable, even by the most advanced treatments. Sunggu notices Juwon holding an old hat and asks what it is. Watching her reaction closely, Juwon explains she found it because Mr. Choi kept it with him, though it looks ordinary. Sunggu's expression hardens as he quietly repeats Juwon's name. Sunggu suddenly orders everyone, including the doctors. The staff protests, but he forces them out and shuts the door. He approaches calmly and tells Mr. Choi to settle down so they can talk without interference. Mr. Choi refuses to believe him and breaks down again. He convinced Glory already controls everything and Raphael will kill him. A harsh voice interrupts, snapping Mr. Choi out of his panic as his body flinches at the pressure. Sunggu suddenly explodes in anger, demanding to know if Mr. Choi plans to betray him. He reminds Mr. Choi of a promise made long ago, forcing him to face the words directly. Mr. Choi freezes, sweat dripping as the word promise. The scene shifts to Moscow in 1978, where heavy snow falls outside a moving train. Inside, a wounded boy is ordered to get up, told the journey home will be long and unforgiving. The boy stumbles after the man leading the way. The man's sharp eyes focus as he stops Yun Chang. He pushes her into a seat and orders her to cover her ears. Yun Chang panics, pressing her hands tight against her ears as her voice begins counting. He counts out loud while the man stands nearby. Two armed men appear down the corridor, whispering about moving in once they get the signal. They prepare to ambush him, believing he is unarmed and easy to shoot if they act together. As Yun Chang reaches the next number, the attackers rush forward. The man vanishes from their sight in an instant, leaving the hallway empty and confusing them. One gunman realizes too late that the target has already moved into the blind spot. The man strikes first, crashing into the group with precise force before they can fire. Bodies slam into the floor and walls as weapons scatter across the narrow passage. Yun Chang keeps counting, unaware the fight is happening only a few steps away. When the man returns, he corrects Yun Chang for stopping early. He leads her out quickly, using a motorcycle to flee through the snow-covered night. As they ride, he warns her that life will become dangerous. As they ride through the snow, the man tells Yun Chang they won't see each other again. She stays silent, processing the weight of those words. Her eyes filled with dread. Inside, she accepts her loneliness and resolves to protect herself from growing close to anyone again. She holds the hat tightly, asking to treat it as his presence beside her. Promises to live fully and hopes to become someone he would be proud of. Smiling brightly, she swears to grow stronger and live a meaningful life if they meet again. Sunggu repeats her old words, reminding her of the promise made years ago. He urges her to get up and face those who rely on her now. Her expression changes as the truth slowly becomes undeniable. Choi recalls the moment he first met Sunggu. Sensing something familiar, that resemblance made him remember everything about the past. He confesses he never forgot Peter and always longed to meet him again. Sunggu, now revealed as Peter, thanks Yoon Chang for keeping the promise. As others return, Choi regains composure and apologizes for the worry. His team surrounds him in concern, unaware of the reunion that just occurred. Outside the room, Juwon questions what Sunggu did to Mr. Choi, surprised at his calm exit. Sunggu simply says Choi was strong all along, giving no details. As the group drives off, the others complain about the lack of a proper thank you for their efforts. Juwon pulls out a letter, claiming Choi did offer a handwritten note in thanks. But inside is a black card stunning everyone. They celebrate, declaring Choi a generous man as their mood completely changes. As the vehicle approaches a new location, Sunggu says he's heading home. He arrives at a school and is immediately confronted for being absent. The others tease him about secret deals and missing out on rewards. Yuna bursts in, warning that D-rank killers are being expelled. She insists they're all at risk if they don't rank high enough. Sunggu confirms the news. Everyone not in the top 100 will be removed. The group panics, unsure how to improve in time. They question Sunggu, who remains confident despite having the lowest rank. He reveals he's already prepared a way forward just as someone arrives outside the room. A new man steps into the room, startling the group. Tension spikes as one warns Yuna not to meet his gaze. His heavy steps draw attention as he approaches calmly, asserting presence with silent authority. He identifies the group as the D ranks, and fear spreads among them. Tension fills the air as a massive man from a past cruise encounter suddenly appears. A boy warns Yuna about the danger, insisting they underestimated how powerful this man truly is. Peter remains silent, but the room grows uneasy. His presence feels deliberate. Inside, a quiet room, the blonde man hurls insults, ridiculing Peter's return and calling him a coward. Peter calmly asks for privacy, prompting another man to exit while tension thickens between the two. Alone now, the blonde challenges him, demanding to know the real reason behind his return. He confesses that only the apostles rival Peter's strength, admitting his unease. Pressed, Peter deflects, suggesting his truth might be unbelievable. The blonde, shaken by recent events, claims he's ready to believe anything. Peter confirms that he is the one. The revelation lands heavily. Disbelief erupts. Peter was thought to be an old man, not someone so youthful. The blonde protests, but Peter questions his earlier claim of believing anything. A sudden flash of clarity stops the blonde's thoughts. He recalls Peter's unmatched skills, movements beyond anything he'd seen. Realization sinks in. Whether Peter or not, this man is undeniably something more. Peter interrupts, revealing he had recently met Raphael. He confesses that despite confronting Raphael, Peter reflects on his lack of formal combat training, admitting his weakness. The blonde man acknowledges Peter's superiority in strength. Driven by desperation, he kneels, requesting Peter's help to grow stronger. Despite Peter's initial refusal, the man lowers himself further, humbly begging for guidance. Images of a smiling woman flash in his mind as he expresses his desire to avenge Yuika. Determined, he asks Peter to become his master and train him into a stronger man. Peter mocks the title master. But the man remains firm in his plea, refusing to rise. Peter softens, stating he isn't one to make others kneel, yet seems moved by the sincerity. He suddenly shifts the moment, claiming he has an important task for the eager man. Excited, the man pledges to give his all, embracing the role of pupil with resolve. The task is revealed to train a trio of D-rank killers, each barely ranked above last. He sizes them up skeptically, noting their weak potential and poor standing. Unconvinced, he doubts they'll even survive the first steps of training ahead. A heated challenge erupts when Yuna, frustrated by the low expectations. Despite warnings from her teammates, she stands her ground. Peter silently watches, then turns away, stating he isn't fit to train anyone alone. Accepting the task with sincerity, the man pledges to train the team as if his life depends on it. Curious, Biggie asks what kind of methods he plans to use to prepare them. Calmly, he answers that his approach will be simple, leaving the rest to experience. The trainees begin a brutal survival exercise. They're told that only by facing death can they become truly strong. There are no shortcuts. Meanwhile, a hospital director speaks of an event tied to Peter's name. A theory arises: the insider behind the fall of Glory's killers must either be a traitor or one of their own. A senior investigator considers whether Peter himself might already be among them. He hesitates, believing Peter would have revealed himself until doubt creeps in. Another figure questions Peter's true whereabouts, realizing he may not operate from above. He theorizes Peter could be blending in at the bottom, unseen. The thought emerges: Peter may be hiding in plain sight, right among the weak. A shadowy figure proposes that Peter might be hiding among the D-rank killers. A subordinate doubts this, thinking Peter's presence would be too obvious. To expose him, the group decides to use John, a master of disguise, overlooking the city. They wonder how to smoke Peter out, pondering their next move. One of them proposes an idea with excitement. Elsewhere, a separate group realizes the operation is a trap, built to target someone specific. Despite protests, Peter remains calm, knowing that avoiding the call would only raise more suspicion. A student insists on joining, but Peter warns that his appearance is already compromised. An idea to use a robe is dismissed, as it risks revealing deeper affiliations. Frustrations rise as the group argues about recklessness and lack of planning. Their only option, as decided by the woman, is to investigate directly and face the risks. Peter smirks at the suggestion, amused by her fire and resolve. A week later, the D-rank killers gather on Dead Island, a new base set by Glory Club. Peter surveys the isolated location, noting the strange setup for such a gathering. Among the crowd, various D-rank killers observe the scene. As Peter and his companion observe the large gathering, they speculate on the purpose. Fear sets in among the trainees. Some panic at the thought of repeating intense hardship so soon. Peter and his companion quietly question whether everyone will survive what's to come. A host named Corey welcomes the D-rank killers, announcing a surprise event on Dead Island. He explains that Glory is rebranding, and this event is part of its new image. With a forced smile, Corey encourages the crowd, hinting at bright futures for those who survive. Corey explains the objective: endure 48 hours on Dead Island. Some participants laugh, underestimating challenge, and assuming it's a simple endurance test. They fail to recognize the deeper threat hidden within the setup. Corey clarifies this isn't a vacation, it's open combat, killer versus killer. Participants can steal each other's volunteer cards in any manner. Winning means survival. Losing means elimination. Brutally simple rules. Final rules are shown. Rank depends on how many cards each participant collects. Fighting, stealing, and hiding are all allowed. Strategy is up to each individual. The crowd braces as the countdown begins. Only the top 100 will make it out. Participants are ordered to submit all belongings, preparing for the test, which starts in 30 minutes. As they don't matching suits, one remarks that they feel like game participants, not killers. Peter realizes the level of preparation by Glory, sensing the gravity of what's coming. Peter observes the suit numbers correspond directly to ranks of vulnerability in open competition. He recognizes their low ranks will draw unwanted attention from stronger killers. Nearby, other participants like Joker and Pumpkin Knight stand out. Jolie, a model turned killer, turns heads, surprising those expecting hardened assassins. Peter quietly scans the area, noting even elderly and unexpected figures among the D ranks. Security cameras dot every corner, revealing how closely they're all being watched. Peter concludes the surveillance is meant to bait him into exposing himself. He resolves to stay hidden, suppress his true power, and play the role of a weak ranker. But he knows it won't be easy. Any misstep could blow his cover. A loud voice disrupts the calm. A man boasts loudly, drawing attention and suspicion. Peter focuses on him. His presence and behavior seem calculated. The man introduces himself flamboyantly as Tiger Swallowtail. Tiger Swallowtail tries to excuse himself, claiming he has urgent matters. They mock his low rank and see him as a clownish weakling, unaware of his true identity and intent. Suddenly, he grabs a bald participant and accuses him of being Peter. The group is confused and suspicious. None believe someone like him could be chasing after Peter. He jokes about not having time to check all 335 participants manually. With a grin, he claims to have a better idea to speed things up. Peter silently watches, instantly sensing the man's unpredictable nature as a future threat. Tiger Swallowtail demands everyone raise their hand if they're Peter. The crowd grows tense, unsure of his motives or seriousness. To everyone's shock, Peter raises his hand, stepping forward without hesitation. Tiger Swallowtail stares, stunned that someone actually responded to his call. Peter calmly locks eyes with him, stating that he's got his attention. In the center of a gathering crowd, a young man suddenly demands to know who among them is Peter. The group murmurs in confusion, unsure if the man truly understands who Peter. Unexpectedly, Subject 336 raises his hand, catching everyone off guard. Spectators mock the gesture, assuming the gesture is just a bluff from a weakling trying to act tough. One observer uses the word "zhongdi," confusing some. A figure nearby observes silently, suspicious of the motive. 336 warns the loudmouth to observe the crowd. Everyone is now unsettled by his claim. Many question Peter's appearance, expecting someone older and more intimidating. 336 reasons that all this noise would only push the real Peter deeper into hiding. Despite doubts, 336 grants permission for the man to act if he's so confident. The brash man lunges forward, initiating combat with surprising aggression. A swift and powerful kick lands, causing a moment of shock among the onlookers. 336 remains calm, internally noting that such precision isn't ordinary at all. He mentally dissects the attack, a sequence of 3 distinct kicks executed seamlessly. In a blink, the man had transitioned from middle kick to Brazilian kick to side kick. 336 observes quietly, recognizing the red-haired man's suppressed strength and seasoned movement. The man grins, clearly enjoying the tension, and suggests raising the stakes for more excitement. Others step in, defending 336 and scolding the instigator for picking on someone ranked so low. Another recruit challenges the redhead directly, provoking him to face someone stronger instead, laughing it off. The redhead insists it was just fun, trying to ease the atmosphere. He teasingly compliments Sungu, pinches his cheek, and casually walks away, unfazed. Nearby recruits offer to deal with the loudmouth, dismissing him as harmless. Internally, Sungu reflects his opponent followed every kick, reading each move perfectly. That awareness wasn't luck, it was calm, controlled skill. Sungu begins to question how someone that precise could be low-ranked. He sees through the mask of weakness and starts to doubt his assumptions. Meanwhile, others scheme without realizing the threat in front of them. 336 warns them of their vulnerable position in the ranking system. He explains the strongest will hunt the weakest first. As rank 336, they're already in the crosshairs. Faced with looming threats, panic spreads among the group. One member desperately asks what they should do. The woman steps forward with conviction, claiming their only hope is to stay united. A loud announcement echoes across the area. The survival game is officially starting. 336 assesses the killers around him, assuming many plan to scatter and hide. He visualizes others leaping toward hiding spots, preparing ambushes in secret corners. But surveillance cameras dot the landscape, preventing full use of his power. Realizing this, he chooses to stay with the group during the game. He calls out confidently, asking everyone to follow his lead. Promising survival, he steps forward. With a plan none of them understand yet. Suspicion rises as the team arrives at a worn-out factory, far from safer zones. They protest, confused why he ignored areas with food and bunkers. 336 calmly states he chose the factory for a clear reason. He explains that competing for comfort will make them early targets. The logic settles in as others begin to trust his judgment. Yet 336 remains wary, not of the plan, but of the silent figure tailing them. 336 narrows his eyes, suspicious of Tiger Swallowtail's presence among the lowest-ranked killers. He suspects a connection to Raphael, making the red-haired man's intentions more questionable. Resolving to stay cautious, 336 decides not to underestimate the eccentric figure. Other members question the sudden appearance of unfamiliar D-rank killers. 336 calmly reveals he summoned them each with a rank below 330. He predicts higher. Ranked killers will target the weak first, emphasizing the need to gather them. He proposes forming an alliance, startling the others who didn't expect cooperation. While technically enemies, they agree to join forces for survival. Yet strategy remains key. They'll need to steal others' cards to keep progressing. As doubts stir, one wonders how Sungu plans to compete. 336 unveils a card and shifts the focus. It is time to reach the top 100. While they hide, stronger killers will weaken each other in the open. Even against higher ranks, overwhelming them together becomes the plan. Instead of hunting aimlessly, they'll steal the cards already collected. Their victory hinges on unity, 10 weak links striking as one. Sungu quickly assigns roles, splitting the group between scouting and base defense. From a distance, Tiger Swallowtail watches, with growing intrigue, impressed by Sungu's command. As the forest stirs, 2 scouts dash into the woods to begin patrol. One scout recalls his past, a boxer once praised as a rising talent. Life changed course, leading him to become a killer in hopes of something better. But the overwhelming strength of others left him disheartened about his chances of survival. Sungu encourages him with words of resilience, revealing they share a similar path. As the area remains quiet, Sungu remains alert, scanning for danger. Meanwhile, someone desperately knocks on the base's door, pleading to be let in. A battered rank stumbles in, warning of a B-rank killer's presence nearby. The group panics at the idea of such a threat targeting them. Before they can react, one member is suddenly stabbed from behind. The infiltrator rips his disguise. He's a B rank, not a survivor. Two elite killers reveal themselves as part of the enemy's inner circle. With twisted smiles, they mock the alliance. Warning betrayal is only beginning. Tiger Swallowtail listens from his hiding place, amused by the chaos unfolding. Inside the factory, realization spreads. 2 B rank killers are among them. Panic sets in as one of the D ranks is brutally struck, confirming the power gap. A scream echoes outside, prompting the patrol team to suspect infiltration. One of the scouts flees in fear, abandoning his allies. Faced with uncertainty, the others look to Sungu for direction. He prepares himself silently. Inside, the attackers mock the group, insisting the test never banned killing. Holding stolen cards, they demand the others surrender or die. Tiger Swallowtail watches with interest, deciding to let the scene play out for now. Yuna regrets Sungu's absence, but realizes his strength can't be shown carelessly. Two fighters prepare to risk everything, bracing for a losing battle. Yuna steps forward, declaring she is ready to fight with everything she is trained for. The B rank counts 5 cards and demands them. With overwhelming speed, he lunges forward before anyone can react. A devastating punch lands, launching the fight into full chaos. A series of rapid blows shakes the ground as someone suddenly charges into the battle. The fighters mistake the arrival as another B rank clashing with their own. Yuna recognizes the strength and suspects it's Sungu, rushing to intervene. To her shock, the figure is revealed to be Pumpkin Knight, moving with sharp confidence. He had taken on a B rank single-handedly while maintaining a low profile. Sungu, hidden behind the scenes, had assumed the identity to remain unnoticed. By copying Pumpkin Knight's identity, Sungu avoided security cameras. He returned to the base, disguised and unrecognized by his own team. Suspicion briefly rises, but he brushes it off with a quick excuse. The others fail to recognize him, impressed by his strength. He boldly claims to be a national-level boxer and B rank. Confidently stepping forward, he prepares to confront the enemy head-on. Concern spreads among onlookers as they question if the masked fighter can hold his own against a seasoned B rank from above. Fighters scoff at his chances, dismissing him as a national boxing champion unfit for this level. Peter suddenly closes in, delivering a swift strike that disrupts the B rank stance. Observers downplay the hit as a fluke, yet acknowledge it landed. Speculation rises. Peter seems stronger than when first introduced. The masked man clenches his fists, sensing the eyes on him. To end this cleanly, the B rank mocks Peter's credentials, scoffing at his sports medal. Confidently, he prepares to finish the fight, using only boxing. Peter's mask conceals him well. A woman watching knows Sungu can take down a B rank easily, but concern rises if a D rank defeats a B rank, it could spark problems. Peter retaliates hard. The B rank is hurled backward, crashing violently into the ground. Staggering up, the B rank mocks Peter again, disappointed in the outcome. He unleashes a storm of punches, forcing Peter onto the defensive. Some spectators expected this. Others are confused. It's unlike Sungu to struggle. Quietly, one man watches. His view of the pumpkin guy begins to change. A powerful strike lands on Pumpkin Knight, sending blood flying. A bystander assesses the damage. The way he absorbs the attacks doesn't align with a D rank classification. Peter's observation sharpens this fighter's endurance, places him closer to an A rank. The B rank opponent is puzzled, though every hit connects. The flurry of punches continues. Yet Pumpkin Knight endures. He shows no sign of collapse. Others begin noticing something's off. The girl points out he should have been finished long ago. Peter reveals the truth. Pumpkin Knight is getting hit, but with intention and control. By moving with the punches, he absorbs minimal impact. Every strike lands, but none do real harm. The illusion is deliberate. It's a boxing trick called the head roll. While appearing injured, he is only conserving energy. Spectators grow suspicious. The one who seems beaten is still composed. The real damage shows on the B rank fighter, now exhausted and breathing heavily. Frustrated, the B rank rushes forward, ready to end it with one final blow. Pumpkin Knight sidesteps, stomps the opponent's foot, and disrupts his momentum completely. A clean counter lands. Shock ripples through the crowd as the B rank is struck hard across the face. The B rank falls with a thud. Pumpkin Knight stares in disbelief at the unexpected outcome. Feigning innocence, he claims it was luck, and that the opponent slipped during the attack. Spectators are confused. How could such a light hit drop someone? They begin to suspect it is just blind luck. Peter, however, sees through the act. Pumpkin Knight was never clumsy. Each move was calculated. He rolled with punches. His final strike, subtle but deliberate, hit a vital spot with precise force. Peter watches, impressed. His excitement rises from seeing such hidden talent. Another fighter panics. Jain, a B rank, lost to a D rank. He flees before he's next. Others let him go, knowing they can't match Pumpkin Knight's unpredictable fighting style. Pumpkin Knight celebrates the victory but shifts focus to the bigger concern: stolen cards. The quantity collected in such a short time raises suspicions about the B rank's methods. She suspects there's more going on, some hidden advantage or manipulation behind the scenes. Realizing they've been exposed, two teammates attempt to play innocent. They pretend to surrender their stolen cards and accept defeat. To their surprise, he agrees to split the cards, reaffirming unity despite suspicions. Pumpkin Knight offers Peter a card in gratitude. Peter refuses. Instead of a reward, Peter challenges Pumpkin Knight to a fight. He isn't interested in the card. What he wants is a direct match against the masked man. Their teammates protest. Another fight seems unnecessary, especially after such a tough battle. Peter proposes a friendly wager. Volunteer cards on the line. No real harm. To ease the tension, Pumpkin Knight playfully addresses Peter. Peter raises the stakes. If Pumpkin Knight can even touch him, he'll hand over his card. Confident, Pumpkin Knight accepts, declaring that he won't miss the chance. Energy builds between them as spectators cheer and others grow worried. Pumpkin Knight reflects. Peter has never used his arms in combat. Something feels off. He wonders if Peter is hiding a greater strength behind that casual demeanor. Peter offers to fight using any method, even boxing or weapons, letting Pumpkin choose. Suddenly, an announcement declares the factory zone a restricted area with limited time to evacuate. Peter crouches in disappointment, frustrated their duel was interrupted. As the team prepares to leave, Peter sighs. Their playtime ends before it could begin. Peter receives a call and prepares to leave, responding to a higher directive without hesitation. As he walks off, others question his sudden departure, but he simply assures them he'll return. Meanwhile, the group looks for Pumpkin Knight and Sungu. Teammates accuse Sungu of hiding while others fought. One member mocks their claim, pointing out they merely watched during the fight. Before they can leave, a hidden supply pack draws their attention. The team finds an assortment of odd supplies, suggesting the island is rigged for strategic survival. They decide to split into pairs, realizing that staying together will hinder their ability to gather resources. Walking into the forest, they begin speculating about the possibility of needing to fight for rare supplies. A visual overview of the island reveals shrinking safe zones. Sungu silently accepts that he too will have to fight eventually, regardless of preference. Suddenly, something alarming captures his attention, disrupting the moment. A teammate detects a smell and rushes toward a hidden cache of food. Behind the rock lies a massive stash of vacuum-sealed provisions, enough to share with others. Despite the oddity of detecting scent through sealed packaging, Biggie and Junior discover their strange supplies: dresses, ribbons, and odd accessories. Suddenly, loud explosions erupt nearby. Everyone freezes as the sound echoes through the trees. The group realizes the noises are gunshots. Panic rises. No one was supposed to have firearms. Yuna is ordered to stay back as her teammate dashes toward the source of the sound. He recalls how weapons were confiscated at arrival. If someone's using guns, determined to keep things from escalating, he runs faster. He suspects Raphael's involvement, someone known for twisted ideas. Elsewhere, a player is suddenly attacked and slammed to the ground. Realization dawns. The situation has evolved into something far more dangerous than expected. A shadowy figure appears deep in the forest. One player reacts with surprise. High in a tree, Peter takes a call, reporting no older men matched his expectations. But he notes two individuals who caught his interest, one of them being Pumpkin Knight. Recalling his last encounter, Peter prepares to return. Sensing excitement building, his contact warns he may regret leaving. Peter smiles, intrigued by the unfolding chaos. He simply replies that he won't spoil the surprise. Things are about to get interesting. A sinister voice whispers from the shadows, inviting someone to uncover the truth themselves. In a sunlit forest clearing, Yuna hears rustling nearby and scans her surroundings cautiously, startled. She prepares herself as the noise grows louder, calling out to the unseen presence. A man stumbles out, disheveled and wounded. He tries to speak but struggles. Yuna demands answers, confused by his presence in the forest. Before collapsing, Corey mutters only a warning, urging her to flee. Corey reveals this is no rank test. Everyone is marked for death. Yuna is stunned. Meanwhile, Peter calmly restates his goal to eliminate all D ranks. An unknown observer smiles eerily, convinced Peter is the one they've been waiting for. Chaos erupted as a wounded man shouted that everyone would die. Breathing heavily, he warned that this wasn't a rank test. He explained that Glory had planted agents and they were eliminating D ranks across the area. He warned about multiple B rank operatives, capable of wiping out groups of weaker fighters with ease. Before she could question further, he was struck by a sudden blow. The force sent him collapsing forward. She screamed his name in shock as the attacker revealed himself. The enemy, oddly built, admitted he was annoyed to come here, but now found it worth it. He mocked her calmly. She demanded to know if he was the killer behind the D-rank deaths. Identified as Aixingying, his real strength remained unknown. He dismissed the test and claimed he only came to kill D ranks. Suddenly, he declared he wouldn't kill her. He'd take her with him. She sized him up, recalling Corey's warning. These B ranks were lethal. She questioned if she could handle him alone. He grinned, closing the distance. He lunged without hesitation, arms outstretched, moving faster than expected. As his hand reached for her, she braced herself. The real fight was beginning. 2 new fighters arrived, calling themselves her daddies. They mocked the situation but made clear their timing was intentional. Launching forward, they warned the girl about the pervert's rank and prepared to fight. The group remembered the pain and danger from that battle. Yuna, aware of their missing comrade Sungu, felt uncertain about victory this time. She offered to fight alongside them, but Junior told her to conserve her strength for later. Junior emphasized that overcoming a B rank alone was a necessary step to become killers like Peter. They reassured each other, then charged straight toward the enemy without hesitation. The opponent misread their approach as retreat, unaware of the ambush about to strike. Junior moved at high speed, catching the enemy off guard with a blow that sent shockwaves. The enemy tried to follow, but Junior had already repositioned across the field. Confused, the B rank was stunned at how fast the attacker had moved. Biggie mocked the enemy's reliance on speed, revealing that it was also his own strength. With synchronized force, both fighters unleashed a flurry of blows. The B rank reeled in confusion, realizing something was terribly off in the fight. Junior realized too late that the enemy's true specialty wasn't speed. Despite the shock, Junior managed to grab the enemy. With arms locked tightly, Junior overpowered him with brute force. Biggie shouted for Junior to release him, but it was already too late. He laughed cruelly, claiming they could never reach Peter's level, calling Peter a legend far beyond them. The B rank retaliated fiercely, slamming Junior into the ground with violent force. The impact echoed. The attacker roared, furious at the D ranks for their arrogance. Both fighters gasped for breath, crushed by his grip. Panic started to show in their eyes. He boasted that no one escapes his grip. His strength, he said, matched that of a chimpanzee. His codename, Aixingying, confirmed his immense grip strength. He mocked their dreams of becoming like Peter. With a crazed expression, he screamed that they'd never survive against a real apostle. Suddenly, he felt pressure. Something shifted. Confusion replaced his arrogance. The D ranks synchronized their counter. Both executed a precise flying armbar at the same time. He was stunned. They coordinated without speaking. Together, they declared they wouldn't give up, no matter the odds. A man questioned their obsession with Peter. To them, becoming like Peter wasn't a goal. It was destiny, spoken with unwavering belief. Their conviction traced back 11 years to an orphanage, where their identity struggles began. Whispers spread among the children that even orphans could have ranks. Mocked by others, they were labeled simply as those two, stripped of identity and dignity, locked away unfairly. They reflected on the absence of joy since Father Gabriel's departure alone. They wondered if their mother would return. One boy rejected the thought outright. He argued their mother had abandoned them without giving names. They accepted no one would come for children who didn't even have a name. All hope seemed lost until a book fell from the shelf, hitting one boy's head. He jokingly blamed the book, but curiosity led them to examine it. Inside, they read a message. I had no name, mirroring their own pain. The letter continued. Its writer, once nameless, was mocked and called Doko Dai. Despite ridicule, he vowed to rise and proved he was born for greatness. Inspired, the boys realized the writer now had a name and maybe, so could they. In the diary's final line, Peter swore never to bring shame to the name he was given. The boys realized they were reading the Apostle Peter's diary. They decided to give themselves names, inspired by Peter's courage and past. The older one named himself Biggie Doko, the younger became Junior Doko. Years later they stood proudly before a mentor, explaining their dream to become like Peter. The mentor, while moved, doubted they could ever match Peter's legacy still. He suggested a way forward, fighting not alone, but in perfect sync as one unit. Confused, they questioned the odd training methods, especially the binding of their limbs. They protested, believing it was just another form of torture, not real training. Training escalated, from physical challenges to synchronized combat. During one fall, Biggie kept Junior from slipping. The mentor pushed them to act as one, dodging attacks in tandem. They learned that hesitation led to punishment. Even using the bathroom became part of the sync training. The lesson was simple: they must move, think, and act as one being, back in the present. Their enemy hesitated. What he witnessed just now felt unreal. The enemy sensed a sudden threatening presence that overwhelmed anything he had felt before. Despite the fear, he clung to pride, convincing himself that the opponents were still low, ranked and capable of defeating him. Watching the Doko brothers get overpowered left the girl isolated. The enemy closed in, taunting her isolation and urging her to give up. Before he finished speaking, he was struck from the side. He realized there were no visible weapons nearby, making her precise strike all the more unsettling. He spotted the girl, now holding a compact object, her makeshift weapon. Her stance was controlled, showing she had planned this. Still mocking, he tried to intimidate her, questioning her ability to win with such a small tool. She revealed she was never trained by Peter, dismissing his assumptions. His expression shifted. Something about her aura now felt darker, more dangerous than the Doko brothers. As she activated her weapon, energy burst around her. The man mocked her tactics, irritated by her distance-based fighting style. She stood firm, revealing a rope dart as her weapon. He acknowledged her use of distance to mask her physical shortcomings. His grin widened as he warned that her weapon would be useless in their forest surroundings. He lunged forward with ferocity, his speed making it hard for her to react in time. She barely dodged, recognizing that the thick trees and brush made her rope dart more of a liability than an advantage. She leaped across the forest, fully aware that a single misstep could leave her defenseless. Despite his taunts, she hesitated. Her weapon could easily get stuck mid-attack. As he closed in behind her, she felt his presence and froze for a split second. The enemy circled her, clearly toying with her, confident and relaxed. She launched her rope dart anyway, trying to break his guard with sheer pressure. But he laughed, unimpressed, still thinking she posed no threat. Desperate, she focused and threw again with full strength. He laughed harder, dodging with ease, certain her aim was worthless. His arrogance deepened, unaware that her next strike was meant for more than just pressure. Mid-taunt, the enemy was struck in the face by an unexpected blow. The sudden attack disoriented him, forcing him to scan the forest. Despite his alert stance, he found no sign of movement. Suspicion filled his expression as he questioned whether she had managed that strike. Meanwhile, she dashed forward with determination. Clutching the weapon, she recalled the training that once made her doubt its effectiveness. She remembered asking if she truly had a chance at survival. Still, her mentor admitted the rope dart had incredible potential for ranged combat. He warned her, however, that terrain could easily turn such a weapon into a liability. He explained that certain locations could nullify its usefulness entirely. That conversation turned into a training challenge to strike a target in a cluttered room. With a serious gaze, he declared the test would start immediately, urging her to aim and strike. She panicked at first, overwhelmed by the challenge's difficulty and the unclear path to success. He calmly stated that while there were many ways forward, she must find her own route. As he walked away, she was left with determination and frustration burning in her eyes. Sungu entered as two teammates erupted in frustration, shouting about a vague message left behind. They lay exhausted, venting over their synchronized training that pushed them to physical and mental extremes. Sungu tried to understand their complaints while they moaned about shared schedules and zero privacy. The brothers questioned Yuna's whereabouts, assuming she was resting comfortably somewhere else. They flopped into bed, eager to squeeze in what little sleep they could. Sungu, watching quietly, knew she wasn't resting but chasing something inside her dream. Within that dream, Yuna's rope dart spun fiercely through the air, cutting clean paths. She visualized a stronger version of herself, more skilled and fearless. Her body flowed between obstacles, determined to strike through chaos. Reality returned. Her knees hit the ground. She'd failed again. But she rose. If she could speak, she could keep training. Gripping the rope, she launched it again without hesitation. Failure repeated, but she refused to stop. She questioned the limits before her, were they real or imagined? Staring at the target, she saw possibility forming behind doubt. Yuna stood still, eyes scanning the old pool table. Realizing the answer had always been in front of her, she recalled every detail of Sungu's actions, his placement, gestures, and silent guidance. He hadn't given her the solution outright but had set her up to discover it herself. Elsewhere, her enemy's patience snapped as he cursed her persistence. Confusion shifted to fury. No longer amused, he prepared to kill without restraint. Yuna's rope dart hung still in her grasp as the threat grew deadlier. She gripped it tighter, likening the challenge to a maze, where each change reset the path. Sungu's past lesson echoed being lost was part of the journey toward the target. Obstacles were expected. Clarity came only by trusting one's own sight. Through trial and error, she eliminated the wrong paths. Finally, the route revealed itself. She moved with focused purpose. Transformed, she turned the battlefield into her stage. Her rope dart cut through air, deceiving the enemy. In a flash, she struck true. Her earlier attacks had only set the final blow. His realization came too late. She had never missed. She was aligning for the kill. Two trainees watched Yuna's display in disbelief, impressed by her precision but dismissing it as luck. Their awe was interrupted by the enemy's furious scream as he rose, swearing revenge. Before he could charge, the pair lunged to restrain him, forcing him to the ground. Struggling beneath their grip, the man howled threats, vowing to tear them apart. The two held him down, muscles trembling under the strain of his strength, calling out to Yuna. They gave her the moment she needed. The enemy mocked them as he spotted Yuna's next throw miss its mark. Laughter filled the air until she suddenly launched herself forward. Panic set in as he realized she wasn't done. She was just getting started. Yuna crashed down from above, explaining the force of her fall like a physics lesson. Her dive landed with earth, shaking impact, catching him completely off guard. He was flattened before he could react. Overwhelmed by the blow, lying unconscious, the enemy was finally defeated. The group celebrated briefly, joking about rank upgrades. Yuna dismissed the idea and urged them to regroup and find Sungu. Yuna stood her ground as a new enemy approached, coldly declaring the battle already over. He introduced himself as Weizhou Shu, a concealed B-rank shooter from the Black Snake clan. The group recognized him instantly, realizing too late they were outmatched by more than strength. Despite their fear, the team tried bluffing confidence, referencing their last victory. Their taunts fell flat as Weizhou smirked and calmly dismissed the idea of fighting. He never intended a fair fight. His hand was already reaching for his firearm. A blast shook the ground as he opened fire, shattering their expectations. Weizhou raised his pistol, casually announcing he would simply shoot them all. Panic set in as the group realized they were powerless against a marksman who never missed. Yuna connected the earlier gunshots to him and assessed the danger. As tension peaked, movement from the forest interrupted the standoff. Yuna smiled with relief. Sungu had arrived. But it wasn't Sungu, it was a quirky D-rank killer named Tiger Swallowtail. He entered casually, joking about missing a party, unaware of the looming threat. Weizhou grinned, seeing the newcomer as another easy target for his ambush. Tiger Swallowtail stared at the gun pointed at his head, unfazed and oddly amused. He challenged the shooter to test speed, provoking him with fearless energy. Nearby, Yuna and her teammate watched in disbelief, unsure if his confidence was foolish or calculated. Internally, Swallowtail assessed the gun's limited angle and his evasion options. He spun with enthusiasm, craving more thrill and upping the stakes himself. Closing the distance, he positioned himself directly before the barrel, daring the shooter to fire. In a forest clearing, tension builds as Peter calmly walks forward, a pistol held loosely in his hand. Without warning, he puts the barrel in his mouth. Onlookers freeze, believing he's given up. The woman observing questions his motive. Despite her aim, something she saw made her hesitate. Peter glares up, challenging her with silent confidence. The pressure shifts unexpectedly. She senses danger. Pulling the trigger now feels like inviting death upon herself. Peter doesn't flinch. His stillness unnerves her, causing her grip to weaken. Another man shouts, trying to regain control. He convinces himself Peter's bluff is meaningless. He raises his voice in anger, but Peter moves without delay. Peter twists the man's arm and dislocates it in one brutal motion. The attacker collapses, screaming. Others are too stunned to intervene. Peter mocks the injury coldly, eyes steady. The woman watching struggles to understand what just happened. Gunfire erupts. One man fires wildly, shouting. He claims expert skill, confident his target can't escape, but Peter shifts again. The woman gasps something's wrong. Peter stood calmly among bullet-riddled trees, unharmed. He casually pointed out the shooter had missed 26 times. His relaxed demeanor stunned the opponent, who couldn't believe Peter was ranked D. Peter smirked, calling it simple, his presence and precision clearly unmatched. He explained that shooting with one hand reduced accuracy, and worse, the target was him. In a blur, Peter closed the gap, rendering his enemy defenseless. The man stood dazed, unable to process how he was hit before even reacting. Observers questioned what happened, unable to track Peter's attack, despite their confusion. One confirmed that all the strikes came from Peter alone. He had delivered multiple hits in an instant, overwhelming the opponent completely. Peter mocked the fallen man, laughing at how easily he was taken down. Spectators doubted his D-rank status, comparing him to legendary figures. One onlooker finally began to recognize who Peter really was. Peter turned away as his true identity resurfaced in their minds. The man on the ground remembered clearly now the fear. The name, they were facing the one once feared across the continent, the god of Kowloon. The towering complex known as Kowloon Hellzone loomed under a blood-red glow. Legends claimed that no one who entered ever returned, not even the most powerful fighters. It was chaos incarnate, a lawless domain where survival was never guaranteed. Phelan Long, the third-generation Black Snake clan boss, stood before the gate with bloodlust in his eyes. With his right-hand man Wei Zhou and a horde of subordinates, he marched in, eager to claim dominance. Chants of violence echoed behind them, the gang convinced victory was inevitable. A frail old man mocked their arrogance, calling them moths flying into fire. Wei Zhou grabbed him in rage, but the old man's calm face stirred unease. Recognition dawned too late. His appearance hinted at a survivor, something nearly impossible in Hellzone. The elder warned them to pray, revealing he had once made it out alive. Wei Zhou was shaken, sensing truth behind the madness. Regret crept in, but Phelan laughed, brushing it off as nonsense. Inside, the streets lay empty, unnaturally quiet for a den of criminals. Phelan's men mocked the silence, thinking their presence had scared off the residents. But as someone appeared above them, their confidence began to crack. From above, the man known as the god of Kowloon issued a warning there would be no second chances. He declared that anyone who disturbed the space, even slightly, would be marked for death. Phelan recognized the threat, confused by the lone man's confidence, despite being outnumbered and outgunned. Phelan mocked the declaration and ordered Wei Zhou to shoot without hesitation. A hail of bullets erupted, targeting the lone figure standing above. Smoke and destruction filled the air as the building took heavy fire from below. Phelan called off the barrage, annoyed by the unnecessary damage. Convinced the target was dead, he ordered his men to retrieve the body. A subordinate rushed in, unaware of what waited inside the smoke. Cracking sounds and screams erupted as attackers were struck down. Chaos unfolded. One man demanded the figure reveal himself through the thick smoke. Another yelled in desperation, only to be met with brutal retaliation. Gunfire resumed as panic spread, but the enemy never showed his position. Suddenly, a slash tore through the leader's gun, leaving him stunned. Fear overtook him. His expression froze as he realized the tide had turned. As smoke cleared, the feared figure stood tall, unscathed. Black Snake members trembled at the sight. The realization hit hard they had lost, despite their numbers and weapons. Wei Zhou stared wide-eyed, acknowledging Peter's weapon wasn't steel, it was his entire body. Peter struck with explosive force, rendering his enemies helpless in a single blow. One survivor collapsed and begged for his life, trembling before the overwhelming power. Peter spared him, commanding only one thing to spread the warning. He declared that entering the hell zone of Kowloon meant certain death. The aftermath showed destruction, bodies scattered, the survivors panicking to escape. Terror gripped Wei Zhou as he discovered the horrifying truth: they never stood a chance. Peter had fought barehanded, yet inflicted damage no weapon could rival. One man lifted Phelan's limp body, shocked to find it completely boneless. Outside, Peter walked calmly, the chaos left behind him in silence. Those watching from the forest knew instantly they were witnessing a monster. The fallen muttered that even the island wasn't safe anymore. As Peter's silhouette gleamed with deadly calm, one thing was clear: death now followed him. Inside Glory's luxurious VVIP lounge, a large screen displays a black cyclone spiraling from the sea. A woman gently presses her hand over a glowing magical seal on a man's back. The subordinate informs him that the B-rank assassin's vitals are failing. With an eerie glow in his eyes, the boss hints that only one man could have stopped the assassin. He demands the security footage from Dead Island. The staff falters. Ye's gleaming, the boss insists he needs to witness it personally. Chaos explodes in the forest as armed men flee from an unknown threat moving swiftly among trees. One of them questions the attacker's presence, moments before a powerful blow descends. A fist crashes down violently, stopping the man mid-escape with sheer force. A figure with blue hair reveals himself with a sinister grin, mocking his targets. The mercenaries panic. One recognizes the attacker: it's Mikhail. Disbelief spreads as they realize Mikhail shouldn't be there. Fear overtakes logic. A soldier recalls a South American prison, infamous for brutal criminals. During a riot, Every convict ended up dead, killed not by backup, but a single man. That man was Mikhail, an ex-warden, whose very presence meant certain death. Mikhail's twisted grin widened. Inside that prison, he had been law-permitted to kill at will. A masked man voiced his disgust, rejecting Mikhail as a mere murderer. Realizing there was no escape, he made a choice. Running was no longer an option, they had to fight. Joker stepped forward, knives floating around him. A former killer, now part of Glory, his presence signaled danger. He declared his loyalty to Old Yang Wang, aiming to prove its strength. His confidence masked the desperation. Mikhail questioned the weapons. Joker revealed his hidden advantage supplies secretly placed across the island. Joker's true skill emerged. His specialty, throwing knives with lethal precision. Blades flew through the air. Mikhail dodged swiftly, narrowly, avoiding a direct hit. Joker remained sure of himself. He believed distance would wear Mikhail down. Suddenly, Joker froze. Blood dripped, he'd been stabbed. Mikhail held identical weapons. Joker questioned how, but Mikhail only smiled. He claimed the knives were Joker's. Confusion spread across the clown's painted face. Mikhail revealed bone-crafted weapons taken from a past victim. Without hesitation, he crushed Joker with overwhelming force. Joker lay defeated. Mikhail calmly prepared to create another weapon from his remains. Mikhail noticed movement and smiled, eager for more. Each new challenger meant more bones for his collection. He shouted with manic glee, feeling invincible. Surrounded by bodies, he was high on violence. Laughing, he challenged nearby D ranks, but one observer, Soldier 336. Elsewhere, a red-haired superior approached another group. He mocked their nervousness, joking about the good weather, as if nothing was wrong. The two recruits trembled, trying to mask their fear. He teased them relentlessly. A woman silently reflected. The fear she saw was justified. She remembered how Tiger Swallowtail had taken down an armed B rank using only his hands. His speed had been terrifying. To her, he was one of the strongest fighters she had ever seen. She thought of Nathaniel and Sungu, both formidable warriors who left strong impressions. Now another man displayed that same devastating strength, striking with unmatched precision. The red-haired soldier noticed one person missing. He wondered where the pumpkin-headed fighter had gone. Suddenly, soldiers shouted in surprise, eyes fixed on something ahead. A strange figure appeared. His calm presence unsettled them immediately. Recognition dawned. Another killer had arrived, shocking the group into silence. The woman stared in disbelief at the man lying unconscious. She quickly reasoned that someone powerful must have taken him down. Realization hit: if he was beaten this easily, then number one must have faced another B rank. She concluded only Sungu had the strength to subdue someone like number one, but the thought of Tiger Swallowtail discovering this sparked dread. Determined, she rushed forward. She had to stop Sungu from encountering Tiger Swallowtail. Others began noticing him too. Someone shouted Sungu's name, mistaking another for him. The woman panicked and denied it, trying to divert attention and keep him from danger. Running toward him, she cried out desperately. He couldn't be there. Nearby, Sungu lay unconscious. Others rushed to help, shocked that even he had fallen. One soldier dashed off, refusing to believe someone could overpower him. Covered in blood, Sungu muttered his attacker had fled, but was strong enough to kill him. The others guessed it must have been the pumpkin guy. They had suspected him from the start. Examining number one's crushed skull, they were stunned at the raw strength behind the blow. Fear took over as they prepared to leave the island. Doubt lingered. With a grin, the red-haired man halted the group. He called attention to 4 distinct traces: leaves, footprints, and a broken ankle mark. Then he showed a powerful footprint on a tree and the gaping wound on the fallen man's skull. The soldiers were confused, overwhelmed by the details. Mocking them, the red-haired man insulted their thinking. He stated that number one had rushed in, expecting to dominate his opponent with ease. But someone had waited, allowing number one to get close before striking low and fast. The devastating kick swept number one's legs, sending him sliding through the leaves. That long trail in the forest floor proved the sheer impact of the move. The kick shattered bone. Whoever delivered it had exceptional training and control. Unable to stand, number one became a stationary target as the attacker ran up a nearby tree. From above, they launched a final strike, an aerial blow designed to kill. The crushing impact landed directly on number one's head. Analyzing everything, the red-haired man concluded it wasn't boxing, it was lethal technique. With that, he cast doubt: could their harmless-looking pumpkin friend really be this skilled? A silhouette loomed over the body, firmly rejecting the idea that the pumpkin guy was responsible. The red-haired man turned, asking Soldier 336 for his thoughts. 336 stood silently, his uniform stained with blood, unable or unwilling to speak. The red-haired man continued, expressing unease. Something about 336 felt off. His grin twisted as he accused 336 of hiding something significant beneath his quiet demeanor. Before 336 could respond, he cried out for help, breaking into panic. Screams echoed through the forest. Soldiers shouted in confusion. One pointed out the cries were coming from the seaside, urging the group to move fast. Sliding to a halt, they spotted an unfamiliar scene and demanded answers. A calm stranger greeted them, surprised to see them alive. He questioned their presence. Behind him stood numerous strong-looking fighters, none of whom the group recognized. Yuna quickly assessed the threat. These weren't ordinary recruits. Realizing escape was blocked, Yuna called to Sungu, but he wasn't beside her. The red-haired man looked around, suddenly noticing Sungu was missing. Panic rising, recruits raised their hands, claiming innocence. They were only there to take a rank test. Two agents casually admitted they were following orders with no remorse. Their directive was to eliminate all D ranks. One of them leaned in aggressively, making the threat explicit. The mission was total extermination. Yuna processed the danger, realizing the entire group faced execution. Yuna stood firm, expressing they wouldn't submit easily to the enemy's plans. A masked man revealed himself, not Sungu, but someone using the identity of Pumpkin for cover. He calculated that only by staying hidden could he fight without alerting Raphael. Despite the disguise, the man knew Raphael might still detect him. Nearby Branks mocked his confidence, calling him reckless for challenging their numbers. Surrounded and outnumbered, the masked fighter braced for the confrontation ahead. He acknowledged their point. Even with skill, defeating 20B ranks alone was unlikely. Unexpectedly, the red-haired man stepped beside him, offering to fight together. With a confident smile, he challenged Fate 2D ranks against 20B ranks. A crowd of trainees surrounds Tiger Swallowtail and the masked Sungu as they step forward, facing 20 opponents. Despite being part of Raphael's team, Sungu stands beside Tiger, causing confusion and suspicion among onlookers. He admits he's helping simply because it sounds fun, not out of loyalty or strategy. Spectators murmur in disbelief, questioning whether the pair can handle so many skilled enemies. One observer acknowledges Tiger's unknown potential, but still sees the odds as suicidal. Tiger launches into combat, showing no hesitation despite the overwhelming numbers. Sungu notes surveillance cameras are everywhere, preventing him from using full force. As a result, Tiger must fight alone, taking on 20 fighters without backup aware of the danger. He remains composed and ready to face them. An enemy mocks them, pointing out their lower rank and the terrain disadvantage. They're on a sandy beach, which weakens footing and movement. Sungu agrees, recognizing that the location itself is a serious obstacle. He explains that sand absorbs energy, reducing combat strength significantly. Feet sink with each step, limiting balance and agility. Combined with enemy firearms, the terrain puts them at a clear disadvantage. Tiger grins, unbothered by the enemy's warnings. The armed enemy mocks him, readying his weapon and challenging him to see who's faster. With confidence, he waits, assuming speed and firepower will ensure an easy win. Facing a line of guns, Tiger braces, the odds increasingly unfavorable with no cover in sight. One observer notes the open terrain and distance, realizing bullets can't be outrun here. Tiger grabs Sungu, preparing for a bold move as escape seems impossible. With sudden force, Tiger propels himself upward, asking for forgiveness mid-flight. Sungu is launched skyward, shocking everyone as they misread the action as betrayal. Spectators question Tiger's intent, confused by the unexpected strike on his own ally. Tiger shouts a command, demanding Sungu to stomp the sand as part of his plan. Following through, Sungu lands with explosive impact, shaking the battlefield. Using the burst, Tiger launches himself above the chaos, avoiding the terrain's drag. High above, Tiger strikes down multiple opponents with rapid aerial attacks. While mid-air, he reflects that the sand only limits those who touch it. Smiling, he concludes that staying off the ground is the key to winning. Tiger unleashes rapid strikes mid-air, knocking down several opponents before landing hard. Two onlookers stand frozen, unable to grasp the overwhelming speed and impact. Sungu, watching intently, admits the speed is impressive, but something deeper is even more remarkable. Sungu observes how Tiger, in mere moments, disarmed multiple opponents with surgical precision. Forced to act, he targets the weakest enemy, aiming to stay unnoticed. Despite the urgency, he restrains himself, fearing Raphael's eyes may be watching. Sungu seizes a chance and feigns hesitation, waiting for the others to make assumptions. Two confused trainees misread his intent, begging him not to involve them. He charges forward, dragging them into the fight and redirecting the enemy's focus. The others mock Sungu, thinking he's using weaklings as human shields. As 1B rank leaps for a killing blow, Sungu's trap springs into action. A sudden shift catches everyone off guard. The attack's outcome flips instantly. Charging forward, Sungu reveals he never intended to flee at all. He slams into enemies with brute force, hurling them into the ground. The attackers stare in horror, questioning if what they face is even human. A B rank collapses with a heavy thud, and the weaker fighters express disbelief at how easily he was defeated. Sungu lies on the sand, feigning weakness, while the others boast about saving him from danger. In reality, Sungu had positioned himself in a camera's blind spot. Tiger watches quietly, realizing Sungu had orchestrated everything with precise intent. As chaos lingers, a female trainee prepares to launch a flare, urging everyone to regroup quickly. The flare shoots skyward, signaling the start of a planned escape from the island battlefield. Elsewhere, news of the fight reaches a refined man sitting calmly with wine and fruit. A subordinate explains, Thaddeus took down the B ranks. Flare alert confirms survivors intend to flee, raising concerns over betrayal. The leader slams the table, questioning if Thaddeus is turning against them. He rejects the idea outright, declaring his complete faith in Thaddeus' loyalty. To him, Thaddeus is unmatched, a legend who conquered the continent. In a hidden chamber, a prisoner hangs restrained, watched from the shadows. The leader repeats firmly that Thaddeus would never betray him, not now, not ever. Smiling coldly, he instructs his subordinate to keep watching and remain still. Survivors regroup at the island square, shaken and confused, shouting about near-death encounters. The female trainee announces the test is officially over and urges immediate evacuation. Sungu agrees silently, knowing staying longer could only invite more danger. Instructions are given to return to the boats, but Tiger Swallowtail resists, fixated on one goal. He declares he won't leave until he finds Peter, drawing puzzled glances from the others. Many believe he's clinging to a delusion, unwilling to abandon his supposed quest. Tiger admits Peter has remained hidden, but believes disguise can't conceal combat ability. He reflects on certain fighters who displayed unnatural skill for D-rank classifications. Sungu, among others, is mentally flagged as a suspect due to elite performance. Tiger questions why such individuals fought beside D ranks, hinting at hidden motives. A female trainee speculates a possible link to Peter. Tiger now pays attention to Sungu, whom he previously overlooked, considering him a key clue. Tiger connects the dots, noting that Sungu and the low-ranked fighter are never seen together. With playful confidence, he accuses Sungu of either knowing Peter or being Peter. Sungu scoffs at the idea, masking his unease beneath sarcasm. Tiger leans in, convinced he's uncovered Sungu's identity, proposing a direct solution to confirm his suspicion. Sungu refuses to remove his mask, slapping Tiger's hand away without explanation. Tiger steps back, eyes glowing with resolve, deciding to forcibly unmask Sungu himself. Under the mask, tension builds. The man reflects on the threat just made. With the flare fired, all remaining killers on the island have been summoned, putting him in the spotlight. Surrounded by enemies and under surveillance, he realizes any misstep could cost him everything. An explosion tears through the ground. A sudden attack removes any chance to plan. Smoke clears as an enemy drops from above, his movement sharp and precise. The masked man barely reacts in time, dodging a strike that smashes into the earth. The attacker watches, amused. His opponent's reflexes exceeded expectations. Acknowledging the dodge, he grins, sensing the thrill of a real challenge. Their clash draws attention from the distance, others reacting to the shockwaves. The terrain is distorted. The masked man can't fight freely on such unstable ground. He lunges, but his attacks are predictable. His opponent counters smoothly. Another strike crashes down, though it was never aimed at him. Dust clouds rise. The attacker realizes the kick was meant to obscure his vision. He tries to anticipate the masked man's next move, guessing his direction. A blur strikes fast. Onlookers gasp, doubting the fighters are truly low, ranked. Inside a high-stakes room, an A-rank fighter dominates the space. His presence alone forces tension across the floor. A woman recalls how even breathing felt heavier near him. The air itself seemed to resist. At that moment, she doubted she could ever reach his level of mastery. Watching the current fight feels even less real, more like a dream than memory. Sungu's barrage blurs across the screen, but too many eyes are watching. The masked man's sudden counter sparks concern. He's clearly hiding something. She feels relief. The man who once terrified them doesn't seem unbeatable anymore. An explosion confirms her thought. Sungu now holds the upper hand. His rival breaks through the blast, pushing forward with precision. Sungu notices his attacks being copied mirrored perfectly, but it's not exact. An extra strike comes from the blind spot. The masked man isn't imitating, he's enhancing each move. Observers gasp, unsure if Tiger Swallowtail was just defeated. Confusion rises. The scene makes no sense to them. A figure emerges from the dust. Respect is quietly acknowledged. Sungu kneels calmly, amused by the fight. He remarks how rare it is to encounter someone this strong. He questions whether they've met before. The masked man silently grows wary, despite the tension. The masked man notes how his opponent still hides his full identity. He wonders what purpose lies behind the secrecy. Sungu calls out the act, demanding to see his true skills. Accepting the challenge, the masked man smirks, acknowledging it would be rude not to respond seriously. He removes his glasses. The masked opponent immediately senses something unfamiliar and alarming. The masked man watches closely, confused by his opponent's hand movements. There's precision and rhythm in the gestures, far beyond simple showmanship. With fire rising behind him, Sungu declares the fight will no longer hold back. Elsewhere, observers watch through surveillance, confirming their suspicion. Someone among the D ranks clearly doesn't belong there. The masked man must be unmasked and exposed to the world. A subordinate questions if it's truly Peter, worried about Thaddeus's safety. The superior ignores the concern and asks if he enjoys track and field. With a smile, he confirms yes, especially running competitions. A man poses a scenario about a runner starting within 0.1 seconds of a gunshot and asks for judgment. His subordinate responds, thinking it would show remarkable reflexes. He's corrected. Such a start would mean disqualification for anticipating the signal, not reacting. The explanation continues: human reaction speed can't beat 0.1 seconds. That means anyone faster must be predicting, not responding, he concludes. Thaddeus' reaction time defies human limits entirely. The masked man realizes Thaddeus must be stopped before revealing more about his enhanced body. He prepares to strike, but is cut off mid-thought by a sudden, overwhelming assault. Thaddeus closes in, delivering a crushing blow with no delay. The masked man can't keep up. Thaddeus now moves like a different person. Despite the chaos, Thaddeus' reaction speed is confirmed, 0 seconds. His speed generates shockwaves, making retaliation impossible. His brain processes visual data instantly, converting it into muscle action without pause. The masked man is struck again before realizing the first hit landed. Forced to defend himself, he charges back in, knowing the real fight has only begun. Thaddeus moves rapidly, his body exceeds normal limits, overwhelming his opponent with relentless speed. Every blow lands clean. The masked man struggles to defend against the god of Kowloon strikes. Thaddeus warns that full awareness is necessary. He holds 888 techniques, and no one could block them all. The next barrage begins. Countless attacks rain down from every direction. The masked man stands defenseless. Dodging or blocking is no longer viable. Thaddeus delivers his finishing move, 100 flash strikes hitting with unstoppable force. Spectators watch in shock as the dust clears. The masked man is down, body embedded in the cracked ground. Someone yells Sungu's name in disbelief, fearing he might be dead. Questions rise about the masked man's condition. His fate seems uncertain. Thaddeus notes that the masked man's body is intact, confirming hidden strength, unable to move. The masked man admits he underestimated Thaddeus. Despite wanting to fight back, he cannot reveal his identity to Raphael. Thaddeus reaches to remove the mask. The masked man panics, searching for options, helpless. He internally pleads for a way out. His thoughts race. Suddenly, he shouts, stopping Thaddeus's hand just in time. Yuna steps in, demanding they stop and talk. She insists Pumpkin Knight has a reason for his actions. Seeing her stand before him, the masked man silently acknowledges her name. Yuna realizes she must protect him. If she doesn't act, Sungu's identity will be exposed. Thaddeus finds the situation troublesome but warns Yuna to step aside. She refuses. He threatens to use force if she doesn't move. Determined, Yuna readies her weapon and declares she will fight if necessary. Thaddeus moves swiftly. Yuna is struck and collapses, paralyzed on the ground. She's unable to move, confused by what just happened. Thaddeus returns to the masked man and grabs the top of the mask once again. From afar, a man celebrates. He believes Peter has finally been cornered. He declares that Peter is alone and powerless. No one can stop the unmasking now. Screaming Thaddeus's name, he demands the mask be removed immediately. The masked man glares as Thaddeus reaches. Thaddeus grabs the mask, lifting it from his head. He triumphantly reveals the name Apostle Peter. Yuna screams as the mask is removed. Her reaction stuns everyone around the battlefield. All eyes widen. The unexpected reveal triggers panic and disbelief. As the dust settles, a familiar figure emerges: Kageo. His sudden appearance confuses even the observers. Thaddeus is caught off guard. He recognizes the man as Simon and questions his presence. Elsewhere, the masked observer stares at the screen, unable to comprehend the change. A subordinate rushes in, reporting an emergency with urgency in his voice. The masked leader demands an explanation. The subordinate stammers, finally revealing Peter's name on screen. Peter leads an ambush against Glory, catching everyone by surprise. Alarms rise as the danger of Peter's identity being discovered becomes imminent. Seated in a private lounge, his followers plead with him to avoid the island, fearing exposure rather than retreat. Peter calmly proposes an identity switch. Kageo must take his place. Kageo reacts with disbelief, unsure of Peter's intent. Clarifying his plan, Peter instructs him to disguise himself as a low-ranking participant and join covertly. With timing as the key, Peter outlines how a signal will trigger the substitution, masking his real presence. A firm warning follows: any engagement with apostles must be avoided. Confident in his power, Kageo argues he can eliminate obstacles easily. Peter rejects the idea, explaining even a skirmish could betray the disguise instantly. Though skeptical, Kageo points out that switching roles won't fool Raphael entirely. Peter remains certain he's already prepared a deeper plan to deflect suspicion. This mission, he declares, is also to protect Sungu from being targeted. On the battlefield, confusion grips a survivor searching for Peter. Simon steps forward, bloodied but unshaken, catching everyone off guard. With a sinister grin, he breaks the silence. Surprise. A question broke the silence. Someone wanted to know who Simon was so desperate to find. Shock rippled through the group as a figure marked 336 stepped forward. Confusion grew. Simon began to realize that rank 336 and his missing ally might not be the same person after all. Laughter erupted, Simon brushing it off as mistaken identity. He patted the man's shoulder, casually suggesting he'd simply gotten the wrong guy. In an attempt to downplay the situation, Simon offered to vouch for his return to the boss. Yet inwardly, doubt gnawed at Simon. Something didn't add up about 336. He recalled earlier seeing blood on the man's face. Now, it was gone. Meanwhile, Peter, hidden in plain sight, smiled, knowing his disguise had worked. Simon walked away, taunted by allies who remained oblivious. Nearby recruits struggled to make sense of the bizarre encounter. Despite the confusion, Sungu regrouped with others, receiving casual scolding for his disappearance. The test on Dead Island finally came to an end, declared complete due to external interference. All survivors were cleared, including the D ranks, who evacuated safely. Elsewhere, a previously unconscious figure awoke, realizing he too had passed. The D rank survivors celebrated as they returned, laughing over their own chaotic performance. Inwardly, Peter made sure no one suspected his involvement, masking himself among them. Now that Raphael's scheme had played out, Peter silently declared it was his turn to move. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. News had arrived that Peter ambushed a Glory facility. A superior dismissed the report, questioning its accuracy and ordering a closer look. Suddenly, footage confirmed it. Peter struck the Glory Club's overseas branch, then surfaced in Kowloon's infamous Hell Zone. The news shocked those in command. Doubt and fear spread rapidly. As the realization sank in, orders were shouted across the floor, demanding verification. With no time left, panic erupted while confirmation played on the screens. Peter was truly back. Pursuers chased Peter through narrow alleys, believing him cornered in a dead end. Mocking words were thrown, calling him an old legend clinging to the past. Facing them calmly, Peter hinted he had led them there on purpose. Realization struck the trap was intentional and escape impossible. Peter admitted he'd chosen the spot to gather his enemies in one place. Without warning, he launched from above, catching everyone off guard. One of the attackers paused, realizing something felt off during the ambush. He shouted too late the decoy wasn't Peter. Confusion erupted as blades clashed. From above, the real Peter watched, eyes sharp, ready to strike at the heart of chaos. Reports of the slaughter reached headquarters. Every assassin sent to Kowloon had been eliminated. Terror gripped one commander, struggling to accept that Peter was behind the massacre. Rage burst out. He screamed, dreading the name of that cursed place more than death itself. On a rooftop, Peter stepped forward, his boots clanking as he overlooked the wreckage. Below, a man pulled off his disguise, acknowledging Peter's warning had been right. Unease settled in. Something about this place was far more sinister than expected. A new figure accused the group of betrayal, blaming them for everything. He seethed at the sight of an old adversary's face. Before things could escalate, a voice called out, trying to diffuse the tension. A woman stepped in, urging the group to listen and give him a chance. Her plea was rejected. With fury, trust was impossible after so much pain. Gripping his weapon with resolve, the man made his stance clear. Tension escalated as the man with the sword issued a challenge, calling forth the shadow of Katoryu. Without hesitation, he promised to cut his opponent down on the spot. Opposite him, the other stood silently, eyes sharp, composure unshaken. The moment steel moved, a deadly swing came inches from the target's head. Rather than retaliate, he offered an unexpected apology, lowering his guard, acknowledging he didn't deserve forgiveness. He accepted the consequences with sincerity. Kneeling, he expressed true remorse and vowed to prove his change through action. The swordsman mocked his gesture, seeing it as just another ploy. From the side, a voice cut in, threatening to claim the kneeling man's arm without hesitation. A woman screamed to stop Simon as he charged forward, blade raised. The threat was real. Simon wasn't bluffing. With a focused swing, he brought the blade down, aiming directly at the arm. Staring at Simon's unwavering stance, the swordsman finally understood he wasn't pretending. The blade halted just short, and the swordsman calmly told him to lower it. Even while obeying, Simon insisted he was prepared to lose that arm, no matter the cost. Simon solemnly declared that until death, his arm would no longer belong to him. The swordsman accepted, stating the arm now belonged to Brother Peter. Nearby, the woman sighed in relief, thankful. No blood was spilled on her furniture. In a dramatic shift, Simon dropped to his knees, begging to be accepted as a younger brother. Laughter followed, and though not fully accepted, he was humored with a partial title. Even the dog played along, joking about scratching backs with Brother Peter's arm as the room settled into strange camaraderie. The group's peace was broken by a shocking realization. One member remained unfazed, stating he had expected a plant from Raphael all along. He further explained Thaddeus's strength was a clear sign of apostolic origin. Questions turned serious. Why had Simon been sent to the Hell Zone? Revealing his findings, Peter stated Raphael had hidden something within the lawless region. He believed it was a secret so critical, Raphael would do anything to keep it concealed. The woman warned that war with glory was inevitable, and Peter couldn't face it alone. Agreeing, Peter acknowledged the organization had grown beyond what it once was. He affirmed his strategy had never been solo. Peter firmly placed a bottle on the table, ready to shift the tone of the conversation. He announced his next goal to gather loyal comrades for the coming war. Skepticism followed. As one questioned how he'd even find these allies, Peter raised his drink confidently, reminding everyone that they were already by his side. Simon, undeterred by his missing arm, pledged his life to the cause without hesitation. Amused and flattered, the group agreed Peter's new team of apostles was already forming. Curiosity arose about Nathaniel, a powerful figure Peter had chosen to eliminate. Peter dodged the question, shifting the focus to Raphael's likely countermeasures. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a furious order echoed. Raphael demanded Thaddeus's return, alarmed by Peter's location. Realization dawned: the real Peter was alive and active, no longer a rumor. Despite being vastly outnumbered, doubts surfaced about continuing the fight. Still, Peter's calm response implied confidence, even with thousands of enemies ahead. Rather than fear the odds, Peter turned the numbers into a challenge. He joked about doing math, brushing off the danger with boldness. With a toast and united front, the group declared each of them would take on 1,000 foes. Inside a quiet room, the man in charge gave a firm command to prepare. He calmly revealed that the feared AM brothers from Kowloon's Hellzone were on their way. Questioning followed. Another guessed the visit was linked to the apostle positions. A loud crash shattered the silence as the AM brothers burst through the entrance without hesitation. They demanded answers about the apostle titles without introducing themselves, their presence imposing. The boss confirmed their suspicions, but under one condition: Peter had to be eliminated. One brother stepped forward, his expression cold. He issued a warning to keep the promise. He reminded them those titles were once theirs, and reclaiming them was only right. With eyes glowing, the brothers made their threat clear without raising a hand. A guard pulled a gun, yelling for them to back away from the boss. The brothers stared, confused, questioning the point of using a weapon. To him, relying on a gun exposed weakness. He grabbed the weapon mid-air, crushing it easily with one hand. The guard was stunned. That strength wasn't normal, on par with elite fighters. Turning his back, the brother assured they'd return with Peter's death secured. The Aum brothers turned their backs confidently, stating they'd return with Peter's head as proof. A figure hidden in darkness smiled ominously, wishing for Peter's return. He declared that the moment Peter stepped into Kowloon again, in a distant room, allies questioned why Raphael guarded the Hell Zone so obsessively. Juan recalled an old statement from Raphael inside the Hell Zone lay the core of his world domination plans. That asset, if destroyed or taken, could cause Raphael's entire scheme to unravel completely. The woman considered Raphael's ambitions, then directed Mr. Bayi to proceed and meet Simon. Before he left, she warned that no one could predict what might happen inside Kowloon. He acknowledged, but tension remained as uncertainty surrounded the mission ahead. She reminded him to blend in, stressing that standing out would bring danger. However, their companion made a dramatic entrance. His behavior hinted that he hadn't understood the need for subtlety at all. He was immediately confronted for exposing their presence with such recklessness. Though claiming to blend in, his actions contradicted every local custom. Amid the scolding, someone noted an alarming change. Hellzone security had drastically intensified since their last visit. The trench-coated man sensed heavy suspicion toward outsiders in the area. He confirmed the zone's defensive posture and noted that chaos broke out as soon as he revealed himself. It felt orchestrated, as if the streets had been anticipating Peter's return. Then came the revelation: an elite group called the Dark Soul Organization had taken control of the zone. They were the infamous Reapers of the East, hired enforcers feared more than pirates or mercenaries. Among their ranks were Guyapada and Narayana, powerful warriors once considered for apostle positions. Peter absorbed the information, then stood, suggesting they move without hesitation. His ally objected, warning that infiltration was impossible. But Peter wasn't interested in stealth. He had no plans to disguise himself. Calmly, he declared they would walk in openly, unafraid, and unhidden. The bold declaration left his companion stunned, questioning Peter's logic. But Peter remained firm. His plan was to confront them directly at the gates. As Peter approached the guarded front, Simon was alerted to a visitor's presence. Simon, one of the apostles, recognized Peter's intent and did not hesitate. With fierce loyalty, he reached for his weapon, ready to fight for Peter's cause. Peter stood confidently before the Hellzone gates. Simon, caught off guard by the hospitality, rushed in demanding answers. Peter assured him there was no need to worry, his entry was guaranteed for a reason. A loud voice called out to Peter, revealing an old ally, Sungu, eager to welcome him back. Sungu embraced him cheerfully, urging Peter to relax and enjoy his visit. The two exchanged casual words, masking the tension around them as guards silently observed. Nearby guards questioned why such a warm reception was given to someone of low rank. They mocked Peter's appearance, doubting his strength due to his clean look and low status. Sungu brushed them off, confident the wardens would dispose of Peter soon enough. As they watched Peter move freely, suspicion grew. No followers had entered in years. Peter was fully aware of their curiosity and smirked, knowing his presence confused them. Elsewhere, someone shouted a farewell, departing with uncertain urgency from the Hellzone. One man turned away, claiming he had pressing matters, though his face revealed conflict. Upon learning Peter had entered Kowloon, his expression shifted to alarm. Clenching his fist, he realized Peter's return was personal. Peter watched the figure on the beach and concluded he couldn't be allowed to leave yet. He called out, gaining the man's attention. The figure turned. Approaching calmly, the man designated 336 acknowledged Peter and stated he had been impressed by Peter's combat display. 336 expressed a desire to grow stronger and formally requested training under Peter's guidance. He knelt down, showing submission and seriousness. His body language made his intent clear. Other recruits nearby were surprised by the request. Peter, although not accustomed to such requests, showed interest in the situation. He didn't accept directly. Instead, he proposed a challenge, if 336 could touch him. The terms were simple. A single hit would decide whether the apprenticeship would proceed. The recruits expressed concern. Some feared 336 had made a reckless decision. 336 stood opposite Peter, acknowledging the conditions without hesitation. Others panicked, realizing the seriousness of the trial. They misunderstood Peter's test as casual. Peter confirmed 336's eligibility. The test was complete, though its conditions remained ambiguous. The two walked together through the entrance, with 336 following closely. Observing the city, 336 noted the Hellzone of Kowloon looked different from its reputation. The group arrived in a newly developed part of the Hellzone. Peter commented on the transformation. His companion explained it used to be darker. The area's sudden change was revealed to be the result of Raphael's influence and development efforts. Peter found the investment excessive for a combat zone. Suspicion grew about the true nature of the place. Peter asked about civilians. The companion deflected the question, avoiding any real explanation. Peter abruptly questioned Sungu about his knowledge of someone named Peter. Sungu responded vaguely, noting Peter's reputation and his impact on the Glory Club. Despite claiming he held no resentment, Sungu revealed he intended to kill Peter once they met. Peter warned Sungu that Peter was already in the area, hidden among the population. Sungu promised to stay close and declared he would offer protection if danger appeared. Their presence was noted from above. Observers criticized their behavior, calling it disruptive to hierarchy. The observers showed disdain, believing Sungu overstepped by acting outside his rank. They anticipated his failure, and hoped the wardens would discipline him soon. Another figure approached them, prepared to intervene in the situation. Two guards discussed the potential outcome of a battle between the wardens and apostles. One recalled a rumor about a powerful apostle whose strength surpassed all others. That claim shifted the mood, but before the conversation could continue, an explosion shattered the wall beside them, scattering debris and stunning everyone nearby. Through the smoke, dark figures emerged, causing immediate panic among the guards. It was the warden's elite enforcers of the Dark Soul organization. Guyapada followed closely behind Narayana, making their strength instantly clear to the observers. A guard attempted to speak, but froze as Guyapada landed beside him with crushing force. Silencing the guard, he emphasized that questions should be asked directly, not whispered. The wardens punished the intruders without hesitation, snapping bones with brutal precision. With bloodied fists, they declared their superiority, ready to prove it through action. Their target was clear. They aimed to eliminate Peter and surpass the apostles in power. Tension rises, as one brother senses danger closing in. Rumors of Peter spread. Despite the threat, the man remains calm, confident in his disguise as he prepares to navigate hostile ground. A security checkpoint stands ahead. With careful movements, he blends into the scene. Frustration brews as he crouches beside a rat-infested bull, complaining about the labor he shoulders alone. His surroundings are grimy and unforgiving, while he imagines his brother relaxing in a safe. In contrast, a quiet, well-lit room reflects the comfort he envisions, though the reality remains unclear. He envisions his brother enjoying moonlight, cigarette in hand, far from filth and discomfort. His task, however, involves enduring squalor and chasing scraps, all to uncover Raphael's secrets. He accepts the mission's burden to infiltrate from within, unnoticed and thorough. He mocks the idea that his brother has support, unaware of the real challenges he faces. Meanwhile, the other man defends his position, describing resentment from subordinates. Tempers flare. The man slams the ground, declaring violent determination. The seated man reveals he has been targeted by supposed allies. Two silent attackers, previously hidden, begin to move. They're shocked, despite their stealth. They've already been detected. Suspicion confirms itself as the newcomer realizes everything had gone too smoothly since arrival almost staged. The room was ready, and the kitchen was stripped of anything sharp or metal. He deduces it was a deliberate move to deny him access to potential weapons. Two attackers emerge mockingly, taunting him for catching on quickly. Their intent is clear. They want to deliver the welcome party he missed. The newcomer stays composed, revealing he had been waiting for this encounter. They scoff, assuming his ties to the chief gave him arrogance. He confirms his connection to Thaddeus without hesitation. But the attackers strike, warning that favoritism won't ensure survival. One attacker boasts that all weapons were removed, ensuring their advantage. But mid-charge, something feels off. His body is airborne. Below him, the target calmly holds the end of a cable, fully prepared. With swift movement, he slams both attackers down violently. Even a tablecloth becomes a weapon in skilled hands. Standing over the unconscious pair, he remarks on their nap with cold finality. Back in the shadows, Simon watches the aftermath and realizes the danger wasn't exaggerated. Surrounded by rats and filth, he finally admits the other's position isn't enviable, after all. Elsewhere, Peter reflects on the failed ambush, questioning the loyalty of the Dark Souls men. He wonders what plot is unfolding, and who orchestrated it behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in a golden-lit chamber, an urgent report disrupts a guarded shrine. The Aim Warden brothers are alerted their men failed, but something else happened. The report confirms the assassins were taken down, but not killed. One warden reacts with fury, slamming his subordinate with overwhelming pressure. Terrified, the man begs for a second chance, fearing execution. The messenger panics, unsure if survival was good or bad news. But the warden only laughs, pleased things went as expected. This outcome feeds into a larger hidden strategy they've been planning all along. They suspect the chief has his own motives for elevating Peter. Their plan now is to exploit that motive and turn it against him. On the street, Peter declines candy from an ally, unaware of the larger scheme forming behind him. Peter replies calmly to the inquiry about his room, masking his suspicions with polite approval. Internally, he confirms the other man has no clue about the earlier ambush. He deduces the attack wasn't sanctioned by the chief, hinting at a hidden faction acting independently. His companion praises the organization, asking for Peter's opinion on the people within it. Peter remains silent for a moment, masking his thoughts with a composed expression. He offers a diplomatic response, pretending to appreciate their kindness to avoid suspicion. Peter shifts the tone, questioning why the chief uses the term friend selectively. He points out the chief's distance from his own people, prompting surprise. The chief is momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Peter's perceptiveness. With laughter, the chief praises Peter's insight and intuition. Peter continues pressing, stating his assumption that the chief is the only local here. The chief confirms it, acknowledging Peter's observation as accurate. The chief reveals that Dark Souls members are foreign mercenaries with little loyalty to him. He admits the Abum brothers would kill him without hesitation to claim Peter's capture. Despite the danger, he smiles entertained by the power struggle surrounding him. The chief's companion asks if Sungu believes others could really succeed in catching Peter. Sungu connects the motive capturing Peter first would solidify one's position, but the chief denies that's his reason, prompting curiosity about his true goal. Their steps pause in front of an old apartment building. With a smile, the chief reveals this is the reason he's targeting Peter. Peter, puzzled, questions what connection the building holds to the mission. The chief reveals it is his mother's home, tying his purpose to family. This place anchors his will. Peter must be eliminated to keep her safe. He states plainly, protecting his mother requires taking Peter's life. Sudden screams disrupt the conversation, drawing their attention to a nearby alley. A crowd rushes in, discovering a shocking scene. Two men, Dark Soul operatives, are found hanging, lifeless and exposed. Peter recognizes them instantly. They were the ones who attacked his room. Confused, he reflects he only knocked them out. Their public execution seems uncharacteristic, raising deeper questions about who's truly in control. Sungu stares at the lifeless bodies, recognizing the two intruders from his room. His thoughts spiral if they were killed after failing. Who ordered their public display? He senses something deeper, a message hidden within their execution. The chief questions Sungu's reaction, prompting him to wonder who orchestrated this. Before he can respond, a crowd forms, and the wardens make a dramatic entrance. With formality, the wardens greet everyone, drawing all attention to themselves. They address the group, referencing the previous night's incident with thinly veiled accusation. They claim the dead men only intended to welcome the chief's guest. Sungu confirms the encounter, but his tone suggests skepticism. The warden questions their death, linking it directly to Sungu. Sungu clarifies he wasn't involved, only met them briefly. Still, his unease grows as the confrontation intensifies. One warden presents a phone, claiming evidence of Sungu's guilt. He reveals footage of the two entering the room and never leaving. Internally, Sungu realizes he's being framed as part of a larger plot to eliminate him. The wardens confront the chief, reminding him of the organization's strict laws regarding internal killings. Sungu listens calmly, fully aware that the penalty for such accusations is execution. He prepares himself mentally as tension builds, knowing what is about to unfold. A flashback of the hanged men emphasizes the law's severity and public consequences. The crowd watches silently as Sungu processes the setup, designed to trap him. Surrounded by armed soldiers, Sungu stands still as his public execution is formally declared. Peter's companion rushed to Sungu's side, shaken and demanding answers. Confusion spread, there was no clear motive, and the idea of betrayal seemed absurd. Peter observed silently, suspecting the attack was a setup, one targeting Sungu for a hidden reason. A voice in the crowd accused the chief of bringing in the criminal. Shifting blame swiftly, tension rose. The implication was clear: any fallout would be pinned on the chief himself. Peter began connecting the dots. This wasn't justice, it was calculated power seizure. One warden declared retribution. His glowing eyes revealed malicious intent. Laughter erupted from the group. They mocked the chief's helpless position. Speculation brewed: were the AM wardens angling to become the new leaders? The wardens gloated, enjoying the shift in control. One warned the chief to hold his tongue, veiled with a threat. Peter deflected with sarcasm, exposing their desperation through calm confidence. Peter mocked their arrogance, unfazed by their aggression. He stood firm, daring them to come at him. A cruel jab followed. They reminded him he had no family left. Thaddeus lunged with a brutal kick, unleashing a shockwave that tore through the ground. The explosion echoed as Peter's attack connected, stunning everyone in the vicinity. Onlookers watched in disbelief, recognizing that such force exceeded normal human limits. One of the Aum brothers caught the kick mid-air, halting the attack with raw strength. Peter analyzed the result calmly, noting their potential as former apostle candidates. Even without full force, his strike had been blocked, a rare feat that proved their level. The enemy mocked him, belittling the power behind Peter's technique. Dismissing the impact, he compared Peter's threat to meaningless noise. His grin widened as he claimed the chief's attacks lacked real bite. Peter smirked, unimpressed, and questioned whether the wardens were afraid to retaliate. A soldier nearby urged his comrades to stay still. One wrong move could mean death. He concluded grimly, someone was going to die before this was over. Both sides charged again, energy bursting from their bodies. A powerful voice cut through the tension, halting the battle in an instant. Everyone froze as a new figure entered, commanding attention with just a few words. One of the brothers lashed out, furious at Peter's defiance, declaring his dominance. He warned Peter to wait his turn for a beating, trying to reassert control. But Peter calmly revealed a phone screen, catching the attacker off guard. Peter began his explanation, recalling his time in a secured room. He described realizing that the kitchen lacked cooking tools, a deliberate restriction. He was disappointed not by hunger, but by the loss of emergency use weapons. Preparing for danger. Peter set up a personal insurance plan using his phone. He recounted how two drunk men mistakenly entered his room. They were aggressive and incoherent, leaving him no choice but to act. Peter neutralized the men and filmed it all for evidence. He explained that he only intended to calm them down. He then left them asleep and unharmed, showing proof on his device. Later, others came and took the men away without question. At first, Peter thought they were helping until suspicion arose. He hinted that he knew their real intention all along, confirming their plot, feigning regret. The brother offered a shallow apology. Peter, unfazed, pointed out that the apology was misdirected. The true victim was the chief. His words struck a nerve, igniting rage in the warden, who saw through the calm defiance. A different member stepped in, acknowledging their mistake and apologizing directly to the chief. The chief brushed it off with laughter, claiming things could have turned worse if he lost control. He waved off the tension and walked off with Sungu, leaving the others behind to recover. Though dismissed outwardly, the warden clenched his jaw. The chapter closed, shifting scenes to a rooftop drenched in sunset light. A quiet conversation began as one boy showed Sungu a treasured photo. Sungu smiled warmly, admiring the picture of a happy family. The boy revealed it was his only photo, his last memory of his loved ones. Sungu listened closely, sensing the weight behind the boy's calm words. The boy's tone darkened as he recalled his father's early death and his mother's departure. She had left him during a rainy day, promising to return once it stopped. But the rain never ended, and she never came back. As the sun dipped lower, the boy questioned why he'd opened up so much to Sungu. He laughed nervously, asking Sungu to ignore his rambling, but confessed his envy. Unlike himself, Sungu at least had memories of a family to cherish. Curious, he asked whether Sungu had any old family photos to remember by. A memory of a crying girl briefly flashed one that didn't belong to him. Sungu admitted he had nothing. No photos of his family, not even of himself. The boy joked about outdated rules from old organizations forbidding photos. He expressed a simple wish to take a group picture with his brothers someday. Excitedly, he suggested becoming sworn brothers and filling the void with shared memories. He offered Tangulu and brotherhood, eager to forge a real bond. Sungu declined the sweets but didn't reject the warmth. Their laughter echoed over the rooftops as the golden hour lingered. Their joyful moment was cut by a shift in scenery, an ominous alley. Laughter gave way to slashing sounds and sharp blades at work. A shadowed figure prepared for what was clearly the next violent encounter. Peter confidently reminded them their apology belonged to the chief, not him. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a masked warden crushed a mask in rage. Consumed with jealousy, he vowed to kill Peter and the chief for stealing power. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, shouting Peter's name with urgency. Panicked and unsure, the messenger struggled to deliver the news clearly. The warden's patience wore thin, his glare silencing the stammering man. Peter's voice echoed through hidden speakers, mocking the Dark Soul organization. He declared his intent to host a party at Hellzone and dared them to attend. With sarcasm, he advised them to bring weapons, wits, and adult diapers. Peter refused to reveal the location, forcing them to find it themselves. The warden seethed as he realized it was a challenge, not an invitation. Peter ended his message cheerfully, urging them to come prepared if they dared. The message concluded with a massive explosion, shocking the enemy base. Enraged, the warden ordered a direct hunt, determined to eliminate Peter himself. He declared his intent: Peter's head would hang at Hellzone. Sungu walked through neon-lit alleys, confused by Peter's decision to provoke every major group. He admitted Peter's reasoning didn't matter, only catching him did. Still, something felt wrong, and his concern showed as he reflected on the situation. He noted the Aeon brothers' aggressive pursuit and how outnumbered he was by other factions. Despite the risks, he assured Sungu he wouldn't let him be involved. Taking full responsibility, he volunteered to eliminate Peter himself. Elsewhere, a man welcomed the chaos with excitement, eager to relive his past. He looked forward to the gathering storm, confident and unshaken. With a wicked grin, he declared the party had officially begun. A firm rejection halts any attempt to contact the AM wardens. Tension grips the room, stunned by the reaction. The subordinate hesitates, watching unease flicker across his superior's face. Recognizing the pressure in the air, the older man connects it to a dark period when violent clans ruled unchecked. Powerful families once ravaged the underworld. Wu Tianhao, fungi, and Qilin left trails of destruction. Their internal wars raged for decades until two unknown figures subdued them all. Through domination and fear, these great overlords unified every clan beneath the Aamyam wardens. Chains rattle as colossal metal spheres crash downward, shaking the ground. Descending with silent menace, two towering figures emerge from the depths. Without allies, they built their empire and now resume their conquest alone. Destroying Peter is their mission, and regaining power their goal. Red eyes blaze as intent sharpens behind clenched jaws. Victory feels close. They're ready to claim his head. Far from the chaos, two allies meet in enemy-held territory. Simon questions the location, but his brother brushes off the concern. He believes the best hiding place is where no one dares to look right beneath the threat. In a hidden room, Peter sits calmly as guards patrol outside. Observing himself across the table, Peter admits something feels wrong. Despite Simon's confusion, Peter avoids explaining further. Simon jokes about doppelgangers and the old myth that one must die when they meet. Peter suppresses a laugh, but the moment is fleeting as he dismisses the humor. The mood shifts when Simon expresses surprise. 50 years of being ignored. Curious, Simon questions Peter's motives for challenging the Dark Soul organization. Peter reveals the true danger. Simon's bounty has skyrocketed, making his location a beacon. To confront them openly is risky, but Peter had something else in mind. Simon guesses the truth. This is a distraction. Peter confirms they're simulating an attack to mislead the enemy's focus. Through this feint, they intend to pull their enemies into a controlled trap. Disguised as the elder Peter, Simon will act as bait to draw out the entire Dark Soul force. Meanwhile, the real Peter will exploit the chaos and search for Raphael's hidden agenda. Simon grins in awe, but Peter, still composed, asks him not to get carried away in costume. Simon prepares to leave, confident in his role. Peter cautions him. Simon grins, brushing aside concern. He is determined not to lose again, and believes nothing can stop him this time. As he moves through the city, everything seems under control. Peter navigates the alleys of Kowloon, searching for Raphael's hidden weakness. He knows the more critical something is, the more guarded it should be. No signs of fortified zones or extra surveillance leave Peter questioning his assumptions. He rethinks his approach. If he were Raphael, where would he hide a fatal flaw? Hiding it far away seems logical, but perhaps the best concealment lies in the obvious. Recalled wisdom echoes, true secrecy hides under the lamp. That realization sharpens his focus. He finally knows where to search. A secure location wouldn't need high defenses if it's already untouchable. Only one person in Kowloon has that kind of control, a guardian who shields it with his life. Peter lifts his eyes toward a quiet building. The secret is inside Thaddeus's home. Turning through the area, he notices the absence of any protective systems. Its calmness confirms everything. The threat hides exactly where no one would think to search. Peter crouches in front of Thaddeus's home, puzzled. If the secret is here, it's hidden flawlessly. Before he can proceed, a voice interrupts. Sungu stands nearby, staring with suspicion. Tension spikes as Sungu demands an explanation. Peter stiffens. Sungu inches closer, eyes glowing red. Peter remains silent. Every movement could betray him. His quiet search now appears deceptive. Recalling a cracked tile from a previous visit, Peter improvises. Claiming concern for Sungu's mother, Peter pretends he's checking for safety hazards. The excuse catches Sungu off guard. He listens silently, watching Peter with uncertainty. With his suspicion fading, Sungu prepares to leave. Peter lets out a quiet breath. Before parting, Sungu offers to let Peter inside the house. Peter resists at first, but agrees to keep appearances. As they enter together, Peter mentally notes how smoothly the plan is progressing, almost too smoothly. The interior shocks him. Every surface gleams. No signs of occupancy, yet the space feels intentionally maintained. Sungu acts cheerful, but Peter's instincts tell a different story. Something is off. The house is too clean, unnaturally, so whatever lies beneath, It is carefully hidden. Peter confirms internally Raphael's secret is indeed hidden here. Sungu casually notes that Peter is the first visitor ever to step into his mother's house. For a brief moment, Peter observes him differently, no longer as the feared god of Kowloon, but as a lonely young man. Peter's attention shifts to a large mother-of-pearl cabinet, elegant and out of place. Sungu explains it was a cherished gift from his father to his mother. Though curious, Peter doesn't pry further. The cabinet might hold more than memories. As Sungu presses his hand to the cabinet, he confesses he barely remembers his mother. It's the only trace of her he has left. Even her voice has faded. He's afraid opening it will erase the last bit of her presence, her scent. Peter quietly expresses regret. The tension between them softens. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the building. Peter's name is shouted in panic. As enemies approach, Peter tries to stop Sungu from reacting impulsively. Sungu insists on facing Peter, driven by duty and anger. Peter urges him to stay behind, determined to go alone and protect him. Outside, Sungu hurries off, laughing about the feint attack. Sungu walked cautiously through the alley after triggering the decoy attack. The area remained silent. Despite his efforts, no one from the Dark Soul organization had appeared. The Aeon brothers were also nowhere in sight. Before he could relax, a sudden object shattered near his face, signaling a hidden threat. A powerful shockwave burst through the street, throwing debris in every direction. From the dust, two large figures emerged. The Aeon brothers had arrived without warning. They immediately spotted Peter and closed in without hesitation, surprised by how quickly they located him. The explosion didn't harm Peter. He had already moved. His immediate reaction proved his reputation. He was not caught off guard. While most would have fallen, Peter stood ready. The enemy now understood his skill. Peter tightened his grip on the weapon. His expression was sharp, though calm. He understood these enemies were different. He recognized that the battle would need to end quickly. The Aeon brothers prepared to strike. Their intent was clear. A new hostile presence appeared behind them. Inside, Peter remained by the cabinet, alert and focused on his true objective. Two imposing figures emerge from the shadows, finally confronting the man known as Peter. Peter stands alone, his broken longsword in hand, silently assessing the threat before him. One of the attackers mocks him, remarking on his damaged weapon and likening him to a defanged tiger. Peter focuses inwardly, deciding that holding the enemies back is more important than defeating them outright. He launches into swift motion, intercepting a powerful strike mid-air with fluid precision. The ground shatters beneath them. The attacker's overwhelming strength becomes evident with each impact. The enemy praises Peter's agility, astonished by such movement from someone of his age. Insults follow, calling Peter powerless without his blade's edge. One attacker dives from above, shouting a death sentence as he descends. Peter evades, and in a blink, slashes cleanly across the enemy's body. Confusion erupts. The attacker clutches his wound in disbelief. He struggles to understand how Peter managed the strike with a supposedly broken blade. Peter narrows his gaze, reminding the enemy to stay alert. As the enemy charges in frustration, Peter stands unfazed. A flicker of realization crosses the attacker's face as he recognizes something about Peter's stance. A grin flashes across the enemy's face as he activates a fearsome spiral blade form. Peter redirecting the attack with a precise movement, despite his sheath being his only defense. He steadies himself and retorts with a cold resolve. The opponent realizes too late Peter had struck with the sheath, not the blade. Peter taunts him for losing spirit, maintaining pressure through calm intimidation. One attacker admits they underestimated him, conceding Peter's strength even without a functioning weapon. Peter lifts his sheath again with poise, unfazed by their earlier remarks. The enemies declare it's time for revenge, preparing to unleash their full power. Their transformation begins, energy building, ready to overwhelm Peter with everything they have. Peter detects the rapid change in speed and realizes the duo has become far deadlier. As fists fly toward him, he braces for impact, knowing a single hit could shatter him. Despite their ferocity, Peter maintains clarity. Dodging remains possible, as long as he reads them right. Peter internally calculates his odds, comparing himself to his broken blade. He dances around their flurry of strikes, narrowly avoiding critical blows. With their patterns clear, he sees his opening. He's deciphered their every move. Peter launches a rapid sequence of strikes, sweeping his sheath with calculated movement. Each slash finds its mark, but the enemies show no signs of slowing down. He steps back, alarmed none of his attacks made any lasting impact. The brothers charge in again, seemingly more powerful than before. Peter realizes the problem. His sheath lacks the sharpness to deal real damage. With their confidence rising, the enemies taunt him, knowing his blows won't stop them. Peter manages to block their advance and counters with controlled strikes. One of the brothers smirks, convinced they now have the upper hand. Peter's eyes widen as a shadow looms above a new threat, incoming. A large weapon crashes down, shaking the ground with force. Peter is thrown back by the blast, barely keeping his footing. His opponent mocks him, standing tall with a chained mace in hand. Peter braces himself, surrounded by debris and noise. The enemy ridicules his sheath, doubting it can turn the tide. Peter remains silent, but now sees through their plan to corner him completely. Peter realizes the enemy's tactic. They forced his attention on one opponent to expose a weakness. By doing so, they aim to exploit any opening in his defense for a clean hit, accepting his limits. Peter silently admits his role as Peter may have reached its end. The enemies mock his decision to resist, claiming he could have lived peacefully in hiding. They taunt him for returning to the battlefield, confident they've already secured their position. Grinning, one of them vows to remember Peter for helping them rise. Peter responds sarcastically, pretending to be touched by their kindness. He reveals a small blade, his tooth implant gifted by their arrogance. The enemies scoff, mocking his fruit knife. Still underestimating the threat it poses, Peter stands calmly, stating he'll show them what he can really do with a blade. A stillness falls his breath, the air, the tension all go silent. The room darkens as the spiral energy condenses around him, signaling a new form. With explosive force, Peter unleashes a spiraling assault, shaking the battlefield. The brothers finally realize Peter never aimed for their heads. From the start, he had targeted something else entirely. Peter enters a heightened state and leaps away from the wreckage with precision. Behind him, one of the brothers yells in frustration as the spiral energy continues to erupt. Elsewhere, an ally reflects on Peter's condition, hoping his effort wasn't wasted. The disguised ally moves quickly through rooftops, aware his presence could expose the truth. Though he acted as ordered, he knows the risk of people discovering he is not the real Peter. Yet amid the escape, an unsettling feeling grows. Those two brothers are far more dangerous than expected. The brothers regroup, shouting Peter's name and preparing to resume the chase. Suddenly, a new figure enters, calm, poised, and referred to as Chief. The brothers gloat, claiming Peter has been dealt with and won't be going far. The chief smirks, feigning disappointment over missing the main fight. He assures them he's not there to steal credit, just to observe. Examining the collapsed building, he notes the lack of evidence left behind. Despite the wreckage, he identifies the technique. Peter's combat style is unmistakable. He concludes only someone like Peter could cause such devastation. Then something catches his eye. He stares ahead, alert and alarmed. The observer inspects the brothers' wounds, noting something unusual about the impact marks. He quickly realizes the injuries weren't caused by a blade, but by a blunt object. The discovery leads to a deeper question: why would someone of Peter's skill hold back? He concludes that Peter deliberately chose not to kill them, despite having the ability gripping a labeled capsule-like object. He begins questioning Peter's real motives. With suspicion rising, he wonders who Peter truly is. Elsewhere, a building tied to Thaddeus, the Hellzone's strongest, is revealed as his sanctuary. It houses the thing Thaddeus treasures most, guarded with unwavering dedication. The searcher suspects that Raphael's secret may lie hidden within its contents. Conflicted, the man hesitates to open the cabinet, fearing what memories it may erase. He debates whether the key to Raphael's downfall lies within, or if it's another dead end. Despite lacking a lock, the door remains shut, his resolve shaken by emotion. He contacts Simon and updates him on the investigation's progress. Simon gives new instructions to meet via a safer route, avoiding patrolled streets. Moving quickly, the man disappears down a quiet alley, closing in on the next phase. While moving quickly through the streets, he reasons that if secrecy was an option, then Peter must have wanted attention for a reason. The idea forms perhaps Peter used misdirection while having someone else pursue the real objective. A suspicion grows that another figure is acting on Peter's behalf to complete a hidden mission. If that's true, the observer realizes someone nearby could be the key to Peter's plan. Two men meet in an alley, and one of them is now under silent observation. The two exchange greetings and begin casual conversation under false pretenses. Won asks about a phone call, hiding his real interest. Tension rises as one of them eyes the phone, possibly holding critical information. The phone is taken mid-conversation, cutting the line without warning. The observer on the other end is left in silence, realizing something is wrong. Confusion and alarm set in. The situation has shifted, and danger may be imminent. In a rain-soaked alley, Sungu is caught mid-call as a towering man in black approaches from behind. Turning calmly, Sungu claims it's just a friend and continues the conversation with a relaxed expression. The man smiles and tells him to continue, but his gaze sharpens. Calling Sungu, his sworn brother, the man insists that any of his friends are his as well. He expresses interest in meeting the person on the line. Before Sungu can explain, the man cuts him off coldly, ordering silence with a hardened tone. The man observes Sungu's nervousness and wonders if it's about the phone or something deeper. He listens carefully to the voice on the line, gauging tone and words for clues. His thoughts spiral. Could this ordinary call be masking something dangerous? The caller's voice grows louder, asking if he's heard. The man speaks coldly, warning the caller without direct accusation. He focuses, seeking confirmation of a threat, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, the voice demands to know if tiles will be ordered, breaking the rising tension. The man stares, confused, trying to process the unexpected context. Realization hits. Sungu was only ordering replacements, not hiding secrets. Sungu mentions the damaged entrance tiles had been bothering him. When asked about Peter, the man hesitates, then claims he failed to capture him. The response doesn't surprise his companion, who acknowledges Peter's strength and suggests they focus on their next move. The man silently follows. His mind clouded, he scratches his head, uncertain. Elsewhere, a powerful figure reviews the report. Peter was confronted, but managed to escape again. Wine pours as he mocks Peter's desperation, amused that an old man is proving this troublesome. With a chilling grin, he speaks to Peter indirectly, mocking the attempt to uncover weaknesses. He rejects defeat, vowing to act decisively and summon a hidden force once more. Wine shatters as rats scatter. He warns that time is running out in Kowloon's hell zone. At night, Sungu finds him sitting alone. The atmosphere is quiet, heavy. Calling out, Sungu approaches, checking on his condition. He looks up, surprised, but says little in response. Sungu notices a scratch and asks about it. The man downplays it. He softly apologizes, finally showing regret for earlier aggression. Offering to find a doctor, he seeks to make amends. Sungu remains silent. Sungu quickly scribbles down directions to a nearby clinic. He stresses the importance of quick treatment, noting that deeper wounds require faster care. As Sungu offers thanks, he quietly asks if the man had truly been that angry moments ago. Sungu presses further, sensing a shift in behavior. The man is surprised but doesn't deny it. He's unaware his anger had shown so clearly. Sungu points out the shouting and the visible wreckage. The man laughs softly, admitting he visited the Ordens earlier. His mood begins to settle. Sungu reacts with curiosity, confused about what could have triggered such rage. Lowering his gaze, the man prepares to reveal what he learned. In a flashback, he demands clarity from the Wardens. They casually mention there's no time left, as if it were routine information. One of them reveals the Kowloon Hell Zone will soon be demolished, news even their leader hadn't disclosed. The man refuses to believe it, citing their boss's previous interference with government plans. But the Wardens insist the pressure has become too much, and negotiations now demand something in return. Their condition is clear: capture Peter, and they'll protect Kowloon themselves. A monstrous figure challenges him to abandon the demon's shadow once and for all. He explains the Wardens are blocking his negotiation attempts with the boss. But his true frustration isn't with the Wardens. It's with Sungu. He warns Sungu that preserving memories of his mother shouldn't mean clinging to ruins or danger. Everything, he says, is because of one man, the demon of Kowloon. Determined, he declares he must protect the area, and admits Sungu deserves to know the truth as his sworn brother. He confesses the demon of Kowloon is the one who destroyed his home. Years ago, the area was abandoned by the government. Their lives were simple, joyful, filled with laughter and hope for a lasting future. Jude remembers being a happy child with his mother, warmly embraced by the neighborhood. Everyone cherished him, and he believed their peaceful days would continue forever. But that belief shattered when it all began to fall apart. Their once bright home turned dark and broken. The harmony disappeared. Jude's mother vanished one rainy day, never to return, leaving him in silent grief. Despite the pain, he survived, carrying both loss and purpose within. Jude recalls how the community elders helped him after his mother disappeared. He helped around the dumpling shop, sharing light-hearted moments. One day, a tall stranger entered the shop. His presence was cold, unfamiliar. Suspicion filled the air. The stranger made subtle accusations, then violence erupted. Demon of a foreign land had arrived. With terrifying strength, he struck down Jude's guardian. Blood splattered. Chaos filled the streets. Jude, just a child, froze in horror. That nightmare etched itself permanently into his memory. The demon declared his control over Kowloon. Despite fear, the townspeople resisted. Together they confronted the demon, but their unity only provoked him further. Jude watched helplessly as friends fell. Hope crumbled in moments. The demon's martial skill was unmatched. People were thrown aside like rag dolls. Slaughter followed. Dismembered bodies littered the streets. The massacre was complete. Jude clenched his fists. If he stayed weak, he'd be next. He had to grow stronger. He trained relentlessly, clinging to hope that his mother would return someday. Driven by grief and anger, he believed the demon's strength had a secret source. Determined, Jude vowed to uncover that secret and take the power for himself. Jude suspected the demon's strength came from a mysterious object. He always carried a book. Rifling through the shelves, Jude grew certain the book contained hidden martial secrets. Before he could uncover more, the demon appeared. With a grin, the man teased Jude, asking if he wanted his secret martial arts manual. Jude stammered but confessed his desire to learn. He begged to be trained, inspired by memories of his father, only to be stopped mid-sentence. The man coldly stated Jude had no father. Shocked, Jude froze. How could he know? The demon smirked, grabbed him, and flung him like trash across the room. Taunting Jude, he mocked his ambition, daring him to try knowing he would fail. Jude was branded weak and worthless, someone only fit to steal. As Jude crawled in pain, he was warned to never return or be killed next time. Clutching the book he managed to grab, Jude swore silently to his mother to prove them wrong. He studied the stolen manual relentlessly, perfecting its techniques in solitude. Years passed. Jude endured pain, failure, and hardship, chasing strength with unwavering focus. No a man, he emerged sculpted by perseverance. Years passed. When Jude finally returned to the place where his pain began, instead, a single document remained in the empty room. As Jude opened it, his knees buckled. It was an official order. Kowloon was to be demolished. He questioned the purpose of such betrayal. Why sell off land the government had already abandoned? The answer was clear now that the people had restored it. Its value had returned. That was the demon's intent all along. Clean it up, crush the spirit, and profit from the ruins. Jude fought with everything, but eventually realized it was already overbound and broken. He believed there was nothing left to protect. The stranger promised to reclaim Kowloon with government ties, if Jude lent him his strength. Jude remained cautious. The offer was tempting. The man spoke confidently, claiming trust could only form in hardship, though Jude didn't care about the title of apostle. Eyes glowing, Jude gave in. If giving everything meant regaining everything, now sitting beside Sungu again, his story and desperation finally made sense to someone else. Sungu understood the weight behind Jude's actions, and why catching Peter was his final hope. Jude lowers his gaze and tells Sungu not to worry about him. He places a reassuring hand on Sungu's shoulder, signaling quiet determination behind his intent. With a slight smile, Jude reveals he has located Peter's next appearance. The moment to end it all has come. Peter stands quietly in the shadows, calling out to Simon after a tense encounter. Simon, leaning against the wall and nursing an injury, brushes off concern, joking despite his pain. Peter remains serious, reminding Simon he's no longer in his prime and needs proper medical attention. Peter sends the clinic address and advises Simon to hide after getting treatment. Simon agrees with a chuckle and heads off, disappearing into a quiet alley. He arrives at the given address, pausing in front of an oddly quiet building. The clinic's location seems off-secluded and eerie, not fit for a hospital. A door creaks open as he enters, his expression shifting from doubt to alarm. Inside, scattered tools and dim lights confirm it's indeed a clinic, just an unsettling one. Simon calls Peter, unsure if the clinic is operational. There's no one around. Peter grows tense, sensing danger, and urges Simon to leave immediately. Simon, unaware, moves deeper inside, casually looking for ointment. A chilling voice greets Simon, revealing someone was waiting. Simon turns in shock as a figure approaches with confident steps. The man identifies Peter as legendary, smirking clearly the encounter was planned. Simon stands face to face with a threatening figure who leaps down. Peter warns Simon to escape, but Simon dismisses the urgency with a bitter grin. Simon accepts the confrontation, cracking his neck in anticipation of the battle ahead. The enemy taunts Peter, demanding to know how he predicted Simon's location so easily. Peter explains calmly, it wasn't hard to trace Simon's injuries back to a clinic visit. A ruined hospital, now under surveillance, became the perfect trap to lure Simon in. The enemy laughs, mocking Peter's precision and praising the setup, as if it were a gift. Spinning a blade in hand, he gladly accepts the battlefield, equipped and ready to kill. Peter counters the bravado, making it clear he's not here to play along. He states his lack of personal hatred but justifies the kill as inevitable fate, charging forward. Peter turns his acceptance of death into merciless resolve. Simon grips his blade in silence, mentally bracing for the inevitable clash. He rushes in, but Peter reacts instantly, launching a powerful, unseen strike. Simon's eyes widen. He never even saw the attack begin. Midair, he realizes Peter's speed and force are far beyond anything he expected. Simon reflects on Peter's precision. His strike nearly severed a critical tendon mid-dodge. Despite dodging, he realizes Peter's movements were instinctive and lethal. Awed and cautious, Simon accepts he's facing a seasoned veteran with deadly intuition. Peter taunts Simon with advice, masking his growing fatigue and throbbing pain. Behind the smug grin, he knows his condition is worsening with each second. Outmatched in endurance, Peter decides to rely on a hidden trump card. Simon questions Peter's confidence as the injured man charges with full speed. Blades flash through the air in a whirlwind. Peter's movement becomes overwhelming. Simon struggles to counter, barely dodging each strike as Peter's attacks keep closing in. Peter admits he failed to land a finishing blow. Every strike just barely missed. He wonders if a longer blade might have ended it, but dismisses the thought. Realization dawns. Simon is reading every move before it lands. Peter sees Simon's clarity mid-battle, evading even precise attacks. Simon narrowly avoids another strike, gliding across the floor. He mocks Peter's weapon as weak, but Peter warns the next strike may be final. Peter silently acknowledges his decline. Despite his bold front, he grows weaker with each breath. Facing an opponent who dodges everything, Peter realizes this may be his final chance. With fierce resolve, he launches forward, determined to land one decisive blow. A furious barrage of attacks explodes between them, each move sharper than the last. Simon marvels at Peter's sheer willpower fighting through what must be unbearable internal damage. Yet Simon calmly notes Peter's strikes lack power. Something feels off. Simon suspects deception. Peter is hiding something, but it's not clear what. Peter mocks him mid-attack, stating confidence belongs to the victor, not the premature. He hints at a deeper tactic, questioning what makes a short dagger truly lethal. Peter reveals his secret. He saved his strength for one ultimate technique. As he unleashes the falling lightning slash, Simon braces for what's coming. A brilliant streak of light cuts through the battlefield, too fast to react. Simon finally understands Peter's strategy: conserve energy, lower guard, and strike when it counts. Caught unprepared, Simon faces the full force of the unstoppable assault. The ground erupts beneath him as Peter lands the finishing blow, declaring it over. Simon emerges unscathed from Peter's ultimate strike, gripping his blade with eerie calm. Peter stares in disbelief as Simon, smiling, stands directly beneath him, unharmed. Simon admits no one should have been able to dodge that, but he did. Peter reels, questioning how Simon evaded hundreds of precise slashes. Realization strikes. Simon is aiming for Peter's ribs with terrifying speed. Peter braces to block, but a flurry of rapid attacks closes in. Simon lands a clean strike, sending Peter crashing into the ground. Peter is shocked by Simon's precision, impressed he protected his injury mid-fight. Simon remains composed, baffled by the sheer power radiating from everyone around him. He commends Peter's resilience, admitting he underestimated the wounded legend. Activating a deadly technique, he prepares a decisive, unforgiving counterattack. Energy builds as Simon launches a 100-blade assault directly at Peter. A stunned voice watches in disbelief, refusing to let Peter die alone. Just before the finishing blow lands, a calm voice cuts in, halting the strike. The battlefield freezes as Simon instinctively flinches at the sudden interruption. Simon looks up and calls out to Sungu. Sungu asking for a chance to reveal his reasons and past actions. Simon turns silently, acknowledging Sungu's emotional sincerity as he speaks from the heart. He recalls the isolation of life in the Hell Zone, where trust was a luxury. In Simon, he found something rare: someone who felt like a true brother. He admits to hiding a personal truth: the broken tiles Simon worried over were never fixed. They remained broken not out of neglect, but due to a lack of resources in the area. Simon questions when Sungu's suspicions began, setting the tone for deeper revelations. Sungu traces his doubt back to Peter's unusual fighting style during the Warden's battle. He deduced that the swordsman wasn't Peter, but someone missing a right arm. That clue, paired with a past mention of Peter's comrade, pointed to Apostle Simon. His theory was confirmed when a wounded Peter later appeared at the clinic. Still, it wasn't enough. Sungu sought concrete proof before confronting the truth. He quietly tracked movements and signs until everything pointed back to the clinic. Opening his notebook, he hints that there's one more piece to this puzzle. Simon reflects on a past moment, holding a map and recalling who revealed the clinic's location. He turns toward Sungu, confirming they are the only two who knew about the clinic. Although he suspected Sungu many times, Simon had kept silent, hoping he was wrong. Simon admits his hesitation came from not wanting to see Sungu as an enemy. But now, with proof of betrayal, he confronts Sungu about his true intentions, demanding answers. Simon asks if Peter sent him and what his real purpose was. Sungu denies everything and claims it is a misunderstanding. He calmly says there's no way he could be working with Peter. The truth is revealed. Sungu declares that he himself is Peter. A man stands in silence, recalling Sungu as a brother. He confesses he tried not to see Sungu as an enemy, but mounting evidence left no choice. Demanding answers, he questions Sungu's motive and whether Peter sent him. Sungu calmly calls it a misunderstanding, denying any link to Peter with a subtle smirk. He insists there's no way he could be helping Peter. Voice steady but eyes sharp. Leaning in, he reveals the truth. He is Peter, shocking his accuser. Disbelief flashes across the man's face. He can't accept that Peter stands before him. He recalls the desperation of his search and how ridiculous this claim sounds. Confusion turns to anger. Peter was supposed to be an old man, not this. Peter confirms it, saying his story is long, but his identity is real. The other man scoffs, deciding to treat him as an enemy regardless of who he is. He prepares to fight, no longer interested in the truth. Peter strikes without hesitation, overwhelming him instantly. He had prepared for this moment, visualizing every move in his mind. His attacks hit cleanly. His opponent can't react in time. Peter's movements overwhelm Thaddeus, each blow faster than anything he has faced before. A sudden shift catches Thaddeus off guard. The sheer speed makes it impossible to track Peter's intent. Elsewhere, Jiwon, injured and disoriented, realizes he must help, despite his blurred vision. Jiwon watches helplessly as the clash unfolds. He hesitates to call it a fight. From his perspective, it is completely one-sided. Peter unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, forcing Thaddeus into a purely defensive stance. In most battles, victory comes from power. That logic begins to falter in Peter's case. Thaddeus is smashed to the ground. He's physically stronger, but it isn't enough. Red eyes blazing, Thaddeus channels force, yet misses the target entirely. Peter evades every attack effortlessly, slipping through each attempt with perfect timing. Thaddeus can't comprehend how his strikes fail. Peter reads him too easily. The realization sets in: power means nothing if it can't land a single hit. Sliding back, Peter reassesses. He knows staying close is too risky. He chooses to create distance, shifting to defense, knowing his opponent is unpredictable. Above, Thaddeus drops in from midair, still fierce, but unable to lock Peter down. A violent shockwave erupts across the floor as Peter drives Thaddeus into the ground with unrelenting force. Jiwon watches, stunned. In the face of Peter's overwhelming speed, he reflects on his own struggle with Thaddeus, recalling how inhuman the man's reflexes had been. Smoke fills the area. Jiwon, confused and battered, struggles to understand what he's witnessing. Despite being hit repeatedly, Peter remains unshaken. His resilience defies all logic. Jiwon stares in disbelief. Peter stands tall, his strength unwavering, as if untouched by the battle. Peter glares upward, questioning if Thaddeus is merely playing with him. In a locked grip, Peter accuses Thaddeus of holding back his strikes, lacking killing intent. He demands answers, suspecting manipulation rather than a genuine attempt to win. Thaddeus admits confusion, having considered the idea Peter sent a spy. He had doubted Sungu's identity, but found something different in him. With emotion rising, he confesses Sungu felt genuine, unlike anyone else. Thaddeus recalls memories with Sungu in Hellzone, his only trusted ally. He remembers their bond, one that felt like true brotherhood. But reality returns as Sungu coldly snatches his hand away, mocking his trust. Thaddeus confesses the truth. His loyalty had always been a fakada. His time spent as an apprentice, even visits to Peter's mother, were strategic lies. Beneath it all was a singular goal: manipulate Peter and exploit what mattered most to him. Peter accepts the betrayal with calm. He asks if any moment they shared was genuine. Sungu's expression stays blank, not even a second. He implies held meaning. Peter's voice trembles slightly as he repeats the question, his disappointment clear. With ice in his voice, Sungu dismisses the question, mocking the idea of wasting even a second. A sudden movement catches attention. Jiwon launches toward the fight. Jiwon's attack breaks the silence, fists crashing into Sungu's guard in a reckless flurry. The ground shakes under the assault. Jiwon attacks furiously, ignoring danger. He realizes the risk but suspects there's a deeper purpose, provoking a hidden response. As the barrage intensifies, confusion rises. What is he trying to unleash? Sungu's demeanor shifts. His strikes become brutal, aimed to kill. Every blow lands with cannon, like force, targeting Peter's lower half. But in an instant, Peter sees the shift now. The next hit is coming for his face. Peter reflects on the countless fights he's endured, each opponent, each tactic logged in memory. But these movements are different. Sungu's style defies logic, flowing unpredictably between forms, forced to retreat after a brutal impact. Peter steadies himself, knowing hesitation isn't an option. Juwon watches Peter run toward a corridor, shouting a warning about the dead, and ahead, he urges Peter to move to open ground. Confusion lingers. As he questions the intent, inside, Peter calmly acknowledges Juwon's concern, but his path is already chosen. Peter reveals a photo, his reason to fight. He's not alone in this struggle. He invites Sungu to end it now. Resolve floods his stance. Peter praises Sungu's abilities, recognizing they surpass human limits. But there's more to victory than speed. Peter challenges Sungu, claiming he's found a fatal flaw. Sungu scoffs, assuming Peter's resorted to psychological tricks. Confident, he mocks the attempt, believing nothing can shake him. Peter simply smiles and flips a switch. A flash erupts. Light floods the room, blinding Sungu instantly. Disoriented, Sungu shields his eyes, screaming in confusion. The tide is turning. Peter charges with confidence, exploiting the brief moment. Thaddeus is blinded by the sudden light. He explains that no matter Thaddeus's reflexes, light moves faster than thought. With impaired sight, Thaddeus's speed advantage vanishes. Juwon watches, realizing Peter used the surgical lights in the operating room to disorient his opponent. He notes how such lights remove shadows and create intense retinal strain. Now, with no shadows to track, Thaddeus is effectively blind and Peter won't hold back. The light guarantees 10 seconds of blindness. Peter seizes that window with precise. As the assault continues, supporters cheer from afar, convinced the fight is in the bag. But a silent observer disagrees, confident in Peter, yet wary of Thaddeus's deeper potential. The woman warns that defeating Thaddeus won't be so simple, despite appearances. She trusts Peter, but Thaddeus's nature remains the true threat, beyond normal measures. The relentless exchange continues, light flickering overhead, as Peter maintains the offensive. Another spectator questions if Thaddeus is blind like Alipede. Despite the light, Thaddeus endures. Peter keeps pressing forward, strike after strike. Juwon watches, hopeful. To him, Peter looks unstoppable. Victory feels within reach. Juwon notices something is wrong. Thaddeus is still moving too precisely, despite the blinding light. Peter closes in, confused as his opponent continues to defend with flawless timing. Each attack is blocked without hesitation. Thaddeus seems unaffected, shattering their expectations. A spectator realizes Thaddeus likely planned ahead, expecting the lights to be used against him. Peter grows frustrated. He questions when Thaddeus had time to prepare for this situation. Thaddeus grabs Peter's arm mid-strike, turning the tide with a confident counter. Thaddeus mocks Peter's failed strategy, having predicted the light-based assault instantly. As Peter's plan falls apart, Thaddeus calmly closes his eyes, announcing his move. With a glare, Thaddeus prepares to show what he can do in 10 seconds. Peter dropped from above, slamming into the floor with a deafening blast that fractured the ground. The impact forced his body into a controlled slide. Overhead, surgical lights activated, casting intense beams of light toward him in an attempt to blind or disorient. The observer doubted any human could react faster than light. A hidden switch had been flipped, but Peter remained unshaken. Still alert, the red-haired man, noted eye was numb, acknowledging he had narrowly avoided a worse outcome. Peter saw everything: the twitch of an elbow, a finger's tension, the shift in bone. His enhanced eye detected all muscle activity, calculating movements before they finished. Before the light activated, he preemptively closed his eye, avoiding the trap entirely. The opponent called him a monster, realizing 10 seconds was far too long. In an instant, Peter appeared right in front of him, unreadable and silent. Caught off guard, the enemy froze, unaware of how Peter closed the distance. Blows landed fast. Peter struggled to endure the barrage without losing ground. He knew he couldn't hold out. He had to trigger something soon. Crashing into fabric piles, he paused. Breath-tight time was running out. Peter questioned how he could overcome the target's inhuman reflexes, and decided he had to witness them directly. To trigger the man's ability, Peter resolved to do everything possible to force its activation. He walked calmly into the hanging sheets as his enemy called out, demanding the location of the real Peter. Peter calmly stated that his words wouldn't be believed, no matter how truthful. Instead of explaining, he challenged the man to fight if he truly wanted answers. Unimpressed, Thaddeus muttered his annoyance, preparing to strike. Thaddeus noticed clothespins midair, confused by the strange attack. He easily caught Peter's wrist, unimpressed by what he believed was a weak counter. But by then, Peter had already vanished into the fabric maze. From behind the sheets, Peter proposed a final game hide-and-seek. He invited Thaddeus to catch him, promising victory if found. Frustrated, Thaddeus crushed a clothespin and warned him to stop playing. Thaddeus acknowledged Peter's exceptional reflexes and ability to react instantly. He questioned Peter's strategy, mocking the use of clothespins as a distraction. With precise blows, he declared that nothing Peter did would escape his sight. Peter grinned and launched his next move, catching Thaddeus off guard with a question and a sudden gesture. Thaddeus stared in confusion at the strange movement. Realization hit Peter had planted clothespins earlier as part of a broader trap. The hanging sheets, disturbed by the clothespins, fluttered around violently, breaking lines of sight. Thaddeus deduced that the pins were only distractions meant to weaponize the fabric. Peter's strategy was to dull Thaddeus's reflexes by blocking his vision entirely. The moment his sight was obscured, Peter struck with force, bursting through the cloth barrier. Despite the blinding tactic, Thaddeus still managed to react and defend. Peter was stunned by the block, realizing even his strongest setup had failed. A spectator marveled at Thaddeus's uncanny ability to defend without seeing the attack. Both fighters landed, tension rising. Peter acknowledged the warm-up was over. He challenged Thaddeus to stop holding back and unleash his full strength. Thaddeus questioned Peter's drawn-out tactics, but accepted the challenge. He vowed to go all in, warning Peter that the fight was about to change. With his eyes glowing red, Thaddeus promised that his next move would be deadly. The observer panicked as Thaddeus powered up, sensing the attack's deadly intent. If Peter got hit, survival was unlikely. Thaddeus unleashed Kowloon's technique, his body surrounded by energy and speed. He coiled into motion. This was a strike with no room for defense or escape. Thaddeus vanished, his move delivering a flurry of strikes in a blink, known as 1 blink, 100 strikes. The ground shattered under the pressure, power erupting outward. A cry rang out, warning Peter that no one could afford to get hit by the technique. Smoke cleared, revealing the aftermath of the strike. The onlooker trembled, expecting to find Peter crushed beneath the force. Thaddeus stood stunned. His attack had been blocked, something he believed impossible. Peter emerged, arms crossed in a defensive stance, having absorbed the impact. Thaddeus denied the reality, blaming the outcome on coincidence, mocking him. Thaddeus dared Peter to do more than just defend. Peter paused briefly, calming his racing mind. Thaddeus declared the fight nearly over, vowing to end it with the next blow. Eyes glowing, he promised no one had survived his technique until now. Observing from above, the girl worried Peter wouldn't last if things escalated. Despite being urged to pull him out, something kept her watching. Peter stood firm, bloodied yet composed, offering Sungu one last chance to end this with dignity. Thaddeus stepped forward, coldly warning that Peter would die if he continued. He mocked him, ordering him to beg for his life, face twisted with bloodlust. The demand escalated into a roar. Consumed by rage, he wanted Peter humiliated before death. Peter calmly questioned Thaddeus's desperation, suspecting it stemmed from his obsession with finding Peter. With no more words, Peter ended the offer of mercy. He clenched his fist, prepared to strike with the sharpness of a blade. Peter's next move, surgical precision needle strike, compressed power into a pinpoint blow. The speed and force pierced the air as if fired from a cannon. It struck Thaddeus cleanly, twisting him through space, targeting his core. Thaddeus's eyes widened in disbelief as the blow landed, but instead of falling, he remained standing completely unharmed. He sneered, unfazed. The flawless technique had failed, and Peter was left stunned. Peter landed a blow, declaring it was only the beginning. Thaddeus was overwhelmed, stunned by the sudden burst of relentless power. Peter launched forward with multiple hits, striking from every direction before ending with a massive crash. Wounded and stunned, Thaddeus gasped, unable to comprehend how Peter had countered such precision. Peter admitted the truth: there was no one fast enough to react to the technique. To survive it, one would need zero delay and reflexes, which even he didn't possess. Thaddeus asked how it was possible if Peter couldn't match the speed. Peter revealed the answer: he hadn't reacted after, but before the attack began. He had predicted it. Anticipation had been his defense. Thaddeus scoffed at the idea, calling it ridiculous and impossible. Peter agreed, stating if it were his first encounter, he'd already be defeated. But he'd seen it before. He recognized the technique from his past experience. Peter confessed he waited for Thaddeus to use it before speaking. He confirmed the shocking truth: those exact techniques were used by his own brother. Thaddeus rejected the claim, calling it nonsense. But Peter confirmed it without hesitation. Peter revealed the truth about the man who destroyed their home and identity. A flashback showed a ruthless figure, Apostle Thaddeus, standing in authority during Yang Wang's darkest days. Peter delivered the final blow of truth. The enemy they feared most was Sungu's biological father. The younger man shouted in disbelief, unable to understand how his move was countered. Peter admitted, it wasn't predictable. He had faced that technique before. He revealed the truth. Those exact techniques belonged to his brother, who was also the other's father. Shocked, the injured man stared silently, blood trailing down his face. His voice cracked as he denied the claim, calling it a lie. He demanded proof, unwilling to accept that the man he hated could be his own blood. Peter reached beside him and threw down a bundle of letters. Opening them with hesitation, the younger man realized they were handwritten. Peter urged him to read. They held the truth about the demon of Kowloon. Snow fell over a quiet neighborhood, as lights glowed inside a laundromat. A man wrote at his cluttered desk, addressing his brother. He spoke of the time since they last exchanged letters, breaking the silence. The man confessed he was ill and unsure of survival. Doctors offered hope, but he felt it meant little. In his solitude, he questioned whether anyone would remember them at all. Alone in his room, the man admitted his final wish before death came. Snow continued to fall outside the bookstore as he sat quietly, staring at fading memories. A friend reminded him of the danger such a reunion posed. Despite the warning, he clung to hope, praying his family might still be safe. Later, excitement erupted. His wife had replied to his letter. Overwhelmed, he read it under the laundromat's warm light. Worry soon returned as her replies stopped, a silence that stirred dread. Fearing the worst, he knew his brother planned to act, and offered one last piece of advice. He urged him to hide his identity, for survival now depended on secrecy. Panicked, he arrived at a desolate building, instincts screaming that something was wrong. Inside, he found evidence of his wife's presence too late to stop what had happened. Crushed, he blamed himself, haunted by the thought that earlier action might have saved her. Memories of Lucienne flooded back, her image frozen in his heart. He broke down, clinging to what was left, grief overtaking reason. That pain snapped him back to reality, as he accepted time was no longer on his side. Collapsed on the floor, he realized what had to be done and set out with grim purpose. He arrived at the dumpling shop, posing a simple question to the unsuspecting owner. Accused the man of discrimination and pressed further. He revealing had heard rumors about the dumplings being deadly, recounted the truth. This shop used human flesh and narcotics in their food. His wife had discovered their secret and paid with her life. He had come for justice. Raj took over as he crushed the man's throat, screams erupting in the room. Recognition flickered in his eyes as someone shouted a name, Jude. He turned in shock. That name stirred a memory he had buried long ago. He had dreamed of reuniting with his son, but fate delivered it through violence. Realization struck, revealing Jude's identity would only endanger him. To protect his son, he clenched his resolve and decided to keep the truth hidden. With a pained smile, he accepted the cruelty of fate. It was for the better. The place was rotting with corruption and needed to be purged entirely. He uncovered their plot to enslave Jude with drugs and profit from his body. A flurry of ruthless blows dropped the attackers in seconds, their bodies flung aside, like debris, driven by urgency. He knew Jude had to be pulled from their grasp before it was too late. Unlike himself, the boy deserved a future untouched by cruelty and darkness. His hope was simple, for Jude to blend in and live peacefully among the ordinary. That vision, however, came with doubt who would protect the boy once he was gone. Survival, he realized, demanded that Jude grow stronger before the world could break him. Resigned to necessity, he forced the boy into training far earlier than planned. Inside a quiet library, Jude was caught rummaging between shelves. A stern voice pierced the silence, demanding to know his intent. Teasing, the man guessed Jude sought his hidden martial arts manual. Jude nodded eagerly, sharing dreams of strength and admiration for his father. That last word, Dad, shook the man's expression, if only for a moment. With a twisted grin, he claimed Jude had no father. Caught off guard, Jude flinched as a brutal kick knocked him down. No comfort followed, only the message strength was the only way forward. In that quiet moment, he longed to embrace his son, but restrained himself. Desire clashed with reason, and all he allowed himself to do was silently pray. He hoped Jude would never be cursed to walk the same blood-stained path. Days passed as the boy trained relentlessly, showing signs of growing strength. Eventually, a realization dawned: Jude was no ordinary child. He wasn't a weed in the dirt. He was a flower meant to outshine the rest. Peace, however brief, settled over the Hellzone, now purged of corruption. But stability never lasted. The government ordered the area's demolition. Panic swept the soldiers as they encountered the one figure they feared most. With fire in his voice, he threatened anyone who dared return. His warning left no doubt he would slaughter them all if provoked again. The troops scattered in terror, leaving him surrounded by silence and corpses. Time caught up with him. Though he endured for years, his strength waned. Kneeling in his own blood, he acknowledged the end was near. And so he resolved to carry out one final act before death arrived. Leaning over the treaty, he issued a sharp warning: no one was to touch the Hell Zone. His gaze hardened, demanding their word or facing the consequences. A sudden creak interrupted the tense silence, drawing his attention to the door. A cloaked figure entered, addressing him as the demon of Kowloon. Remaining composed, he watched the stranger, recognizing the robotic tone. A smirk followed. He identified the intruder as the infamous demon of the battlefield. Inside the stranger's mind, a mission was activated: confirm then eliminate. Despite the threat, the old fighter laughed, mocking the underhanded tactic. Rising with purpose, he accepted the challenge, blood already dripping from his lips. Heat surged around him as his power ignited with ferocity. Hands came together in a final stance, channeling resolve. He called out to his brother, entrusting him with one last favor before death. He spoke of the boy, asking his brother to deliver a message should their paths cross. That message was clear: never fear the chaotic winds, nor the lurking beasts. No matter what comes, the boy must walk forward undaunted and unshaken. In his final vow, the old warrior declared he would protect the boy no matter the cost. His words promised more than strength. They were a pledge to nurture and defend. Even as pain consumed him, he resolved to become the soil that sustained his son's growth. The plea reached beyond death: he would hold the boy's roots firm beneath the surface. Jude, unaware, pressed forward, continuing to train with resolve and rising skill. In his father's final breath, there was no regret, only the will to let his son bloom. Ashes faded into light, giving way to a tranquil bamboo forest. Time passed. A new life was born, greeted by joy and sunlight. Jude's laughter rang out. He was now a father, the cycle beginning anew. Surrounded by friends, he shared the news with pride and excitement. Celebration filled the room, each voice echoing with warmth and brotherhood. Yet Peter remained quiet, watching with mixed feelings behind a calm smile. Later, under the trees, a private conversation unfolded between Peter and Jude. Jude defended his choice to start a family, despite knowing the risks. Peter sighed. People like them, he warned, weren't meant to have families. Peter acknowledged the risks, but the thought of his family outweighed all fears. Even if it meant dying, his only desire was to preserve a memory with them. He confessed that just a single picture together would be enough to make it worthwhile. Peter's brother reminded him that taking photos was forbidden due to their identities. Still, Peter insisted on the idea, eager for a way around the rule. A loophole was suggested: it could work if the photo technically didn't feature him as himself. In disguise, Peter watched his wife and son from a distance in the marketplace. He apologized quietly, knowing this was the only way to be with them. Lucien responded with warmth, showing that love remained regardless of his appearance. Among the crowd, Peter posed beside them unnoticed. For a brief moment, he experienced what others took for granted. As the shutter clicked, he captured proof that they were a family. Blood dripped from his mouth as he stared coldly ahead, disbelief tightening his expression. Standing above a man kneeling by a shattered wall, the kneeling figure clutched documents, revealing a shocking claim. The man flipped through more pages, realizing the demon hadn't intended to profit from the Hell Zone, but had tried to protect it. Confusion deepened. Protect it from whom? Why would anyone want this place? A calm voice emerged, hinting that all of Kowloon's misfortunes followed a deliberate pattern. Flashbacks revealed manipulated events, prisoners restrained, a brutal ambush, relentless beatings, and organized control pointed toward a hidden motive. One rejected the idea, declaring it impossible and denying any deeper orchestration. Desperation flared. He recalled a promise: the Hell Zone would be returned through government ties. He trusted that promise someone had power and influence to change everything. The memory echoed a man offering restoration, standing before a chained figure. Doubt crept in as realization dawned: Raphael may have orchestrated it all. Shock overtook him. The thought of betrayal by someone close shattered his trust. As emotion surged, a hand gripped his shoulder, grounding him back to the present. With weapons ready, they made a decision: it was time to uncover the truth about Raphael's intentions. A sudden explosion echoed through the city, shaking the ground beneath them. As dust settled, realization struck: they wouldn't need to search far. They sprinted through narrow streets, drawn toward the origin of the blast that lit up the skyline. Determination intensified as they closed the gap. Sliding to a halt, one of them sensed the inevitable. Fear crept into his eyes as he recognized the path ahead and begged reality to prove him wrong. A blackened column of smoke marked the spot: his mother's home engulfed in flames. Frozen in shock, he stepped inside, gripped by dread, hoping to find something intact. He reached the closet, her most treasured space, and hesitated, heart pounding with disbelief. Denial overwhelmed him. The betrayal seemed too cruel, too personal to accept. He begged for mercy as he opened the door, terrified of what might be lost forever. A memory surfaced. Fear of losing her scent had always kept him from opening it before. Crashing to the floor, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to process the destruction. With his companions behind him, he staggered. He cried out for his mother as the closet door revealed a scorched. Frozen in disbelief, he questioned the existence of a tunnel his mother had concealed for so long. His companion pieced it together. Raphael knew how deeply Thaddeus valued this home. Realization struck. Raphael had used the place as a cover. This wasn't coincidence, it was calculated. The home was perfect for hiding secrets. Crushed by betrayal, Thaddeus screamed Raphael's name, rage overtaking sorrow. He resolved to uncover everything himself, unwilling to remain in the dark any longer. Descending the hidden stairwell, he prepared for whatever truths might be buried below. His allies followed, lighting the path into the depths of Raphael's hidden world. They stumbled upon flames and devastation, confused by what Raphael had done to the place. Everything had been reduced to ash. The intent was clear: erase all evidence. Among the wreckage, something caught his eye, something Raphael had overlooked. A scorched label from a pharmaceutical company hinted at a deeper conspiracy. A transmission came through. Raphael had sent mercenaries to eliminate them. Refusing to retreat, his ally vowed to end it. Raphael would pay, no matter the cost. Simon concealed his pain, but the burns and injuries from earlier battles were clearly taking a toll. His condition worsened by the minute. Despite his strength, he wouldn't last long in this state. As flames surrounded them, one voice urged Thaddeus to rise. They couldn't afford to hesitate. Raphael had already launched a full assault to eliminate them. Staying would only endanger everyone. The Hell Zone was no longer safe ground. If revenge was truly the goal, survival had to come first. Strategy required retreat, silent but resolved. Thaddeus reached for the outstretched hand. He accepted the support, standing with new determination amid the burning chaos. With a steady voice and clear eyes, he agreed they would move forward together. They ran through the city, questions swirling. Who could have orchestrated such destruction? The wardens were suspected. Their history of hostility and ambition made them likely culprits. Their power, loyalty to Raphael, and brutality set them apart from any ordinary threat. Visions of the wardens in battle revealed their sheer force superhuman and unrelenting. Avoiding them seemed wise, yet conflict might be inevitable. As realization dawned, Thaddeus was stunned. The threat was even closer than expected. Recognition struck. Those corpses belonged to the infamous wardens. Seeing the elite fighters lying lifeless in blood, disbelief clouded their expressions. A single question echoed: what kind of being could have defeated them so completely? The scene revealed mangled bodies scattered under the rain, as if they'd been crushed like rags. None of them had expected the wardens to fall in such a brutal fashion. Doubt and fear crept in as they realized someone far more powerful had made a move. An emergency broadcast erupted overhead. Peter was now labeled a fugitive heading to the harbor. Their group questioned the command. No one held rightful authority in the chaos anymore. Thaddeus understood. Only one man alive had the strength to kill the wardens: Peter himself. They rushed toward the harbor, knowing time was running out. Boats waited under the moonlight. Allies called out, urging them to escape quickly. Simon was helped aboard, but Thaddeus hesitated, burdened by something left behind. Injured but defiant, the older brother insisted he was fine and pressed Thaddeus to move. Thaddeus remembered he had left behind his mother's keepsake. With urgency in his voice, he halted the escape. Thaddeus stood at the edge of the ship, conflicted about retrieving the keepsake. He remained still, caught between sentiment and the urgency of escape. One of his companions gave reluctant permission, urging him to act quickly if he insisted on going back. As the others voiced concerns about the incoming enemy, without further delay, he sprinted away from the dock. He claimed he could find another ship if necessary. With Thaddeus gone, another man confirmed that the rest had boarded, and the ship would depart soon. Inside a large, dimly lit hall, a cloaked figure entered silently. Thaddeus arrived, shortly after, entering through another passage. The cloaked man reported a new directive had been issued. The directive specified that Peter had boarded a vessel and was fleeing. As the conversation continued, the man subtly shifted his stance. He moved forward, signaling that Thaddeus was no longer free to leave as planned. The man blocked Thaddeus's path and denied further cooperation. The situation shifted to confrontation. He positioned himself in a commanding stance and issued a final warning to halt. A countdown began. The atmosphere tightened as the man signaled imminent force if Thaddeus resisted. The countdown reached 1 as the hooded man raised his leg with precision and force. Thaddeus reacted instantly, grabbing and twisting his opponent's leg midair in a fast rotation. With momentum shifted, the attacker was thrown into the ground with a powerful crash. The masked man quickly recovered, sliding into a defensive stance. Details of his identity surfaced. He once belonged to a covert execution unit. His mission became clear: eliminate the traitor. His code name was Philip. The pursuit had officially begun. Inside the ship's control room, a subordinate announces the arrival of Sir Simon and Sungu. She calmly instructs her crew to set sail when ready, signaling that the operation has entered its next phase. A broadcast is made. All personnel are ordered to capture Peter at the harbor immediately. One man reacts with hostility, silently criticizing the tone of the command. Suddenly he realizes the connection and rushes toward his superior. He demands immediate action, revealing that he knows who eliminated the Ordens. The woman asks who could possibly accomplish such a feat. He identifies a soldier presumed dead, once nicknamed the Demon of the Battlefield. Despite having all personal records erased, the man mysteriously returned, alive. The flashback shows the soldier during his prime, among an elite operations force. He led mountain missions with silent precision and unmatched control. His skill extended to naval infiltration, executing tasks deep underwater. Renowned globally, he was the first to master every known combat strategy. During one mission, he vanished after a sudden explosion hit his vehicle. The blast was devastating, yet now, that same man has resurfaced. After the explosion, the man was officially declared dead. However, as time passed and people moved on, soldiers monitoring the perimeter detected an unknown individual moving from the enemy camp. A sniper observed the figure, puzzled that he was approaching completely unarmed, despite coming from hostile territory. Shock hit the observers as recognition set in. The man approaching was not just any intruder. The demon of the battlefield had reappeared. Panic spread as troops confirmed the identity and called for reinforcements. Despite his lack of visible weapons, orders were given to shoot. Gunfire erupted. One soldier shouted with rage, determined to bury the man once more. Thick smoke blanketed the area. Confusion grew as visibility dropped. Through the haze, the figure emerged, using a detached car door as a makeshift shield. Soldiers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he survived the barrage unarmed. One soldier questioned how the man blocked so many bullets with a car door alone. The man explained calmly, the bullet penetration rate was only 4%, with minimal risk due to the angle. With no injuries sustained, he warned the soldiers their survival probability had just dropped to 0. After the masked warrior's reappearance, a chilling rumor spread across units. The number 0% echoed from his mask. A symbol of invulnerability. Panicked, a soldier screamed as the warrior advanced through fire and debris. Survivors later said the man no longer looked human. Following that battle, he left his original unit and disappeared without a trace. Later he founded his own group, Leviathan Raven, which secretly operated across global conflicts. Leviathan Raven became infamous, annihilating any army that opposed it. Governments feared its name. But despite global recognition, no one had seen the unit in person, not even rival mercenaries. The truth surfaced. Leviathan Raven had only one member, the masked warrior himself. Known as the Demon of the Battlefield, he was also feared as the one-man army. His codename was Philip, marked by his apostle mask and unmatched combat legacy. As threats escalated, a mission to find and stop Peter was approved. Philip volunteered, personally. Inside a hostile facility, a new figure emerged, calm, smiling, and ready to kill. Without hesitation, the man launched himself through the air with explosive power. Before impact, he mocked Philip, daring him to find someone named Raphael. Thaddeus reacted to a mechanical sound echoing through the facility. It was unlike anything human. Confused, he questioned the origin while preparing to strike. With glowing red eyes, Philip calmly declared the futility of trying to attack him. Philip demanded to know how long Thaddeus thought he could last in a fight this one. Sided, Thaddeus leapt into action, spinning midair as he launched an aggressive counterattack. He replied with defiance, declaring his will to fight until Philip's final breath. Thaddeus dismissed Philip's warning, claiming he was unbeatable and out of reach. Philip stared coldly, unmoved, and told him he was unaware of a true soldier's mindset. With explosive momentum, Philip launched himself forward, declaring that nothing was impossible, crashing down with power. Thaddeus mocked Philip's efforts, claiming none would work. Yet deep inside, Thaddeus questioned Philip's unwavering confidence. He couldn't understand why Philip, unable to get close, still fought with certainty. Philip revealed his thinking: if something is impossible, make it possible. Thaddeus widened his eyes in shock as Philip hurled flare bombs into the air. The blinding light disrupted Thaddeus's vision, reducing his reaction time just as Philip planned. Thaddeus underestimated Philip's tactics, believing he had predicted the flare strategy. A deafening explosion lit the area, but Philip had already moved under cover. Emerging from the smoke, Thaddeus taunted Philip. Confident he remained untouchable, he proclaimed nothing could affect him, convinced of his awareness and agility. However, his expression shifted when his vision blurred and pressure surged. Philip landed a crushing strike. Thaddeus, stunned, couldn't understand how he was hit. As the blow echoed, Philip reminded him nothing was impossible. Thaddeus couldn't believe it. He thought he had seen Philip's movement. Philip explained, what couldn't be dodged was what couldn't be seen or heard. Philip revealed the science behind it. The flare's 170 decibel blast damaged Thaddeus's ears. He detailed how the military used flash bombs not only to blind but to impair hearing. As blood dripped from his ear, Thaddeus realized how deeply affected he was. Acknowledging Philip's strength, Thaddeus admitted he was worthy of Raphael's trust. He knew he had to stop Philip before he reached the targets he was protecting. With renewed resolve, Thaddeus stood tall and prepared to retaliate not with gratitude but force. With rage and desperation, Thaddeus launched forward, flames surrounding his silhouette. He swore to use every ounce of strength to finish the fight. As he pushed through the pain, he recalled an injury to his ribs from Sungu. Philip noticed the injury and calculated Thaddeus's survival, odds at 11%, warning him bluntly. Mocking the number, Thaddeus charged with renewed aggression, asking Philip to calculate his own chances of survival. He descended with crushing force, unleashing a finishing blow using a technique Philip recognized instantly. Thaddeus committed to ending it, unleashing the rapid strike technique without hesitation. Philip remained unfazed, having survived it before and anticipating its pattern. As Thaddeus attacked, Philip prepared his counter, a direct hit that broke through the barrage. Thaddeus's momentum was halted by a devastating punch, sending him crashing down violently. Philip analyzed the situation. Thaddeus's balance was compromised by cochlear shock and internal wounds, factoring in mobility loss and trauma. Philip concluded Thaddeus's chance of surviving was now 0%. With no hesitation, Philip launched one final strike from above. He delivered a brutal finishing blow as his target lay open. The impact thundered through the chamber, signaling the fight's brutal conclusion. Philip landed multiple final strikes on Thaddeus, ensuring complete suppression. Standing above the broken opponent, he confirmed the mission was complete with precise timing. Thaddeus, barely conscious, felt assured that his allies had escaped through the harbor undisturbed. Just as Philip prepared to leave, an unfamiliar voice ordered him to stop. From the glowing doorway, a man stepped forward, calm and unshaken. He introduced himself without hesitation, the one everyone was chasing, Peter. A figure steps through the grand doors, bathed in sunlight. With steady steps, he approaches the masked man at the center of the room, stopping just short of the confrontation. The man reveals his identity with unwavering confidence. Thaddeus, injured and collapsed on the floor. Despite his battered state, Thaddeus urges Peter to leave, attempting to shield him from danger. Peter assesses Thaddeus' condition silently, recognizing the damage inflicted before his arrival. Peter observes the bruises and swelling, concluding that Thaddeus's ribs are shattered. He calculates the threat of internal bleeding if broken ribs puncture the lungs. Knowing the danger, Peter determines he has 1 hour to act. The masked enemy acknowledges Peter, linking recent resistance from Kowloon directly to him. Peter interrupts Thaddeus and insists he must survive to be brought back safely. The objective is clear: return Thaddeus to Korea alive. To ensure lawful punishment for Peter, the enemy's mask tightens with fury, revealing the plan to use military law for execution. As a timer is activated, the room fills with tension. Every second now matters. Peter stands calm, facing the armed opponent, ready to fight for the time Thaddeus needs. The masked opponent tightens his expression, revealing a twisted intent to time how quickly he can kill Peter. Peter responds with a calm smirk, unfazed, mocking the idea of needing a timer. Without hesitation, Peter launches into a spinning assault. A powerful blow erupts as Peter's attack lands cleanly. Amid shattered tiles and smoke, Peter reads the masked fighter's stance. He's not backing down, acknowledging the barricade. Peter realizes he's being trapped, the enemy unwilling to let him escape alive. Peter narrows his gaze, aware of the overwhelming strength behind the masked man's punch. If Peter hadn't intercepted it, the blow would have crushed his bones, proof of monstrous power. The image of defeated wardens flashes in his mind. This was the man responsible. Taunted to respond, Peter remains composed as the fighter dashes forward, wind swirling around him. Knowing there's no shelter in the open hall, Peter shifts tactics to endure. His focus sharpens. He must react instantly or be overwhelmed. Attacks rain down in rapid succession, their force shaking the entire floor. Peter evades and counters, narrowly avoiding devastation. His response is precise target movement, strike hard and hit where it matters most. Peter's movements become increasingly unpredictable. The masked fighter struggles to react, unable to match the irregularity or direction of Peter's blows. Realization dawns: Peter isn't just fast, he's calculated, exploiting weaknesses with precision. The enemy acknowledges his fatal flaw: the mask obscures his peripheral and lower vision. Peter capitalizes on this, deliberately striking from the sides and below. However, the masked fighter prepares a sudden counter, seeing through Peter's rhythm. With swift retaliation, the masked man grabs Peter's arm mid-swing, disrupting his momentum. Peter is thrown across the room, crashing violently as the enemy asserts dominance. Still smoldering with power, the masked fighter addresses Peter, noting his declining strength. He observes Peter's wounds, impressed by his speed despite age and injury. After calculating the duration of their battle, he determines Peter's survival odds are 18%. Peter smirks at the numbers, preparing to shift the outcome in his favor. Moving into the woods, Peter buys time to recover, forcing the fight onto his terms. His opponent mocks the strategy, calling it futile and delaying the inevitable. Unshaken, Peter counters with sarcasm, ready for a battle. Neither of them will forget. The masked man scans the dark ridge, suspecting movement near the edge. A precise stab strikes the cliffside, but Peter remains hidden, crouched behind cover. He taunts the misfire, joking about still being in the low survival percentage. The masked fighter lunges, gripping his target with force, ready to end the fight. Peter resists, but his opponent mocks him, questioning his seemingly indestructible body. With a powerful swing, Peter aims a counterstrike directly toward the enemy's masked head. The enemy senses something off as Peter moves to retrieve a previously thrown knife. Realization strikes. Peter used the reflection of the blade to locate him. The glint off the combat knife had mirrored masked man's position, ruining his stealth. Declaring his unmatched mastery, the masked man steps forward with supreme confidence. He asserts that no technique or deception can bypass his combat instinct. With sharpened focus, he claims total awareness, prepared for any strike Peter might launch. In a massive burst, Peter crashes from above, shaking the forest floor. The masked man raises his fist, now entirely certain of Peter's defeat. With cold finality, he delivers a blow, claiming Peter's survival odds have dropped to 0. Dust settles around the crater where both fighters stood. Despite surviving the clash, he reflects on how close he came to losing. Determined, he vows to eliminate all threats and unpredictable elements from future encounters. Pinned to the ground, Peter struggles to free his leg, but finds himself immobilized. His opponent prepares a final, devastating technique, with spiraling energy building rapidly. The masked man unleashes a flurry of explosive strikes, aimed directly at Peter's core. After the blast, Peter collapses in exhaustion, body barely upright as his attacker mocks the failed resistance. Despite his fall, Peter rises again, drawing on the last of his strength. His opponent believes it's over, underestimating the purpose behind Peter's final efforts. Thaddeus is insulted, told that his technique was ineffective, and his body ruined. Yet through clenched teeth, he declares his true goal already achieved. The masked man remains dismissive, blind to the trap now set. Thaddeus calmly reveals a grenade pin in his hand, confirming the enemy's oversight. Panic flashes in the masked man's eyes as the grenades strapped to him begin glowing. Realizing the pins are gone, he stands frozen unknowingly, turned into a ticking bomb. The masked man calculates his odds. Normally he'd abandon the vest, spinning to face Peter. He races forward with the full intent of taking both of them out in the blast. Peter realizes the plan too late, shouting in alarm as the enemy closes in. The explosion ignites mid-lunge, engulfing the enemy in blinding flames. Peter screams in anguish, powerless to stop the blast from consuming everything. The scene erupts in a violent shockwave, flames swallowing the masked assassin. Back at the docks, Peter carries Thaddeus toward the escape point, urgency in every step. Thaddeus tries to speak, confused and reflective, despite his injuries. He questions the past, searching for where things unraveled between them. Memories blur as Thaddeus recalls their youth, once bound by brotherhood. He wonders how the path fractured so completely between loyalty and betrayal. A faint smile appears, torn between clarity and confusion. Was Sungu ever truly his brother? Images of peace resurface, moments of sunlight, laughter, and quiet trust. Aya shared space, familiar and warm, where they once stood as equals. Thaddeus reflects quietly he doubted much in life, but their bond was something he once believed in without question. Thaddeus speaks faintly, trying to reach out to Sungu. Sungu cuts him off, urging him to conserve his strength, but Thaddeus's voice trembles with emotional clarity. With one last look, he insists he can still see the truth in Sungu's eyes. They race through the alley, Sungu focused on reaching safety while Thaddeus fades into silence. Sungu urges him to hang on, hoping the promise of treatment will keep him conscious. But the weight of Thaddeus's body begins to shift, his grip weakening. Thaddeus's hand slips from Sungu's shoulder, blood trailing from his fingers. His body goes limp, and Sungu's expression shifts to dread. He calls his name again, the silence deepening his panic. Sungu pleads for Thaddeus to wake up, promising him a taste of his favorite snack. A memory floods in of Thaddeus smiling under the sun, calling him Shangdi Fei like a true brother. That word once symbolized trust and belonging between two lonely souls. Sungu recalls how Thaddeus offered him brotherhood when he had no one else. Back in the present, he finally speaks, acknowledging that Thaddeus was never pretending. They weren't becoming brothers, they always had been, long before the bloodshed. Peter rushed through a narrow corridor, urgency in his movement. He deployed a volley of flash bombs and smoke grenades, designed not to kill but to disorient. But the simultaneous detonation of multiple devices was meant to critically injure the target. It was a calculated gamble. Smoke thickened around the forested outskirts. The enemy stirred but didn't chase. Lying among debris, the masked apostle muttered Peter's name. He wasn't the true objective. From the beginning, the apostle sensed Peter's fight was only a distraction. Thaddeus had always been the priority, even mid-battle. All of Peter's attention locked onto Thaddeus, ignoring his immediate opponent. Despite this, he fought with intense precision. His instincts never dulled, though distracted. Peter matched strength for strength, evading and striking with deadly force. The apostle realized Peter's legendary combat skill wasn't exaggerated. Rising from rubble, he ordered all agents to shift to plan B. Peter reached the dock, carrying Thaddeus. An ally updated him on enemy movements. Peter's condition worsened, lungs failing. Thaddeus's injuries slowed them both. Glory mercenaries surrounded the exit. Escape seemed impossible without aid. Peter weighed his options. Knowing one wrong move could cost them everything. Alerted by a noise, Peter narrowed his gaze. Something unexpected stirred in the shadows. He acknowledged the risk of his next move, aware it was a gamble with uncertain odds. Meanwhile, a nearby guard responded to the sound, scanning the dark alley. Peter, now disguised as a security officer, approached another soldier without hesitation. Resolving that this bluff was his only path forward, he acted decisively. At another checkpoint, guards received radio orders: capture Peter or eliminate anyone suspicious. Some mercenaries questioned why Peter, believed to be an old man, was worth the effort. They sensed there was more to him than they'd been told. Spotting the figure, one guard raised his weapon, suspecting it might be Peter. Peter, still pushing a cart, maintained composure, as one mercenary mistook him for an ally. Though his disguise held, the soldier recognized it wouldn't be enough for long. Before more could be said, a shout demanded Peter to halt. Guns were raised. Peter faced direct confrontation with no cover left. He realized he must cross this checkpoint to reach the harbor. Knowing what the guards would ask next, he prepared for the critical moment ahead. Peter anticipated the question before it came. The guards would demand a countersign. The challenge was issued. A weapon was raised. Peter stood motionless. In another location, his allies worried. They knew Peter couldn't possibly know the password. The military system used unrelated code words to identify allies. Even with a perfect disguise, Peter wouldn't be able to guess. The guards grew suspicious. One repeated the prompt, impatient, assuming Peter was an intruder. Another guard spotted inconsistencies and prepared to report. Weapons were aimed, and the order to shoot neared. Anali panicked, realizing the danger to both Peter and Thaddeus if they were exposed. The countdown started. The guards prepared to fire. Peter had only seconds left. Peter responded just in time with the correct countersign, halting the trigger. Though the response worked, the guards remained cautious and demanded more proof. They requested identity details. Peter claimed to be an agent responsible for supplies. He spoke calmly, giving them a codename to match the false role. The guards held their fire, hesitating just enough to reconsider his clearance. Peter earned a moment of trust enough to keep moving toward the harbor with Thaddeus. Observers couldn't understand how Peter had correctly answered the countersign. Peter recalled the words used: blade and blue jeans. He recognized there had only been one possible way to obtain them. The solution began 30 minutes earlier. Peter claimed he was on a mission from Captain Philip. By presenting himself as a potential intruder, he provoked the mercenary to issue the verification phrase, after triggering the sign. He quickly fled the scene before they could act. Later, when challenged again, Peter reused the exact phrase he had heard earlier. His appearance matched theirs, and his confident response allowed him to pass as one of them. By exploiting the countersign system's vulnerability, He bypassed the checkpoint unnoticed. The guards dismissed the alert. Peter was assumed to be a legitimate operative. However, suspicion about the cart's weight reached the apostle's attention during an operation. Realizing the cart was too full, the apostle immediately ordered his men to open fire. One of the guards hesitated, confused by the order. The apostle clarified that supply carts only entered heavy and never exited loaded. Without further doubt, the order was repeated with urgency. Peter struck first, disarming and neutralizing the guard who had been ready to shoot. In one motion, he launched himself at the second guard, using raw force to knock him back. The apostle, hearing distant clash, reacted with fury and issued a broadcast order for all agents to converge on the harbor. Sirens blared as the alert repeated. Agents were instructed to secure all harbor routes and block off any remaining docking areas. Another mercenary realized the deception had been discovered. The clever use of excess weight alone had given away Peter's identity and intentions. Peter pushed forward with the cart, knowing reinforcements were close behind. He urged himself to move faster, racing toward the harbor with time running out. As he approached the dock, he spotted agents already stationed. He apologized silently to Thaddeus, aware the mission's risk had escalated. The enemy noticed the rattling cart, suspecting Peter was nearby. They questioned the cart's movement, knowing it was tied to recent intelligence. Peter emerged from cover and launched a surprise attack, catching them off guard. Gunfire erupted in both directions. Peter moved quickly, preventing their formation. The mercenaries scrambled to regroup while shouting commands. Peter slid across the floor, evading gunfire and closing distance with precision. As his rifle ran empty, he transitioned to close quarters combat without hesitation. Each attacker fell one after another. Despite being surrounded, Peter maintained control through speed and aggression. Bullets continued to fly. Peter returned fire, eliminating resistance with rapid bursts. Amid the gunfire, someone called out, confused by the silence and uncertain if anyone remained conscious. Peter emerged among the fallen. His brief response revealed he was unharmed and had cleared the path. A boat arrived at the dock. The crew rushed toward Peter and Thaddeus. Attention shifted to Thaddeus, whose condition had worsened during the escape. Medical assistance was initiated. Urgency grew as Thaddeus's survival chances diminished. His injuries were confirmed as critical. Without surgical intervention, he wouldn't last long. The group agreed to act immediately. Delaying treatment was not an option. They prepared for departure, knowing reaching a hospital was the only hope. Doubt emerged over finding medical help willing to defy Glory's influence. Someone stepped forward, revealing knowledge of one doctor capable of saving Thaddeus. With no alternatives left, the team turned to this last chance for survival. The long-haired man hesitated, realizing his brother's suggestion involved someone from their past. Doubt crossed his face as he processed the implications. The muscular man confirmed their destination without hesitation and turned to lead the way. Their goal was clear now. They would seek out Nathaniel. A public execution was underway. Cries to behead the traitor rang out as the accused knelt. The blade rose over Thaddeus's head. He shouted his reason, not treason. Later, Philip submitted his report. Their operation in Kowloon had succeeded, but an unexpected encounter followed. Philip explained he had fought Thaddeus and Peter soon after. The confrontation had been intense and sudden. Thaddeus sustained multiple fractures from the fight. He was barely conscious after the clash. Peter escaped with Thaddeus by boat. The team began pursuit and prepared their next move. Thaddeus's condition remained uncertain. Death seemed likely from the extent of his injuries. No hospital would accept him. Peter had no choice but to flee to a hidden location. Philip prepared to follow, taking Matthew. His goal was clear: interception. Another agent suggested a fitting ally for Matthew. Confidence surrounded their plan. A brutal figure accepted the mission. Blood on his hands marked his efficiency. Peter's boat surged forward. Their destination was critical. Talk shifted to Nathaniel, a man said to revive the dying. He had mastered 24 medical disciplines before turning 30. If Peter sought hope for Thaddeus, Nathaniel was his only chance. The listener reacted with disbelief. But the story grew stranger. Nathaniel's legend stemmed not from training. Decades earlier, an agent mission had gone wrong. A massive explosion engulfed the area, injuring dozens. In the chaos, medics were lost, and the wounded were left with no one to help. Victims suffered injuries all over their bodies. No specialist alone could treat them in time. Yet a miracle unfolded. Nathaniel, the doctor of Yongwon, appeared among the ruins. Against the odds, every patient survived. No one died that day under his care. The tale astonished the listener. One man saving many seemed impossible. Yet a critical fact was revealed: Nathaniel had no surgical tools during the rescue. His skill alone, without equipment, had made the impossible possible. Peter's group arrived at a quiet dock. Concern rose over whether Nathaniel would even accept them. Despite uncertainty, they pressed on. Saving Thaddeus meant risking rejection. For them there was no other choice. This was the only path left. Doubt lingered as they approached the hidden temple. Something felt off about the location. A Buddhist temple stood before them, mysterious and out of place. Only one question mattered now: was Nathaniel truly here? Encountering a monk calmly sweeping the path under golden autumn trees, greeting them with a bow, the monk asked how he could help. Peter asked hesitantly if someone named Nathaniel lived there. The monk looked puzzled at the name. It wasn't one typically heard in a temple like this. Peter clarified the urgency and insisted they were sure this was Nathaniel's residence. The monk apologized. No one by that name was present. Peter's companions scanned the area. Everything seemed normal and open, no signs of secrets. Despite their doubts, nothing felt out of place. The temple appeared sincere and harmless still. Unease grew. Could Nathaniel really be hiding somewhere within this peaceful temple? Suddenly, a scream echoed. A woman collapsed, crying in pain from a fall. She clutched her arm, claiming it was broken. No vehicles could reach the mountain. Panic set in. She begged for help, the pain unbearable, as monks gathered around. Then, just as quickly, she stood up shocked. The pain was completely gone. Stunned, she moved freely. The injury had vanished without explanation. The monk smiled in relief. It seemed to be just a sprain, or was it something more? The woman laughed in relief, grateful her arm wasn't broken. Peter and his companion decided to leave as well, feeling they had seen enough. Before departing, one monk politely approached them, drawing their attention. The monk observed Thaddeus's worsening condition. Concern shadowed his face. With sunset near, he suggested they stay the night rather than descend in darkness. Peter silently agreed, glancing at the fading sky while adjusting Thaddeus on his back. Night fell, and monks gathered in prayer. The rhythmic chants echoed within the temple. Inside a small room, Peter and his allies watched over Thaddeus, now wrapped in blankets. Doubt crept in. Though safe, Thaddeus still needed real treatment, and time was running out. One of the group affirmed Thaddeus would survive. Determination filled his voice. A monk entered quietly, checking if the bedding was suitable for their stay. They expressed gratitude for the hospitality. The monk credited everything to Buddha's grace. While others rested, Peter remained awake, exhausted yet focused. He declined food, concerned that eating might cause him to fall asleep. His only concern now was watching over the injured Thaddeus, even at the cost of rest. Peter remained vigilant. A stranger acknowledged his awareness. Had he eaten, Peter would have fallen asleep, exactly what his observer had hoped for. As the stranger beat a wooden drum, Peter's sharp eyes noticed something unsettling. Peter confirmed his suspicion. The men present weren't monks, they were something else entirely. Calmly, he admitted nothing surprised him anymore. Years of experience dulled the shock. When asked how he identified them, he answered plainly, it wasn't difficult. He recalled the moment the monk pressed his palms together. Scars were visible, deep and unmistakable. Such wounds weren't from age, but past violence. They told a different story. The tone shifted. A man drew a blade and demanded again. Where was Nathaniel? Peter whispered the name. The enemies reacted. One identified himself as Hune, rope dart expert. Another called himself Damwell. Both launched into attack, claiming Nathaniel was dead. Peter analyzed their condition. Despite injuries, they were dangerous. The enemy leader decided Peter's fate could wait. Death or capture, it didn't matter for now. He aimed to finish the fight quickly, striking with precision and aggression. Peter dodged, prepared to defend. The calm temple had become a battleground. The enemy stared in disbelief. Peter had been tied a moment ago. Peter calmly addressed the others in the room, challenging them to continue if they dared. The leader hesitated, demanding to know who Peter truly was. Peter proposed a deal: he'd speak, but only if he could meet Nathaniel in return. The enemy agreed, mockingly, but only if Peter survived long enough to claim it. They lunged to attack again, but Peter's focus didn't waver as chaos erupted. A commanding voice stopped everyone. A hooded figure entered, ordering them to cease. He scolded the group for their disgraceful behavior in a sacred place. Peter wasn't convinced. He questioned the man's continued act and pressed for honesty. The hooded man denied knowledge. But Peter wasn't fooled by the lie. He pointed out the earlier incident. The injured woman had a fully dislocated arm, yet the monk had corrected it perfectly without hesitation. Peter had noticed everything. Peter explained how the adjustment was done silently, unnoticed even by the woman herself. Such precision wasn't a trait found in ordinary monks, it was medical expertise. He concluded firmly. The man's actions proved that old habits, He had worn gloves out of habit, exposing his past as a doctor who always upheld sanitation. Peter recognized the behavior, demanding the man stop pretending and reveal himself. The monk pulled back his hood, revealing his identity. He was the long-lost apostle, Nathaniel. Peter steps forward, ending his concealment. His calm voice breaks the silence, drawing attention from the robed figures. His gaze locks onto a hooded elder. Peter greets him directly, identifying him as Apostle Nathaniel. One monk commands Peter to stop. Suspicion rises over how someone so young knows Nathaniel. An elder criticizes Peter's lack of respect, warning him to leave before it escalates. He threatens action if Peter dares approach Nathaniel. Another monk pleads for patience. Nathaniel speaks calmly, admitting he doesn't remember their last meeting, nor expects others to recognize Peter. Nathaniel reveals that Peter once led the 12 apostles of Yongguang. The room falls silent. Tension shifts as monks begin to understand Peter's identity. Whispers spread. The younger monks look shocked, unsure how to react. Monks kneel in unison, their bodies low before Peter. They introduce themselves as members of the Hidden Shadow Monastery. In loud unison, they pledge to serve Apostle Peter. Elsewhere, a man reacts in disbelief while watching a robed woman. He clumsily comments on her former beauty. She glares, prompting him to quickly compliment her again. Simon glances at Peter, amazed at his youthful appearance. Simon kneels beside the woman, relieved she's alive after years of silence. He expresses the worry her disappearance caused. With mixed emotions, Simon asks the question he's held for years: why she vanished. The woman flinches at the question. Her face lowers, unsure how to respond. She hesitates, then admits she doesn't fully understand the current situation either. While she's familiar with Glory's intrusions, seeing one of her own bring in a Glory agent shakes her. She warns them not to repeat it. Peter calmly acknowledges her warning, then shifts the focus back to the man they brought. She stares at the injured man in disbelief, questioning how he's still alive despite his condition. Severe wounds cover his body. His survival defies logic. Peter demands the truth. His voice remains firm. The woman meets his gaze and asks who the man is. Simon breaks the silence. He reveals the young man is Thaddeus's son. Peter tries to explain, urging her to stay. She silently turns and walks away, ignoring the pleas. Simon follows her, shouting about the nephew's condition, but she doesn't respond. Nathaniel learns the injured man is Thaddeus's son. She states coldly that this very fact is the reason she refuses to treat him. Peter and Simon are left confused. Simon questions her sudden reaction. Peter finds Nathaniel outside, kneeling at a secluded shrine surrounded by autumn leaves. He questions her faith, suggesting her prayers are misguided for someone like her. Nathaniel calmly replies, revealing she converted to Buddhism long ago. Peter asks if her refusal to help is tied to a past event. She begins to deny it. Before he can finish, Nathaniel confesses she lost all desire to continue as a doctor. She explains, it isn't about the past, her heart no longer holds the will to save. Peter challenges her claim, pointing out she instinctively checked Thaddeus's pulse. She looks surprised. He continues, stating her reaction revealed she still cares. He adds that her body moved before her mind did, guided by a healer's instinct. Peter notes the medicine was clearly prepared by her hand in urgency. He believes she acted not out of duty, but because she still wants to save lives. Finally, he presses further, asking what really happened to Hannah. A memory flashes. Nathaniel once clutched her daughter tightly. Back in the present, she admits the event wasn't Peter's fault. Peter turns toward her, acknowledging her guilt. Nathaniel's voice trembles as she reflects. No matter what she's done, she admits, she no longer sees herself fit to heal others, believing one failure voids her purpose. Just as she finishes, Peter kneels, catching her by surprise. Peter bows low, his voice soft but desperate. He pleads with Nathaniel to save Thaddeus. Despite her resistance, emotion flickers across her face as she watches Peter remain in that position. Moved by his sincerity, she silently takes a step forward, acknowledging the weight of his request. Nathaniel reaches out, hand brushing Peter's sleeve. Neither speaks, but the gesture conveys understanding. She turns away, cloak sweeping the ground. Leaves scatter in the silence. Peter remains kneeling, unmoving, as Nathaniel walks back toward the temple, under falling autumn light. Inside, Thaddeus convulses, his breathing erratic. Simon panics, calling out desperately. He rushes to his nephew's side, helpless, unsure what to do next. Peter joins him, eyes sharp. Thaddeus's condition is worsening fast, time is running out. Peter insists, there's still time, and suggests relocating Thaddeus. Urgency fills his voice. Simon panics, yelling over Peter's calmness, overwhelmed by the fear of losing his nephew. As emotions boil over, a sharp voice cuts through commanding silence. Nathaniel enters, now masked and resolute. Her presence calms the chaos. She quickly assesses Thaddeus's condition and identifies the problem, tension pneumothorax. Nathaniel explains the lung damage is worsening due to internal pressure. She declares her plan to perform a thoracotomy, a risky and invasive procedure. The goal is to manually remove the damaged tissue. Simon breathes a sigh of hope, relieved that there's still a path forward. Nathaniel warns that if the surgery fails, Thaddeus will die. The risk is real. Outside, Peter and Simon wait. They discuss placing their trust in Nathaniel despite the fear. Simon admits he's never felt such panic and silently hopes for a miracle inside. As the temple stands silent in the night, a new figure approaches from the shore. The masked stranger greets the approaching figure politely, unaware of their purpose. The tension deepens as the newcomer silently stands before them, intent unknown. Two strangers block the monk's path, claiming they have urgent business on the mountain. The monk apologizes, but warns them that the mountain's guardians despise outsiders and their violent pasts. His calm words carry a warning, hinting at deeper consequences should they proceed. A sudden strike echoes through the beach as backup monks appear without hesitation. The intruders grow tense, recognizing danger despite the monks being unarmed. Assessing the threat, they prepare to attack before any hidden weapons can surface. One monk launches forward, but the girl counters with a concealed firearm, catching them off guard. A gunshot lands clean, shocking the monks who didn't anticipate such force. Their formation falters as fear spreads, realizing their mistake too late. The girl confirms her identity code name, Matthew, revealing her affiliation. Her partner follows, identified as code name 777, ready to finish the mission. Their objective becomes clear: eliminate Peter without hesitation. A gunshot breaks the tension, dropping a man instantly. Panic spreads as no one saw who fired. Despite hearing only one shot, multiple bodies fall. The survivors remain frozen. At the center, a calm figure stands surrounded by bodies. No clear weapon, no visible threat. A red-haired woman steps forward, mocking the confusion. She explains simply they were all shot. Her words are blunt. With a light tone, she suggests moving on. The man agrees without hesitation. She asks about rumors calling him another version of Peter. He stops. He issues a cold warning: never call him Peter again. His voice is quiet but dangerous. She raises her gun, confident, challenging his threat without hesitation. He closes the gap, unafraid. His voice stays firm: fists, knife, or gun, it doesn't matter. The barrel presses into him. He shows no fear, only resolve to strike. Any weapon will do. He'll use whatever it takes to kill. A voice informs Apostle Matthew of incoming backup. The mission continues. The woman sighs, ready to finish the task. Her expression turns serious. She doesn't care about rewards. Her only goal is clear: to kill Peter. Damwell listens carefully as he is taught to move like flowing water. Nearby, others react in shock upon realizing who is present. They quickly bow and apologize. Peter responds calmly. One explains that apostles rarely saw each other back then, so not recognizing him was understandable. He comments on the strong combat abilities of the monks. Their movements left an impression. By Glory's ranking, they'd be B rank or higher. He expresses sincere respect for their strength. Peter questions why such skilled individuals live in isolation, cut off from the outside world. The monk reveals the truth. All of them have chosen to begin again. He says simply, they're living a second life, no longer who they once were. Years ago, they were pursued by enemies during a mission and forced into hiding. A cabin deep in the snowy mountains became their refuge. Supplies dwindled. Exhaustion set in. Cold and fear wrapped around them like chains. The mountain's remoteness and lack of signals erased hope of rescue. Harsh winds and isolation pushed them to the brink of collapse. Then, through the silence, a sound emerged. Something or someone was coming. Footsteps echoed in the snow outside the cabin. One assumed the worst: the enemy had arrived. The door creaked open. Eyes widened, bracing for death. Apostle Nathaniel stepped through the storm, light casting behind her like a beacon in the cold. The shocked survivors stared in disbelief. She appeared calm. At that moment, one of them pledged to serve her for life, moved by her unwavering presence. They realized she had climbed 6,500 feet, frostbitten and exhausted, without rest or complaint. Without pause, she treated their wounds, prioritizing them over herself. Though hope returned briefly, fear lingered. They still had no clear plan of escape. They debated their next move. No rescue could reach them, and they were starving. One questioned her decision to come. She replied with honesty. She didn't mind staying with them forever. Her words confused them. She meant every word. She reminded them of her burial wish, not in safety, but alongside them. Even facing death, she stood firm. No regrets, no fear. With a gentle smile, she declared, the only place she wanted to rest was beside her comrades. The monk recounts how Nathaniel gave them a second chance at life. He declares he would give his life for her without hesitation. His loyalty is unwavering. Peter acknowledges the sentiment, asking them to protect her. They sit in silence as the wind picks up, creating a peaceful, rhythmic clinking of the bells. The monk praises the serenity of the monastery and the beauty of the natural breeze. Peter agrees. The moment is calm. Hyun offers to make tea, and Peter accepts the gesture. Elsewhere, the bell's chime continues. Unnoticed by Peter, their leader confirms their arrival and orders a scan to identify Peter's presence. He notes the bell system's effectiveness in detecting visitors at the temple's entrance. A monk confronts the intruders politely, asking why they arrive at such a late hour. He invites them to return the next day, warning the monks are asleep. The armed group refuses. They're here because they heard Peter is present, feigning ignorance. The monk denies knowing any Peter. His tone remains composed. The lead invader strikes without warning, impatient with deception. He demands the truth, revealing himself as Kang, Hun Park Barrank enforcer, ready to kill. Several elite agents reveal their code names and ranks. Kang Hun, their leader, wastes no time. With a cold expression, the armed squad charges forward in unison, blades drawn. A monk drops an ornament, speaking calmly. He insists there's no deception, only truth. Weapons flash as monks leap into action, moving swiftly across the walkway. With deadly precision, they counter the assault, revealing their hidden combat mastery. One agent panics, shocked by the resistance. The monks weren't supposed to be this skilled. A powerful counterstrike lands, a spinning slash tearing through attackers. The invaders are stunned. These monks fight like seasoned warriors, not passive clergy. The defenders explain such strength as expected. Their training surpasses ordinary soldiers. Hyun, once a shadow operative, boasts unmatched rope dart skill. Damwell, his partner, wields the spiral sword. They mock the attackers, noting how weak Glory's forces have become compared to Yang Wang's elite. Confusion spreads. The attackers were never briefed on this threat. Damwell moves silently, ignoring the panic. Another monk steps forward, calm and firm. He addresses the enemy leader directly, offering one final chance to retreat before it's too late. The enemy identified the quiet figure as the leader, but saw no visible threat. Despite his passive stance, they remained cautious. His presence alone raised doubts among the attackers. An order was given to eliminate him immediately. One agent moved in to strike without hesitation. The monk reacted quickly, sidestepping the attack with precision. The strike had not been meant for him directly. The weapon veered. A loud crack followed. Dust and fragments filled the air as a large object was destroyed. Debris fell. The monk stood unscathed. A destroyed boulder marked the weapon's impact zone. The attacker evaluated the destruction, realizing the monk's control and accuracy were exceptional. Another monk joined together. They prepared for a joint counterattack. The two launched simultaneous techniques. The first slashed forward, the second spiraled with force. The impact created a shockwave. Several attackers were caught in the blast. Those watching were shaken. Their formation began to break. A rope bound enemy hovered midair. He couldn't resist the monk's technique. The others realized they were outclassed. None of them had expected such power. Silence followed as one fighter stared at the monk, unable to understand who he truly was. The attackers stepped back, acknowledging failure as a figure emerged from the shadows. He was called Judas Iscariot, known not for betrayal but as a formidable force, nearly equal to Peter. With focused intent, he prepared to fight, declaring his purpose to end Peter. Striking together, they expected a swift end, but their target defied logic, reacting in perfect rhythm. Despite approaching unseen, he moved with deliberate awareness, evading every blow with calculated ease. In the aftermath, one assailant lay crumpled, while figure remained still dominant and unaffected. Kneeling figures begged for forgiveness before a silent man whose name spoke volumes. Apostle, Judas. Recognition crept in slowly. That name wasn't a coincidence. It carried heavy implication. With calm resolve, he declared the goal: bring down Peter and conclude his mission. Held in his grip, the rope dart spun with intent, an ancient weapon. Reborn, every motion he made was controlled, each swing echoing years of refinement. Observing in silence, a rival sensed defeat long before the weapon was released. Mastery alone couldn't explain the difference. Judas moved beyond imitation. The dart flew with unforgiving speed. Its arc left no time to brace. Realization hit too late. His instincts failed him before the weapon did. A sharp snap ended the assault. Someone had seized the dart mid-flight. Simon's presence shifted the air. His gaze fell firmly on Judas. Without raising his voice, he questioned Judas's purpose in tormenting the helpless. Judas smiled, faintly, amused by Simon's familiar attitude despite the circumstances. He remarked on the time that had passed, casually probing about Peter's whereabouts. Simon replied curtly. Peter refused to meet anyone outside Yang Wang's inner circle. Feigning surprise, Judas dismissed the hostility, comparing Yang Wang to Glory without hesitation. Internally, Simon knew he had to stall. Thaddeus needed time to recover elsewhere. He couldn't allow Judas to discover Peter's current condition, at least not yet. Judas took a jab at Simon's appearance, hinting at physical decline. Simon's response was sharp. Unless Judas brought a new arm, his commentary was useless. Tensions erupted as Simon accused him of betrayal, to which Judas responded with indifference. Without warning, Simon charged, driven by anger and something deeper. His speed surprised Judas, who watched with interest rather than fear. Despite lacking a right arm, Simon closed the distance with fierce momentum. Their bodies collided. Simon grabbed Judas and delivered a brutal headbutt. Shock flickered in Judas's eyes as the blow connected. Grinning, he questioned Simon's judgment for attacking in such a state. Judas and Simon exchanged blows, their banter sharp as their strikes. A direct hit sent Judas staggering back. Simon didn't hesitate. With grit in his voice, Simon declared the truth he wouldn't lose, no matter the handicap. Their weapons clashed mid-air, scattering sparks across the battlefield in rhythmic bursts. Judas ridiculed Simon's decline, mocking the once feared Spiral Swordmaster as just a desperate fighter. Spectators watched, breathless. Even without a blade, Simon held his own with raw determination. A brutal punch landed cleanly, staggering Judas, but something felt wrong. One onlooker sensed it first. Judas wasn't serious. He was holding back. Simon recognized it too. Every move Judas made was a perfect imitation of his own techniques. Mockery became evident. Judas mimicked Simon's style with uncanny precision, down to his breathing. Every attack felt like an insult, flawless execution of someone else's legacy. Forced backward, Simon tried to recover as Judas launched another flawless strike. Doubt crept in. Simon knew he couldn't win in his current condition. A shout broke through. Someone hurled a weapon toward him mid-battle. Catching it with a grin, Simon regained focus. A faint smile signaled a comeback. Simon gripped the sword tightly, energy flowing back into his stance as if reignited from within. The weapon restored his confidence. For the first time in the battle, he felt whole. Across from him, Judas readied his own blades, acknowledging this as the true fight he had awaited. Simon launched into a furious stance, determination fueling his next strike. Judas immediately sensed the shift. Simon's aura had transformed. The Spiral Swordmaster unleashed his signature technique. Judas, stunned, realized he couldn't avoid the blow. As the slash approached, Judas began to think fast. Dodging was impossible. A sudden blade flashed, redirecting the strike just in time. Judas taunted him once more, calling out Simon's weakness, not just in body, but in spirit. From the sidelines, an ally realized Judas had calculated everything in advance, mocking Simon's failure. Judas delivered a blow that sent another fighter crashing to the ground. With a chilling smile, Judas admired the spiral technique, savoring the stolen power. Raising both blades, Judas declared the attack. Spiral slash. Simon froze in shock. Judas was using his technique flawlessly. In a spiraling arc, Judas struck, reversing their roles in one decisive moment. Shock rippled across the battlefield. Judas prepared to unleash Spiral slash. A veteran onlooker, still imperfect in the form himself, denied its possibility. Judas wasn't bluffing. He had memorized every intricate motion and executed them without hesitation. As the duel intensified, both blades clashed violently, their force shaking the air around them. From a distance, Judas observed calmly. The beeping in his ear signaled something critical was nearing completion. With blades crossed and eyes locked, he declared their fight would be postponed. Simon shouted after him, refusing to let the confrontation end unresolved. Judas, unfazed, left behind reinforcements to occupy his enemies in his absence. Cries of frustration echoed, but Judas was already gone, swallowed by the night. Inside, the medical team worked tirelessly. The boy's condition remained critical, but stable. A skilled elder explained that his resilience had kept him alive. Anyone weaker wouldn't have survived. They urged the team to stay focused. Outside chaos loomed, but the boys' survival depended on their concentration. Just as calm settled, a voice warned of danger. Eyes widened as an urgent command rang out, with no time to spare. The room erupted in motion. An attack was coming. A sudden explosion tore through the air, catching everyone inside off guard. Eyes scanned frantically. Confusion turned to fear as the realization hit. The team scrambled, a sniper. The shock of such precision inside a fortified room left them stunned. One man pieced it together quickly. A sniper would need height. Yet something didn't add up. That mountain was over 2 miles away still. The shot had landed with exact accuracy. How? That was the mystery. A flash of insight struck shadows cast by candlelight had exposed their position. Even from miles away, the sniper used the flickering light to track movement. And at that distance, the bullet would take at least 10 seconds to arrive. He moved fast, dodging another shot mid-roll and shouting for lights to be turned off. But the medic protested. The operation couldn't continue without visibility. They recalled a nearby cave if they could reach it. The procedure might be saved. The problem was clear. Exiting meant risking death. Whoever was out there wouldn't miss. A call for help was made. Another team member responded immediately. With urgency in their voice, they confirmed the position mountaintop opposite their location. The medic warned that the sniper's location was shrouded in total darkness. Jiwan, however, found that detail useful rather than discouraging. He quietly reflected, realizing that someone familiar with such darkness was exactly what they needed. In the forest, a figure navigated the shadows, heading toward an unknown target with swift purpose. His movements remained silent, careful not to disturb the terrain as he tightened his grip on his gear. With confidence, he confirmed to himself he was the perfect one for this mission. Inside a dim room, Peter listens as the masked woman brings up Glory's John. She suspects a manipulation at play, an attempt to divide forces from within by sowing doubt and conflict. With a metaphor about darkness and missteps, elsewhere, a motorcycle speeds toward the docks. Inside, Simon and Thaddeus guard the wounded. Still unfit for battle, they conclude outside help is essential if they want a chance to survive. One offers to go, but is denied. He is needed nearby to protect Juan from Glory's expanding influence. Juan is considered their best option to approach someone who may listen and act. She realizes who they mean, someone even riskier than their enemies. Surprised, Juan hesitates, then turns toward her desk to confirm the idea. She silently reaches for a coded message among old notes and scattered tools. Without a word, she grabs the card. The decision is made. In the forest, a hooded figure halts. Juan calls him by name Alipede. She requests Europe's most feared assassin for a hit on a glory apostle. Thou unsure why, he listens. Her message carries weight and danger. In a blood-red clash, fists fly violently. Sungu becomes the primary target of the glory apostle's wrath. Eyes narrow in fury, muscles tighten, both sides are fully aware. This isn't a fight for survival. Sungu stands firm, his glare sharp, as the assassin charges. The confrontation has truly begun. Alipede speaks with quiet resolve, declaring that his decision isn't for Jiwan's sake. His voice hardens as he grips his jacket. This mission must be his. He alone believes he must be the one to eliminate Sungu, regardless of personal cost. Elsewhere, a female sniper lies hidden. She watches through her scope. Night vision shows the distant compound. She's impressed her location was discovered using shadows. She adjusts her sights, confident. There'll be no escape this time. Suddenly, a voice surprises her. John has arrived, tracking the gunshot trail, annoyed. She questions his presence, reminding him this wasn't his assignment. She urges him to return to position, clearly irritated by his interference. As John leaves, she mocks his quick retreat, but remains puzzled by his appearance. Distracted, she realizes she's lost sight of her actual target. Frustration builds. John's timing has cost her a clean shot. John contacts Raphael, reporting in with an ominous tone. The calm exchange masks deadly intent. With red eyes glowing, John delivers a chilling message: Matthew's death is certain tonight. The candle flickers inside the temple, signaling a trap in motion and the arrival of a threat. A monk warns Peter that lighting a candle now may be too dangerous. Peter calmly states it's safe to proceed. Their ally has reached the location. The masked woman silently praises Peter's quick thinking and composure, even under pressure. Inside the temple, the monk reflects on Peter's setup, clever enough to mislead any sniper. They begin to move, aware another party has arrived. Peter issues a warning: time is short, and danger is imminent. Outside, the masked woman races forward, desperate to reach the site ahead of their enemy. She freezes as a familiar voice greets her from the shadows. Turning, she finds herself face to face with Judas, someone from her past. Judas smiles, coldly, expressing unwanted affection and regret. She utters his name in disbelief, torn between hatred and shock. Though she hoped to never meet him again, fate has drawn them into conflict once more. Judas downplays their strained history, pretending their bond wasn't ill, fated, and expressing fake regret. As he strolls across the courtyard, she stays alert, clearly not buying into his sentimental facade. With a smirk, he drops the act and demands Peter's location, revealing his true intent, feigning confusion. She denies knowledge, claiming she is cut off from outside affairs. Judas doesn't believe her but remains calm, interpreting her words as refusal to cooperate. Without warning, he draws his blade, signaling the start of violence. He lunges to strike, but someone intercepts him mid-attack, grabbing his wrist. Judas locks eyes with the masked figure, briefly startled by the block. The moment confirms a mistake. This isn't Peter. Judas analyzes the monk, noting his youth and unfamiliarity, but sharp presence. He mocks the woman's habit of helping strays while demanding the stranger identify himself. The monk stays silent, thinking quickly Judas might recognize his true face from the past. Judas releases the monk and lets him walk, temporarily shifting focus to Nathaniel. Nathaniel refuses to back down, prompting the woman to retreat quickly. With growing tension, Judas states coldly only one of them will leave alive. John warns that he explicitly forbade harming the younger monk. His code name appears John, also known as Alipede, an apostle and master of echolocation. From her sniper position, Matthew puts the pieces together. Grinning, she taunts John, suggesting his failure bruised his ego more than his pride. Her identity as apostle, Matthew, is revealed, renowned as a master of firearms. Despite John's denial, she dismisses his excuse, labeling him a liar who can't own up to failure. John offers a final warning, but Matthew mocks him again, pushing him over the edge. He charges forward in fury while she preps her sidearm, sliding into defensive position. A gun click signals her readiness as the clash begins. As they fight deeper into the woods, Matthew realizes her visibility is nearly zero. Despite her high skill, she knows she's vulnerable. John can see with echolocation. In a web of red sonar, her silhouette is fully exposed to him. She mocks him again, stating that despite his echolocation, confidently, she calls out his powers, daring him to make it exciting. She smiles, challenging him directly. What will he do now that she knows how he operates? Sharp projectiles slice through the trees, disturbing the silence as both combatants vanish into the forest. John's eyes widen. His echolocation has failed in this wide terrain. He is effectively blind. Matthew crouches low, both hidden and alert. She knows they can't see each other now, but vows to shoot first. John suddenly calls out, revealing he never lost her trail. She narrowly evades the strike, shocked that he pinpointed her location. Her mind races. How can someone blind be so precise? His voice echoes coldly. Those who rely on sight unknowingly limit themselves. With a powerful leap, he closes the gap, claiming visual reliance is a fatal flaw. He lunges for the finishing blow only to miss. His blade stops short. Matthew had fired, barely missing, but enough to break his rhythm. John freezes, confused. He finally realizes her advantage. Through the darkness, he spots at her sniper rifle with a nightscope. Now back at her sniper post, Matthew smiles. The dodge was never random, it was planned, armed and confident. She takes aim, teasing him with a smirk. Finger on the trigger. She declares playtime over. It is time for his shots. Matthew fires again, forcing John to dodge with swift. Despite his speed, John senses her shots are precise enough to intercept him in motion. He acknowledges her skill. She can keep up even in the dark. Matthew maintains aim, promising a lethal shot the moment he's seen. John maneuvers fast, trying to break her line of sight and suppress her vision advantage. Realizing her scope is her only edge, he prepares to render it useless in the next strike. In the darkness, she scanned the forest with a dual scope designed to detect heat signatures. Standing in the open, she swept the area, trusting her gear to expose any hidden presence. No signs appeared. Doubt crept in as she sensed he was watching, not hiding. Technology alone offered no guarantee of tracking a concealed opponent. Despite constant adjustments, her scope showed nothing but dense shadows. Out of nowhere, a strike landed cleanly. He had waited for the perfect opening. She stumbled backward, startled, and injured. Raising her scope again, she identified scattered heat spots she believed belonged to his blood. The glowing trail stretched forward, guiding her deeper into the woods. Moving quickly, she bounded across branches, keeping pace with the thermal path. At a tree's base, the blood marks stopped. Her eyes searched in vain. Stillness settled in. The direction had been deliberate. No movement followed. Her instincts warned her too late. A shadow dropped from above, targeting her blind spot. Everything she followed had been staged. It was a setup from the start. Gunfire lit up the area as she dodged left, narrowly escaping the rapid strikes aimed at her. She responded quickly enough to avoid a fatal hit, barely maintaining balance as she slid to safety. Despite surviving the ambush, she remained confused. The attack pattern felt calculated, yet inconsistent. The forest revealed nothing. Her eyes scanned with urgency, but he remained undetectable. Frustration turned to clarity. She understood his absence wasn't luck, it was intentional. Recognition dawned. He wore a multispectral camouflage suit, nullifying every detection method she relied on. With that suit, night vision and thermal imaging became useless. His form vanished from every sensor. Even radar couldn't identify him. No trail, no signal, nothing left to follow. He held the advantage. No matter her effort, she couldn't track him. Determined, she charged. Her strikes missed, cutting only air. He emerged silently beside her. His words carried certainty. With exact precision, he monitored her breathing, waiting for her next move. She lunged in and locked her limbs around him midair. Caught off guard, he faltered. Her reaction broke his rhythm, confused. He questioned her intent. To him, it felt like surrender or misdirection. Kneeling on the ground, she held her shoulder in pain after being thrown aside. He stood tall, unimpressed by her resilience. Without hesitation, he moved in, promising to make her the second apostle he had ever killed. A sudden jolt of pain struck him mid. Charged blood sprayed as his body reacted instinctively. Shock flooded his mind. Her attack shouldn't have landed, especially not through his camouflaged suit. Only then did he realize his guard had dropped. In arrogance, he'd forgotten her capabilities. She held her weapon steady, eyes locked in focus. Memories of Matthew resurfaced. She hadn't underestimated him, she'd studied him. The scene shifted to 2018, where an armed standoff in the US held multiple hostages under threat. Authorities monitored the situation closely, reporting a hostage being killed every 10 minutes. Snipers remained in position, awaiting clearance. But the order was clear: terminate the target. The sniper hesitated. The target anticipated the attack, using civilians as shields. Dorothy's presence suddenly disappeared from sight. No one saw her move. Yet she was no longer at her position. Panic rose as the spotter realized she had vanished without a trace. A soldier spotted movement and alerted his team. Through the lens, they identified Dorothy walking alone in front of the building. The team was stunned. Her sudden appearance defied explanation. She stood calmly in plain sight. Confusion spread as soldiers questioned her actions, unsure if she was acting on impulse or strategy. One sniper advised patience. His words hinted at trust in her judgment. Dorothy entered the building with deliberate steps, showing no hesitation. Inside, she grabbed a vase and doused herself with water, preparing for a staged confrontation. Footsteps and knocks startled the hostiles. They reacted to noise outside their door. One man investigated, only to be met by Dorothy, acting irritated and loud. She pretended to be a neighbor upset by the noise, masking her true intention. The intruders, puzzled, debated. Letting her in, her confident posture and appearance disarmed them enough to open the door. Surrounded, she remained composed and stepped inside, facing them without fear. She assessed the room swiftly, identifying 5 armed threats and 4 hostages. Her calm internal count confirmed fewer enemies than expected. One thug reacted with surprise, unaware she had already begun her plan. Inside the hostage room, chaos erupted. Dorothy suddenly threw off her robe. Before they could react, an explosion echoed, triggered at close range. Smoke cleared to reveal a shocking result. Every armed man had fallen. Standing confidently, Dorothy revealed her concealed weapon. Her mission was complete in seconds. She smiled, acknowledging the precise moment of execution. Outside, soldiers were stunned. The sniper confirmed the mission's completion while she was in a bathrobe. Dorothy signaled with a playful gesture, unbothered by the absurdity. She reminded the team that creativity mattered more than protocol. Her comrade explained, when Dorothy, known as Der Freche Fates, engaged in a mission, success was guaranteed. Recognition struck. One soldier realized her identity too late. Dorothy had been a legendary sharpshooter in U.S. Special Operations. As her reputation was recalled, her earlier strategy became clear. He hadn't understood her movements until it was too late. Back in the present, the assassin pieced it together. She had marked him during their struggle. Her blood remained on his suit, making him visible through night optics. In that moment, he admitted defeat. She had mastered the element of surprise. Dorothy stood confidently, fully exposed under the moonlight. Her eyes had adapted to the darkness. She challenged her opponent, warning him his concealment wouldn't last. He dismissed her words, removed his shirt, and declared that visibility wouldn't change the inevitable outcome. Gunfire lit the battlefield as Johnny charged with wild speed and exaggerated movements. She noticed his erratic fighting style, quickly realizing the intention behind it. Leaves scattered across her vision. The rapid motion disrupted her aim. She couldn't shoot. In the flurry, his blade sliced through the air, sending leaves flying. She dodged, returned fire, and tried regaining visual focus amid the chaos. The distraction proved costly. She lost track of his movements. Focusing too much on seeing clearly left her open. He attacked quickly, and she barely deflected the knife using her gun's cylinder. She realized raw strength wouldn't help her win. His speed outmatched hers in close quarters. Their faces drew close. He acknowledged her skill, admitting he almost lost. She reminded him that proximity meant death in her hands. Pausing, she questioned the reason behind their fight. Uncertainty now clouded her intent. Yanni calmly reminded her of his mission to keep her distracted. Dorothy questioned his cryptic words, trying to understand who he was protecting. He revealed his role was only to stall her. Someone named Judas was in charge of the real objective. Dorothy expressed disbelief, realizing their fight had no real purpose. She voiced frustration and turned to leave, annoyed by the wasted effort. Yanni stopped her, admitting he didn't want to end things so abruptly. Then unexpectedly, he asked to be carried. She protested, blaming him for ruining her shoes during their clash. As she complained, Johnny walked away silently. Their exchange faded into the night. Meanwhile, a quiet meeting began elsewhere under the moonlight. One man studied the masked figure before him. His instincts sensed something unusual. He expected a subordinate, but was met with unwavering eyes and calmness. The name, Judas, surfaced, hinting at a deeper unresolved conflict between them. Judas denied the visitor access to Peter, warning him to leave immediately. Refusing to back down, the man revealed his deadly intention. He swore to kill Peter that night, even if it cost him his life. A masked man blocks the entrance, firmly stating that no one is permitted to meet Sir Peter. The opposing man sneers, mocking the restriction. He refuses to back down. He coldly declares his intent to kill Peter, even if it costs him everything. Regret flickers in the masked man's eyes as he reflects on the path that brought them here. He acknowledges that their twisted relationship must end, no matter the personal toll. This connection has poisoned them for too long. The time to sever it has finally come. The man laughs cruelly, declaring the masked man's resistance pointless. He lunges forward, blade ready, promising death. But the masked man stands firm, questioning the certainty behind the threat. Pursuers spot movement near the stone statue and give chase through dense forest paths. A follower warns Nathaniel that their enemies are closing in fast. The hunters close the gap, confident there's only one exit left. Nathaniel calmly reassures his ally. There's no need for panic. He reveals a tool hidden beneath his robe as his companion looks on, confused. With a bright flame, Nathaniel lights a torch, declaring the outsiders won't find them now. The pursuers sprint down the forest path, ordered to capture Nathaniel alive. Suddenly, one of them halts, eyes widened. The trail vanishes. Frustrated, they spread out, refusing to believe an old woman could outrun them. From afar, two figures stand under lanterns. The masked man watches silently. He knows defeating Judas means ensuring Thaddeus is safe. Resigned, he decides to bide his time until an opening appears. Suddenly, someone shouts for Apostle. Judas, a subordinate, admits failure. Judas's expression tightens as he hears Nathaniel slipped away. Judas ridicules them for losing to an old woman and wounded man. He mocks their efforts, claiming they'll never rival Peter, insisting they give up the chase entirely. The masked man remains composed while Judas taunts him, claiming Peter would have laughed at his panic. Judas grins, noting something oddly familiar in the masked man's demeanor. Suspicion grows. There's something about him that reminds Judas of Peter. Judas steps forward, blade ready, determined to rip off the mask and expose the truth. He sneers, calling the masked man a worthless guard, questioning his strength. Calmly, the masked man responds with resolve. He'll prove himself now. The masked man draws both swords in silence. Light dances along the blades. His stance lowers, weight shifting with discipline. Each motion signals the precision of someone trained to kill. Judas watches with a grin, recognizing the form. He names it with disdain too, Blade Crest. Judas lunges forward, spinning wildly in the air, unleashing a technique with violent momentum. A storm of slashes tears through the air. The masked man keeps a tight defense. A voice echoes from memory. The spiral slash demands perfection. Judas mimics the move, dual blades spinning as he recreates the spiral slash with practiced motion. Despite flawless form, something is off. The masked man watches, eyes fixed on the flow. He realizes the truth. This is imitation without understanding. Their swords clash. The masked man strikes the gap mid-spin. Judas stumbles back wide-eyed. His breath catches. His perfect attack failed. He panics. His precision wasn't enough. There was a fatal flaw in his spiral. The masked man remains composed. He speaks calmly, calling out Judas's mistake. Symmetry, he explains, is the downfall. Judas's pattern revealed itself through mirrored movements. A diagram illustrates human instinct favoring symmetry, makes an attack predictable. A diagram reveals how symmetrical movement exposes patterns. The masked man capitalizes on this flaw, attacking with precision. He calmly explains that, being human, Judas was easy to read and predict. Judas scoffs, questioning if the masked man truly sees himself as someone exceptional. He admits he left a gap but insists it was too small for anyone to detect. The masked man warns him to stop underestimating others and focus on surviving the fight. Noticing a shift in Judas's eyes, the masked man prepares himself. Something is coming. Judas leaps into the air, spinning with sudden force and changing the flow of battle. With a grin, he claims that simply wielding a blade qualifies someone as third class. Judas continues, explaining that mastering all weapons places someone in the second class. True elites, he says, don't need weapons, they make them. He reveals a new threat, a broken blade wrapped with a lantern, crafted unnoticed. The masked man reflects. Judas was always different, learning faster than anyone around him. Others grasped one technique, Judas mastered dozens in the same time. But despite his brilliance, the masked man questions what caused Judas to become like this. The masked man stares silently, choosing his words carefully. His tone remains calm. He suggests Judas abandon the pursuit. Peter has long stepped away. Judas reacts coldly, stunned by the accusation of jealousy, rage quickly rising in his eyes. With explosive speed, Judas lunges, yelling in fury, blade ready to strike. The masked man hears a voice call out urgently, warning Peter to evacuate. Hearing his name, Peter's attention shifts. His expression tightens as he sees an escape path open. Judas points menacingly at the masked man, vowing revenge once the fight ends. He leaps away with incredible speed, disappearing into the distance. The masked man waits a moment, then signals it's safe now. An ally emerges, confirming he lured Judas in another direction as planned. The masked man reassures him. He was always Judas's target, provoking him gave the others time. He instructs his ally to move toward the evacuation point quickly. They must not delay. Elsewhere, someone calls out to Simon, relieved to see him safe. They regroup, sharing how difficult it was to shake Glory's pursuit. Now at their destination, uncertainty sets in. How will they get inside? No one knows. A flame bursts to life in Simon's hand as he recalls Nathaniel's instructions for opening the hidden path. He approaches a stone altar surrounded by unlit candles. To proceed, all must be lit. The cave begins to tremble as the ritual activates. Both men are stunned by the sight, a massive underground entry hidden behind a Buddha statue. As they enter the cave, one of them marvels aloud, shocked by what lies ahead. They discover a fully stocked underground bunker, lit by warm lamps and packed with supplies. A familiar voice greets them warmly. An older woman checks on their wounded companion. One man excitedly inspects the stockpiled food, amazed at what's available. Woman smiles, revealing she had prepared this shelter long ago. The wounded man awakens and thanks everyone for the surgery's success. They praise the woman's skill, but concern lingers. Judas is still hunting them. They acknowledge they can't remain hidden forever. Plans must be made. Despite the danger, the shelter offers food, warmth, and a moment to breathe. Everyone gathers to eat, enjoying a rare moment of peace together. Light-hearted teasing breaks out. In the silence between battles, laughter briefly returns. He admitting confusion about everything that's unfolded around them. He questions why Judas harbors such deep hatred for brother Peter. Peter listens in silence, expression shadowed, as the question lingers in the air. Peter quietly sets down his half-eaten food, excusing himself without offering an answer. The others call after him, puzzled by his sudden withdrawal from the table. One of them tells the others to let Peter go. His pain runs deeper than they know. The older woman leans in, asking if they know the truth about Peter's past. Surprised, one of the men asks for clarification, specifically about Peter's daughter, Hannah. She confirms that Peter had a daughter, and the truth behind her fate is devastating. With a solemn expression, she confesses she was the one who killed Hannah. The revelation hangs heavily. In silence, the memory of Hannah's last moments resurfaces. A child's cry pierces the flashback, signaling a deeper pain buried in Peter's past. In a warm-lit room, a child lies between adults, nervous and unsure. Peter's younger self looks toward the child, doubt in his eyes. The child clutches a blanket, asking again if everything will truly be all right. In a dimly lit room, a cloaked figure leaned forward and asked a loaded question. The listener cautiously replied. Recognizing the name Hannah, the figure revealed the truth. He was the one who killed Hannah. The man flinched, his shock visible. He asked for clarity, but the killer offered none, only a cryptic remark. That moment, the man said, marked the beginning of their doomed connection and ill-fated relationship that couldn't be undone. Years earlier, when an apostle's position opened at Yongwang Orphanage, Peter entered the study where Father Gabriel awaited him. A discussion was about to begin. Gabriel explained that the apostle's place left vacant must soon be filled. Gabriel pointed out a specific boy among the trainees, admitting concern despite potential. Peter guessed the child's identity. Gabriel confirmed it, there was no doubt. Meanwhile, trainees underwent brutal exercises. They dodged strikes. Instructors barked at them. Harsh truths were drilled in. Weakness meant death. Some older trainees grew resentful. One shouted in disbelief, unable to accept the new selection. Their bitterness festered. To them, it felt like betrayal after all their effort. Still, the chosen boy remained cheerful, bringing them towels. Jin handed out towels, but one senior yanked it from him. Another senior reminded him of their hierarchy. They warned him to act properly and stop getting arrogant. They sarcastically called him Apostle Judas, belittling his newly earned position and questioning his worth. One laughed, saying Jin would never compare to Apostle Peter. They told him to die in a ditch, joking that it would free the apostle spot for someone better. But Jin didn't waver. He reminded himself that it wasn't luck. Early morning, Jin was spotted by another trainee while practicing alone at the yard. Peter appeared. He ran up, shouting that he had officially been chosen as an apostle. Excitedly, he claimed to be the youngest ever to gain the role since the first generation. Jin shared his dream to become like Peter, but Peter's expression turned serious. Peter questioned him about his predecessor. Jin only knew rumors. Peter revealed the brutal truth. Judas had been tortured and discarded after his mission. Peter warned Jin the same fate could easily befall him too. He told him the position wasn't something to celebrate. Jin apologized, overwhelmed. As Peter walked away, Jin misunderstood his coldness as strength. Peter stood within a ring of weapons, evaluating the trainee's progress. He noted that mastering a weapon took years. Weapon 6 stood out, a long-range rifle. Peter glanced at the record again. Most took time to develop, but this case was different. Peter stepped closer, intrigued, reading through the file. His expression shifted, there was no denying it. This child's progress was unreal. His ability surpassed normal expectation by far. On paper, the boy was versatile in multiple firearm types. In person, Peter feared the boy might grow too confident. Such early brilliance could corrupt. But before long, Peter got his answer. A field mission changed everything. Gunfire rang out. A group of trainees ran for safety. One was hit in the leg and collapsed. A teammate tried to help him up. The wounded one refused, fearing he'd slow them all down. He yelled for them to leave him, certain the enemy would catch them otherwise. Jin hesitated, wondering what Peter would do. He couldn't abandon someone. Just as another teammate tried to act, a sudden movement broke through the tension. He arrived, defying fear, saving his comrade, living up to Peter's legacy through action. After stabbing the injured ally, Jin stood calmly. The others were stunned. Jin explained coldly that leaving the wounded behind alive was a liability. He claimed the kill was swift and painless, piercing the heart. One teammate stared at the body in disbelief, overwhelmed by Jin's heartless decision. He thought of Peter, how he would have never done such a thing. No matter the odds, Peter would have found a way. Jin remained silent, hearing unspoken judgment without protest. The lifeless body was left behind as the mission continued. The team retreated in silence. Elsewhere, inside a peaceful church, a congregation listened to prayer. The priest addressed the crowd and asked if they knew Dr. Jin-hee Lee. A soldier responded. He was the renowned biochemical weapons expert. The priest confirmed the doctor had been abducted along with his research. The kidnapping was orchestrated by Rakandia, a lawless nation built by criminals. Rakandia's danger wasn't just its weapons, it was its structure. The entire population was armed and hostile. As the priest continued, he revealed the region's true threat came from its foundation of criminal rule. Now, with the doctor in enemy hands, a dangerous conflict was inevitable. Inside the chapel, the priest explained the urgency of rescuing the hostage. Instead, their secretive group had been assigned the mission. Because of that, the priest placed Peter in charge. Peter accepted with calm resolve. Judas suddenly stood and volunteered to accompany Peter on the mission. Others doubted his readiness. They warned him not to overreach, but Judas saw it differently. To him, this mission was a test to discover how far he was from becoming Peter's equal. The priest agreed. He allowed Judas to go, calling it a valuable learning opportunity. Grateful, Judas accepted without hesitation. He had no idea what awaited him. The mission began, but it soon turned into chaos far more dangerous than expected. Gunfire erupted. The team had been spotted. Enemy numbers overwhelmed them from all directions. Outgunned and trapped, Judas realized their intel was false. Remembering Peter's composure, he told himself there was no other option. Peter began formulating a plan. As Judas panicked, he suggested sacrificing himself as bait. But Peter interrupted with a strange question: did Judas know how to play pool? Outside, enemies heard a sudden noise. Their attention shifted. An enemy soldier looked up, eyes widening. A motorcycle flew toward the sky. A loud roar followed. Peter launched into the air, using the bike as a projectile, closing in fast. He struck hard, turning his leap into a surprise attack. Judas watched in disbelief. Peter's actions made no sense to him. It looked too reckless, even suicidal. Shock overtook him as he realized Peter had jumped from the speeding motorcycle without hesitation. The bike collided and exploded in the chaos. Peter charged into the enemy ranks with perfect timing. He moved through the smoke. His words now made sense. With expert positioning, Peter lined up 3 enemies. A single shot cut through them all, blood sprayed. His technique precise and lethal made every shot count. Peter manipulated enemy alignment through combat. Judas was stunned. Peter moved fast enough to align enemies by body placement alone. He targeted their vital arteries. 1 bullet per G-roop. A clean kill every time. Gunfire erupted. Enemies panicked. They screamed to stop him, called him a monster. But it was too late. Peter overwhelmed the area. Explosions masked his movements. As calm returned, Peter turned to Judas. Despite being outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, he eliminated all enemies with the remaining bullets, demonstrating speed, control, and zero hesitation under fire. Judas silently acknowledged it. This overwhelming decisiveness was the true strength of brother Peter. Arriving at the target building, Peter prepared to breach. He ordered synchronized entry and demanded cover fire. Inside, they found the doctor already dead. The gunshot wound indicated a distant. Judas questioned the logic. If they wanted the doctor, Peter stated the obvious: someone else had been the true target all along. In the shadows, a baby stirred. This child wasn't part of their briefing. Judas observed closely. This wasn't random. The baby had been taken for a reason. Peter concluded the child had to be eliminated, just as instructed. He approached with weapon drawn, intent clear. No witnesses were allowed to survive. The child remained unaware of the decision made in that silent, lethal moment. Peter's eyes opened sharply, reacting to a faint sound. His senses instantly shifted into alert mode. 2 operatives froze, surprised by something unexpected. An infant lay quietly on the ground, moving slightly. The black-haired operative took the lead, stating they needed to eliminate all witnesses. He raised his arm to strike, viewing the child as nothing more than a loose end. Peter stopped him instantly, gripping arm with firm control. His intervention was silent but decisive. Peter insisted on taking the child. His partner reminded him that leaving witnesses went against protocol. Peter questioned the situation. Something didn't add up. The mission involved biochemical weapons, not a child. He urged his partner to think carefully, hinting at a larger purpose behind the infant's presence. Peter considered why anyone would abduct the doctor's child if she wasn't important. The girl had been spared for a reason. Peter held her, piecing together the situation. Her survival wasn't chance. A deeper motive was at play, one they hadn't been told. Peter concluded the outside world must never know she existed. His partner acknowledged the decision quietly. Orders were changing. He realized Peter was already planning ahead. As always, Peter leaned closer as the child began to stir. Her eyelids fluttered. Within seconds, she wailed loudly. The sudden cry pierced the room. Peter instinctively moved to calm her. Speaking softly while holding her gently, he patted her back with care. Gradually the cries faded into small hiccups. Peter noted the effect of the gesture. Though inexperienced, he'd learned something essential. His thoughts shifted. Why would Rakondia keep the child alive? What was their hidden reason? He feared Rakondia might return if they learned she survived. That risk was real. To protect her, he needed to keep her hidden. The entire mission now hinged on that, but doubts grew. He had no idea how to care for a child. Basic needs overwhelmed him. Though he brought her to safety, Peter admitted he had no parenting experience. An idea sparked. There was someone who might help, someone he could trust. Elsewhere, Judas voiced a cynical view on life, unaware he was about to be needed. Around a small table, a group shared a basic meal. One man complained about their bleak life. Another scolded him, reminding him of greater suffering. Breaking the silence, a voice called to him. Nathaniel looked surprised as Peter called out to her. His tone was serious and direct. He requested a private conversation, asking her to accompany him to his room. Though startled, she hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Across the table, the others noticed the strange interaction. Suspicion sparked between bites. One man remarked how rare it was to see Peter speak with Nathaniel at all. He paused, confused, stating that something about the situation felt off and uncharacteristic. He emphasized Peter's nature, someone who never asked for help. Yet now, Peter had done just that, and with Nathaniel, no less. The timing and secrecy of the request led him to a dramatic conclusion filled with wild assumptions. Jokingly, he hinted at romance, earning a cold glare from Nathaniel. She dismissed his teasing and left, clarifying her focus was strictly professional. Despite the jokes, Judas remained neutral, while Simon's speculation continued to spiral. Outside, under the quiet moonlight, Nathaniel walked toward Peter's room in silence. She approached the secluded cabin, uncertainty flickering in her expression. As the door opened, Simon's dramatic reaction echoed, mentally unable to believe Peter's request at such an hour. Nathaniel stood outside Peter's room, visibly annoyed by Simon's earlier remarks. Doubts clouded her expression. She worried the others might misunderstand the late-night meeting, yet her own curiosity was growing. Pushing those thoughts aside, she steadied herself, reminding her focus must remain strictly professional. Peter opened the door promptly. Nathaniel entered with uncertainty. Sensing the urgency in the atmosphere, he directed her toward his bedroom. The request made her visibly uncomfortable, stirring assumptions. She reacted strongly, clearly misunderstanding situation and assuming inappropriate intentions. Peter revealed the infant resting on the bed. His expression remained calm and focused. Nathaniel stared in disbelief. She had not expected a child to be involved. Her mind spiraled with wild conclusions. As she struggled to process the context, Peter watched as she slowly regained composure. The confusion began to clear. Nathaniel examined the child closely, realizing this wasn't a joke or misunderstanding. Peter revealed the child's link to biochemical secrets. She understood the threat immediately. When asked what help he needed, Peter finally responded with clarity. He requested that she raise the child with him for protection and secrecy. Nathaniel was stunned, her reaction a mix of shock and disbelief. Nathaniel questioned the reality of Peter's request, unsure how they could raise a child together. Peter stressed the importance of secrecy. Until the connection to the biochemical weapon was understood, no one could know. Elsewhere, in 1985 Rakandia, two men failed repeatedly to access a secured vault, frustration growing. The scanner denied access again. Despite previous efforts, they couldn't bypass the lock. One man confessed that despite using local children's severed arms, none matched the requirement. The vault had a failsafe. Any forced entry would trigger the weapon. Only one fingerprint could open it. Their anger built as they realized everything hinged on a single fingerprint. One subordinate explained that the vault was uniquely designed for that child's print. The leader accepted this. There was now no alternative but to retrieve the original source. They confirmed the child was essential to unlocking the safe and weapon. The boss suspected Korean agents had taken the child and ordered an immediate search. His men acknowledged the command and prepared to mobilize. At night, Rakandia agents crept toward the target area, moving through vegetation. They located their target Nathaniel outside the building. Stealth was critical. Won confirmed the sighting, alerting his partner. Their hunt had just resumed. Two agents hidden in the bushes observed Nathaniel's late night visit. One speculated wildly about the nature of her nightly visits. As Nathaniel entered the cabin, they continued to imagine the outcome, unaware of the real reason. The agents debated whether to return the next night, but one decided to investigate immediately. He moved confidently, claiming to have stealth skills, determined to uncover the truth himself. Thaddeus boldly barged inside, creating a loud disturbance as he declared a false excuse for entry. Another intruder followed, pretending to support Thaddeus's claim. Their expressions turned to shock upon discovering Peter, Nathaniel, and the baby together. Confused, they jumped to conclusions, wrongly believing the child was their own. The room filled with misunderstanding. The others eagerly debated the child's origin. Simon praised the child's appearance, convinced it was born of Peter and Nathaniel's union. Despite attempts to explain, no one listened. The situation spiraled further into absurdity. Outside, Judas listened quietly. He reflected on the group's eccentric behavior. He considered going to see the chaos himself, but hesitated, unsure of his role. Suddenly, a figure in the dark called out his name, signaling a new development. A baby's loud cries fill the dim room as her small frame trembles, uncontrollably in distress. Peter, seated on the couch, tries to calm her. He looks uncomfortable and uncertain. He gently pats her back, the action slowly easing her hiccups. Peter reflects quietly, questioning why Rakandia would go to such lengths to keep the infant alive. He wonders if there's an unknown motive behind the effort to protect her. In a large sunlit room, Father Gabriel confirms he has something urgent to reveal to Peter. Gabriel shares shocking news: Rakondians are searching across Asia. He suspects they seek a key tied to Dr. Lee's biochemical weapon. He hands Peter a file and urges him to examine its contents for answers. Peter sees a high-tech safe requiring fingerprint access. Realization dawns in his eyes. He concludes this child was spared because her fingerprint unlocks the safe. The baby smiles innocently, unaware of her vital role in what could become a deadly race. Peter explains how unique fingerprints now form the basis of advanced security systems. He links this to the recent atrocities, understanding why innocent children are being targeted. Despite Gabriel's concern, Peter doubts the enemy will succeed. Peter clarifies that Rakondia's brutal strategy of severing children's hands is flawed. He demonstrates the scanner's mechanism. It doesn't simply match surface patterns. The system requires the fingerprint to come from a living body. Peter explains that Rakondia has likely realized their failure through repeated trial and error. He reassures that they won't be resurfacing soon. Father Gabriel offers a prayer of relief. Peter remains thoughtful. A woman cradling the infant warns that Rakondia is still hunting for her. She knows danger is inevitable. Even if not immediate, the girl will become a target. One man suggests informing the priest, but another rejects it. If exposed, her life and the lives of those around her would be at risk. A decision is made: no one else can know her connection to the weapon. Everyone listens in silence, bound by secrecy as the weight of responsibility settles over them. Night falls. A girl prepares formula with care, adjusting temperature and ratio precisely. The baby accepts it. Relief washes over her caretaker as she finally drinks peacefully. Light banter resumes at the table, but underneath, tension remains. The woman gently cradled the baby in her arms. Peter remained nearby, quietly observing. He showed no interest in competing. Curious, the woman turned her attention to Peter and asked what the infant's name was. Peter stating that naming the child would create emotional ties that weren't necessary. She challenged his cold reasoning, pointing out the contrast in their perspectives. Despite being the same age, still focused on the child, she wondered aloud if Peter had ever considered building a family of his own. Peter avoided answering. He concentrated on brushing the baby's hair while distancing himself from the conversation. The woman resumed feeding the baby as the room settled into silence. Unexpectedly, the baby vocalized a short sound, grabbing everyone's attention. The woman reacted with excitement, thinking the child had said her first word. Peter dismissed the moment, attributing it to ordinary infant behavior. Despite his denial, the baby continued laughing, clearly enjoying the attention. Another person entered, commenting on the baby's speech as he joined the group. The woman encouraged the child to repeat herself, holding her closely. The baby repeated the sound again. Peter sat silently nearby, watching a lone candle flicker. As the child rested, a somber reflection filled the room. One man dressed in a formal suit stood apart from the others. He reminded the others of their duty to the church and nation. He declared that their guidance came from divine revelation and reinforced that this path was their fate. Before leaving, he instructed them to stop showing affection to the child. Time passed. With Rakondia's threat reduced, the child was sent to an orphanage, unable to stay in the dormitory. At the orphanage gate, the child cried, begging not to be left behind. Peter tried to reassure her, promising visits and kind people. The girl resisted, shouting that he was her father, pleading for him not to leave. He addressed her firmly, noting the harshness of the world outside the gate. Kneeling, he instructed her to stop crying if she wanted to survive. He warned her not to call him father, denying any personal connection. Peter turned away, telling her clearly that he was not her parent. He walked off, leaving the girl behind in silence. Another woman followed and questioned his coldness, unable to understand his decision. At the orphanage gate, Peter entrusted the child to a nun. The nun warmly accepted responsibility and casually asked for the child's name. Peter remained silent for a moment, avoiding eye contact. As they walked, Peter revealed that the girl had no name. Time passed, the season shifted, and spring blossoms marked a change in the child's life. Within the orphanage, she was now known as Suk, a name meaning love and grace. Suk repeated her new name, curious and proud of its meaning. The nun encouraged her to understand and share the meaning of grace with others. Hearing Peter's name mentioned nearby, Suk turned her head. Peter was assisting again, carrying supplies. The nun thanked him, apologizing for the repeated requests. He replied indifferently, stating he didn't mind helping. Suk watched him silently from across the room. The nun approached Peter privately, suggesting it might be time for him to name the child himself. She reminded him that although they called her Suk, it was still unofficial. She explained the paperwork hadn't been filed and implied the child saw Peter as a father figure. Rather than respond directly, Peter deflected and stated that he needed to leave. Peter asked if the sister needed anything else. The young girl watched quietly as Peter stepped out. Far from the orphanage, the setting shifted to the Yongwang training grounds. A group of trainees loitered near the building. One noticed a familiar figure approaching and grew visibly tense. He muttered under his breath as he recognized the person walking up the stairs. The others, irritated, reminded him he was supposed to bring hot towels. Jin stayed silent and asked for a moment to speak privately. Jin led him down the steps and began to explain something that had been bothering him. He spoke cautiously, stating he had noticed tears in his clothing. The leader dismissed his complaint with indifference, asking what it had to do with him. Jin hesitated, then implied that the source of the issue was someone among them. Tension built as Jin got closer to the truth, hinting directly at the man he was speaking to. Without hesitation, Jin accused him of being the one responsible. Mocking laughter erupted in response. The leader denied everything, feigning offense. But Jin struck first, grabbing him by the collar and swinging with speed. Jin, gripping his weapon, confirmed his suspicion. He accused the senior trainee of being responsible. The senior, angered by the confrontation, insults escalated. The senior claimed Jin would never measure up to Peter's legacy, branding him a failure. He raged about how others saw Jin as arrogant and undeserving of his rank. As he shouted, Jin struck back hard with a towel, cutting off his tirade in a single blow. Jin followed up with a brutal flurry of blows, overpowering the senior with ease. He launched him skyward, then sent him crashing into the ground with crushing force. The impact shook the training ground. Jin remained calm, unmoved by the chaos he caused. Standing over the unconscious senior, Jin retrieved the towel and pressed it against his chest. He remarked on the senior's earlier complaint about cold towels. Elsewhere, other trainees observed silently as Jin approached with grim purpose. Jin swung the towel into the fire pit, soaking it with flames as the man screamed in agony. He responded with chilling calm, rejecting the insult of being an imitation. With eyes burning, he vowed to prove he surpassed even Peter himself. Peter sits calmly as his sister treats his injured arm. Blood seeps from the wound, yet he remains unfazed. She expresses disbelief at his attitude. They're performing a painful procedure without any anesthesia. Despite her frustration, he downplays the seriousness, focusing only on survival and resilience. Peter begins to share what runs through his mind each time he's hurt. He explains that people like them live by harming others and must eventually face consequences. Still, if taking bullets means saving lives, he believes the pain is worth it. Peter states he'd sacrifice even more if it meant saving another person. The story's title appears, marking the weight of his choices. A memory surfaces children at an orphanage, dreaming about the future. Suk proudly shows a newspaper, expressing her dream to build a hospital. The nun listens, calculating the immense cost. Suk, inspired by Miss Nathaniel, insists she'll do it anyway. The nun jokingly exclaims the dream would take thousands of years. She suggests becoming a doctor instead. Suk laughs, already imagining Miss Nathaniel in her future hospital. Peter enters the room silently. Suk cheerfully tells him not to be a grouch, suggesting it is good to help others. Peter stays quiet, walking past her. His cold demeanor contrasts the warmth in the room. Suk's smile fades as she watches him leave. She's left puzzled by his reaction. Suk dashes away, unexpectedly, startling the nun who calls after her. Peter, unmoved, observes silently as the scene unfolds. He politely thanks the nun and prepares to leave, maintaining a formal tone. Nathaniel looks back at Peter, sensing something is wrong. She notices Suk sitting quietly, hidden behind a basket. Peter calls her again. Nathaniel answers, slightly hesitant, and follows. Outside under cherry blossoms, Nathaniel complains about being included in the visit. Peter argues there are others suited for the job. She insists there's a reason. She explains it's about checking on Suk, not just helping with chores. She asks if he's heard of filial imprinting, how young birds see the first figure as their parent. She reminds him that to Suk, he is that figure. Peter listens as she calmly declares that Suk sees him as her parent. Peter stands silently at the doorway, watching the children work under cherry blossoms. Suk happily plays with others, joking and laughing as she grabs more crafts. Peter turns away, believing the orphanage can help her grow without his presence. Suk's cheerful smile glows as she enjoys her time among the children. Peter observes from outside, insisting she's doing well and doesn't need him. As he leaves, he claims she'll forget him soon, dismissing his impact. Gunfire echoes from a remote training area surrounded by forest. Inside a small structure, a man practices, intensely driven by obsession. He shouts with desperation, claiming he can be just like Peter. The trainee recalls being praised as a rare prodigy by his peers. As he grew, admiration for Peter turned into his sole aspiration. Peter's arrival reignites his determination to earn global recognition through skill. Despite admiration, whispers of resentment follow. Others mock his obsession with Peter. They belittle his efforts, reducing his role to luck, not merit. Alone, he wonders what Peter would do in his place, facing doubt. A man's voice criticizes the apostle, claiming Peter would never have failed as he did. The apostle reflects on his own struggles, convinced Peter would have saved the life he couldn't. A different man erupts in anger, shouting that the apostle is nothing but a poor copy of Peter. Exhausted and drenched in emotion, the apostle questions Peter's praise and legendary status. He wonders why, despite being labeled a prodigy, he still lives under Peter's shadow. His thoughts spiral. He repeats to himself that he's just as talented, panting and bloodied. He demands to know who dares speak Peter's name. His rage boils over as he screams, forbidding anyone from mentioning Peter. His fury peaks, but the sudden appearance of a shadowed figure halts him. He swings wildly, screaming threats, but freezes when he sees the man standing silently. Recognition flashes. The man's name, Raphael, is spoken with disbelief. Raphael replies coldly, calling the moment a shame, unmoved by the outburst. The apostle warns him to be careful with his words, hinting at deadly intent. As realization sets in, he fears what Raphael's presence means. Eyes wide, he concludes, if Raphael is here, then Peter must be too. The apostle screams in rage, swinging a weapon with violent force. He charges at the shadowed figure, demanding to know who dares judge him. The man dodges calmly, grabs his arm and slams him into the wall. Breathing heavily, the apostle looks up, confused and shaken by the encounter. The boy with glowing eyes appears, claiming his father believes Judas is more talented than Peter. Stunned, the apostle repeats the name, Father Gabriel, unsure if he heard correctly. The boy states that Yongwang's stability is failing, hinting at coming destruction. He says Peter has become distracted, letting his attention slip from the world, patting Judas. He warns that Yongwang will collapse if nothing changes. With a sinister smile, the boy whispers that everything will soon fall apart. Judas demands to know his meaning. The boy hints at a bigger plan, one that begins when Peter's reign ends. He exits calmly, suggesting the world will need a new hero soon. Alone in a shattered room, Judas stares at the broken wall, lost in thought. He wonders aloud, could he really be better than Peter? Peter stresses the need to keep a girl's existence secret, no matter the cost elsewhere. A red-haired man declares Yongwang too small to contain his potential. Driven by ambition, he longs to reach a place where he can truly rise. On the colony island of Paktir, 3 guards confront a stranger. He ignores their questions. Disappointed, they ask how he entered, instead of why. Revealing he's from Yongwang, he instructs them to deliver that message to their boss. One guard recognizes the name, linking it to Peter's organization. Frustrated, the stranger is once again haunted by Peter's legacy. Calmly, he warns the guard to surrender or face death within seconds. The guard mocks him, doubting someone like him could be Peter. Without hesitation, the man strikes, slicing through enemies with speed and precision. Blood splatters across the ground as he stands over the defeated group. One man pleads for mercy, terrified. The attacker snarls, daring him to speak Peter's name again. Rage explodes, he slams his target repeatedly, ignoring the cries calling for Peter. Judas slams the man repeatedly, shouting at him to speak, and comparing himself to Peter. He demands to know if he still appears weaker, driving his fist down with rage. Standing alone over the fallen bodies, Judas pants heavily, bloodied and trembling. A new man steps in, observing the aftermath with surprise and sarcasm. He scolds the fallen men, saying they should have known better than to pick a fight. He approaches Judas casually, noting the young man is clearly no ordinary visitor. Judas announces his intent to make a deal, confident and blood-streaked. The man laughs in amusement and agrees to listen, clearly intrigued. He introduces himself as Dachukan, a notorious war criminal from Rakandia. Judas reveals his identity and declares he's an apostle of Yongwang. Without hesitation, he states the deal he wants, Peter dead. Dachukan flinches at the request but remains outwardly composed. Dachukan laughs wildly at the betrayal, calling it dramatic. Judas promises to deliver Peter if he's given the tools. Impressed, Dachukan grins, calling it an exciting chance to meet a legend. Judas warns that Peter never misses a target, but Dachukan remains unfazed, amused by the challenge. Dachukan laughs, confident Peter knows nothing about him, already preparing his defense. Crowds gather below as Dachi-kan wonders whether Peter can even survive stepping into his territory. A girl bursts with joy as her new name is called Hannah. She clutches a name tag. She turns toward the woman at the table, hopping with delight. Grinning wide, Hannah clasps a small blue box in her arms. She hugs it tightly. Hannah eagerly rushes to the woman, showing the decorated box. Before the woman can examine it, the door creaks open. The woman welcomes Peter, apologizing for the sudden request. Suddenly, another child snatches the box from Hannah and runs. The thief dashes away while Hannah gives chase. Their loud scuffle echoes through the room. Peter listens to the sister's apology while chaos unfolds behind him. Peter turns toward the commotion outside as the children continue their chase. Hannah tackles the thief. Her determination outweighs his size. She demands her box back. She yells again, furious. Her clenched fist rises ready to strike. Peter grabs her wrist before she can hit. His expression is stern as he questions her actions. Startled, Hannah defends herself. She points out the boy's theft and insists she was right. Peter's response is cold. He rejects her reasoning. Despite her protests, he tells her no. Peter scolds Hannah firmly, stating she was wrong for striking another child. He watches her reaction closely, his eyes narrowing as he sees her stunned silence. Hannah's expression trembles. Tears stream down her cheeks as she turns. The box she treasured lies abandoned on the ground. Peter stares at it, speechless. Doubt creeps into his mind. Something about her reaction feels uncharacteristic. Later that night, a woman hands Peter the same box, asking him to return it. He recalls the moment Hannah proudly showed off the finished box, eager for praise. Sitting quietly, Peter runs his hand over the lid marked treasure chest. As he lifts it, the box slips from his hand. It falls open on the floor with a dull sound. Peter flinches. A sudden emotion surges as he glimpses something inside the box. His eyes widen slightly. Whatever he saw stirred an unexpected response. The next day, he walks through the woods carrying the box. Judas, a young man with blue hair, joins him on the path. Peter answers vaguely, saying he has personal matters to handle at the orphanage. After a brief pause, Peter continues forward. A car speeds past the two men walking through the forest. Judas watches in awe. Peter doesn't respond immediately, but his expression turns rigid as suspicion creeps in. His gaze sharpens, locking onto the passing car. Something about it triggers alarm. Without warning, Peter bolts forward, leaving Judas stunned. Judas calls after him and gives chase. Confused by Peter's sudden urgency, Peter speaks mid-sprint, pointing out that very few people in the country could own such a car. He notes the damage on the car's door handle, something no elite would ignore. Judas absorbs Peter's suspicion and picks up his pace. Judas shouts that he'll cover the back entrance. Peter narrows his eyes. Only one place nearby fits the car's destination, the hidden orphanage. The location's secrecy disturbs him. No outsider should know it even exists. As realization strikes, he clenches his teeth and calls out a name, Rakondia. A cry echoes from the orphanage grounds, loud and panicked. Peter hears it and breaks into a full sprint. The sound is all too familiar. He arrives just in time to hear the grim news: Hannah has been taken. Peter sprints after the fleeing vehicle as it speeds away through the forest. The captors laugh cruelly, celebrating her capture after 5 years of searching. One thug notices something outside the window. Peter dashes forward at impossible speed. Despite the uneven road, Peter continues to close in. His movement defies belief. Hannah cries out for help. The gang leader orders 2 men to exit. The 2 thugs jump out and open fire, unleashing bullets across Peter's path. Peter dodges the blasts with minimal effort, expression unreadable. As he takes cover behind trees, one attacker mocks Peter's fate, revealing that Rakondia is involved. Peter steps into view and calmly reveals his name. The men are stunned. It's that Peter. They panic at the recognition. One questions his reason for revealing his identity. Peter clarifies that his announcement isn't for negotiation. It's a warning his decision is already made. With fierce resolve, Peter rushes toward them, declaring he leaves no enemy alive. His sudden advance throws the attackers into confusion. Bullets fly, but miss their mark. One thug wrongly assumes Peter is retreating. Unaware, Peter is maneuvering through the forest with lethal intent. The thugs prepare to retreat, assuming Peter won't pursue them into the mountains. One of them barely finishes his sentence before Peter crashes into him with brutal force. The second man can only curse as Peter charges through. A shot is fired, but Peter evades and counters instantly. The injured man realizes Peter struck both his thumb and Achilles tendon in one motion. Stunned, he recognizes Peter's intent to neutralize without killing. The second attacker mocks Peter, unaware of the impending blow. Peter gives a chilling offer, only the first to talk will be spared. Peter repeats the question, where are they taking Hannah? One man confesses ignorance, claiming only Sadi knows the true destination. A radio in his pocket crackles to life. The voice demands to know if Peter has been dealt with. Hearing Peter's name, panic rises in the thug's voice as he responds with hesitation. Peter grabs the radio, giving a direct threat: return the girl, or lose the captured men. He offers a deal, the child's safe return in exchange for their lives. The voice on the other end mocks him, implying Hannah's life outweighs the two subordinates. Peter stood over the subdued attackers, one of them, despite his state. Peter ignored the noise. Instead, he focused on the engine sound fading in the distance. From that he deduced they had transitioned to a paved road. A recent memory surfaced: Hannah had been learning to read under the guidance of the sisters at the orphanage. Peter activated the radio and calmly instructed Hannah to read any visible signs. Inside the vehicle, Hannah spotted a green road sign. Peter recognized the location immediately. Moho indicated the harbor route. Hannah's voice briefly returned over the radio, but it cut off mid-sentence. Peter's expression hardened. He picked up speed, knowing time was slipping away. A separate memory played in his mind. The sister had entrusted Hannah's box to him. He looked at the scattered contents on the floor. It was clearly written by Hannah, using the skills she had worked hard to develop. The letter stated her intent to learn how to read and write. In his mind, Peter saw her studying late at night, driven by sincere determination. She explained her purpose. She wanted to write letters, not for school, but for him. Hannah remembered a moment from the past when Peter told her not to cry. Holding on to that promise, she worked hard to behave well. Though she often waited alone, she hoped Peter would return someday. During late nights, she studied by herself while others slept. She had heard how much money it would take and was determined to make it happen. The number over 7 billion won didn't scare her. She kept studying, motivated by Peter's safety. She hoped her hospital could help him someday, since he couldn't go to larger ones. Until then, she silently wished for his well-being, asking only that he not get hurt anymore. She repeated that wish with conviction. She remembered the sisters' words. While others questioned who they would give their cards to, she held onto her box tightly, knowing that even if Peter wasn't her father. It was Father's Day. She had made a card and a paper flower with her own hands. Despite not having a father, she had chosen Peter, someone who had protected her. The gift, though simple, carried her gratitude and years of quiet hope. Peter stands in the forest beside the two defeated men, holding the radio while the signal keeps buzzing. He speaks with control and demands information about Rakandia. The person on the other end avoids answering, but Peter stays focused and waits for a useful response. Peter grips the radio tighter as another scream is heard through the device. He gives a direct warning for the message to be delivered to the leader. His eyes sharpen with intent as he declares that once he arrives. Peter stood alone in the forest, voice echoing from a nearby device. The voice warned him that his famed name held no value in Rakandia. Another figure dared Peter to find them, laughing as he challenged Peter to locate their hidden base. Peter responded through his comms, noting that the enemy likely wasn't heading to Rakandia at all. He concluded they were avoiding Rakandia precisely because of his past experience there. With sharpened eyes, he resolved to uncover this new secret location himself. Far away, on the island of Paktir in Rakandia, enemies operated from a concealed base. One of them questioned their safety, but another laughed off the concern. They trusted advanced radar tech, capable of detecting anything, even underclothing details. An alert flashed on the radar screen. A plane was approaching the island. Their system confirmed the target, and the operators grew confident in tracking every detail. They issued immediate orders to intercept the aircraft headed toward them. One man expressed doubt, seeing no point in the commotion. Another figure entered the room, calmly stating that all the effort was meaningless. Judas questioned their belief in the radar, doubting it could stop someone like Peter. Confident in their radar's power, the operator mocked Judas's warning. Suddenly the screen shifted. The tracked plane began turning. As the radar team watched the change in disbelief, Judas remained calm, suggesting they prepare for Peter's arrival rather than celebrate prematurely. With quiet intensity, he approached, blade drawn, unconcerned by their confusion or delay. He revealed the truth: the plane's change in direction was a distraction. Far above the island, a second aircraft roared in at full speed, undetected by the radar system. A sleek pod ejected from the aircraft, slicing through the clouds as it descended rapidly. Inside, Peter remained focused, while they scrambled. Earlier in Korea, Peter dashed across rooftops heading to gather intel on enemy movements. A trusted contact confirmed the enemies were avoiding Rakandia, moving towards South China Sea islands. Among dozens of islands, One emitted unusual electromagnetic activity enough to hide them from detection. The island of Paktir came into view as Peter parachuted silently to the ground. After landing on the shore, he quickly gathered his gear, scanning the jungle ahead. He knew what came next, finding a vantage point to observe enemy movements without alerting them. Inside the island base, a man questioned Judas about Peter's presence, doubting the threat. Judas considered Peter's tactics, aware that underestimating him was dangerous. Analyzing Peter's pattern, Judas focused on predicting where the first strike would land, realizing the answer. Judas gave a swift command to mobilize the men immediately. In the dense jungle, a patrol attempted to track Peter's location with no results. Their search turned up empty, convincing them Peter had never arrived. Orders were given to continue sweeping, hidden in the trees. Peter silently disabled 2 guards without alerting the rest. A terrified enemy pleaded for his life, trying to justify his cooperation. Peter remained cold and silent, observing the path ahead through the clearing. He ordered the prisoner to run, pretending to release him without confrontation. As the man fled, he shouted threats, unaware he was being used. Peter followed at a distance, using him to locate the base's main route. Leaping from tree to tree, Peter gained elevation for better visibility. He contacted Nathaniel, reporting his new vantage point. Nathaniel requested intel to determine backup needs, waiting for Peter's headcount estimate. From a high vantage, Peter assessed the large crowd gathered below. Most of the armed guards were positioned near the entrance. Despite the odds, Peter refused to wait for backup. He had a plan, one that surprised even his ally. Inside the ornate building, a thug approached the girl, excited to finally find her. He demanded help translating, assuming she didn't understand. The man confirmed she was Dr. Lee's daughter, feigning friendliness. The man reached for her hand, pretending to share a past connection. He ordered her closer, reaching toward her with force. Ignoring her fear, she resisted, slapping his face with defiance, and refusing to be intimidated. Stunned, the man froze as she warned him Peter would come for her. Tears welled in her eyes as she repeated the name, her voice filled with conviction. Mocking her faith, the man scoffed, doubting Peter's ability to do anything in time. He lunged forward with threat, dismissing the idea of rescue before it could happen. Before his hand reached her, Judas intercepted him mid-strike, slamming him to the ground. The girl recognized him instantly and called out in relief. Judas had arrived. Judas scolded the thug for attempting to harm Hannah. He reminded him of the strict order to keep the girl alive, underlining her value. Leaning in coldly, Judas declared that the girl held the key to the operation's success. Outside, thousands of Rakondian soldiers guarded the estate. They assumed Peter would try a stealth approach from the sides or rear, before the plan could finish. One guard spotted Peter walking directly toward the main gate. Shock spread through the ranks as they realized Peter wasn't sneaking in, he was walking openly. Unarmed and composed, Peter approached while guards hesitated, unsure whether to shoot. Confused by his boldness, they questioned his intentions, wary of a hidden strategy. A nervous soldier noticed Peter raising his hands, suggesting surrender. Peter, unfazed, addressed them calmly, pointing out their failure to unlock the safe. He stated confidently that even with girl, they'd never succeed unless they heard his proposal. Peter offered a deal, claiming he knew how to access the safe. One soldier reacted with aggression, convinced Peter was bluffing and playing for time. A superior officer halted the order to shoot, choosing to bring Peter in under tight watch. Peter stated the truth without the second key. The weapon's safe couldn't be opened. He held the physical key and proposed a trade. Though suspicious, one soldier asked for proof, demanding to know the key's location. Peter reached for the key, but they stopped him, accusing him of making a move. A nearby thug observed Peter's calmness. Judas, however, sensed something was off. Peter wasn't one to be captured so easily. Peter pointed out the key inside his right pocket, visible to everyone. The guards debated the risk, deciding they could kill him either way and still win. Convinced the key was real, one guard ordered it retrieved, moving in cautiously. As a soldier dashed to grab it, Judas realized Peter had a deeper plan in motion. Alarmed, Judas shouted for them to stop, finally sensing danger too late. The soldier confirmed the key's presence, though he grew wary of its unexpected detail. He noticed a pin attached to the key ring, raising questions in his mind. Peter acknowledged it with a smirk. It was indeed the key to get inside their base. Instantly, a smoke bomb erupted from Peter's location, catching everyone off guard. Peter unleashed a surprise attack under the cover of smoke, striking the closest enemy first. With swift movements, he closed the distance, targeting the next guard without pause. Chaos erupted as soldiers panicked, unable to track him through the smoke. Peter weaved through the armed crowd, disabling several men in rapid succession. His strikes were clean and brutal, knocking down multiple guards in moments. Leaders shouted in frustration, realizing too late that Peter had reached their center. The commander ordered all forces to regroup at the entrance immediately. Judah stepped forward, declaring Peter's arrival with cold finality. Through the smoke, Peter emerged alone, confident, unshaken, and ready to confront them all. A man in command receives news of the enemy's strength. Over 300 armed soldiers await. As the light casts shadows across his back, he declares that it's time to move. The focus shifts to Peter. He steps forward with a hardened gaze, his reputation preceding him. Inside a richly furnished room, a child struggles against her captors. She resists, kicking violently, but her efforts are ignored. As she collapses in despair, the threat of violence escalates. The captor demands the safe be opened. He pulls the child closer. A calm voice responds from the shadows. Sathet appears, composed and ready. The leader instructs Sathet to gather troops, aware Peter is near. Sathet replies confidently 2 men are enough. His calm contrasts the rising tension. As he walks away, he is introduced as Sathet, the lawless executioner. Outside, Peter's footsteps echo. He approaches with purpose, sunlight framing his silhouette. Peter enters silently, his eyes scanning the room as the enemy readies a weapon. Without hesitation, Peter states, "It's already too late." The man's hesitation sealed his fate. Caught off guard, the man is stunned. Peter's precision leaves no room for reaction or escape. Peter states that even a single second of hesitation seals a man's fate. The armed man tries to act, body lunging forward, but Peter moves faster. A knife embeds itself in the man's head, ending the threat instantly. Sathet steps up, calm and confident. He claims a second is more than enough time for someone like him. Peter allows him to speak. Sathet introduces himself formally and acknowledges Peter's fearsome legacy. Sathet reveals he's long wanted this meeting. And now, the long-awaited moment has arrived. Peter brushes off the sentiment. He's met many like Sathet, none worth remembering. He recalls Sathet's voice over the radio. That warning about Rakondia was no coincidence. Peter had been told to beware of Sathet, a man too dangerous to ignore. Peter admits their lives were similar. They share age, training, and a violent past. His superior didn't doubt Peter's strength, but feared Sathet's equal skill. He was advised to avoid fighting him unless absolutely necessary. Sathet expresses respect before drawing his blade with focus. He tightens his grip, declaring he won't hold back. With a powerful swing, he commits fully ready to fight with everything he has. Peter recognizes Sathet's weapon, a pisau wrought meant for mid-range combat. He plans to observe from a safe distance. Before he can react, Sathet strikes. The blade moves faster and farther than Peter anticipated. His eyes widen in shock. The weapon's reach defies expectation far beyond standard design. Blades clash violently. Peter realizes his Wudong is too short to defend effectively. Sathet mocks Peter's lack of skill with the blade, exploiting every opening Peter struggles to keep up. His shorter reach forces him into constant defense. Attacks continue at a relentless pace. Peter retreats, unsure how Sathet keeps connecting. He thought he'd escape the range, yet the blade still finds him. Each strike lands with impossible precision. Peter questions how he's being reached. The truth clicks. Sathet extends the pisau wrought, using his full arm length. By leveraging momentum, he artificially increases the weapon's range. Peter studies the motion, understanding how each swing bends expectation. The pisau wrought's lightweight makes it deadlier than expected, like a spear with agility. Its range and speed create more attack opportunities for Sathet. Peter's Wudong, wide and short, limits him unsuited for this kind of duel. Peter charges forward, noting the Wudong isn't ideal for offense. It lacks the reach he needs. Despite the disadvantage, he leaps with force. The ground explodes beneath him from impact. Sathet reflects on his past. Born in Rakondia, he survived through brutal battles. To him, defeating Peter would be the highest honor, the final mark of his strength. Their blades collide with another slam, shockwaves shaking the floor. Sathet observes Peter's skill. He wastes no energy, moving with refined instinct but lacks weapon mastery. Sathet pulls back, disappointed. He underestimated Peter's inexperience with the Wudong. He charges again, declaring this next strike will end everything. Peter doesn't flinch. Instead, Sathet is caught off guard by Peter's sudden composure. Sathet believes Peter has surrendered, but Peter confirms the Wudong's short blade is its advantage. Using his weight, Peter drives the blade down with crushing force. The move disrupts Sathet's rhythm, throwing off his attack pattern entirely. Sathet struggles under the pressure. Peter's weight nullifies his strength. The Wudong's size allows multiple quick strikes in tight intervals. Peter slashes with precision, turning the once limiting weapon into a tool of dominance. Sathet reels from Peter's technique, The precision and force seem beyond someone using the Weedung for the first time. He recalls that the weapon hasn't been used seriously in years. Blows land repeatedly. Sathet staggers and falls, realizing he had been baited into committing too early. Bleeding and weakened, Sathet questions Peter's ability to predict his moves so far ahead. He admits defeat, calling their clash an honorable fight. Peter steps forward and, with controlled grace, offers a respectful end to the duel. Sathet warns that over 1,000 soldiers are on their way. He urges Peter to run. Peter smiles. He tells Sathet he's misunderstood the situation. Calmly, Peter reveals he's not alone, catching Sathet completely off guard. A helicopter closes in. Enemy soldiers rush toward the hall where Peter stands. The squad is ordered to eliminate Peter immediately and without hesitation. One soldier hesitates, recognizing the name. Others press forward, confused but relentless. Gloved hands land beside Peter. Reinforcements appear in the sky and on the ground, surrounded. Enemies yell to kill Peter. He remains unmoved from within flames. A new fighter, Thaddeus, 10th Apostle, emerges, eager to join the fight. Thaddeus unleashes a technique. One blink, 100 strikes, screams echo as his rapid slashes leave multiple soldiers incapacitated within seconds. News of Thaddeus's presence spreads panic. Reinforcements hesitate, realizing they've underestimated Peter's side. A radio call confirms Peter's location. Armed units rush to the west wing. They believe he's cornered in a dead end, confident the fight will be quick. Their expressions shift when they realize Peter is wielding a longsword, something unusual for him. The swordsman steps forward confident, long-haired, and smiling. He corrects them. He's not Peter. He jokes about being more handsome, proud to be mistaken for his ally. A soldier recognizes the man, not Peter, but a different, known swordsman. Despite the warning, they prepare to shoot. One claims swords are useless against bullets. The swordsman calmly disagrees. He's sliced guns before now. He wants to test a bullet. A shot is fired. The bullet speeds toward him, but he doesn't flinch. With perfect timing, the swordsman draws. The air cracks as his blade swings. In a blink, the bullet is sliced cleanly in half midair. The pieces fall harmlessly, a demonstration of precision, power, and total control. The bullet shatters as it collides with the sword, split clean through in midair. Simon lowers his weapon, surprised by the result, yet calm in his stance. He smiles, acknowledging the precision required, and readies for more with renewed confidence. Simon introduces himself as a spiral swordmaster, stepping forward with deadly intent. He rushes forward with controlled acceleration, blade drawn, wind spiraling behind him. Declaring his title, he charges to strike, his target frozen before the incoming assault. The man stood before the vault, panting heavily. Years of effort had led him to this one moment, driven by obsession. He muttered about the time he had wasted. As the red light scanned his fingerprint, the system responded. Access appeared successful. His eyes gleamed. He erupted in laughter, yelling that the world was now his. Power felt within reach. Declaring himself the new ruler, he cursed Peter's name, thinking the weapon had accepted him. Suddenly, a warning blared: access denied. The system rejected his fingerprint size. He slammed the panel, yelling in frustration. It had to be the right fingerprint. Breathing hard, he paused, doubt creeping in. His expression shifted. Looking at the child nearby, he wondered if fingerprints change with age. Enraged, he drew his gun, muttering curses. Logic gave way to fury. He fired at the scanner, each bullet driven by wasted years. Shouting the name of the man who made the lock, he fired again. The scanner sparked and smoked, short-circuiting from the damage. The vault finally opened. A sealed weapon dropped to the floor. He grabbed it quickly, rage still burning over the price he'd paid. As he reached for the weapon, its glow intensified unexpectedly. His expression shifted from triumph to confusion. A loud mechanical hum echoed from the chamber. The device began powering up on its own, displaying unfamiliar behavior. A countdown initiated. Panic set in as he demanded someone fix the machine, realizing it was no longer under his control. A calm voice emerged from the shadows, catching his attention. Someone was approaching. Peter stepped into view. The intruder ordered him to fix the device without recognizing the threat. Realization dawned too late. Peter had no intention of helping, only confrontation. The man aimed his gun, warning Peter to stop. A hostage lay helpless at his feet. Peter advanced without hesitation. Gunfire erupted in desperation. Shots missed their mark. Peter's pace didn't break as the countdown continued. He screamed in rage, firing wildly. Each bullet was wasted in panic. Peter closed the gap with explosive speed, leaving the man stunned. Shock replaced fury as he realized he was outmatched. Fear finally settled in. Peter attacked with precision, landing powerful blows. The fight turned instantly. With calm determination, he declared the mission's end and delivered final strikes. His weapons crashed down with force. Rakondia's reign ended in that single moment. Peter's final blow shattered the enemy's legs. Agonized screams echoed through the hall as the countdown ticked lower. The weapon core intensified its pulsing light. Peter stared at it, unmoved. Without hesitation, he declared the detonation was inevitable. The girl lay motionless nearby as the enemy crawled. He begged desperately money, deals, even mocking the girl's relation to Peter. Peter's gaze sharpened. He dismissed the bribes, noting how such men always begged in the end. Cradling the girl, Peter mocked the villain's obsession with the weapon. The man chased after them in panic while Peter dashed toward the exit without looking back. The countdown neared its end. The enemy's pleas grew louder as the chamber pulsed violently. The weapon began to activate with a sharp mechanical sound. Hope returned briefly. He thought the detonation had failed. A twisted smile crossed his face. Suddenly, smoke erupted. His relief turned to dread as the chamber released its deadly payload. Elsewhere, Peter and the girl regained consciousness and safety. Peter held her close. She recognized him fully now, eyes filled with relief. A faint smile formed on his face. The nightmare had ended, and she was safe. While carrying the girl, Peter dashed through a corridor. He gently confirmed they would, but first, his eyes narrowed with purpose ahead. A group of armed enemies blocked the way. Peter braced himself. The girl clung tightly to him, fear returning as danger grew closer. Peter's grip on his gun tightened. He glanced at her, reading the anxiety in her eyes. His face remained firm. Without a word, he reassured her with silent resolve. He instructed her to close her eyes and cover her ears. She obeyed, trembling. Gunfire burst through the hallway. Enemies fell rapidly as Peter fired with deadly precision. He advanced through the line, shielding the girl while disabling every threat without hesitation. Enemies surrounded them, striking from every side. Peter moved swiftly, countering each blow. The hallway became a flurry of slashes and impacts. Bloodied foes collapsed in heaps. A familiar voice called out from a distance. Peter stood amidst the aftermath, the girl safe in his arms. Reinforcements arrived. Concerned allies rushed to check on Hannah. Relief and urgency mixed in their voices. They reported more enemies outside. Peter's expression sharpened. His mission wasn't over yet. Peter informed the others of a critical threat. Datuk had activated the biochemical weapon before dying. He explained that the gas would spread across the island. Though alarmed, they quickly discussed options. Just as he prepared to act, Hannah grabbed his hand. She pleaded with him not to go. Terrified, he might not return from this final mission. Her voice trembled as she confessed her fear of losing him again. Her grip refused to loosen. Nathaniel urged him to reconsider, hoping for an evacuation instead. Peter reminded her there wasn't enough time or means. Hannah's cries grew louder. She begged, demanding he stay or take her with him. Overwhelmed, she sobbed uncontrollably, unwilling to be separated again. Nathaniel stepped forward, promising to protect Hannah in his absence. Peter turned silently, hiding his own pain. Hannah screamed, calling him daddy for the first time. Both girls clung to him, refusing to let go. But he knew what had to be done. Nathaniel shouted encouragement as Peter's resolve hardened. Behind him, Hannah sobbed, unable to accept the possibility of losing her father again. Peter stepped into the chamber without turning back. The air crackled with rising energy. Nathaniel screamed Peter's name as the chamber flooded with gas and energy surged outward. Hannah begged him not to go, apologizing through tears. Her voice cracked with guilt and fear. She promised never to call him daddy again. Memories flooded Peter's mind. He recalled the day she first called him daddy, and his cold rejection. He had tried to push her away, insisting he wasn't her father from a distance. He had watched her grow and endure in silence. He remembered moments of her innocence, small gestures, hidden notes. One letter, simple yet heartfelt, reminded him it was Father's Day. Eyes wide, Peter snapped back to the present. His name echoed, snapping him out of indecision. Nathaniel confronted him, urging him to stay focused. Peter tightened his resolve. Nathaniel clutched Hannah, promising to protect her with her life. Peter stepped away. Time was running out, and there was no other choice left. Nathaniel reassured Hannah, embracing her tightly. She begged one final time. Nathaniel shouted that this was the only path. For them to live, Peter had to act. As light engulfed the room, Hannah whispered once more. Her voice trembled. Mr. Hannah collapsed as Nathaniel reached out, trying to calm her. She begged Peter not to leave, clinging to his leg in desperation. Peter turned slightly, struggling to suppress the emotion in his eyes. He hesitated, eyes locked on the crying child. Her words nearly broke him, kneeling before her. Peter offered a gentle reassurance and patted her head. Their fingers touched briefly, and slowly he pulled away. The moment stretched in silence. Hannah screamed behind him as Peter rushed forward. Nathaniel followed, unable to hold her back. Toxic gas spread quickly across the facility. Mechanical alerts echoed all around. Peter realized the gas wouldn't stop. At this rate, no one would survive without intervention. Suddenly, help arrived. A masked figure entered the chamber, ready to assist. Peter turned. Surprised, his comrade asked if there was anything he could do. Raising a tool, the newcomer stood ready. Time was critical, and action had to be immediate. Peter stood alert as a sequence of beeping alarms. Toxic gas hissed from the pod, its green glow casting eerie light as the system confirmed. Peter turned his gaze to the figure beside him. Judas slowly rose through the fog, recalling a distant memory from the day the girl vanished. He remembered seeing a tinted vehicle passing by as he walked with someone through a wooded area. He had recognized the presence of several figures inside that car. Peter questioned Judas directly, his voice heavy with restrained anger over the girl's kidnapping. Judas avoided eye contact and muttered that Peter would never understand his reasons. His tone darkened as he finally confessed. The door slammed shut behind them, sealing off escape as the gas lingered. Peter asked if jealousy was truly the reason behind everything. Judas admitted he once wanted to be like Peter, but realized it had only chained him down. He remembered trying to replicate Apostle. Peter's moves only to be ridiculed by others. Bitterness formed as he recalled being shamed for daring to reach Peter's level. In his heart, he believed Peter would have saved her, something he failed to do. A man's scornful voice echoed from the past. The harsh words labeled him a cheap imitation. Judas, gripping the past tightly, reflected on how Peter always stood in his way. He realized there was only one answer: Peter had to fall for Judas to rise. With eyes cold behind his mask, Judas declared that Peter's defeat would secure his place at the top. Peter stood composed, surprised by Judas's delusion, but ready to face him without restraint. Judas lunged, chains spinning as he launched a high-speed assault across the gas-filled chamber. Peter blocked the initial strike, but the force sent vibrations through the entire floor. Judas smirked, convinced he discovered Peter's limits under toxic pressure. He laughed maniacally, thinking Peter would crumble like any ordinary man when starved of air. Peter knew Judas was partly right. The gas would exploit any weakness or injury. He engaged cautiously, recognizing Judas's speed and power now demanded real caution. Dodging an incoming strike, Peter acknowledged Judas's unpredictable speed. Judas mocked him internally, unsure if Peter's restraint was tactical or condescending. His frustration built, unsure if Peter was impressed or silently ridiculing him from the start. Judas dashed with full force, his chains slicing through the air as Peter effortlessly sidestepped each blow. A realization struck Peter: wasn't even moving his feet, yet avoided every strike. Worse, each time Judas closed the distance, Peter kept his stance firm as Judas stared him down through the growing clouds of gas. In a sudden motion, Judas vanished, the mist swallowing his form in a blur. Peter scanned his surroundings, unable to pierce the thick smoke or guess Judas's next move. Metal objects came flying from the shadows, forcing Peter to react mid-breath. Explosions erupted, shaking the ground and breaking Peter's position. He understood it wasn't about damage. Judas taunted him, doubting a cloth mask would protect Peter from the inevitable. Peter misjudged his location, reacting to a feint as Judas attacked from the opposite side. Their weapons clashed, and Peter admitted the fight was becoming harder to manage. Judas kept circling, shifting position to press every advantage the environment gave him. He mocked Peter's restraints, emotions, wounds, breath, all vulnerabilities he claimed to lack. Driven by obsession, Judas lunged with one belief: he would become the epitome of perfection. Peter deflected another attack and called out to Judas, reminding him of the talent he once saw. He acknowledged Judas's natural gifts: his speed, strength. Judas's records showed unmatched performance in tests, weapon proficiency. Others spoke of Judas, then known as Jin Choi, as a rare genius among millions. Peter was assigned to nurture that potential, fully aware of the young boy's promise. Yet Judas, despite admiration from mentors, haunted by abandonment, Judas pushed himself beyond limits, desperate for recognition. His drive twisted into obsession, believing he could have become the next Peter if not for circumstances. Peter gave him the title he craved, but reminded him of the selfishness that shaped his downfall. Peter coldly declared Judas nothing more than a third-class fighter, provoking his rage. Judas, eyes blazing with fury, lashed out in blind anger, blade raised. His scream echoed as he charged, determined to silence Peter once and for all. Judas launched his final strike, convinced this moment would define his legacy. Years of resentment and ambition fueled the power behind his blade, but instead of death, he was met with a slap and insult that shattered his pride. Peter looked at Judas with clarity, accepting that he too had failed. Judas screamed in rage, dashing forward recklessly. Without mercy, Peter struck him down again, the impact crashing through the tension between them. Judas slid backward across the floor, stunned by how near he had come to landing a real blow. His thoughts raced. Peter wasn't just defending, he was provoking. Blow after blow landed. Peter coldly declared that Judas lacked composure and humility. Another smack echoed as Peter concluded that Judas would never reach the rank of first-class fighter. Falling back, Judas trembled, but his pride remained unbroken as he denied Peter's words. He screamed, clinging to his label as a 1 in 50 million wonder. Peter calmly stated he had simply saved his breath, waiting for the right time. Judas's expression twisted. Realization hit that Peter had controlled the pace all along. Elsewhere, concern grew about Peter's survival in Rakondia. Gabriel dismissed the doubt, pointing out Peter's unmatched capability and preparation. From a global selection, only one from each nation had been chosen to defend their people. With confidence, he tapped the globe. Peter, above all, was expected to endure and win. The answer was clear. Peter, among all, he alone had been chosen to represent strength and resolve. Judas now understood why Peter had conserved his energy. Gas swirled as Peter's silhouette emerged. In a burst of force, Judas stood frozen, realizing the gap between them was far greater than imagined. Peter's attacks rained down with overwhelming speed, too fast to react. Every blow pushed Judas further, draining his strength with brutal efficiency. The final flurry of strikes sent Judas crashing back, shaken and breathless. He refused to accept defeat, clinging to the idea that he was a living wonder. Footsteps echoed. Peter approached the fallen fighter, weapon in hand, steady and cold. Standing over him, Peter spoke softly, offering a final wish for Judas's next life. He hoped Judas might be born again this time, into joy, not pain. As the weapon fell, Peter flinched, his eyes catching something buried in memory. In a flashback, young Judas beamed with admiration, declaring he wished to be just like Peter, eager and proud. He had once dreamed of following Peter on a mission. That pure desire, now distant, still lingered in Peter's thoughts as silence filled the room. Peter struck the ground beside Judas, ending the fight with a final warning etched in silence. He revoked Judas's title and exiled him from Yongwang, sentencing him to isolation. Judas remained motionless as Peter advised him to vanish quietly from the world's sight. Peter locked his chains, completing the punishment, then walked away without turning back. In solitude, Judas was left with parting words echoing humility over vanity. Screaming in anguish, he realized too late that his pride had made him powerless. Peter dashed through the trees, the forest lit by the dim evening glow. He reported via radio that the worst was over. Anyone who escaped the toxic zone would likely survive. A sudden scream pierced the air. Crowds below scattered in panic. As dark clouds drifted closer, people surged toward the shoreline, desperate to outrun the spreading gas. Confidence grew as no Rakondian soldiers appeared. A deafening explosion halted Peter mid-sentence, his expression frozen in shock. Another agent, startled by the sound, called out to Nathaniel, demanding an answer. In the smoke, Nathaniel lay bloodied, shielding a young girl with his body. His sacrifice had saved her, but his silence raised immediate concern. Peter sprinted through the underbrush, voice trembling, as he shouted Nathaniel's name over and over. The scene cut to a dim room. Nathaniel and the girl had been recovered. Peter wrapped her wound, urgency overtaking emotion. The girl lay pale, breath shallow. Blood seeped through her side, but her pulse remained. Peter realized the bullet missed her heart, relief, mixed with urgency. She whispered faintly, her body burning from within, a side effect of something far worse yet to be revealed. The woman reassured Hannah, speaking gently as she laid her down. Rummaging through the room, she realized no saline solution was available. She finally located salt, determined to create a proper mixture despite limited time and uncertainty about the ratio. While mixing the solution, she called out to Hannah. Silence greeted her call. Her heart sank as she turned, dread rising with each passing second. Returning to the room, her breath caught. Hannah lay motionless. Hannah's pallor worsened. Her eyes had lost their light. She tried everything: pressure, pleas, desperation, but the blood wouldn't stop. Realization hit hard. The wound was too deep, the time too short. Apologies spilled from trembling lips. She blamed herself for separating Hannah from Peter. Suddenly her eyes widened. Hannah needed a transfusion, and quickly rising with resolve, she screamed for type O blood, hope hanging by a thread. She ran outside, calling for Simon. He was a match. Her steps were fueled by panic, but as she raced, a jolt of energy shot through her. Something unseen stirred within. She stumbled and collapsed into the dirt, unconscious as the scene faded into silence. Memories of Nathaniel shielding Hannah flooded her mind, her body ached, vision blurring. The weight of her actions settled heavily on her chest. Blood pooled beneath her, she too had been wounded, the injury unnoticed in the chaos. A comrade dashed toward the scene, panic setting in as he spotted the collapsed woman and Nathaniel nearby. Nathaniel stirred weakly, revealing Hannah was still inside, gravely injured. Despite the pain, he tried to speak. The rescuer urged him to conserve his strength. The man raced toward the building, unaware of the danger within. He paused, recognizing the sound something ominous was about to trigger. Just as he reached the entrance, an explosion erupted, engulfing the building in flames. The blast tore through the structure. A girl outside watched in horror as fire consumed everything. The explosion echoed, and her scream was drowned in the roar. Smoke and flames twisted upward while the blast knocked her back. A lone figure charged through the inferno, driven by desperation. The team recovered him, their faces filled with urgency, but his eyes blazed with rage and grief. Locked on something unseen, his gaze narrowed. Golden leaves swayed under a peaceful sky at Yongwang Orphanage, untouched by chaos. An emergency stirred the peace. Nathaniel had disappeared. Some dismissed it as a child's tantrum, but concern grew when they discovered a note left behind. Frustration broke out. One of the brothers held up Nathaniel's scarf, proof of her departure. The note was addressed to her, mostly beloved brothers. A bittersweet tone masking deeper wounds. Nathaniel wrote from a dim room, already gone. Time had passed since Hannah's death, but Nathaniel remained consumed by guilt and sorrow. Her brothers read the letter in silence, failing to understand why she blamed herself. Though they saw tragedy as inevitable, Nathaniel saw it as her personal failure. She admitted defeat to the guilt and chose to run. Hope for healing had faded. Standing alone at a station, she awaited departure, torn between pain and responsibility. Despite fleeing, she begged them to take care of Peter. Her brothers believed Nathaniel was mistaken. Peter was coping far better than expected. At the orphanage, Peter fixed lights and played with the children. Though he brushed off gratitude, his presence had become a pillar for everyone left behind. Peter's resilience sparked admiration among the brothers. But unease surfaced was his ability to move forward, a form of emotional detachment. They recalled Hannah's bond with Peter, realizing she had seen him as a father. One brother remembered a recent visit to Peter's room that left him shaken. He had entered to notify Peter of a mission. Peter had been quietly writing before placing a red notebook aside. As Peter left, the notebook remained. The brother's curiosity pulled him back toward it. He found the notebook lying open, a page visible. It caught his attention immediately. Inside was a faint footprint. Hannah's, the symbol of something deeply personal. A memory surfaced, Peter proudly admiring her feet, sharing warmth with the others. Those feet, once pressed into the pages, were impossibly small. Peter held her like a father would. Her presence softened his entire demeanor. His expression, gentle and full of hope, betrayed the truth. He debated whether recording her growth was too sentimental, too dangerous. Then, with certainty, he decided it was worth it. She deserved to be remembered. Peter's calm mask had hidden a well of grief and love, quiet, unwavering, and deep. Peter's expression remained calm as he held the child, writing in his notebook. But as the pages turned, the truth seeped through. He admitted feeling different lately. He wondered if their meeting was divine fate, some unspoken design that led her into his life. His mind fixated on her, even in sleep, questions of comfort, hunger. Though he knew his role should forbid such attachments, he reminded himself that agents like him had no place for family, yet his heart refused to obey. Even after being told to avoid affection, he remembered the day he distanced himself. But her reaction lingered, confused eyes meeting his cold words under gray skies. Regret followed. Had rejection really been the right answer? That moment haunted him the way she watched him leave, without protest. Later, Peter clutched an old newspaper she once mentioned, refusing to replace it. It wasn't the news he needed, it was the memory. She had dreams, wild, ambitious dreams of wealth and success. He smiled quietly, imagining her future and knowing she might one day laugh at her younger self. Yet in his solitude, Peter found comfort. She had a future. He had her memory. As the journal pages turned, Nathaniel read Peter's commentary with a mix of confusion and realization. He noted how she refused to believe children forget pain. He had taken steps to prove it, telling her the child was doing fine back at the orphanage. Despite his insistence, Peter admitted, looking up memory retention in children. Still, the girl should be 5 by now. Time had passed, but his thoughts lingered. He told himself to forget her. But even in writing it, his hand paused, heart conflicted. Nathaniel's expression shifted. She discovered a drawing. Peter had taught her the meaning of Grace's love and helping others. It moved her. Nathaniel whispered the name, its simplicity unexpectedly powerful. Memories of Peter watching over the orphanage flashed silent present, protective. At night, he wrote again, bare, armed, and weary, pouring emotion into quiet pages. Nathaniel watched from behind, overwhelmed. Peter reflected on his own name, how it shaped him quiet strength through suffering. He hoped every word he wrote would help mold the girl into someone strong and sure. Yet even as he wrote, he doubted he was worthy of guiding her future. Tears streamed down Nathaniel's face as realization struck. If she stayed silent now. Outside Peter's cabin, the stillness of the woods contrasted the storm brewing inside her heart. Two siblings burst into the cabin, panicked, shouting Peter's name. Sunlight filtered through the window as Peter's words echoed silently. Inside, Peter lay motionless on the bed. His figure reflected stillness. He called himself imperfect, incapable of expressing what truly mattered. Peter whispered Hannah's name, calling his gift a bit late. He remembered her innocent smile as she cherished the word grace. It was more than a word, it was his final blessing to her written from the heart. Elsewhere, under a moonlit sky, a hidden base buzzed with tension. Lanterns illuminated a rugged interior. A confrontation stirred Judas was mentioned, and blame was thrown in every direction. One man, cloaked and cold, promised retribution. His tone left no room for mercy. A whistle pierced the silence. A radio message blared through. Testing, 1, 2. A voice mocked those hiding, urging them to reveal themselves. The speaker's smirk carried danger. He claimed to have his ways, and he was coming. The man stood at the center, surrounded by monks held hostage. Fear spread through the captives. Though warned it was a trap, the demand for Peter's presence grew heavier. Simon rose without hesitation, stating it was time to act. Determined, he prepared to face the threat alone. A voice tests the mic before addressing a hidden group scattered within the forest. Inside, a dimly lit storehouse. A hooded man commands attention. Apologetically, he admits their lifestyle left them no alternative but violence. The speaker reveals a location for Peter to arrive alone if he wants to save the captives. In a back room, concern rises among allies as they debate the clear trap being set, despite the danger. Peter listens silently while others express worry that revealing himself would worsen things. Peter removes his outer robe, revealing a muscular frame and resolve to answer the call. His sister hesitates, but cannot deny the need to act, realizing she cannot stop him. Readied for confrontation, Peter and his companion prepare to head out. An explosive blast shakes the forest, sending debris into the air with violent force. Stepping through the haze, a man emerges confidently toward the confrontation site. Disappointed, he remarks on Peter's past reputation, unimpressed by what he currently sees. The observer panics, overwhelmed by the mysterious man's speed and sudden appearance. Levin, the attacker, stands poised with his weapon. Sensing something wrong, the observer realizes danger is still present. A sharp shout echoes as a figure vanishes from view. The pursuer arrives too late, eyes fixed on the empty space where the escape took place. The scene shifts to a narrow bridge stretching across a deep gorge as the fugitive hurries toward a standoff point. One man arrives first, grinning smugly as he mutters about fate and connection. He walks calmly to the bridge's midpoint, declaring that the one he came for is not present. As he casually flicks a lighter, a voice answers. With quiet confidence, the young man grips his robe and reveals his true identity. Peter's opponent is stunned as realization dawns, that this is no ordinary monk. Confused and alarmed, he questions whether this is Peter's son or some other trick. His mind races, unsure of the truth, but he tries to remain composed under pressure. The bridge becomes a backdrop to a tense standoff as identities and emotions collide. Memories of promises and rivalries resurface. Peter's younger form accuses his foe of betraying their shared past and goals. Judas is shocked, failing to believe Peter could still exist in any form. He recalls years of searching and failed hunts. Judas draws both blades, acknowledging that Peter's previous feats were impossible for someone close to death. Blades shimmer under moonlight. As he welcomes a long-awaited duel, believing it destiny, Peter, calm and steady, denies any shared fate as they step forward on the narrow bridge. Judas's thought spiral, convinced Peter has no chance of winning in his current state. He tightens his grip, confident the terrain and conditions all work in his favor. With a twisted smile, he unleashes a loud cry. Elsewhere, a monk runs frantically through the forest, out of breath, but determined. Inside a hidden room, others watch him approach on a screen. A call goes out urgently. warning Nathaniel not to approach a dangerous sealed door. A nun pleads for the door to close, fearing for everyone's safety. Too late, a shot pierces Un's chest as he reaches for safety. A voice scolds him, blaming his peaceful life for blinding him to obvious danger. Levin, sword in hand, addresses a group, revealing his knowledge of Nathaniel's escape. He charges forward, driven by long-awaited vengeance and a personal mission. Ignoring Nathaniel's plea, he mocks the idea of taking him away. Levin charges ahead with a grim declaration, warning that everyone present is marked for death. Confused by the threat, he's asked to clarify who will actually perish in coming fight. Two warriors, Damwol and Hyun, stand side by side. A monk shouts for Damwol and Hyun to retreat, fearing they'll be overwhelmed. Despite the danger, both men calmly refuse, smiling as they declare their loyalty. Their only wish is to stand and fall beside their comrades, even if it means death. Damwol instructs the others to carry Jeong unto safety as he prepares to counterattack. He assesses the enemy force, realizing none of them are weak or careless. Among them, one figure stands out, a towering foe with dangerous potential. Levin reminds his team to respect their elders before ordering their complete destruction. With fierce speed, he launches into battle, blades flashing as he targets his enemies. The fight erupts instantly as the glory forces clash with their defenders. Damwol quickly retaliates, dodging and countering as blades fly around him. Though outnumbered, he acknowledges the expected difficulty of the battle. Despite the odds, he remains hopeful, believing his group still has a chance to win. Levin smirks, frustrated by the monk's resilience, and prepares to finish things swiftly. Hyun launches himself toward the enemy with deadly speed. With precision strikes, he overwhelms his opponent. Damwol calls out in panic, as Hyun falls wounded from the explosive clash. Thou injured. Hyun reveals insight into human emotion. In a desperate move, he grabs the enemy's weapon with his bare hands, determined to protect others. A fierce impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield, as Hyun unleashes everything he has left. Witnesses recoil in disbelief at his display of inhuman speed and explosive force. Fear spreads as allies question how Glory could possess such overwhelmingly powerful agents. A soldier mocks his opponent's reaction, revealing a mysterious capsule hidden on his tongue. With a swallow, his body rapidly transforms, empowered by advanced biotech enhancements. He boasts of modern superiority, crushing his enemy while flaunting his technological edge. Command is issued to capture the elder woman as soldiers rush toward their next target. The transformed warrior marvels at his own power, fueled by the effects of the drug. Confident he will rise to apostle status, he suddenly senses something approaching from behind. The dark cave lies silent as one of the Glory agents impatiently questions the delay. He turns to scold his comrades, but is suddenly grabbed and halted by a wounded enemy. Despite his condition, the injured monk blocks the path, declaring that the fight isn't over yet. The Glory agent arrogantly readies his blade, mocking his opponent's last stand. Powerful gust surges from the cave, halting his movement as something approaches. He peers into the darkness, confused and unsettled by the unexpected presence inside. A mechanical whir echoes as tension rises around the mouth of the cave. The agent reacts to sudden movement, only to find one of his own teammates downed. Realizing something is terribly wrong, he demands answers from those standing outside. A frightened soldier stammers, warning of a monster lurking within the cave. Inside, an awakened figure groans, disoriented from a prolonged slumber. Still regaining awareness, the mysterious person questions where they are and how long they've slept. A blinding strike shoots outward from the cave, shattering the ground with incredible force. Levin watches in disbelief as his powerful sword is effortlessly deflected mid-air. Realizing the impossible, he stares wide-eyed. The agent stares wide-eyed, stunned that his high-speed attack was intercepted mid-air. A casual figure emerges, twirling the intercepted blade between his fingers, with effortless control. Yawning, the red-haired man mocks the situation, holding up the weapon with a relaxed smile. The sudden appearance of a figure mid-air draws immediate shock. One man halts, unable to believe what he is witnessing. Another man gasps, recognition dawning as he stares at the one descending. Standing confidently, Thaddeus greets them. His return contradicts every report claiming his death. A stunned observer recalls the intel confirming Thaddeus's fatal injuries. His presence now challenges everything they believed. Ignoring warnings about his condition, Thaddeus casually engages the person who likely treated his wounds. He squints, vaguely recognizing the face before him, but quickly dismisses the concern with nonchalance. The enemy smirks, regaining composure. He mocks Thaddeus's bleeding body, insisting the legend is merely human. Blood trails down Thaddeus's torso, revealing the extent of his injuries. Feigning politeness, The enemy asks Thaddeus's name again. After a pause, he threatens that the name should be remembered before death. Tension spikes as both prepare for combat. The enemy strikes first, launching from the air with a deadly thrust. Thaddeus evades with inhuman speed, narrowly avoiding the attack. The attacker grins, confident his enhanced body will soon overpower the apostle. Levin launched himself downward, energy bursting behind him, as he aimed a brutal strike at Thaddeus. With force and precision, he declared himself superhuman. The impact of his attack exploded across the ground, shaking the area. Thaddeus stood still, impressed by the intensity of Levin's charge, yet unfazed. He casually questioned Levin's speed, reaching forward with calm observation, not fear. Levin, misinterpreting the response as mockery, shifted into a more aggressive stance, declaring readiness to escalate. Levin began consuming enhancement pills mid-fight, eyes glowing with instability and power. Thaddeus warned that borrowed strength didn't make it truly his. Meanwhile, onlookers whispered that Levin had reached his peak. Levin charged again, intending to crush Thaddeus. But his confident words were interrupted mid-sentence. Thaddeus unleashed a flurry of strikes with precise, devastating blows that overwhelmed Levin's movements. The attack ended with a final explosive hit that left the battlefield in silence. Observers were stunned as the dust cleared, the rapid blows still echoing in their minds. One recognized the fighting style, suspecting Thaddeus's power had returned to its former glory. As flames surrounded Thaddeus, it felt like a rebirth, the apostle of holy light reawakening. Thaddeus stretched his limbs, noticing his body had become less flexible since awakening. As he walked, he casually asked the woman if his rest had lasted longer than normal. He requested clothing politely, then heard her mutter that he resembled someone her father. Under the night sky, a blue-haired man unsheathed his blade, vowing to end things between them. Peter met his words calmly. Both stood at opposite ends of a narrow bridge. The man charged forward, certain this final battle would bring their history to a close. From above, explosives were revealed beneath the bridge, placed precisely under Peter's path. The enemy shouted that the bombs were crafted by Matthias, linked to detonate together. His expression twisted with hatred as he admitted to killing Peter's child, demanding vengeance. Peter stayed composed, stating experience had taught him not to fall for provocation. He surged forward with purpose, body tense but mind steady. The enemy, obsessed, declared only death awaited Peter that night. Explosions erupted as Peter advanced, flames surrounding him, despite the danger. He pushed ahead with unwavering speed, watching eagerly. The enemy waited for one final step to end it all. Peter launched a dart with precision, surprising his enemy mid-charge. The dart latched into the bridge as Peter swung underneath, narrowly avoiding the explosives. Explosions erupted along the surface as Peter's movement triggered the trap, but he had already passed. The enemy reeled in confusion, unable to comprehend Peter's disappearance, mid-battle scanning the bridge. He found no trace. Peter had slipped through unnoticed. Suspicion rose as he questioned the bridge's unusual cleanliness, despite its old state. Realization dawned. Peter had planted explosives of his own, mirroring the enemy's trap. As Peter descended behind him, the enemy stared up in panic, recognizing the reversal. An explosion erupted beneath him, blasting upward and throwing his body across the air. Bruised and pinned, the man questioned his strength, only to admit Peter had grown stronger. Peter overwhelmed him with relentless strikes, his speed impossible to match. A final blow landed, sending the enemy crashing hard into the ground. Struggling, the man claimed Peter had no right to interfere. With that, he revealed it had always been about Raphael's manipulation from the start. The enemy realized too late he had been used by Raphael all along. In 2023, amidst the chaos of Hong Kong, Judas lay unconscious in a cluttered, dimly lit room. A figure entered, criticizing the miserable conditions Judas had sunk into. Startled awake, Judas turned to see Raphael standing calmly. His presence felt ominous. Raphael revealed Glory had issued a bounty on Peter, claiming he obstructed their rise. Judas questioned the reasoning, unconvinced by the vague justification. Raphael confessed no one could capture Peter, because all lacked one essential trait. He struck his chest dramatically, declaring hatred as the missing piece to defeat Peter. With excitement, Raphael pointed to Judas, calling him the one person who harbored true hatred. He gripped Judas, blaming Peter for his downfall, insisting Judas had always been the key. Raphael's words promised Judas power, status, and escape from Peter's shadow. Judas, hearing the same manipulation as before, realized Raphael hadn't changed at all. Peter confronted Judas, accusing him of living by others' judgment. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Peter urged Judas to grow up, breaking free from Raphael's influence. Enraged, Judas lashed out, screaming with resentment and fury. He launched forward, weapon raised, intent on silencing Peter in one violent strike. Judas's eyes widened in terror as an explosion engulfed the bridge with immense force. The structure crumbled violently, unable to withstand the chain detonations now consuming it. Amid the chaos, Judas barely clung to the broken edge, breath ragged but alive. Smoke and embers filled the air as the cliffside faded into darkness below. Peter extended a hand toward Judas, offering him one final chance to survive. Dangling by the bridge's remnants, Judas stared up, hesitating. Peter urged him to choose. Judas refused, declaring that accepting help would admit inferiority. He clenched his jaw, pride outweighing reason, unwilling to acknowledge Peter's strength. With finality, he whispered that he couldn't take Peter's hand and meant it. As Judas released his grip, he internally confessed what pride wouldn't say aloud. He'd long known his downfall came from selfish ambition, not Peter. Driven by envy, he'd coveted Peter's role, longing to take it for himself. Memories flooded back moments of failure, comparison, and despair that had crushed him. No matter how hard he worked, Peter always stayed ahead. Exhausted and broken, Judas's final instinct was clear. Peter had to fall, no matter the cost. Judas believed that matching Peter's strength would grant him everything he longed for. Blinded by ambition, he convinced himself Peter's position could be taken through any means. But realization struck too late. He lacked the courage to carry the true weight Peter bore drained. Judas accepted the truth. He was tired of the fight and the burden. His body fell through the air as he surrendered, seeking rest from it all. Above, Peter watched in silence, his gaze heavy with the finality of the moment. Elsewhere, Glory's leader received the report of Judas's death without emotion, disappointed. He muttered that he had once held high hopes for Judas. Now, with cold indifference, he dismissed the news and sat calmly in reflection. Subordinates speculated the boss must be mourning, but no sorrow showed on his face. He ignored their words, simply ordering dinner for himself and one other. With a dark smile, he instructed them to contact Matthias. Beneath the vast night sky, Peter sat alone at the edge of a ruined structure, wrapped in silence. Stars drifted above as he stared downward, burdened by memories too heavy to escape. Thoughts of what could have been gnawed at him a past moment left unchanged. He remembered a confrontation. The boy's eyes filled with conflict and betrayal under dim light. A distant memory resurfaced, the boy being beaten mercilessly, Peter having turned his back. He clenched his jaw, regret tightened around him, but he pushed it down and stood up. Elsewhere, the monks cleaned up their home, grateful to Simon's efforts that had saved them. Despite their injuries, they returned to routine, humility guiding their gratitude. Simon's frustration erupted, feeling unacknowledged, despite risking everything for them. He continued to rant, demanding credit, bitter from being overlooked. The others tried to reason, but he only saw injustice. Eventually, calm returned to the hidden shadow monastery, though tension still lingered. On a ship, two passengers discussed their recent mission. Curious, the woman asked about a young man from before, her tone playful but serious. The man's expression hardened, possessive and cold, claiming the boy as his. Matthew teased while leaning in close, sparking irritation in his companion. As the boat sped across the sea, banter shifted into subtle jabs. Amid flirtation and denial, one voice grew tired of the endless questions. At the temple, lanterns glowed under the starry sky as someone celebrated finally being acknowledged. A festive dinner was prepared. The monks, seated around the meal, shared laughter and light-hearted complaints. The atmosphere warmed, even as one warned about overindulgence, blaming any future karma on the food. Simon frowned at the vegetable, heavy spread, feigning disappointment. A playful scolding followed as he teased the nun, masking gratitude beneath exaggerated grumbles. Their exchanges brought ease to the room, though Simon still felt misunderstood by the group. Nathaniel apologized, aware his presence endangered the monastery. Regret colored his tone, but reassurance came quickly as both men downplayed the threat, focusing instead on unity. Celebration resumed, though not all found the humor contagious. Some just stayed quiet. One monk lamented his lost charm, blaming his missing arm for failed jokes. Laughter returned when a newcomer arrived, drawn by the smell of the feast. Expecting meat or seafood, he was dismayed to find only vegetables again. Around the dinner table, some monks remained tense. Their hesitation revealed feelings of inadequacy. Despite their discomfort, Sungu encouraged them to relax, reminding them the temple was their shared home. Tensions rose briefly as teasing and defensiveness sparked light arguments among the group. Mentions of parentless upbringings shifted the mood, causing laughter and reflection to mix. Outside, Sungu descended the stairs alone, seeking space from the lively atmosphere within. A friend followed and called out, wondering where the cheerful boy had gone. They sat quietly together under the stars, tension easing with shared silence. Sungu admitted his old soul hid behind a youthful face, feeling awkward in his role, reassured. He smiled as his friend accepted him wholeheartedly, regardless of age or past. Their bond reaffirmed. They addressed past betrayals and misunderstandings, revealing pain beneath the surface. Though apologies were exchanged, lightheartedness returned as they joked about making amends with food. Curiosity shifted the tone again as one asked why the other sat alone. He reflected on the chaos of the past months, still trying to process it all. The greatest revelation haunted him: the enemy he resented most turned out to be his father. Visions of Thaddeus flooded his mind. Pain, brutality, and chains defined their past together. He recalled the torment, now realizing it was born from a desperate attempt at protection. Conflicted, he admitted he didn't know whether to hate Thaddeus or pity him. The two sat in silence, emotions too tangled for words. Then laughter broke the heaviness. Awkward, unsure, but sincere in its release. Still processing, one of them muttered Thaddeus's name, the weight behind it lingering. He confessed Thaddeus had always been troublesome, loud, reckless. Memories painted him as the loudest presence in the room, a source of chaos. Despite knowing how things might unfold, Thaddeus had chosen to raise a child. His flaws extended beyond parenting. He was immature and struggled with responsibility. He failed at being both friend and father, awkward in every role he took on. Yet the message was clear. Whatever happened, Thaddeus always meant well. Sungu spoke earnestly. Thaddeus was as much a part of him as anyone. Though clumsy and flawed, Thaddeus had a deep heart proven through his efforts. When asked how he understood him so deeply, Sungu replied, how could he not? A quiet smile settled on his face as he remembered the past: his father's clumsy love. Visions of a smiling child, and the man he once resented surfaced from memory. He accepted the truth. He was just as flawed, just as messy, and finally understood why. Under a starlit sky, they stood together, peace briefly touching their worn hearts. Sungu advised him to take Nathaniel far away, to rest and recover from the turmoil. Gratitude filled the farewell, with parting words exchanged in calm understanding. Inwardly, he resolved that one day, when paths crossed again, he would say he finally understood where his strength came from and why it mattered. With that conviction, he stepped forward, not in search of battle, but purpose. At the dock, plans were made. Questions about survival in a growing storm were raised. He gripped a small item tightly, symbolizing the risk ahead. Regardless of the chaos to come, his path was set. He confirmed his destination with confidence, already certain of the challenges waiting there. Farewells were given, warnings spoken: this battle could not repeat. Despite the tension, a smile broke through a quiet promise to return. Someday, with a knowing grin, the elder clarified her words: only patience from glory were unwelcome. Playfully defiant, she walked away under the golden canopy, her message understood. Peter chuckled, watching the boat drift into the sunlit lake, his mission far from over. Deep beneath the South Pacific, a stolen submarine concealed a secretive crew. A message arrived from Raphael, Glory's operative, laced with quiet threat. Despite the warning, the submarine crew scoffed. They believed themselves unreachable. A second message followed, beginning cryptically with an odd mention of pasta. The crew was puzzled, but tension rose as the ingredients list continued. Suddenly, a third alert interrupted the meal. Another unexpected transmission had arrived. It was a recipe for pasta. Confusion spread as the instructions became more specific. Curiosity turned to disbelief as it instructed them to add nano pepper bombs. Beeping alarms erupted throughout the cabin. Someone had already eaten the trap. The noise intensified, and panic spread as they searched for the source. All eyes turned to the man at the center, the one who had eaten the dish. Horrified, he realized the truth as the beeping came from inside his own stomach. The realization hit too late. As the boss panicked, the embedded device in his stomach activated. An internal explosion tore through his body, splattering the room with blood and chaos. Shock consumed the crew. Orders to surface were shouted, amidst panic and disbelief. A new message arrived, this time cryptic: an explanation about fish and ocean depth. The data suggested a clue hidden in nature, but the crew couldn't grasp its meaning. One man remembered the fish clinging to their hull, and panic set in as things connected. The submarine, surrounded by remoras, lurked at 500 meters, far beyond their usual range. Warning lights and sonar began flashing, signaling an incoming presence from the deep. Recognition hit the name Matthias, confirmed their worst fears. A massive underwater explosion engulfed the sub as systems failed. Amidst the wreckage, a drone recorded the destruction from afar. Matthias watched remotely, declaring full control over what remained. A frustrated voice echoed as the group questioned why they had to return to school. While walking past storefronts and autumn trees, one complained they didn't belong there. Another remarked on his self-awareness. Yuna's sarcasm was met with irritation. The classroom door slid open with exaggerated flair. As two students made a loud entrance, they jokingly announced their return, calling themselves D-rank killers, grabbing everyone's attention. Some classmates welcomed them with surprise, while others quietly noted how they seemed different now. Two girls whispered about the group's changed behavior, noting their unusual silence. They used to dominate the class, but now walked with restraint. Nothing else had changed. Aside from a mysterious new transfer student, the new student commented on how peaceful school felt, attributing it to someone else. When asked about his uniform, he stayed quiet, sipping from his drink. A teacher suddenly appeared, drawing all eyes. A girl was surprised to see him. His appearance had changed. The teacher greeted his old students confidently, asking if they were present. Students whispered about his hair. He called for silence, ready to deliver important news. Mr. O's gaze narrowed as he addressed the student casually lounging on the lockers. Pointing with authority, he ordered the student down, questioning whether he was the new transfer. Another student recognized him and became visibly nervous. A digital scan began verifying the man's identity. Recognition hit Apostle, Thaddeus. The scan confirmed it, and panic crept in. Beads of sweat formed as Mr. O processed the situation. Attempting to save face, he brushed off the behavior as ignorance and tried to stay calm. He announced a dangerous mission and requested volunteers. The room instantly reacted with surprise. One student raised his hand eagerly, breaking the tension with enthusiasm. Mr. O warned them this rank mission wouldn't be easy, but he'd be with them. Afterward, the class celebrated at a restaurant, proud of their participation. They laughed and ate, treating the mission as a major event. Mr. O reminded them the mission was finished in 3 minutes. Despite that, the students continued to enjoy the feast. One joked about going broke. Mr. O explained he had plenty saved, and this was nothing to him. Smiling softly, he watched them argue over food, quietly satisfied. Mr. O stood and addressed the group sincerely. Acknowledging his limits, he promised that while he lived, he'd do everything in his power to protect them. He asked for their trust. Outside, a small team waited in the dark. Back at the table, the students devoured the food without pause. Mr. O noticed but continued anyway. He paused, realizing one student had quietly slipped away. Outside the restaurant, the others thanked Mr. O for the meal. Mr. O casually asked for the bill, unaware of the looming total. His expression changed immediately when he learned it was 3,000,001. Panic struck as he calculated the damage. Still, he refused to appear weak in front of the students. Just as despair set in, the cashier announced someone else had already paid. Shocked but grateful, Mr. O wondered who had taken the burden. Outside, one student grinned alone, satisfied with remaining anonymous. A message alert interrupted the quiet. The student's smile faded as he read the screen. It revealed a breach into Glory's system. Someone had uncovered classified information. The message warned of human experiments. Still, he ordered the investigation to stop, concern growing. As the warning to stop investigating came through, the hacker on the other end stood firm, confident in her skill. Footsteps echoed in the dark. The hacker, moving quickly, a chilling thought settled in. What if the data was meant to be found all along? Though reluctant, she agreed to stop. Acknowledging the other's stubbornness, her eyes caught a suspicious flyer. A sharp flinch betrayed her unease. Descending the stairs, she entered a darker corridor, murmuring that something felt off. The hacker reached the lowest level, staring into dimly lit surroundings. Inside, strangers in white suits waited. One greeted her, calling her by name with confidence. They praised her hacking skills. She remained guarded, but listened. She reacted sharply as they read off her personal data: age, height, weight. Annoyed, she warned them such details were secret and demanded answers. Facing the group, she reminded them they were 3 stories underground and asked if they knew what that meant. She declared their situation hopeless. No light would escape from there. With a click, the room was sealed. Her eyes grew cold. Weapon in hand, she lunged forward without hesitation. The ambushers were now targets. A loud explosion shattered the desert stillness. The blast echoed far across the dunes. Dorothy, stationed on a sniper mat, reported movement. Philly, masked and armed, joined her. They debated command hierarchy. Philly analyzed Matthias's strength, claiming it wasn't exceptional compared to Simon and Thaddeus. However, he insisted neither traitor could take Matthias alone, hinting at an unseen advantage. Dorothy remained skeptical, questioning Matthias's frail appearance and doubting his ability to succeed. A shadowed narration confirmed Matthias's true role: leader of Trinity. Trinity's influence reached across military and industrial sectors, holding deep global ties. In a city bar, Matthias faced a challenge from Tamahu, boss of the Rua, Ahi Explosives faction. Tamahu mocked Matthias, revealing their preparation and claiming his crew was wiped out. He boasted Rua Ahi's strength, highlighting their 3,000-strong force compared to Trinity's few dozen. Tamahu blamed Matthias for the loss and insisted it all could have been avoided with submission. Now, Tamahu gave an ultimatum: join or die. The threat was clear and final. He warned Matthias to abandon any dreams of resistance or independence in the explosives trade. With a smug grin, Tamahu mentioned they'd already planted countless bombs. A handful of detonators clinked as Matthias dropped them on the table, revealing a critical truth. He calmly stated that all 3965 bombs planted by Rua Ahi had already been dismantled. Uninterested in negotiations, he declared he had no desire for shared ownership. Tamamehu was stunned. His expression twisted in disbelief. Matthias questioned if the real conflict stemmed not from the explosives. With the name, Trinity, reflecting in his eyes, Matthias smiled. Tamamehu acknowledged the intelligence behind Matthias's move, but mocked his arrogance. Drawing a weapon, Tamamehu threatened death. Guns were raised. Tension skyrocketed. Matthias suggested calmly that they both put their weapons down before things escalated further. Matthias warned them that every part of the room was rigged with explosives under his control. Despite the warning, Tamamehu mocked him again, loading his weapon confidently. Matthias uttered a simple command: right arm. A small click triggered the first blast. An explosion ripped through the room. Tamamehu screamed as his arm was blown apart. Panic broke out. His men scrambled in confusion while Matthias issued another command: right leg. Another blast followed. Chaos erupted as Tamamehu collapsed, screaming in agony. Gunmen prepared to fire, but Matthias calmly activated a hidden protocol. Explosions erupted throughout the bar, destroying the attackers instantly. As smoke cleared, narration confirmed Matthias's complete control over every explosive in the room. Elsewhere, a young man realized communication with Juan had been cut. Urgency spread as others responded to his outcry. Meanwhile, narration labeled Matthias with a chilling title: The Human Atomic Bomb. A group of armed men in white suits sat confidently in a dimly lit lounge. She reminded them they were deep underground, far from any outside help. With a sharp stare, she emphasized that not even a sliver of light reached this place. Her finger pressed a button, triggering a hidden mechanism. In one swift move, she lunged forward, slicing the air with her weapon as she declared their doom. Her blade gleamed in the dark as she spun with precision. The attack landed, blasting one of the suits across the room. He collapsed before reacting. She struck again, but something felt off. The remaining enemies resisted unnaturally well, knocked back. She questioned how her advantage had vanished so quickly. Realization hit: these men had enhanced vision. Red optics glowed in the dark. They had come prepared, knowing exactly who she was and how to counter her. He addressed her by name, revealing detailed knowledge of her past and movements. He exposed prior events: her visit to Yule Island and the Ghost Cruise incident. Surveillance had recorded every move. Her secrecy had been an illusion. With a chilling smirk, he admitted she could fool Glory, but not him. McKing, Juwan's loyal dog, snarled with unrelenting fury. Juwan steadied herself as she recognized something was wrong. Her gaze sharpened. It wasn't her. They were targeting. Red laser dots appeared across the room. Explosives lined the space. The true goal was destruction, not confrontation. Juwan demanded the intruder's name, needing to know who had orchestrated this trap. He removed his hat, introducing himself with a grin. From Glory, he said, "Call him Matthias." Matthias explained Peter likely used this base. That alone justified leveling the place. Mocking her age, he triggered something. Shock overtook Juwan as she noticed planted devices on her body. She panicked, questioning when they were attached. A grim realization struck: removing them might be fatal. Matthias dismissed her chances of escape. With a press, he activated the detonation, but instead, pain erupted through him, his hand shredded by a triggered trap. Juwan turned in shock. Something or someone had intervened just in time. Keijo landed forcefully into the room, calling her name. She warned him of the unseen threat, an enemy that even her senses couldn't detect. Two attackers rushed them. Keijo yelled for her to dodge as battle resumed. Juwan caught a glimpse of something in the chaos. His fists connected with precision, pummeling the suited enemies into the ground. Landing beside Juwan, Simon casually brushed off the moment. Simon addressed Matthias directly. Their past was unmistakable, heavy with tension and unfinished conflict. Matthias sneered and called Simon a traitor. They weren't just enemies, they were once allies. Simon frowned, already dreading what was to come. Fighting Matthias here would be a major disadvantage. Simon scanned the room. Bombs were hidden in unpredictable spots, giving Matthias full spatial control. With a single command, he could manipulate the battlefield. His soldiers deadly, rankers were positioned with intent. Matthias confirmed it himself. Every move was anticipated. Victory in his domain seemed impossible. Simon acknowledged the danger. One signal could level the entire structure, but he wasn't without options. He revealed a concealed claw weapon, sharp and ready. With swift force, Simon struck first, slicing clean through one of the attackers. Blood sprayed. Chaos erupted again. The momentum shifted violently. Explosive triggers activated. Beeping signals echoed throughout the base. A massive explosion followed. As fire engulfed the room, Simon shielded Juan from the blast. The base lay scorched and broken. Flames still flickered across shattered furniture. A subordinate asked if they should pursue the escapees. He smiled under his hat, satisfied. Juan had unknowingly provided exactly what he came for. A peaceful school building stood in sharp contrast to the earlier destruction. One player boasted loudly, criticizing others and preparing to show off his shot. Suddenly whispers spread about a new student. Shock hit the crowd. Yisol strutted in, asserting dominance. He mocked a peer and declared himself top dog of Mapo district. He confronted a student over a girl, accusing him of flirting with Yejin by mentioning Tangulus. Yejin and another girl appeared. The tension shifted as a confrontation brewed between them. Yisul invited the student to settle things on the rooftop. The challenge was clear and direct. Unfazed, the student accepted enthusiastically, even joking about fighting seriously. Meanwhile, Simon discussed Juwan's condition. Thankfully, she hadn't sustained serious injuries. Unfortunately, the emotional toll lingered. Juwan collapsed in despair, mourning her destroyed base. She wept bitterly, heartbroken over her loss. Others moved on, but her grief stayed. Her frustration boiled over. She yelled at Simon for ignoring her tears. Simon casually informed Juwan he'd been on a call with Chairman Yunchang Choi. He calmly relayed that Daehan Group would prepare a new hideout for her. On cue, she praised the chairman with forced charm. Curiosity turned to concern. Simon explained that the attacker who destroyed the hideout was Glory's apostle, Matthias. Matthias specialized in using traps and explosives to overwhelm opponents. He confused his targets by planting devices unpredictably, turning even ordinary terrain into dangerous minefields. They discussed Matthias's most terrifying trait: his bomb placements were undetectable. As the conversation paused, a child's voice called out to Simon, requesting help with basketball practice. Simon hesitated, then regretted not just enrolling as a student instead of pretending to be a teacher. Kajeo was reminded not to stand out, but insisted he could blend in fine. He described fleas jumping incredibly high, but when trapped in a jar, the message was clear: perceived limits define real ones. Simon encouraged the kids to loosen up and push their limits beyond imaginary ceilings. With speed and precision, he launched into a leap, aiming for the rim. The ball thundered through the hoop with a shattering slam, stunning everyone into silence. Students stared in disbelief as Simon's dunk shattered the backboard completely. Simon stood silently, holding the broken rim while glass crackled beneath his feet. From above, the observer scoffed. Simon's actions were anything but subtle. Though Juwan's base was destroyed, the young man worried about potential traces that could reveal his connection. He reassured himself that nothing remained, yet doubt crept in as he reviewed what could have been missed. A sudden realization hit. His eyes narrowed. His concern was Keijo's uniform. It could be a link if discovered. He sprinted through the halls, moving fast to intercept any threat. Outside, a man in a hat arrived at the school, greeted by a student. Xinyangwang High School loomed under overcast skies. From the rooftop, a man in white observed the school grounds, noting the absence of Peter. Despite searching thoroughly, he found only traces of Peter's allies. Typing calmly, he decided Peter wasn't worth pursuing. The man had a broader goal in mind. By eliminating other suspicious actors, he could consolidate power within the school undisturbed. Spotting the student assembly below, he saw perfect timing to introduce an unexpected element. Elsewhere, Guang Yu poured soju with joy, savoring a rare evening of food and drink. He laughed, proud of his service as a teacher, declaring it a well-earned celebration. Amid his cheerful meal, the night felt complete, until his phone suddenly rang. He answered, unaware of the call's true purpose, expecting a friendly voice. The caller offered a loan, claiming it was his lucky day, thinking it humorous. He played along, entertained by the absurd timing. Hearing the figure 1.5 billion, his smile faded. The joke had gone too far. He hung up, sat in silence, and stared at the quiet apartment, muttering bitterly. He wondered if life would have been easier had he truly been a scammer. A doctor's voice echoed in Guang Yu's mind. No hospital in Korea could perform his wife's surgery. She needed to go overseas for treatment, and the estimated cost was 1.5 billion won. His expression darkened at the memory, interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Curious, he rose from his seat, surprised anyone would visit so late. Assuming it was another birthday well-wisher. He opened the door cheerfully, but his gaze froze as his eyes met an unfamiliar and unsettling figure in white. Standing before him was a masked man dressed immaculately, radiating control and menace. Gwang Yu forced a smile, unsure of the stranger's purpose, but trying to remain polite. The visitor introduced himself calmly, asserting control and revealing knowledge of Gwang Yu's concealed weapon. Startled, Gwang Yu froze. The man apologized for the timing but insisted on meeting. He declared his affiliation Glory and gave his name. Matthias. Gwang Yu's eyes widened. This wasn't a casual encounter. Matthias asked to enter. Gwang Yu hesitated, then stepped aside with a strained smile. Inside, the kettle hissed as tension filled the air. The two men faced each other across the room, a silent storm about to unfold. Matthias observed a photo of students, remarking on Gwang Yu's reputation and former talent in Glory. Gwang Yu dismissed the praise, blaming unruly students and daily stress for his declining hair. Internally, panic brewed. Matthias was a high-ranking apostle, and his visit hinted at hidden danger. Matthias calmly proposed a partnership, startling Gwang Yu. He believed Peter had ties to the school, and wanted Gwang Yu's cooperation to confirm it. The offer was simple: help with the mission and continue teaching peacefully or suffer consequences. He warned that refusal would lead to student deaths, cracking the photo as emphasis. Gwang Yu claimed innocence, asserting no ties to Peter and urging Matthias to leave, but he knew Matthias wouldn't walk away, and worse. The threat to students was real. Determined, he reached for a hidden knife, prepared to act. Years of training made him confident his ambush tactics were second nature. Now was his moment to strike and end the threat. Matthias issued a warning. Gwang Yu's life was under his control. Feigning confusion, Gwang Yu masked his intent while preparing for a decisive move. He lunged without hesitation, but Matthias had already predicted it. Right leg. Gwang Yu launched an attack, but Matthias reacted instantly, triggering an explosive defense. The blast sent Gwang Yu flying, crashing into the debris. Filled room, stunned and bloodied. As Matthias stepped forward, he reminded Gwang Yu the student's fate hinged entirely on his next choice. The ticking of a nearby device grew louder as Matthias posed his ultimatum. Gwang Yu trembled, unsure if defiance would mean death for him or the students. The beeping accelerated, pressure mounting, as he struggled to decide between submission and resistance. The next day, Gwang Yu greeted students in the hallway with a hollow smile. Playful boys teased him with wigs, unaware of the threat looming overhead. Matthias's voice echoed in his mind, warning him to obey or risk everything. He dismissed the students, hiding the torment within, trying to appear normal. Behind him, classmates joked about his mood, oblivious to what had transpired. Their banter drifted into nonsense, leaving Gwang Yu quietly dreading the cost of failure. Elsewhere, Sunggu voiced his unease, but his friends reassured him with confidence. They trusted their strength, unaware Matthias had already infiltrated deeper than they knew. Confidence filled the rooftop, yet danger silently loomed just beyond their reach. Sunggu asked his allies to leave, intending to face Matthias alone for everyone's sake. He explained that Matthias would investigate any person with ties to Peter, including himself. The presence of apostles near the school was already damning. They had to be cautious. Kagyo looked down on the school grounds, comparing it to his harsh origins. He reflected on the serenity around him, open skies, warm students, a peaceful life. Disgusted by the idea of Matthias ruining it, he clenched his fists in quiet defiance. Sunggu asked about Matthias, curious what made the man so feared. Thaddeus explained Matthias was once called a living, breathing bomb within Glory. He said Matthias could plant hidden explosives on targets without them ever realizing. The worst part was no one knew how he did it, or when. His control extended to the timing, radius, and detonation method of each explosive. Sunggu muttered that Matthias sounded like a nightmare. Thaddeus assured him they'd know Matthias on sight. He never tried to blend in. Sunggu pondered this, questioning whether Matthias would really stay so visible. He suspected a trap. Matthias might appear obvious just to manipulate what they expected. A teacher ended class with a closing remark before announcing a new transfer student. The door slid open as a tall figure entered, casting a long shadow across the floor. The class turned their attention to the new arrival, sensing something was off. Students murmured about the growing number of transfers. One girl questioned if he was even a real student, his presence far too intense. Elsewhere, Thaddeus explained that Matthias would be easy to spot. Creepiest of all were the braces on his teeth. gleaming beneath a dark smile. He introduced himself with eerie cheer, chewing gum as he scanned the room. Without hesitation, he questioned if the students were future killers. With glowing red eyes, he belittled them, calling them a bunch of wimps, but the students stood their ground, responding with sarcasm and bravado. Without waiting, they lunged at him, ready to put the arrogant newcomer in his place. A flurry of blows erupted as fists clashed, the room descending into chaos. Zone student landed a solid strike, halting the brawl and locking eyes with the newcomer. Calm but assertive, he declared the obvious: this guy was no student. The repeated smacks echoed as the masked figure's breathing grew heavier. Peter watched him closely, calmly confronting the intruder. A twisted grin formed beneath the mask. Before he could speak further, Peter realized the man was gathering intel, trying to find out if he had any link to the volunteer club. The disguise was poor, the way the man chewed, his attitude, and posture gave away his intent. Peter remembered a description: face full of tattoos, braces, and an unmistakable presence. The braces shone with every chew. That detail, more than the tattoos, disturbed Peter the most. He voiced his discomfort. The combination of the man's features created an eerie. Then a question surfaced: since when did this stranger become the head of the club? The man identified himself: Biggie Doko, rank survivor of numerous classified missions. He mocked formality, flicking a hand casually, acting like Peter's superior. Peter remained skeptical. Surviving those missions wasn't something anyone could fake. Suddenly, a thug lunged with a blade. His casual demeanor vanished. Peter moved fast, countering the attack and slamming the man down. The brawl ended quickly as teachers rushed in. Peter stayed composed as chaos cleared. Yuna watched the new transfer student with unease. Something about him didn't feel right. She urged her friend to avoid him, convinced others like Sungu shared her suspicion. Her thoughts halted as Sungu appeared, standing across from Peter. Peter acknowledged the situation, calmly affirming Sungu's assumption without resistance. Sungu smirked, his tattoos in clear view, confirming that he had been found out. Without hesitation, he introduced himself as the president of the volunteer club, his tone laced with sarcasm. He offered to show Peter around the school, playing the part convincingly in front of others. The students questioned his authority, puzzled by his sudden claim as president. He guided Peter through halls, warning him to behave near teacher zones. They passed through the courtyard where delinquents lingered. Sungu mocked them without concern. The students barked back, but no one stopped him. He continued walking calmly, reaching the auditorium. Sungu changed tone, hinting the tour was a fa Fayad. Inside the empty auditorium, Sungu dropped all pretense and faced Peter directly. He confirmed they were alone, inviting Peter to speak freely without interruption. Peter agreed. A private exchange had been inevitable from the start. Peter shifted the discussion to personal habits. He explained that while people have various routines, there's one habit most with braces avoid: chewing gum. It was unnatural for someone wearing braces to chew it so casually. Peter accused the man of being a decoy, someone unfamiliar with braces, pretending too confidently. The man removed the braces with a grin, admitting they were uncomfortable and unnecessary now. As he peeled off his mask, he acknowledged the link to Peter's enemies and voiced his disappointment at the dull encounter. He reached for a device, pressing it to activate a hidden function. Peter calmly informed him that the auditorium blocked all signals. The plan failed. Trapped in silence, the man realized he was completely isolated. Peter struck instantly, landing a powerful blow before the man could react. Meanwhile, passers-by mistook nearby agents for celebrities or actors. A.T.E. Fei. Observers remained unaware of the intense confrontation unfolding nearby. KGO reflected on past choices, regretting not eliminating Matthias's men sooner. His ally enjoyed the sweets, praising local treats and voicing concern for their master's safety. KGO stood abruptly, sensing urgency, while his companion urged him to relax and eat. KGO reassured his companion, claiming Matthias's minions were no match for Sungu's skill and precision. Though confident, he admitted concern not about Sungu losing. He feared once the body was found, Matthias would be alerted and act immediately. KGO conceded that their master likely anticipated this outcome and had plans in motion. Inside the auditorium, Peter examined the device the decoy left behind. He suspected it was used to communicate with Matthias's network and knew time was running short. Peter concluded there was only one way forward: to infiltrate from within. He put on the fallen agent's mask, intending to pose as one of them to buy time. Before acting further, he decided to investigate how the mask functioned for safe use. Back at the CFA, the topic shifted to Matthias's personality. KJO expressed concern about how far Matthias would go to maintain absolute control. He knew Matthias would stop at nothing to secure his position. Peter received a message through the decoy's secret communication platform. He realized this was how the agents stayed in contact. Coded updates passed between them. Peter prepared his response carefully. One wrong move would give him away. Peter waited silently, watching the group chat. The agents discussed the volunteer club, confirming they were already inside the school and sticking to their plan. One message stood out, a cryptic mention of a greeting. Peter didn't understand the meaning, but knew it mattered. As the message replayed in his mind, Peter turned. He began broadcasting, addressing students and faculty directly, under the alias John Doe. Peter declared himself an advocate of peace, but only if everyone accepted his authority. He warned of consequences for resistance. The price for denying him would be severe. Students murmured in confusion. They didn't recognize the voice or understand the threat. Peter announced the lockdown signals would be blocked, and no one could leave campus. Panic spread quickly. Some realized their phones had no signal. Furious, students pounded on the AV room door, demanding the speaker reveal himself. Peter considered showing force to assert his role and silence their defiance. The gym teacher, Sungjin Ko, tried to break in, yelling threats through the hallway. Peter identified him as a physical education teacher and potential problem. As Sungjin charged, drones activated outside the AV room. Peter activated the broadcast, instructing the entire school to observe carefully. Inside the AV room, the gym teacher shouted threats, unaware he was already being monitored. Students watched anxiously. The camera locked onto the teacher's face as Peter prepared his next move. An explosive force hit the teacher directly, sending him flying backward from the impact. Students screamed in panic. The collapsed body of Mr. Ko left many frozen in shock. Chaos broke loose. Some ran, while others shouted for help. Peter questioned how Matthias remained hidden while executing such elaborate schemes. He suspected Matthias might already be on campus, possibly using a disguise. As students scrambled in fear, Peter searched crowd, trying to identify him. The broadcast declared the lockdown complete. No one could leave, and signals were severed. Amidst the panic, a strange figure emerged, calm, smiling, and fully aware of the chaos. Matthias revealed himself on screen, announcing his control over the school with absolute certainty. The beeping of machines echoes as a voice calls for Mr. O. The blonde man presents the harsh truth. Mr. O's wife needs lifelong hospital care. With a calm yet manipulative tone, he offers a solution. A small device is placed on the counter. Glory will cover the cost. The man continues, asserting that following his command would grant more than financial aid. A silent threat is implied security will be ensured only if obedience is guaranteed. Mr. O, shaken, crouches as the weight of the decision sinks in. The blonde man questions if the offer still isn't enough, staring with indifference. Tears swell in Mr. O's eyes as desperation takes over. He agrees, but demands one condition: no one else in the school must be harmed. The man mocks Mr. O's guilt, dismissing emotional ties to the school. He emphasizes Mr. O's isolation, pointing to a birthday calendar no one noticed. A painful reminder his wife should be his only priority now. An explosion rocks the building. Mr. Ko is struck violently. Students scream as they witness the horror unfold. The lifeless body lies in a pool of blood. Disobedience has a cost. Panic spreads as a stern warning declares that any escape or external contact will result in death. Frustration grows as they discover the main entrance sealed. In desperation, they charge toward the back exit, only to find it locked. Mr. O reaches a secured door and quietly unlocks it, his expression grim. Without hesitation, he jumps from a ledge, landing safely on the ground outside the building. He moves up a stairwell with purpose, distancing himself from the chaos below. He enters a quiet office, the noise behind him fading. His mind replays the manipulator's words, reminders of isolation. Burdened by guilt and pressure, his wife's safety remains the anchor chaining him to this path. Mr. O acknowledges Mr. Ko's death, but convinces himself that no more lives need to be lost. He justifies submission, convincing himself it's the only way to avoid further bloodshed. While walking, he notices a box. Opening it, he finds a tie and a birthday gift. He grabs the envelope beneath it. His fingers tremble slightly. Reading the message, he learns a student remembered his birthday with a thoughtful gift. Another note apologizes for earlier behavior. Mr. O stands silently. Two students eagerly show off wigs, jokingly demanding a verdict. Mr. O brushes off the banter, instructing them to head to class. As he walks away, the students notice his somber mood. A female classmate scolds the boys, calling out their lack of subtlety and poor wig choices. Their excuse reveals intent they wanted to impress. Mr. O, not embarrass him. Letters begin to reveal themselves, written with awkward sincerity. Mr. O silently reads the handwritten notes. Each line reflects thoughtfulness, hidden behind student awkwardness. The tie, once overlooked, is now seen in a different light, evidence of care. He stands alone in the staff room, holding the letters that momentarily soften his internal conflict. Students gather in the hallway, fear gripping them as they question the violence unfolding. A suited man analyzes the scene, puzzled by the lack of explosives. Speculation turns dark. Could students also be targets? Could bombs be hidden on them? Chaos erupts in the corridors. A teacher urges students to take shelter inside classrooms. One man helps another down the hall as panic spreads and bodies are discovered. Fear overtakes reason. Screams rise. The crowd scatters, running blindly for survival. The suited man pauses, requesting a moment. His expression is tense yet controlled. He kneels beside the bloodied corpse, removing his jacket without hesitation. With steady hands, he drapes it over the body. His face hardens, signaling quiet resolve. In the hall, students are urged toward the faculty room as panic rises. The blond man turns, calmly watching the chaos unfold behind him. Elsewhere, the suited man sprints down the corridor. His mind races. Matthias has full control and can detonate bombs anytime, anywhere. A chilling image of Mr. Ko's final moment flashes in his head. He understands the worst case scenario. The entire school could be destroyed if Matthias desired it. A signal reaches a group chat, orders to begin. The suited man knows his next move. He must blend in with the students. Amidst fear and confusion, he must find and neutralize the explosives without detection. A student dismisses the threat, calling it a prank, while others try to calm the crowd. One confident man prepares to break through a door, pulling a hesitant girl with him. Before he reaches it, a powerful punch drops him to the floor, swift and decisive. A heavy blow sends the student crashing into the floor. His pride wounded, he shouts in frustration. Embarrassed in front of his girlfriend, he lashes out at the one who stopped him. Insults follow. He ignores all warnings and blames others for his failure. A voice reminds him of the clear rule: escaping means death. His anger turns to confusion. A white-suited man steps forward calmly, his presence changing the mood instantly. Realizing the danger, the student and his girlfriend backtrack, apologizing nervously. The student sees a chance to prove himself. He confronts the man boldly. He charges, shouting threats, claiming power over the area. But he is instantly overpowered and dropped to the floor in one move. Blood spills. Screams echo. The attacker uses the moment to terrify the others. He lifts the student as an example, warning against defiance. Before he can strike again, his arm is caught mid-swing. A large student grips his wrist tightly. Calmly, he identifies himself from the school's volunteer club. Tension shifts as a new protector steps forward. The masked attacker struggles to break free, but the volunteer's grip tightens with unshakable force. A dark realization flickers across the attacker's face. The students can't witness what's about to happen. Yuna tries to intervene, but her classmate stops her. The man in white smiles calmly. Another volunteer declares it's their time to take action. Confidence replaces hesitation. Spectators worry for their safety, but Biggie and Junior press forward without fear. With perfect coordination, they launch themselves at the masked enemy. Fists crash through defenses. The masked man reels from the strength of their assault. In one motion, Biggie grabs and slams him to the ground. Junior lands a punishing blow. Blood scatters as their combined attack sends the man sprawling. Yuna narrows her eyes and springs into action. Her attack tears through the air. The masked man barely avoids it, but her strike forces him off balance. She snaps her weapon free, preparing for another round. With agility, the man flips midair, taunting them as mere ranks of glory. He ridicules their charge, claiming they know nothing about him or his strength. With a chilling blow, he retaliates, soaring downward to crush his foes below. Yuna watches helplessly as the masked man strikes down her teammate with overwhelming power. The attacker moves without pause, pounding the floor with a storm of blows. A boot steps forward through the dust. Someone new has entered the scene with intent. The man introduces himself, gripping a bat with confidence and wearing a distinct tie. The light frames his figure as he declares his name: Peter. Clad in a suit, he calmly readies himself for the fight ahead, unfazed. A heavy punch lands cleanly on the opponent's face, snapping his head sideways with force. He crashes into the floor, sliding backward and smashing through concrete as debris flies. He grins through the pain, acknowledging the chance to fight the infamous Peter directly. Another figure enters calmly, asking if the opponent would rather walk away. He draws a spiked baton and stands ready. His name: Guangyu, ambush specialist. The title appears, marking the official start of the confrontation between two skilled opponents. Peter attacks first, dashing in with speed and landing a hard strike across the room. Spectators watch from a distance, unsure if they're seeing the same man they once knew. Some question if this is truly the quiet, aging man they remembered. Peter keeps pressing with sharp blows, his opponent blocks but feels the weight. Despite the force, he doubts Peter's true identity, something feels off. He accuses him of being a fake, noting the inconsistency in skill. He charges, claiming the real Peter wouldn't be hit so easily. A violent punch sends Peter flying, shattering the floor. The impact rips through the hall, ending the exchange in brutal fashion. Guangyu collapsed, stunned by the speed of the strike. He hadn't even seen it coming. Thoughts filled his head. This opponent was far beyond his level. As the enemy approached, he mocked Guangyu, questioning his false identity. Guangyu replied weakly. His motives weren't something the enemy could ever understand. A flashback to 2010 revealed his past. He was once ranked 16th as a B-rank killer. Deemed unfit for field duty, he was dismissed, his usefulness considered expired. Instead of termination, they reassigned him to a school role under the pretense of honor. Though polite in wording, it was clearly exile, a silent removal from frontline action. He was bitter. His job now was to train young killers while being sidelined. His wife's medical bills left him with no other choice but to accept the position. Rumors spread quickly. Students buzzed about their new teacher's killer rank. Excitement grew. Some saw him as a chance to rise within glory. In class, Guangyu asked the students about their goals and ambitions. They raised their hands eagerly, naming idols and dreaming of becoming top killers. He listened in silence, realizing their hunger mirrored the past he had lost. The instructor calmly explains the hierarchy within Glory. 666 members. Those who achieve rank and become apostles are promised status. However, he warns that even a small mistake along the way can lead to ruin. He outlines the grim reality: most students won't make it. The scene shifts to the aftermath of failure. He urges the students to sever bonds now. Continues coldly, reminding them that death could come from anyone. They might even be forced to kill each other someday, as duty demands. Ending the harsh lecture, he exits. The class stands silent under the weight of his words. Alone, he reflects on his collapsed life, drinking to numb the pain of failure and illness. Time passed aimlessly, his life tethered to the bottle and regret. Everything changed when he met a new class of students that reignited his purpose. Now in 2021, he once again stands before young recruits at Xinyangwang High School. They eagerly express dreams of becoming like Peter, aiming to be the best at Glory. He responds with sarcasm, masking his concern. The cycle of ambition begins once more. Two excited students praise Mr. O, thrilled by his presence and calling him a real killer. They admit they had low expectations. Mr. O reacts awkwardly, unsure how to respond. She expresses admiration, stating she aspires to reach even a fraction of his past strength. Mr. O is caught off guard. Internally, he wonders why the students are so eager. As the sun sets, students chase after him, still full of questions about killer training. They argue over sword training versus muscle training. Mr. O loses patience, yelling that he has no time to deal with them. Despite his frustration, he gives in, pointing at the track and telling them to run. The students cheer and start running, excited to begin training. Mr. O watches quietly, telling them to continue until he says otherwise. He mutters to himself, doubting their understanding of what it truly means to be a killer. Elsewhere, a classroom door slides open as a new teacher prepares to begin class. A student groans, already annoyed at being forced to attend the volunteer club. The students complain about the old instructor, doubting his value and planning to skip. Mr. O smirked, thinking the class ditching him worked in his favor. As he stepped outside, the empty campus greeted him with peace and quiet. But his eyes widened in surprise. Something unexpected caught his attention across the field. The three students were still running, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, confused. Mr. O called out, demanding to know what they were doing. They answered confidently, claiming they were following the training he assigned earlier. He remembered his own words, telling them to run if they truly wanted to be killers. Realizing they never stopped, he asked why they took it seriously. They said they trusted his judgment. The training changed them. Mr. O stared in silence, struck by their belief in him. To him, this job was just survival. To them, he was a symbol of direction. He lowered his head, recognizing too late the hope they placed in him. One student asked if training was done. Another wanted to continue. They waited for praise, but Mr. O was already walking away without a word. The girl looked to the sky, confused by his silence, unaware of his inner conflict. Mr. O approaches silently, pulling a cart behind him. Still confused, they ask him to repeat. His tone becomes firmer. Internally, he reflects on his failure as a killer, remembering his fall from rank and purpose. Yet he decides failure doesn't mean total ruin. The world doesn't collapse with one setback. The students chatter excitedly about food, bickering over the menu as they ride. He realizes that if he can train them into capable agents, he hasn't failed after all. Back in the present, the assassin agrees to finish the job if the imposter insists on dying. He charges forward with speed, reaching for his weapon mid-motion, but before the strike lands, a hand grabs his wrist tightly, stopping the attack. A student rushes in, screaming for him to leave her teacher alone. The assassin delays the final blow, choosing to kill the girl first. With red eyes glowing, he launches forward, ready to eliminate her without hesitation. Suddenly, the injured Peter lunges, grabbing the attacker from behind. The assassin underestimates his grip. Surprised he can't shake him off. Peter's strength has surged. His opponent realizes he's far more dangerous than before. Peter, bloodied and weak, clings to the enemy, declaring he's not finished yet. A student watches with wide eyes, remembering his earlier words about preparing for a harsh path. In a flashback, Peter tells them he may not always be around. Peter reflects on his failures, acknowledging his downfall as a professional killer. Still, he affirms his purpose to give everything he has left to protect his students. Through blood and grit, he smiles. Even if it costs him everything. With a loud cry, a student launches an attack, smashing the enemy into the ground. The hallway explodes from the impact, debris scattering through the air. Smoke and dust fill the corridor. The girl rushes to Peter's side, calling out in panic. The enemy rises, frustrated. He admits the attack could have ended him if aimed right. He praises the girl's skill, but warns that Peter's internal damage is likely fatal. With cold eyes, he declares she can die alongside her teacher. Suddenly, Peter smashes a fist into the enemy's face, catching him off guard. The ground ruptures violently under the force of Peter's unexpected strike. Staggered, the enemy demands an answer. He wasn't expecting Peter to rise again. The girl stares at the scene, confused by what she's witnessing, unsure how Peter could be standing. A sudden realization hits her. She suspects someone unexpected might have arrived. Through the settling smoke, a masked student steps forward, and she calls out his name in shock. Sungu. Sungu observes the enemy, confirming Peter's unconscious state, despite his body's strange reaction. The injured man still trembles, blood dripping, but remains upright. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Sungu acknowledges Peter's effort to protect them. He gently lowers Peter, insisting it's time for him to rest. Sungu honors him as a great instructor who gave everything for his students. Stepping forward with resolve, he declares he'll take over the fight from here. The older man coughed, startled by the sudden attack in the hallway. Mark 17, unflinching and unreadable, held his stance. Realizing the threat was real, the man braced himself. With a burst of power, unsure of his opponent's identity, the man grew cautious. This wasn't someone he recognized. The masked figure ordered him to get up, coldly mentioning Mark 17. The demand was final, despite the pain. The man analyzed his attacker's strength. He admitted it nearly knocked him out, more dangerous than Guangyu. He questioned if the figure was an apostle but dismissed it. The body didn't match known enemies. From behind, a girl felt hope seeing Sungu arrive. Relief washed over her face. The man chuckled and stepped forward. Strength or not, the enemy was still human. He sensed confidence in his opponent, but also something hidden. Smiling manically, he revealed a trigger device, his trump card. With a scream, he dared Sungu to fight, threatening to kill him. The girl shouted for Sungu to escape, aware of the explosives. But Sungu didn't move. Calmly, he challenged the man to try. She stared, horrified. Sungu's defiance might push the enemy too far. The man grinned, tauntingly pressing the detonator. In a flash, the hallway erupted in a blinding explosion. Debris flew in every direction as the floor shattered. Smoke spread across the corridor. A girl nearby stared, wide-eyed. To her shock, Sungu stood calmly in the center of the blast area, completely unharmed. Her mind raced. He hadn't dodged or moved at all. Yet there wasn't a scratch on him. Sungu questioned his attacker, asking why the explosion didn't finish him. Grinning, Sungu mocked his opponent, implying he might just enjoy the attention. Confusion crept into the girl's thoughts. Her concern grew. She didn't understand why Sungu kept provoking someone that dangerous. The bomber's hand trembled as he kept his thumb on the switch. His confidence wavered. Sungu stepped forward, explaining he had been observing every movement since the start. He deduced that the enemy never strayed far, suggesting a pattern behind the bomb placement. Pointing around him, Sungu concluded the areas the man walked were likely free of explosives. The bomber smirked in response, admitting Sungu's deduction was accurate. However, he warned that the students behind Sungu might not share that same safety. With calm defiance, Sungu stood in front of the frightened students and posed a question. Annoyed, The man dismissed the question as nonsense. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with another explosive in hand. Sungu remained composed, reflecting that as humans. In one swift motion, he closed the distance, dodging and preparing to counter. With precision, he struck, sending the detonator and blood flying. The attacker raged, calling the teacher a weakling unworthy of loyalty or protection. Sungu responded mid-attack, challenging the insult with swift action and rising strength. A powerful blow landed, launching the enemy into the air. The ground shattered from impact as Sungu's strike sent tremors through the hallway. Bruised and dazed, the attacker cursed their loyalty and mocked their belief in the teacher. He scoffed at the idea that someone so weak could inspire others, mocking even as he fell. The attacker gasped, muttering about the boss who needed no tools to kill. He warned that once the boss set eyes on a target, it was already over. Elsewhere, a girl arrived at the infirmary just as the ominous final words rang in her ears. Students rushed down the hallway in panic. Inside the infirmary, the girl sat in disbelief as Sungu confirmed the truth. She struggled to process how someone so composed had managed to plant bombs undetected in the chaos. Sungu explained that Matthias's technique was nearly impossible to catch without deliberately watching for it. Startled, she asked what kind of technique could be so deceptive. He responded with a term legerdemain, urging her to watch closely. With swift hand motion, he crushed a nearby object as a demonstration. Shocked, she jumped as the object burst apart from the subtle movement. He clarified it was sleight of hand, similar to a magician's trick. Sungu described Matthias's mastery so fast and precise, even slow, motion couldn't track it. The girl, suddenly alarmed, asked if everyone touched by Matthias might have been marked. She reminded him that he had made contact too. Sungu quietly responded, "As for me." Elsewhere, Matthias downplayed the threat. To his team, the incident was minor, not a concern. In another moment, he smiled gently, asking a student if they were okay. He offered to escort the child calmly, his fingers already flicking something unseen. The boy paused, sensing something wrong. He asked for a moment, eyes focused and sharp. Matthias observed him in silence, hiding amusement behind a calm exterior. As the student knelt and adjusted his jacket, Matthias smiled. Elsewhere, students panicked, confused by the silence outside. Their phones were down. Mr. Ko's murder remained unreported, and even ambulances hadn't arrived. Sungu reflected quietly he had deciphered the bomb-planting method, yet unease lingered in his mind. Sungu admitted Matthias wasn't the biggest threat. His concern lay with someone far worse, the boss. He recalled the minion's words. Once the boss recognized a target, it was over. Despite what he knew, Sungu remained skeptical. He felt Matthias was hiding something critical. His thoughts deepened. The phrase, "recognizes his target," echoed without clarity. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with secret messages. Several anonymous texts discussed Peter and a hidden plan. Reading them, Sungu realized something chilling. They wanted him to discover the truth. Back with the students, someone shouted something strange was on their arm. Panic erupted. Several noticed small devices attached to their skin without warning. One tried to scratch his off, but Sungu lunged forward, yelling desperately. Sungu plunged the student's arm into the aquarium. A second later, the bomb popped off in a burst of flame, narrowly avoiding lethal damage. As the student writhed in fear, convinced he'd lost an arm, Sungu realized the true danger wasn't Matthias's method of planting bombs. The real threat was their inability to safely remove the devices once attached. His own case was lucky the bomb had only stuck to his jacket. Others weren't so fortunate. Sungu questioned Matthias's endgame, disturbed by the level of control displayed. Meanwhile, inside a quiet office, an aide asked if Peter would reveal himself. The answer was no. Peter would only appear if he was forced to abandon everything else. Matthias clarified he didn't want to control Peter. He aimed to dominate Peter's surroundings. With pressure on Peter's world, he believed Peter would reveal himself naturally, but even if he didn't, it didn't matter. Matthias tossed an object casually, unconcerned, smirking. Matthias declared the game would end once the next variable was dealt with. A loud alert echoed through the school as an announcement began. Students were ordered to gather in the assembly hall. Yuna stood frozen, the name Matthias echoing in her mind. Her instincts screamed danger. A grim broadcast continued: any suspicious action would result in immediate detonation. In the assembly hall, fear settled among the students. Some hoped for resistance, suggesting they fight back together. Others shot the idea down. They were unranked and powerless compared to Matthias. Even the strongest among them trembled. Yuna sensed the same fear spreading through every corner of the room. A faint sound of footsteps silenced the room. Heads turned toward the stage. Yuna spotted the figure approaching. Each step echoed with weight and certainty. From behind the curtain, a tall man in red emerged, calm and in full control. Yuna's gaze narrowed as Matthias stepped up. The tension in the room tightened. Addressing the crowd, Matthias greeted the volunteer club and promised an explanation. Spotting Yuna, he smiled faintly. She was exactly who he'd been waiting for. Matthias recounted her history, her pursuit of Peter, and ties to Apostle Nathaniel. He identified her publicly: Yuna Lee, rank Glory Killer, ranked 335th. Stepping closer, he made his demand clear. He believed she knew Peter, and wanted to know where he was. Yuna firmly denied knowing Peter's whereabouts, and insisted no one in the volunteer club did either. Matthias acknowledged her answer without surprise, stepping away with a calm smile. He preparing to provoke a reaction that might draw Peter out of hiding. The students watched anxiously as Matthias extended his hand, his tone turning darker. He licked his finger with unsettling intent, his expression shifting into something unhinged. With chilling focus, he pointed at Yuna's head, suggesting she'd be the first target in his game. Matthias pauses mid-count, sensing something is off. A quick glance confirms a discrepancy in the lineup. Tension spreads among the students as several faces turn pale. Unease replaces silence. He announces one volunteer club member is missing. The crowd reacts in surprise, eyes drawn to the center. With narrowed eyes, Matthias mutters the name Sunggu Kim. His tone holds weight. A memory resurfaces of Sunggu narrowly escaping an earlier incident involving Peter. Suspicion grows. Sunggu's presence at every related event now appears deliberate, not chance. A subordinate offers to search outside, but Matthias declines without hesitation. He decides to wait, confident the boy can't hide forever. Instructs drones to monitor the exterior, preparing for containment. Hidden in shadow, Sunggu listens. Cameras won't help them. He's already close, standing just behind the subordinate without being noticed. Elsewhere, his allies grow tense, aware their cover might not last. Sunggu explains he must stay near Matthias for a reason. He reveals a mask embedded with a communicator and voice changer. The mask also grants access to secret intel shared among Matthias's group. Sunggu reveals his intent to manipulate Matthias's technology against him. Yuna questions the complexity of the infiltration, unsure of its risks. He believes using their systems is the only way to disarm the network of bombs Matthias has prepared. Sunggu unveils a signal jammer, explaining its function to block radio frequencies. He demonstrates how interference works, though initial attempts seem ineffective. Through visualization, he explains his plan, not to block signals directly. He reflects on the boss's instincts. Recognition alone is enough to initiate an attack. Once Matthias sees his target, the result is fatal. No signals are required. Despite uncertainty, Sunggu commits to observation, hoping to uncover a gap in their control. A disguised agent stands close to Matthias, scanning for bomb frequencies, while Yuna stays low nearby. Yuna worries the mission is reckless. Surveillance and attention make exposure more likely. Determined, she resolves to act. There is only one option: neutralize Matthias's control systems directly. Yuna initiates the jamming process. The interface confirms signal disruption has started. With limited time, she hopes the interruption will disable key weapons before detection occurs. Suddenly, her eyes widen. Something unexpected is unfolding right in front of her. Matthias recognizes resistance among the group. With quiet menace, he speaks to himself, affirming that no one will be able to stop him now. Elsewhere, a plan to stall Matthias forms. His subordinate considers how to delay him. Matthias addresses the entire assembly, stating that in 3 minutes. He smirks coldly as he confirms the countdown. The red lights and beeping begin to trigger panic. He warns against movement or tampering. Any attempt to escape or interfere will immediately trigger the bombs. Fear spreads as students plead and panic. One warns others not to touch anything. Matthias mocks the situation, calling out Peter, knowing he won't reveal himself. He claims Peter's strength lies in remaining hidden and once exposed. Yuna trembles, realizing the bombs will kill them all. They're nearly out of time. Sunggu knows Matthias likely understands how jamming works. He fears there is a flaw in their plan, a blind spot Matthias could exploit. Sunggu reveals the need to locate a secure frequency. Doing so would protect them. Yuna reacts in shock. It would take at least 20 minutes to achieve. Sunggu doubts Matthias will allow them even a fraction of that time. With only seconds left, Matthias dares Peter to act. His voice taunts, panic spreads. Some students shout in fear while others argue whether to fight back or give up. The countdown drops. Matthias mocks Peter's silence. Matthias coldly tells the crowd to abandon hope. The bombs will explode regardless. He leans in, reminding everyone he has never broken a promise. As the counter hits one, tension peaks, all eyes look for a miracle, but no one moves. Just before detonation, Matthias's hand jerks. A knife flies from his grip with a smack. He plays it off casually, apologizing with sarcasm. The distraction buys a few precious seconds. Two men seize the moment. They move to delay Matthias, pretending to return the weapon. The crowd watches in confusion as the Doko brothers intervene. Yuna breathes a sigh of relief. Their actions disrupted the countdown. The brothers declare loyalty to Peter, vowing to support him even without having met him. Yuna begins connecting the dots. Biggie and Junior might be more than bystanders. Sengyu states that once he secures a proper frequency, they need more time, but with Matthias watching, that's the one thing they don't have. In the infirmary, Biggie and Junior reflect on the reality that Matthias won't allow them enough time to complete the plan. Sunggu, aware of the urgency, doesn't yet have a clear answer. The weight of delay rests heavily on him. Meanwhile, their classmates scold them for joking around, unaware that their levity hides a calculated purpose. Biggie argues their behavior keeps morale from collapsing, claiming their antics serve a hidden value. Sharing a silent farewell, they prepare to sacrifice themselves, recognizing the risk ahead. They bolt forward, grinning, hurling themselves into chaos, with reckless resolve. Their sudden assault disrupts the enemy line. Shocked guards are caught off guard. Blades clash. Explosions erupt around them. Each movement gains precious seconds. Despite being struck, one brother smiles knowing their gamble worked. Matthias applauds mockingly as a bomb explodes. Mid-charge, Biggie is thrown back. Smoke fills the air. The moment hangs in silence. Matthias coldly warns, next time more than a leg will be lost. Biggie urges Junior to stay away, but Junior refuses. He grips the trigger, tighter, ready to continue what they started. With defiant eyes, Junior charges, committed to the very end. Junior rushes forward, but is caught by the throat. He's thrown violently. The blast of another detonation leaves the area shaken and covered in smoke. One of Matthias's men asks for orders. Matthias coldly decides to make an example of them. Yuna, unable to watch, screams in defiance and charges, driven by rage and helplessness. A body crashes hard. Matthias smiles with eerie satisfaction, silently giving a signal. Junior is pinned, forced to open his mouth. Another massive explosion erupts. Shock and debris scatter across the gymnasium. Yuna rushes through the haze, screaming for Biggie and Junior, eyes filled with dread. A new figure emerges from the smoke, wearing the mask once used for infiltration. Confusion spreads. Students murmur as they witness the attacker fighting Matthias's men beneath the mask. Sunggu reflects silently on everything he's about to leave behind. He steps forward. Matthias recognizes him immediately and smiles. The final reveal has begun. Matthias speaks Sunggu's name aloud, eyes narrowing. The crowd gasps at the revelation. Students murmur, realizing Sunggu had been among them the entire time. Matthias warns him, as long as he's present, he's under control and can't escape his authority. Yuna realizes the signals couldn't have been jammed. Panic sets in as she sees Sunggu exposed. She yells for him to escape, but an ominous click echoes as one of Matthias's men prepares to act. Matthias turns slowly, gaze focused. Confusion spreads through the crowd as tension escalates. Suddenly, bombs begin to fall from students' bodies, hitting the ground without detonating. Explosions rip through the gym structure. Chaos erupts as debris rains from above. Through the smoke, Matthias glares toward center, finally acknowledging the effectiveness of jamming. Matthias's enforcer taunts, questioning how it feels to lose control. He raises the jammer in defiance, turning Matthias's words back at him. Sunggu's smirk returns. Power has shifted. Control now lies in his hands. Students froze as the bombs began dropping from their bodies. No explosion followed, only stunned silence. Two stood in disbelief, questioning why the detachment hadn't triggered detonation. As the bombs hit the floor harmlessly, confusion spread. Urgent voices warned others to stay back. An explosion shattered the ceiling, raining debris across the gym. The force echoed with destruction. Emerging from the smoke, a calm figure in a red jacket surveyed the chaos with intent. A man raised a device, declaring his control. Cold eyes emphasized his complete authority over the scene. He assured no more explosions would follow, and gave orders to escort the injured out. Chaos turned to motion. Students ran, driven by panic. The Doko brothers were among them. The red-coated figure clapped slowly, admiring the calm execution amidst disorder. He addressed Sunggu directly, acknowledging his interference and intelligence. He admitted surprise at the jamming attempt, impressed by the hidden capability. Suspicion lingered, was Peter the one behind Sunggu's sudden expertise? He warned that Peter's protection wouldn't last. Dozens of agents in white suits stepped forward, trained and loyal to Trinity. He hinted at a power able to change even the darkest hearts. The blond man narrowed his gaze, trying to discern the hidden intent behind Sungu's calm demeanor. Sungu drew a baton with quiet confidence, stating it held the power of correction. Scoffing lightly, the observer accepted the challenge without hesitation. Elite fighters lunged forward with precision, surrounding Sungu without wasting movement. A student watching from afar realized these attackers were far more skilled than previous enemies. Sungu stood unfazed, while the blonde leader watched silently, analyzing the developing clash. Amala Lao struck first, dashing in with fluid momentum and spinning mid-air. Memgabe Gyuba followed, his heavy strike slicing through the air with brutal force. Despite the relentless pressure, Sungu parried and countered with sharp, measured strikes. Alexei Ivanov lunged next, flanked by Hakam, Eva, and others each bearing lethal intent. A swift exchange followed. Red flashes and bone-cracking sounds filled the hall. Name cards fluttered mid-fight, showing the identities of high-level operatives being neutralized. The ground shook as enemies were thrown back, impact cracks rippling beneath them. Sungu stood firm and asked about the mysterious force supposedly on the enemy's side. The blond man frowned, his respect growing. Sungu wasn't just talented. A grin formed as realization dawned. Sungu's capabilities exceeded all expectations. The observer assessed that his skills weren't just impressive, they went beyond elite standards. Accepting the gap in strength, the man resolved to match Sungu's pace. A girl observed, impressed by Sungu's consistent ability to defeat enemies beyond his level. Concern crept in as she sensed tension building in Sungu's posture mid-battle. Despite their advantage, she questioned the sudden change in his demeanor. A red warning flared as new objects descended from above at high velocity. The blonde antagonist introduced a fresh threat with a smug tone. Realizing the danger, Sungu shouted for retreat as panic returned to the room. Explosives rained from the sky, shocking everyone. The girl quickly tried to analyze the situation. Confident in their earlier interference, she believed the bombs were neutralized. Sungu dashed forward again, eyes fixed and jaw clenched. Despite the jamming, bombs detonated mid-air, triggering widespread panic. The girl shouted that the system was still active, but Sungu warned her to stay away. The enemy issued a cold command, targeting Sungu's left arm as an explosion hit. Yuna screamed in shock as she noticed Sungu's arm, her voice rising in alarm. The enemy's delighted expression twisted with cruelty, licking his lips as the trap succeeded. A massive blast erupted, hurling debris and shaking the battlefield as Sungu shielded Yuna. Thick smoke flooded the area, making visibility nearly impossible as chaos spread again. Yuna ducked behind cover, questioning how the enemy was still activating bombs. Her thoughts raced. There was no physical detonator. Then it clicked. A brain-computer interface. Sungu confirmed her suspicion, explaining a chip was likely hidden on the scalp or neck. He admitted, the tech was real, but extremely difficult to use with such accuracy. Sungu stared ahead, troubled. He couldn't comprehend how Matthias was executing it so perfectly. A flashback began. In the late 1990s, secret research into brainwave, computer syncing was underway. Despite high hopes, subjects began reacting violently to the experiments. The tests failed repeatedly. Most human bodies couldn't handle the neural strain. The project seemed dead until a breakthrough revived it unexpectedly. Researchers witnessed machines respond to mental commands in real time. One scientist, Dr. Elio Marcellus, emerged as the key figure behind this impossible advancement. Yuna questioned how Matthias was achieving such precision with such a difficult interface. Sungu acknowledged Matthias's genius might surpass even Dr. Marcellus. A new swarm of drones filled the air, engines buzzing, each equipped with red explosives. Matthias stood beneath the swarm, completely surrounded yet perfectly composed in control. Sungu deduced the jamming wouldn't affect this fleet due to the unique frequencies of the interface. He clenched his jaw. Matthias had total command of the battlefield, immune to outside disruption. Matthias smirked, aware that his thoughts alone operated the weaponized drones overhead. He praised Sungu's quick reflexes during the explosion, impressed by his adaptive reaction. That movement had saved him, minimizing injury even under precise targeting. Matthias acknowledged how improbable Sungu's survival seemed given his young age and low rank. He admitted disbelief, but also fascination, declaring his intent to observe further. With a twisted grin, he looked forward to what Sungu might do next. The room trembled as drones swarmed in tighter formation, signaling imminent release. Yuna panicked. Hundreds, maybe thousands of bombs hovered above. Even Sungu couldn't handle that scale. As pressure mounted, she forced herself to think while Sungu watched in silence. As drones continued to hover, Yuna asked if Sungu had a plan. Without hesitation, he declared he had thought of a strategy to bring Matthias down. Turning to Yuna, He asked about her leg, gauging her ability to move swiftly. She confirmed she could run, though confused by his sudden concern. Sungu told her to prepare. With no time to explain, urgency pushed him forward. He made it clear it was time to put his new idea into action. Grabbing a chair, Sungu spun with momentum, launching it toward the drone cluster above. A fiery explosion erupted on impact, engulfing the center in chaos. Smoke covered the area as debris rained down across the battlefield. Matthias stood motionless within the smoke, observing the disruption without emotion. Yuna and Sungu fled, panting. She questioned the value of running from an enemy who could easily follow. Sungu agreed. Matthias seemed nearly invincible, but insisted that didn't mean unbeatable. He emphasized the keyword nearly. That small weakness was their chance. Yuna didn't fully grasp the logic, but trusted his confidence. Sungu admitted doubt, yet remained committed to trying the one plan he believed might work. Sungu and Yuna arrived at a staircase, ascending quickly toward a higher floor. He stopped and declared they'd reached the destination. Yuna hesitated, uncertain. She realized they had entered an unusual place, considering the situation a quiet library. Surrounded by shelves, Yuna questioned the plan as they moved deeper inside. Elsewhere, Matthias mocked their strategy, amused by their decision to hide among books. He warned that no matter the traps they prepared, he would ensure everyone failed. Sungu led the girl into the quiet library, ignoring her concern. Rows of bookshelves stretched in all directions, forming a maze. She questioned the decision, doubting their safety inside, but Sungu reasoned it was riskier outside, where civilians might be harmed. As she continued speaking, a loud creak stopped them. Sungu instantly silenced her, sensing movement nearby. Footsteps echoed through the large open space. Someone was coming, steady and unafraid. They remained hidden. The sound grew louder. The intruder's intent was clear. A man in red appeared and mocked their choice of hiding place, calling out Sungu's name. The girl suddenly understood. The library was chosen for its complex layout. The shelves provided cover. It gave them a tactical edge. Drones couldn't navigate easily. Obstacles blocked their sensors. She felt relief. Matthias wouldn't find them easily here, but an explosion shattered the calm. Sungu pulled her down. Debris flew everywhere as they hit the floor behind cover. Matthias stepped in, speaking with confidence. Drones scanned the area, red lights sweeping the aisles. Through the feed, he locked onto them. Their cover was blown. Yuna sprinted forward, triggering the drone's sensors. One drone turned sharply, targeting her as the red light flashed. Before it could fire, Sungu appeared and smashed it with a powerful punch. Matthias watched calmly from a distance, mocking Sungu's tactic of using Yuna as bait to break the drones. Leaning forward, Matthias questioned how long such a plan could hold up under pressure. With narrowed eyes, he declared that he'd be watching Sungu closely, waiting for a mistake. Behind him, a swarm of drones hovered in formation, increasing in number and humming with lethal intent. Sungu crouched beside Yuna, telling her to listen carefully. He instructed her to retrieve what he'd mentioned earlier. She nodded and prepared to move. She hesitated, worried for his safety, but he urged her to stay focused on her task. Sungu reassured her she had already contributed more than enough. He turned away, saying they'd meet again if he survived. He dashed out alone. Yuna remained behind, silently watching his back fade. Sungu ran through the aisles, determined to buy time. Drones locked on and pursued, targeting him mid-sprint. Their red lights focused. They initiated the strike. Explosions tore through the aisles as drones unleashed a relentless barrage. Sungu evaded the blasts, sprinting between falling shelves. The intensity grew, limiting his escape routes. Determined, he pushed forward, with time running out. He knew Yuna needed every second. Matthias watched from a distance. Curious, he considered whether Sungu aimed to wear down his forces, but doubt lingered. Was it strategy or desperation that drove Sungu's movements? Sungu pressed on. His body ached, but retreat wasn't an option. He had to hold out longer. The drones advanced. Matthias mocked Sungu, feigning concern beneath the threat. Sungu dodged blasts and replied internally. His goal wasn't to win, but to delay. He maneuvered past another volley. Debris scattered. The force of each detonation grew stronger. Matthias ridiculed Sungu's efforts, dismissing his agility as ineffective against overwhelming firepower. Sungu blocked blasts with anything nearby. Books and shelves shielded him momentarily. Smoke filled the room. Explosions erupted behind him, shaking the foundation. Matthias calmly walked through the ruined library, footsteps echoing between the flames. He approached Sungu, who now struggled to rise amid the wreckage. Staring down at him, Matthias concluded he saw no more fight left. Matthias stood confidently, dismissing Sungu's earlier effort. All the movement, he believed, had achieved nothing. He concluded Sungu's abilities had been overestimated. Meanwhile, Yuna, watching from afar, feared how injured he might be. Her concern deepened. Something felt off. The situation didn't match Matthias's apparent control. Yuna questioned why Matthias had suddenly stopped attacking. The pause was too deliberate. Matthias offered Sungu a chance to surrender. If he revealed information about Peter, he would be spared. Matthias extended an offer to join him instead. He believed Sungu had potential worth using. Sungu raised his head slowly and mocked Matthias's sudden friendliness. Approaching step by step, he challenged Matthias's motives for talking so much. He questioned whether Matthias was stalling for a reason of his own. Yuna grew confused. Sungu's confidence didn't match his injuries. He asked if Matthias had heard of the phrase, all bark, no bite. Sungu suggested Matthias couldn't bring himself to strike, leaving him speechless. Yuna noticed Matthias sweating. The shift in power was visible, she called out, sensing the opportunity. Sungu responded calmly. With a grin, he challenged Matthias to detonate the device if he dared. Sungu acknowledged the power of Matthias's brain-computer interface. Yet he pointed out a critical flaw: the potential for system overload when pushed beyond capacity. Matthias stood across from him, panting slightly, his body showing early signs of strain. Sungu compared the interface to overheating machines, unable to function without rest or cooling. Matthias's silence hinted that the analogy hit close. His breathing was uneven. Sungu noted how talkative Matthias had become, a stalling tactic to buy time for recovery. Matthias admitted that no one had ever uncovered his weakness before, not even his allies. He praised Sungu for seeing through him, genuinely surprised by his perception. Still, he confirmed the overload. His drone control system had temporarily shut down. Matthias declared his technology had reached its limit and must be abandoned. With his interface down, he would now fight directly. The true battle was beginning. He launched manual bombs, fast and volatile, triggering on contact, far deadlier than drones. Sungu's eyes widened as the explosives rushed toward him with dangerous precision. He rolled away, narrowly avoiding multiple blasts that erupted behind him. The fight had grown harder. Matthias's throws were unexpectedly fast and sharply accurate. Explosions tore through the shelves again, ripping apart anything in Matthias's path. Dust and flame flooded the aisles. Despite this, he remained convinced Sungu couldn't win. He launched another barrage without hesitation, yet doubt crept in. Sungu's steady composure under fire made no sense to him. Elsewhere, Yuna found what Sungu had requested. Relief flickered across her face, but uncertainty followed. She didn't know how it would help against Matthias. She spotted Sungu and called out, unaware the confrontation was reaching its peak. Matthias mocked Sungu, claiming there was nowhere left to run. Sungu agreed. They were close enough for something final, he warned Matthias. Bomb explosions affected a 3-foot radius, meaning both of them were at risk. Sungu emphasized that Matthias was in just as much danger. He made his choice clear, then grabbed and hurled a heavy table. Matthias's vision was blocked. Confused, he lost sight of Sungu's movement. Matthias evaded the table with ease, dismissing the tactic as futile. But Sungu wasn't aiming for damage. He used the distraction to close the gap, bursting through the debris. Sungu struck, catching Matthias completely off guard. Matthias widened his eyes as Sungu burst through the wooden table, closing the distance with a direct charge. Sungu's strike landed, exploiting Matthias's weak footing and forcing him back. Matthias regained posture, recognizing the attack as a setup to test his response speed and mobility. Yuna watched nervously before Sungu signaled her success and moved swiftly. Grabbing the metal object, he launched into another attack, now fully armed. Matthias braced himself as Sungu warned this was just the beginning of what was coming next. Overlooking a barren desert, 2 observers assessed the terrain, their focus on the notorious Matthias. Perched high in a tree, the red-haired woman questions if anyone could surpass him in strength or skill. Philly, masked and watchful, reminds her that even the strongest have a fatal weakness. She explains that every person carries an inherent flaw, something no power can erase. They wonder aloud what Matthias' weakness might be, though even apostles like them may not uncover it. A crash interrupts the moment. Someone slides into view inside a room, kicking up dust and tension. Bloodied but grinning, Matthias rises, his breath heavy after another intense clash. Only one person had ever seen through his technique, despite countless challengers. That man had been an apostle, yet even that encounter didn't match this moment's weight. Sungu, dismissed as a D rank, had deciphered Matthias' planting strategy. He exposed the overload risks and the brain-computer interface behind the detonations. That knowledge turned the tide. He saw through it all. Sungu predicted every move, forcing Matthias into close quarters. The battle raged, weapons clashed, blood flew, neither side yielding. An explosion erupted behind Matthias. Sungu wasn't finished yet. Matthias notices Sungu picking up a trash can and questions the move. In a sudden burst, Sungu hurls the can, masking his real attack underneath. With explosive momentum, Sungu uses a trash bag to wrap around Matthias. Sungu slams Matthias with full force, shaking floor and sending shockwaves through the room. From a distance, a woman watches, realizing Matthias isn't invincible without his bombs. She believes Sungu now holds the upper hand until something unexpected catches her attention. Matthias emerges from the smoke, completely unscathed, radiating calm and menace. He admits he once relied on explosives, but implies that he has changed. He's stronger now. Tearing open his shirt, he prepares to show Sungu something even more dangerous. Sungu stands weakened but determined. Matthias mocks his struggle with confident ease. He begins to reveal a deeper truth, indicating this fight is far from over. The girl watching fears what's coming, whispering a desperate plea. Matthias smiles wickedly, then triggers an enormous explosion that lights up the entire room. Dozens of deadly drones deploy from above, descending with sharp precision and glowing red cores. His brain, computer interface has evolved. He warns Sungu of the final, unavoidable storm. Matthias mocks Sungu's defiance, claiming even a reincarnation of Peter would fall before his power. With a twisted grin, he declares that even Peter would have bowed to his authority. Surrounded by whirring drones, Sungu stands alone as Matthias prepares the finishing blow. A girl screams Sungu's name, desperate to intervene despite her helplessness until now. Sungu, bloodied and steady, accepts the stakes. There is no turning back. Matthias coldly gives the command to target the head, sealing his intent to kill. Explosions erupt violently. The girl cries out, horror reflected in her eyes. Sungu stands still beneath the blast as flames engulf the room. Matthias watches the destruction, convinced his overwhelming attack has ended it all. His smug expression fades. Something feels off. His interface should have stabilized by now. Panic creeps in. His full recovery was certain, yet the system falters unexpectedly. Sungu rises through the smoke, calmly. He says it is time to reveal the truth. Sungu prepares to strike back. Matthias, now shaken, braces for the unknown. The girl watches, stunned, as Matthias collapses to the floor unexpectedly. From above, Sungu laughs quietly. He's understood something Matthias hasn't. Matthias realizes something felt off during their clash. Sungu's explosion wasn't a mistake, but a choice. He now understands that Sungu intentionally allowed the bomb to hit, aiming to get close. The blood wasn't collateral, it was bait, used to directly interact with Matthias' tech. The girl watches, confused by the sudden shift in control, and surprised Sungu planned so far ahead. Matthias explains that blood, rich in ions, is highly conductive, more so than water. Yet the girl still doesn't understand what in the library could create electricity to trigger such a result. Matthias answers, it was the plastic trash bag, deceptively simple but essential. Sungu confirms, explaining how static electricity from friction created thousands of volts. That moment when blood and plastic touched the overloaded system was all he needed. The sudden voltage spike caused the interface to malfunction. Sungu steps forward, revealing he allowed the system to recover just long enough, because that would buy him time to recover as well. Sungu surges with force, launching a surprise attack that shatters the room around them. Matthias, hit hard, reels backward with blood spraying from his mouth. This time, the momentum is entirely Sungu's. Sungu rises from the debris, calm and controlled. Matthias lies defeated but still conscious. He questions his opponent. With all that power and knowledge, Matthias responds, battered but certain. To him, loyalty to Raphael was the right path. Matthias begins to reflect on his life. To outsiders, photos of a smiling wife and son painted the illusion of happiness and success. Admired and envied by peers, he carried the image of a man who had achieved everything. Anger boils within him as he remembers the judgment of others. His father's genius and temper created a volatile home. While the world saw a brilliant scientist, Matthias believed his work could bring peace, unlike the chaos he knew at home. His mother, unaware of explosives or science, bore the brunt of his father's cruelty. The genius admired by the world was a monster in private, something no one else saw. A traumatic event shattered it all. For years, Matthias had silently endured his father's abuse. Then one day, they visited an amusement park, a rare moment of family peace. As they approached a ride, a small change in seat placement would alter everything. At the amusement park, young Matthias explains the physics behind the ride. She beams with pride, calling him her little genius as they sit at a cafe. The moment is filled with joy, balloons in the air, calm surroundings. Together, they stroll through the park, capturing memories and sharing laughter. Matthias grins, eyes wide with happiness. He tells his mother he wants to return next year. She agrees without hesitation. But that return never comes. The scene fades into darkness. Blood and rain mark the day tragedy struck. At the funeral, his mother cries out in despair, mourning the loss. No one else truly understands. Matthias watches silently. To him, his death meant peace for her. He chose to endure the abuse, believing it better him than her. Alone with his father, the beatings grew worse, relentless and cruel. Now, every aspect of his life fell under his father's strict, violent control. He imagined escape countless times. The door, always locked, symbolized lost hope. Each night he wished to rest without fear, but comfort never came. His father's voice echoed mocking, denying his pain. Peace was always just out of reach. Lying in bed, young Matthias dreams of peace, not through escape. A breakthrough inspires him. He believes he can bring order, even change the world. His father praises a new invention, impressed by the sophistication of the boy's device. Matthias silently offers a final goodbye. His invention wasn't for praise. Sent away for groceries, he walks calmly under the night sky. Moments later, an explosion erupts loud, final, and deliberate. In the present, Matthias admits his desire for control was born from that torment. He sought absolute authority to prevent chaos. Just as his father ruled by fear to maintain power, he turned to explosives. Glory supported his vision of dominance, collapsed. He mutters that his authority isn't over. Sungu watches, unmoved. He warns that Glory's influence only leads to destruction. Just then, Matthias' phone vibrates. The name Raphael appears. Someone else is still watching. Sungu picks up the phone, his mind racing. The mission isn't finished yet. He activates voice change mode, determined to extract what he needs from the next target. With one final step, he prepares to deceive Raphael and end this fight once and for all. Sungu kneels beside Matthias' unconscious body, reporting to Raphael. Despite his best efforts, he admits Peter's strength was overwhelming, far beyond expectations. Back in Raphael's office, rage erupts as he realizes Peter has hidden his power all along, playing weak until now. Sungu adds he has something Raphael will want to hear. After a pause, Peter's voice suddenly speaks through the call, revealing it's a voice disguise. Raphael freezes, realizing too late. He's not speaking to his agent but Peter himself. Police restrained angry citizens, shouting at the arrested suspects outside the school. News confirmed a terrorist group launched an assault on a Seoul high school. Despite the danger, only 2 casualties occurred. All hostages were rescued, and every terrorist was arrested without further incident. Authorities withheld details about the group's identity and how they were subdued. Civilians cheered a mysterious savior believed to have stopped the attack. Reporters pushed forward, demanding answers about the group's motives and possible accomplices behind the school assault. The fight against Matthias had ended. He was now in custody, stripped of all abilities, held in a secured room. His brain signals disrupted equipment. Technicians increased voltage in response. Authorities processed the school footage, trying to manage what little evidence remained intact. Jiwon, irritated, deleted the school footage while complaining about cleanup duties. Though recordings were gone, students still remembered everything they saw, agreeing to stay silent. They joked and rested, keeping the truth hidden. A patient refused to remove his tie, claiming it helped his recovery. The doctor relented and discharged him after light-hearted resistance. As he left, he quietly reflected, hinting that his journey wasn't over. In the aftermath of the chaos, Sungu stood silently in the classroom, realizing that remaining at the school would only invite further risk. With a final look, he slipped away, leaving behind only the identity of Sungu Kim. A riverside cityscape framed his new surroundings, though his face was calm. Nearby, a group rested quietly, but the peace was broken by shouting civilians accusing them of being delinquents. The group dismissed the claims, unfazed by the misunderstanding. The woman beside Sungu voiced her irritation at the baseless harassment, while the others walked away. He remained quiet, but she turned to him with intent, calling his name softly. He responded calmly, aware that something important was about to be said. She confessed her growth since meeting him, thanking him not just for herself, but for her brother Yujin. Her voice trembled with sincerity as she smiled at him under the fading afternoon light. Sungu agreed, saying it was right to return the help one receives. His mind drifted to darker memories, his childhood marked by violence and survival. In those memories, every moment was filled with pain, a stark contrast to now. Sungu remembered surviving by fighting for food, learning early that weakness meant hunger the next day. Later, he experienced student life for the first time at Yongguang High School. During those days, he met many new faces. He recalled witnessing strong emotions from others. He also remembered the violence they faced. Even through the danger, he saw loyalty and care that he had never known in his earlier life. Those memories stayed with him as he stood alone, thinking about everything he had shared with them. Simonin called his name, and he turned to see familiar people approaching with concern. Scenes of their time together flashed through his mind. Sungu admitted he didn't know how much time he had left. He promised to carry the memories for the rest of his days, even if he disappeared from their lives. The girl watched him closely, preparing to ask about a promise he once made. Sungu said that when the right time came, he would explain everything honestly, but now he stayed silent, his expression turning serious as he avoided the subject again. She grew frustrated, realizing he still wasn't ready to reveal the truth. Sungu was confronted as the boys demanded answers. The pressure grew when they pointed out he didn't act like a real high schooler. Before he could respond, one of them revealed his identity. Silence spread as Peter stayed seated, calm but watchful. One boy realized the truth had been kept from them the entire time. Peter didn't deny it, letting them process the shock without trying to explain too much. The girl approached carefully, struggling to speak normally now that she knew his real name. Peter reassured her, showing he wasn't trying to push anyone away even after being exposed. He stated the school could protect itself now, and he would return after finishing what he had to do. In the distance, cheering continued as the others raced on the water. The girl watched them, confused by how easily they moved on. He didn't blame them for doubting the truth, treating it as part of their nature. As sunset deepened, the group started leaving, telling each other not to stay out too late. The girl lingered behind, watching Peter walk away with a heavy expression. Peter glanced back once, remembering the harsh life he once lived. Sungu's past was shaped by survival, where every challenge, no matter how brutal, they trained in the shadows, in ruined spaces, pushing past fear. Even facing wild beasts, they stood tall, vowing to never submit to anyone. Their bond was sealed with a promise: never kneel to anyone kneeling before Peter. They declared he was the only one worthy of their loyalty and respect. For them, Peter wasn't just a leader, he was the reason they survived. He had been their inspiration, from training grounds to bloody fights. Even now, they fought with the same intensity, carrying the legacy of his strength. To them, Peter would forever be the greatest in their eyes. With their heads bowed, they accepted his guidance one last time. Peter acknowledged them, placing his hands on their heads with quiet pride. He expressed hope for their future, trusting they'd grow beyond what they once were. Tears filled their eyes, and even the girl watching silently was moved by the moment. As the sun dipped low, emotions overflowed, and Peter turned his back without regret. Behind him, they knelt alone one final time for the man who taught them to stand. Peter and his ally arrived at Juwon's latest hideout. As they approached, Peter questioned her taste in hideouts, unsure whether to be impressed or concerned. Security systems activated, warning them not to move until identification was confirmed. An elevator descended to basement level B3, revealing a lavish underground lounge. The opulence surprised them. Peter's companion commented on how Jiwon never failed to go overboard. Jiwon appeared, commanding the room casually. She snapped her fingers. A mysterious man served tea. Peter realized he had never known the man's name, nor had the man known it himself. With the group gathered, Jiwon brought up Raphael, the next threat they had to confront. Peter slid something across the table, catching everyone's attention immediately. The object stunned them. Peter revealed himself to Raphael, ending their years of silence. Raphael was surprised but calm, saying he had searched everywhere for Peter. Peter responded coldly, it had all been because of Raphael. Mocking Peter, Raphael shifted the topic to money, belittling the loss as trivial. He claimed Peter didn't have long to live anyway, and pretended to sympathize. Still, Raphael demanded answers why Peter had remained so elusive until now. Peter rejected Raphael's demand, mocking him by saying he'd need to wait in line with 100,000 others. Unbothered, Raphael smirked and revealed he brought something valuable. He displayed a photo of a girl, claiming it was Hana. Peter's eyes locked on the screen, his expression hardening as he recognized the familiar face. The image stirred rage within him. Hana looked older, changed, but unmistakably alive. Gripping the photo tightly, Peter shouted Raphael's name with fury, ready to retaliate. Raphael asked if the proof earned him a meeting, mocking Peter's sudden change in tone. Peter promised to make Raphael first in line, first to suffer for what he'd done. Elsewhere, Raphael's team wondered aloud if the picture meant Hana was truly alive. Peter confirmed it was likely, though his tone remained cold and controlled. Jiwon warned it could be a trap, arguing a fake photo could be made easily. Others urged caution, knowing the enemy still had powerful forces protecting their secrets. Despite the risks, Peter's resolve didn't waver. The stakes had become personal. He weighed their odds quietly, but the decision was already made. This time, Peter wouldn't wait, he was going in, no matter the cost. To shift the odds, Deha Group offered their full support. Mr. Choi, appearing via transmission, pledged everything at Peter's disposal to help defeat Raphael. Jiwon grinned, reminding them that things had been grim not long ago, aunts feeble and nearing death. Mr. Choi had watched life pass him by with nothing left but regrets. Somehow his youth returned, and along with it came the chaos that pulled them all into conflict. Though confused about how it began, he knew the events weren't random. Peter suspected Raphael's hand behind everything, and believed Hannah was caught up in his foul schemes. Holding her photo tightly, he felt certain the heavens had assigned him this mission. If that was the reason for regaining his strength, then he would risk everything to finish it. Elsewhere, a woman complained about excessive security. The armored beast, Philly, tore open the vault door with raw strength, revealing their destination. Inside, their leader waited unbothered by the destruction. With Matthias gone, Peter was now gathering his own apostles for war. The enemy acknowledged Peter's force as powerful and rising. The final confrontation was clear. A clash between two apostolic factions was now inevitable. The masked figure acknowledged Peter's strength. Others observed the situation, admiring how Peter overcame advanced technology, marking him as a rare threat. Yet in the shadows, a new enemy smiled coldly, confident that Peter had no idea of the horror waiting ahead. A formless entity introduces itself as a demon born from human fear. Though unseen, it claims power to drive people to ruin. Dark clouds loom over a glowing city. The night remains silent, hiding tension beneath the calm atmosphere. Inside a plane, a flight attendant offers food to a calm, composed man. Her routine gesture meets his quiet observation. He removes his sunglasses, drawing attention. Other passengers whisper, recognizing him. Brushing it off, he acknowledges the attendant and her dedication with polite interest. He gently takes her hand, commenting on her rough palms. With curiosity, she's startled as he notes the calluses, traits not typical of flight staff. His words grow pointed, implying her hands belong to someone trained with weapons. She stiffens. Her glowing eyes betray her hidden identity. Feigning ignorance, she's interrupted by another armed figure, preparing to attack. Weapons appear. He speaks of glory's growing power and suppressed factions. She pulls a gun, revealing intent to kill and harvest from him. Another enemy threatens execution. Blades hang above his head. He's told resistance is useless. Everyone on board is armed. The attackers hesitate. He remains still, waiting for the next move. Catherine's face stiffened as unease gripped her. Something wasn't right. She backed away cautiously, gripping the gun. Her hands trembled as she tried to steady her aim. Confused, she looked down. Despite pressure on the trigger, nothing happened. Her panic deepened. The gun still wouldn't fire. Shock turned to fear. This wasn't normal. Others shouted at her to act. Tension rippled through the cabin. She shouted back. The man at the center remained calm, unmoved. He taunted them. He slowly raised his hand, energy radiating from each finger, as if the air bent around them. His fingers curled purposefully, as if seizing control of the surroundings without touching them. A confident smile formed. "On me," he said, unleashing his power without moving. Suddenly, Catherine lost balance. Trays and passengers lifted unnaturally as gravity shifted. Screams filled the cabin. People clung to anything solid while chaos erupted mid-air. She realized with horror the plane itself had turned against them. The aircraft flipped violently. Outside, it spun in the night sky. A crew member floated upside down, eyes wide with disbelief and helplessness. He stared ahead, stunned. Whatever was happening, no one could stop it now. Inside the cockpit, the pilot sat frozen. He struggled against an unseen force. Sweat poured down his face as he shouted for answers, eyes wide with panic. He called for the attendant, but no one answered. Time passed, just 1 minute. Yet within that minute, control was lost. He couldn't grasp what kind of being held such power. It wasn't human. Not anymore. Out there, numbers didn't matter. Whether one person or 10,000 stood against it. Elsewhere, a conversation began. Someone addressed Chai, confirming the task was done. The figure approached confidently. He had been waiting a long time for a moment like this. With calm resolve, he said goodbye. Something was about to begin. He fell through the night sky, debris trailing behind him. The world below glittered in silence. Darkness shifted to morning. A girl admired a handheld device, enjoying a quiet school day. She declined the gift, uninterested, smiling softly under the golden light. A familiar voice called her name, Hannah. Her eyes lit up as she turned. She ran forward joyfully. Her father stood waiting, leaping into his arms. She embraced him warmly. Peace still existed for now. Walking together under the sun, Hannah asked why her father arrived early. When asked about the hospital, he reassured her everything was fine. She smiled, relieved. She handed him a handmade carnation for Parents' Day, promising to make one every year. Later, he sat alone in a dim room, face hardened with thought. The flower rested on his bed. His mind wandered in silence. The glow of memory dimmed under the weight of the present. Meanwhile, in a dazzling virtual space, a concert lit up the screen. Cheers filled the lounge. The performance ended, but the energy remained. Among the viewers, playful debates sparked. A boy teased about singers needing talent. Scolding followed. The dog's owner defended her pet's interests. Love doesn't follow rules. Someone announced a message from the top. The mood shifted from leisure to duty. A chart appeared, showing Raphael and his inner circle targets, secrets, enemies, everyone gathered. A plan would be made, and the path to infiltration explained. Tension rose. One argued for immediate action against Raphael, but that wasn't possible. Their leader had vanished. Without warning or trace, Raphael had disappeared completely. One man claimed Raphael fled out of fear, but another disagreed. He explained that Raphael would never abandon his goal. Attention shifted. Another stood up and called for everyone to look at something important, something they had missed. The group turned to a large screen. A figure appeared, an old photo sparking recognition and confusion. The man in the image was identified as a student, not a threat, but his presence was no coincidence. They recognized the boy Andreas, the unknown one among the disciples. One member noticed something else: 2 girls in the background of the photo. Their uniforms matched Hannah's, confirming a direct connection between her and the past. He suspected Andreas knew more about Hannah than he let on. Questions rose quickly. Who really was Andreas? Even those who worked with him admitted they knew little. His past remained a mystery. But one fact stood firm: he had been close to Raphael for a long time. Assumptions faltered. Someone clarified that Andreas didn't follow Raphael because of loyalty. Instead, Raphael had chosen Andreas. The direction of power was reversed. Everyone leaned in, sensing that the truth behind Andreas could change everything. One member acknowledged that Andreas played a key role in Raphael's rapid rise. Details remained hidden. Even those close to him admitted Andreas kept secrets. Then, a new image appeared, a scene of destruction. Cities burning, vehicles overturned. The group was stunned. The destruction shown wasn't abstract, it was personal. Disbelief spread. Could one man wield such power? Telekinesis seemed implausible. Someone insisted that everyone in the room could find him. A new visual loaded on the screen. They were asked to focus closer this time. Realization dawned. Among the crowd was someone familiar. That wasn't a stranger. It was Saren. The idol image faded, replaced by anticipation. A host was about to appear. An Doyun. Applause erupted as the stage lit up. An Doyun emerged, cheered by fans. The team watching stared in disbelief. Could this really be Andreas? He had once infiltrated a plane and killed hundreds in a minute. The title, Disciple, flashed. The man on stage was Andreas. His codename and rank were revealed. Second disciple of Glory Club, alias. National McEverion was stunned. A killer and a celebrity. How could one person live both lives? A member of the team suggested they observe Andreas more carefully, cautious of what he might become. On stage, the host took questions, asked if he missed someone from his past. He admitted he did, revealing emotion through a polished smile before the crowd. He declined to name a celebrity, insisting the person meant more than that. Prompted to send a message, he hesitated briefly, then agreed to speak. Looking at the camera, his voice softened as he spoke a single name: Hannah. Andreas walked onto the stage with a girl, instantly drawing attention. Laughter followed, mocking suggestions of a secret child or lover. He mentioned Hannah, triggering immediate tension. The crowd reacted with confusion and disappointment, unsure of his meaning. He claimed she was precious to him, casually describing their daily walks and a recent visit to a specific location. He revealed the place was the Church of Pietro. The implication wasn't missed. He was sending a message through misdirection. One viewer threatened violence, but another urged patience. Pietro remained silent, observing. Andreas shifted the focus by inviting Saren to perform, ending the event on a lighter note. Saren announced her debut and final stage. Cheers erupted, but tension lingered behind the applause. Pietro's allies remained watchful of Andreas's odd move. They realized Andreas's mention of Hannah was deliberate, likely meant to provoke a reaction. They questioned his motives. Dragging Hannah in seemed like a distraction cloaked as a mission. Andreas moved subtly on stage. His calm demeanor masked something planned. Pietro noticed, narrowing his eyes as Andreas raised his fingers slowly. Audience members began whispering. A signal had been sent, and something was set in motion. The crowd screamed as a stage light suddenly dislodged from above with a thunderous crash. The equipment smashed into the platforms. Smoke engulfed the scene. The audience was stunned, trying to process what had just happened in an instant. Panic spread. Spectators gasped, some assuming the worst. Among the crowd, a few watched silently. Pietro remained still, studying the aftermath without speaking. As the smoke began to settle, one man speculated whether the entire act was intentional. From within the wreckage, Andreas emerged, shielding Saren in his arms, both alive. Broadcast visuals cut out. Viewers were left in confusion as screens turned to color bars. Meanwhile, Pietro confirmed what he saw. If his suspicion was correct, something far more calculated had occurred. He suggested Andreas was on a different level compared to past enemies. Another assumed telekinesis, but Pietro refuted it, insisting Andreas hadn't moved the light. Instead, he pointed towards Saren. Her movement, not the equipment, had been controlled. Pietro explained further Andreas had moved Saren, not the object above. Evrione looked closer. In her hand was a small trigger device. The act wasn't a rescue, it was a staged performance. Andreas had orchestrated everything. A sly smile crossed Andreas' face, his presence unsettling, even without speaking. One of the observers speculated it must have been telekinesis. With calm certainty, Pietro revealed the truth. It wasn't force, it was hypnosis. Pietro repeated the word, hypnosis. Shock followed. No one expected that explanation. He clarified that Andreas never forced anyone. People acted willingly, manipulated without resistance. Even in past events, chaos unfolded because Andreas controlled people, not objects. Doubt rose, was it really that easy to hypnotize someone? Logic clashed with reality. Pietro explained it only made sense for one person, or more specifically, a group tied by blood. Andreas's power, the demon's curse, wasn't just control, it inflicted suffering and death on a mass scale. The group realized no one truly understood how Andreas hypnotized others. Frustration grew. They couldn't act without knowing how his ability worked or how to resist it. Facing uncertainty, they looked to each other. One asked the obvious, what now? Pietro's intense stare said everything, there would be no turning back. The chapter closed, transitioning to another location, a tall corporate tower. Inside, a crew rushed to prepare before Duyun's arrival. Tension shifted to the next phase. Two disguised agents entered the building, posing as janitors. Their overconfidence irritated the staff. Suspicion grew when one questioned their presence. Having never seen them before, claiming to be new but skilled, they stirred tension. In another hallway, communication was established. Surveillance confirmed clear audio and visuals across the station. Despite their efforts, Andreas hadn't been located. The agents predicted he was already cautious and ready. However, since Andreas didn't know what they looked like, they could still move without being exposed. They planned to uncover how Andreas used his ability. Thaddeus was warned to avoid drawing attention. Ignoring the warning, Thaddeus openly expressed excitement, treating the infiltration like a game. They searched expected locations but failed to detect any trace of Duyun. Still confident Andreas was inside, the group remained alert. Thaddeus was questioned remotely for observations. Instead of reporting, he was found hiding and eating snacks, ignoring protocol. His carelessness was frustrating, undermining the seriousness of the mission. Thaddeus suddenly froze. A faint voice echoed through the space, calm and sharp. The voice warned against interference, asserting control without revealing itself. Others nearby recognized the voice. Andreas had already made his move. Andreas was identified inside the facility. The moment confirmed the team's suspicion. Thaddeus, disguised as a janitor, was instructed to contact support. A realization struck Andreas had seen Thaddeus before. To avoid suspicion, Thaddeus resumed cleaning duties and acted like he was caught wasting time. He approached the center of the room, moving close to Andreas while pretending to mop. He exaggerated a slip, claiming the floor was slippery, using the distraction to assess the situation further. Andreas responded calmly, unaware of Thaddeus's intent. The two maintained their roles. Thaddeus noticed that the oil on the floor was deliberately placed and not accidental. He suspected it was a test meant to evaluate his reaction under cover. Andreas acknowledged the setup, revealing it had been part of a controlled scenario. Thaddeus responded to external communication with vague updates to protect the mission. He maintained his role, hiding tension while watching for Andreas's next move. Thaddeus abandoned the disguise, shifting the situation into confrontation. he revealed his true connection to Andreas, demanding the whereabouts of someone critical. Andreas remained calm, indicating he might cooperate, but only on his own terms. A staff member casually reminded Thaddeus to continue cleaning. From a distance, the team monitoring the situation grew agitated. Despite criticism, it was noted that the attackers wore specialized gear, something not given to just anyone. Thaddeus realized the oil trap was intentional. Moving recklessly would likely trigger a coordinated assault. As expected, attackers launched toward him the moment he shifted. Reacting instantly, Thaddeus evaded them, revealing his agility and earning his title God of Kowloon. Andreas recalled the long gap since their last meeting and admitted curiosity about Thaddeus's true strength. He observed Thaddeus in action, expressing interest in evaluating his abilities directly. The ambush failed as Thaddeus countered with overwhelming force, matching expectations built by his reputation. A devastating attack struck the ground, confirming Thaddeus's strength. He admitted he never wanted Thaddeus to interfere, subtly acknowledging his potential threat. Another ally shouted, warning Thaddeus to dodge. Andreas remained unpredictable and dangerous. Bystander recalled a past incident where Andreas was compared to a demon in speed. This time, Andreas appeared genuinely surprised by what he saw. Thaddeus, moving faster than anticipated, launched a powerful strike that caught Andreas off guard. Caution was issued. Andreas's hands had to be avoided. Contact meant immediate danger beyond physical harm. Two operatives discussed the threat. Engaging Andreas directly was off the table until his hypnotic method was understood. Suspicion deepened. The technique was called a demon's curse, capable of seizing minds without warning. Andreas mocked their concern. To him, expecting a magician to reveal his secrets was laughable. One listener agreed, acknowledging the logic still. Any explanation would offer no defense. Andreas warned that being caught meant total mental collapse. There'd be no room left for thought. The red-haired youth recognized the truth. Hypnosis struck swiftly, leaving no time to react. Andreas launched his attack. His opponent dodged narrowly as the ground burst apart. Only superior speed could break through. Delay meant falling under the spell. No signal came. The attack was instant, space warped under Andreas's control. Wherever the target ran, Andreas anticipated it. That ground belonged to him. A brutal strike followed. The younger fighter twisted midair to survive. Thick smoke concealed the aftermath, hiding damage and movement. Figures emerged through the haze, identities unclear. Elsewhere, onlookers dismissed the loss. To them, Andreas' power didn't need strength. The strategist sensed something was off. Although confident in the hand movement being the trigger, unease grew. He reaffirmed the movement was verified intel, linking it to Andreas' unique hypnosis, which required a precise gesture. Thaddeus possessed superior reflexes and predictive ability. Despite their matching strength, the two were polar opposites. The contrast made Andreas a predictable opponent. Although reassurances were spoken aloud, Thaddeus still felt a lingering anxiety he couldn't explain. He questioned if something had been overlooked. The situation seemed too clean. The red-haired fighter emerged, claiming the task was complete, and Andreas was asleep. Though appearing casual, the unease returned, as the boy dismissed it as a minor scuffle. A sudden memory flashed warnings about Andreas's hypnosis. It was unpredictable and irreversible once triggered. Realization struck. The danger wasn't in what Andreas did, but in when and how it happened. Once under, the victim's mind couldn't break free. Vigilance was the only defense. In darkness, a presence observed silently, acknowledging control over the opponent's senses. He confessed his power to manipulate perception, timing, and thought itself. At will, he could erase choice. If that was being a demon, then so be it. As sunlight filled the alley, the young man reflected on how unreal it felt that everything had ended. He had accomplished his mission, his father avenged, his mother's soul finally at peace. Despite that, a hollow feeling lingered. The drive that once pushed him forward was gone. A gentle voice asked if he still felt the need to act. The question brought pause. The answer came with a smile. There was no need for anything more. He nodded slowly, realizing it was time to let go and live quietly. They talked casually, laughter returning as they sat together in the golden light. Friends reunited, calling out to each other with joy and warmth. But then something unexpected shifted. The past quietly resurfaced with a name. Pietro. The moment carried weight neither of them could ignore. One asked if he remembered. Pietro's name was spoken again. The tension rose. Confusion gave way to clarity as the name echoed ominously. Recognition finally struck. Pietro, the man who had caused their mother's suffering. His name repeated like a trigger. The once forgotten wound reopened. As one brother opened the cabinet, the truth was about to emerge. Once more, A blazing fire roared across the scene as Pietro appeared. The red-haired youth stood frozen as his mother's lifeless form was revealed. His scream tore through the flames, rage ignited fully. The name Pietro shouted with unrelenting fury. Beside him, a comrade promised revenge. It was no longer a choice, it had become purpose. Pietro's name echoed like a curse. Vengeance was no longer delayed. With eyes burning red, he whispered his oath again. Pietro must die, elsewhere. Andreas observed calmly, feeding on the intense emotions radiating from Chai. He replayed the encounter, amused by how Thaddeus had become a controllable puppet. Returning to the moment before the fight, Andreas reflected on how the perfect setup had unfolded. His hypnosis had worked flawlessly, rendering even powerful warriors like Thaddeus powerless. The ancient technique, passed down for generations, granted him terrifying influence. Entire crowds, even nations, could be bent to his will if he desired. Through the trance, a single figure broke free, snapping out with raw mental force. For the first time, someone resisted the midnight Sunday. Eyes wide, Andreas realized. The spell had failed, his control had been broken. In a blur of motion, the youth attacked, despite being under hypnosis. The speed was unreal. Even Andreas struggled to grasp how a human could move like that. But deep beneath the surface, something darker stirred, power hidden within the midnight Sunday. From a distance, Andreas observed, noting the shift that had occurred after Pietro's involvement. He had advanced his plans, drawing closer to Pietro by capturing Grauda, the immortal bird. Meanwhile, panic rose. If Andreas planned to use someone for that, everyone could be in danger. They discussed the clan Prasatra. Every member mastered Midnight Sunday, their survival dependent on it. No child without the technique lived long. It was a cruel, inevitable burden. That necessity birthed despair. What others called tragedy, they simply called survival. Amid graves, a mutation was born. From that horror, a new power emerged. This technique surpassed Midnight Sunday, entirely written in forgotten legends. It allowed control far beyond anything witnessed by the clan before. That forbidden power was named Ultimate Night. If it truly existed, then this battle was no ordinary fight. The stakes were higher than imagined. What lay ahead was far more dangerous than anyone expected. Andreas stared down in silence, haunted by a memory of a young girl offering flowers, a brief flicker of innocence. His expression shifted as he addressed Thaddeus, assigning him a mission: locate and expose Pietro. Though Pietro might be disguised, Andreas felt confident in Thaddeus's ability to find him. Andreas, unmoved by the challenge, believed he had acquired the perfect hunter, his bloodhound. His command was clear. Thaddeus was to drag Pietro directly to him. Elsewhere, a security operator spotted suspicious movement on a monitor and zoomed in urgently. A disguised figure walked briskly through the station, identity hidden beneath a hat and mask. Andreas taunted from afar, convinced Pietro had taken the bait. The memory of Hannah fueled the trap. Pietro's weakness had already been exposed. Andreas surveyed the building, certain Pietro was inside. The problem was his disguise. He pondered aloud, was Pietro manipulating things from the shadows? But Andreas smiled coldly. He believed control still belonged to him and his chai. Within the broadcast station, two disguised agents moved unnoticed. Thaddeus, one of them, had a singular purpose: identify Pietro. As their paths aligned, the target was clear. Pietro had been spotted. Communication was unstable, and they couldn't reach Thaddeus in time to prevent potential hypnosis. The agent sprinted through the corridor, locking onto Thaddeus just ahead. With urgency he called out, trying to pull Thaddeus back to awareness before it was too late. Inside the monitoring room, a target was found. Orders were issued to zoom in immediately. Thaddeus ran straight into the corridor where his counterpart waited. Andreas watched closely, calculating the next phase of his setup. The red-haired figure kept his smile, knowing the trap was set. Feigning concern, he questioned Thaddeus' silence to lower suspicion. Eyes focused, he confirmed the bait had taken effect. Thaddeus had walked straight in. A calm but calculating agent confirmed Pietro's presence, certain he had finally tracked him down after a long pursuit. His confidence grew as he revealed knowledge of Pietro's disguise, a janitor's uniform meant to slip past unnoticed. Thaddeus moved quickly through the building, unaware he had already been identified by his opponent. As Pietro passed, Thaddeus recognized him immediately. Orders were issued to seal off the area. Backup agents were alerted to trap Pietro inside. Believing Thaddeus would intercept, the agent smiled, thinking the bait had worked perfectly. Unexpectedly, Thaddeus failed to respond. His blank expression showed no hint of aggression. He continued walking, mumbling nonsense, as if controlled or distracted. Pietro passed by without issue, causing confusion among the surveillance team. The agent reviewed footage in disbelief, demanding confirmation as the replay played. he noticed Pietro's appearance seemed far younger than expected. The man they prepared to capture had changed, raising doubts about his identity. Frustrated, the agent ordered Thaddeus to return immediately. In a hidden corridor, Pietro assessed the situation and realized the hypnosis had worked. His ally confirmed Thaddeus had fallen under control, giving them the upper hand. Pietro confirmed Thaddeus was under hypnosis, using a pre-arranged recognition method from an earlier conversation. They had planned for this situation, agreeing that if one of them ever fell under control, it would show in their actions. The signal was simple: one places a hand on the other's neck, the other on the head, as a silent acknowledgement. During a drive, they practiced the signal, preparing to use it during any critical encounter. Pietro realized Thaddeus's failure to respond with the signal proved the hypnosis was real. With confirmation secured, they shifted focus to their next target. Andreas soon questioned if Pietro would be safe, fearing the dangers ahead. Pietro clarified that strength wouldn't matter if one's mind was compromised. Despite unease, Sung masked his worry with casual confidence. Sung admitted he wasn't scared but driven by personal reasons. He was determined to find Hannah and uncover truths about his father. For him, the mission was personal, not just strategic. Sung found reassurance in Pietro's presence, trusting him completely. Elsewhere, surveillance teams puzzled over how Pietro bypassed traps. Though Thaddeus broke his arm, no alarms triggered, raising deeper concerns. Pietro struggled to understand why Thaddeus had fallen under hypnosis. His mind raced through possibilities until a chilling realization formed mid-thought. As the camera crew prepared to shoot nearby, Pietro observed their movements. Technicians tested microphones and discussed yesterday's incident at another set. One worker feigned curiosity, hinting he already knew more than he let on. As casual chatter continued, one woman accused a man of staring, breaking the mood with awkward tension. Flustered, the man denied it, while the woman teased him and walked off laughing. Two bystanders watched quietly, unsure whether to be amused or cautious. They muttered concerns about the girl's attitude, questioning how she earned her role. They admitted she had the visuals but lacked talent, and her drama was wearing thin. Suddenly, she tripped over a loose chair, drawing laughter and concern in equal measure. She defended herself with exaggerated flair, blaming her fall on her status as an idol. Nearby, Duyun knelt to examine crushed flowers, solemnly declaring they would die. Two crew members speculated about his strange sensitivity toward nature. They warned each other, if anyone damaged flowers in front of him, he'd snap. Literally, Duyun left the garden, no longer distracted by his surroundings. His attention shifted entirely to the next objective. He confirmed internally that the time had come to confront Pietro directly. Nearby, an entertainment event rehearsal began, gathering attention from a lively crowd. Andreas performed confidently on stage, drawing public reactions while maintaining control of the environment. In the broadcasting room, the observers reviewed the situation. Noting Pietro's unknown appearance gave him an initial advantage. However, one team member expressed concern, aware that Andreas remained unpredictable. They agreed Andreas could be hiding his full capabilities while watching carefully for threats. Andreas reasoned that Pietro might be among the audience, likely in disguise. He used the performance to scan the crowd without raising suspicion. Andreas instructed staff to delay stage access, isolating the area intentionally. One individual drew his suspicion. He focused on them silently. The atmosphere changed as Andreas quietly initiated a psychological confrontation. In the control room, the team realized Andreas had triggered group hypnosis. They attempted to contact Pietro, but received no response. Before action was taken, one member urged caution, sensing a deeper risk. The broadcasting team hesitated as they recalled Pietro's order not to intervene among the audience. A hidden figure evaluated Andreas's technique, noting the absence of visible hypnosis cues. Confusion deepened as he questioned how Thaddeus was hypnotized without physical gestures during their fight. Despite Thaddeus's fast reaction time, he had been overtaken. Something unexplainable had happened mid-combat. The observer began to suspect that Andreas's abilities had evolved beyond conventional methods. From the control room, the team panicked at the realization that the entire crowd might be under hypnosis. Andreas addressed the audience, assuming Pietro was hidden among them. He announced a prepared gift and directed everyone's attention to nearby boxes. One figure opened a box cautiously, suspecting it was a trap due to his unaffected state. Inside was a loaded handgun, confirming the worst possibility. Andreas instructed everyone to arm themselves, preparing to issue a fatal command. He declared that if anyone refused to pull the trigger, that person would be identified as Pietro. The control team reacted in shock, preparing to respond. The observer realized the gun was real, the threat wasn't a bluff. With tension rising, the situation reached a critical point. Andreas taunted Pietro, threatening mass death unless Pietro revealed himself. Without hesitation, he issued the order for everyone to pull the trigger. Weapons were raised, fingers moved, and just before disaster, a voice shouted in defiance. Pietro's gaze remained steady, concealed beneath his mask, while Andreas scanned for reactions. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the stage, catching Andreas's attention. He recognized the man instantly. It was Pietro. Pietro dropped forcefully onto the stage, disrupting the tense atmosphere. Audience members recoiled as the stage trembled. Sunk emerged, revealing his presence and preparing for confrontation. Pietro's ally arrived on time, shocking Andreas, who believed him to be dead. The two men faced each other as the crowd watched in confusion. Uncertainty spread as the hypnosis began wearing off across the room. Disoriented attendees questioned their surroundings and what they were holding. Security called for disarmament and evacuation, calming the frightened crowd. People fled in panic, slowly realizing the weapons were props used for manipulation. Pietro checked on his ally's condition and prepared to retreat with him. Before they could move, a sharp object flew toward them at high speed. The attack landed forcefully, interrupting their escape with an explosive impact. A new figure arrived and calmly approached the fallen enemy. He declared the situation resolved and prepared to leave with the injured. Andreas, watching from a distance, sensed that the situation had become more complicated. A masked man stepped forward to challenge both Pietro and the newcomer. He acknowledged their strength and speed but showed no hesitation. Despite everything, he refused to honor any promise made to spare Thaddeus's life. A sudden appearance shocks the room. Nathaniel freezes, recognizing someone he thought long dead. Suspicion flares. Nathaniel, weapon ready, questions whether the man was saved by an enemy. Peter steps forward. He clarifies, it wasn't rescue, it was a mutual deal with glory. A week earlier, a crash disrupts the peace near a secret base. Alarm spreads quickly. A furious woman identifies the crash site as her son, storming toward it without hesitation. Peter enters recklessly. Inside, allies scold him for ignoring their warnings and rushing in uninvited. She charges at him, threatening to kill. Peter remains unmoved. He calls her by name, surprising her with his calm tone and familiarity. Peter introduces himself as Kim Seung-gu, revealing he has waited long for this meeting. Their fight begins with overwhelming force, shaking the ground beneath them. Peter recalls training relentlessly for this day. He's not yet at full power. Even so, he believes meeting again was destined and steps forward. Peter asks if his opponent wants another round, energy surging from his hand. The strike ends the fight. Calm settles in as others gather. Peter greets Kaseo, noting his strength but questioning his readiness. A fierce clash breaks out as their wrists lock in brutal strength. He mocks the effort, noting that pure strength isn't enough. With pressure increasing, he warns that the doctor's wrist won't hold heat, will soon melt it away. Before tension escalates further, a voice intervenes, urging them to stop. The atmosphere shifts. Another man appears, casually offering shaved ice, downplaying the intrusion with levity. Despite protests, he insists that even uninvited guests deserve hospitality. Peter admits his decision was driven by debt. Circumstances forced his hand. He recalls how saving one life prevented him from taking another, breaking his original mission, trusting a memory. He turned to the monks, hoping they could save the one he spared. A monk voices hesitation, having helped once already. The tension grows with reluctance. Elsewhere, observers note Peter's cunning move, seeking out Pietro's disciples to aid him again. They question why Nathaniel survived, but Peter has no clear answer. Reactions shift as the truth surfaces. One woman accuses an elder of hiding the plan. Another agrees Nathaniel could be useful, but still demands compensation for damages. Peter confirms Nathaniel's value. With everyone gathered, the meeting finally begins. Peter calmly admits that he and his group need help. Elsewhere, Seung-su warns that his involvement is temporary. He didn't arrive to cooperate. With twisted delight, he reveals he spared Thaddeus only on a whim, not from loyalty. Panic erupts in a crowded venue. Confused civilians rush to escape the unfolding chaos. Security attempts to calm the crowd, while a name is urgently shouted, An Doyun. With Pietro hidden among the crowd, tracking becomes nearly impossible during the mass evacuation. A staff member is questioned. He hesitates, realizing he never gave orders for evacuation. The command to get the staff spreads rapidly through the ranks. Among the crowd, one staff member draws attention. Suspicion quickly rises. Simone identifies the suspect aiding with the evacuation. Attention converges on his position. Recognizing Nathaniel, one voice entrusts him with handling Thaddeus. Without hesitation, Nathaniel escapes through the upper level, leaping away from pursuit. Security realizes he jumped from the 4th floor, orders fly to track his location. His clothing and escape route are called out, spreading awareness through the building. An Do-yoon declines the CCTV scan. With a smirk, he already knows where this is headed. While others comment on Nathaniel's change, An Do-yoon shows no concern for his transformation. With quiet confidence, Do-yoon declares that Nathaniel will come to him regardless. His reasoning is clear. Nathaniel cannot abandon Thaddeus, making him easy to bait. Jawan urges the doc to stay focused. He's only meant to stall for time. Her plan is simple: keep Thaddeus occupied until Pietro handles Andreas. But the doc, fired up by the fight, apologizes as he chooses to act on his own will. He leaps toward battle, dismissing talk. His decision is made. Back at base, Juwon vents her frustration over sending him in at all. Tensions rise as Thaddeus, now hypnotized, poses a threat to everyone present. Strategically, they understand Nathaniel is weaker in this matchup. Despite that, he charges head-on against Pietro, determined to win. Pietro offers a warning: move aside or be eliminated. Nathaniel reacts with a twisted grin, savoring the moment someone offered to spare him. Observers panic, fearing Nathaniel's weakened state may endanger both fighters. A calm voice assures them otherwise his body was restored beyond its former limits. Thaddeus dodges with ease as Nathaniel struggles to match his opponent's speed. A devastating impact cracks the ground as Thaddeus darts across the battlefield. Juwon clenches her fists, blaming herself for trusting the doctor's plan. Another spectator realizes Nathaniel isn't countering, he's only dodging. Nathaniel analyzes the situation. Thaddeus is faster than reported, forcing him to wait for a single opening, focused and silent. He resolves to strike just once. The build-up continues. Driven by instinct, Nathaniel lunges forward. His only goal is to catch Thaddeus mid-move. A near miss surprises Thaddeus. For the first time, he senses true danger. Nathaniel's presence now demands attention. The fight shifts from escape to pursuit. An Do-yoon comments, calmly, Nathaniel won't win with speed alone. As Nathaniel rushes again, Thaddeus mocks the effort, inviting him to catch him. Suddenly, Thaddeus strikes back with lethal force, aiming to destroy Nathaniel's cells directly. The battlefield erupts. Nathaniel pushes Thaddeus back, causing confusion among the observers. Peter explains Nathaniel is winning for now, but he's draining all his stamina in the process. A teammate shakes his head. It's a pointless gamble, even if the tactic works. Thaddeus taunts Nathaniel mid-battle, doubting his ability to catch him. A powerful exchange throws Nathaniel into the floor. Dust erupts as Thaddeus evades with ease. Nathaniel, still standing, acknowledges the gap. He knows Thaddeus remains out of reach. Nathaniel admits openly he can't win by chasing. His voice is calm, even as he loses ground. Observers misinterpret the gesture, mistaking a punch to the wall for failure or showmanship. But realization dawns. Peter sees the truth. Nathaniel wasn't targeting Thaddeus. Thaddeus notices a shift. He senses something unusual in Nathaniel's stance and location. Still, onlookers assume Nathaniel has given up. Juwon grows increasingly frustrated, but Thaddeus sees through distractions. He reads muscle tension, detecting no immediate threat. Relaxed posture signals surrender to Thaddeus. He launches a decisive blow-bending needle air punch. Energy builds into a concentrated strike. The force of the attack barrels toward Nathaniel. Despite his disadvantage, Nathaniel reflects. He can't catch Thaddeus, but he's found a different way. Nathaniel lunges. Dust trails in his path. A clash seems imminent. As Thaddeus turns, a blow crashes into the wall behind him, exactly where Nathaniel aimed. Nathaniel smiles, thinking, if speed isn't the answer. Nathaniel analyzes the space, recognizing he can't match Thaddeus in speed. The impact sends shockwaves through the arena. Smoke engulfs the surroundings as debris rains down. He closes the distance and grabs Thaddeus. Calm eyes lock. Nathaniel maintains control, signaling a turn in the battle. Thick smoke lingers in the air as Peter reflects on the nature of combat. He recalls the previous battle against Thaddeus, where he was completely overwhelmed without a chance to retaliate. Now standing face to face with Thaddeus again, Peter's expression shifts. Thaddeus smirks, confident and unbothered, as he questions Peter's claim of overpowering him. Suddenly, a fierce punch surges forward, colliding with Peter's face. Peter absorbs the impact, not falling, but catching Thaddeus's punch, with grit, halting the momentum. Spectators react in disbelief. Peter has withstood the strike, despite the full force behind it. Peter's grip locks Thaddeus's arm, limiting further attacks. Control has subtly shifted. Peter responds coldly. He doesn't just want to fight, he intends to overpower. Peter drives his elbow into Thaddeus's side, striking with precision. The blow sends a powerful shock downward, cracking the floor from the force. The crowd watches anxiously. One girl warns that Thaddeus might not survive a second hit. Peter launches a powerful right hook, landing it against Thaddeus with crushing intensity. Gasps erupt as onlookers recognize the danger. The girl identifies the fighter as Thaddeus. Despite shattered ribs, Thaddeus remains upright. His eye opens wide. Nathaniel unleashes a spiraling throw, sending Thaddeus airborne. Thaddeus blinks in disbelief, realizing he couldn't predict such a movement. A fierce downward punch from Nathaniel approaches. Thaddeus watches, overwhelmed by pressure and confusion. Nathaniel launches a flurry of rapid strikes. His relentless assault leaves no opening for counterattack. Spectators are stunned by Nathaniel's speed, but one notes something strange. Despite his aggression, Nathaniel wobbles on his feet. Thaddeus remains standing. A man watching murmurs in awe. Nathaniel had struck every critical point while dodging at full speed. Thaddeus reflects. He didn't even feel the blows, yet each one landed with surgical precision. Nathaniel grins, announcing the next opening. Thaddeus reacts, eyes widening as he realizes too late. A powerful heel crashes toward Thaddeus's head. The impact rings out across the arena floor. Thaddeus lies still, acknowledging the attack was read and answered perfectly. Nathaniel stands firm, revealing that the previous grip was only a setup, not the true restraint. Thaddeus understands now. Nathaniel's grasp earlier was meant to weaken his next move. The realization hits Nathaniel's tactics reduced the power behind Thaddeus's kick. With unwavering eyes, Nathaniel ends it. The match is over. Time's up. Thaddeus admits the damage he's taken is serious. Despite the odds, he suppresses his pain. This isn't about pride anymore. Using the last of his strength, he lifts Nathaniel and drives him upward in a fierce counterattack that splits the air. Observers are left stunned. They had told him to stall, but now he's risking everything. Smoke clouds the arena floor. Nathaniel slowly steps out, breath ragged. Standing in the shattered wall, Nathaniel mutters how much he enjoyed the match. Spectators panic and argue, realizing the doctor hadn't tried to kill, just disable. Tensions rise about whether Thaddeus would have died if Nathaniel had gone all out. Nathaniel confirms he bought enough time, his objective reached. He realizes Thaddeus vanished. Yet, he's not worried the boy wasn't the true focus. Elsewhere, Thaddeus is seen relaxed, walking through the hall while eating. Nathaniel looks on, smiling faintly. He wants to understand Thaddeus, not defeat him. A studio team works under pressure, managing sound errors and production flow. One asks for Andreas's location. He's still waiting backstage before the next segment. With both targets secure, they prepare to remove Andreas's hypnosis and continue their plan. The group speculates about Thaddeus's hypnosis. One woman demands an explanation, desperate for clarity. Juwan pauses, uncertain. He admits he has a theory, but it's incomplete. He needs evidence. As concerns rise, the others warn him about the risk of getting hypnotized himself. In another setting, Thaddeus relaxes beside Nathaniel. Juwan stands alone, thinking deeply. The burden of relying on others has worn him down. He clenches his fist and steps forward, no longer content to be a bystander. Backstage, two staff members discuss the damage. The broadcast stage was nearly obliterated. They joke lightly, though the situation remains serious. No one was hurt. Doyoon excuses himself, requesting time to rest before his next appearance. Doyoon walks into his private waiting room, greeted by quiet and comfort. He glances around the lavish space. It feels too calm given everything happening outside. He sits, contemplative, aware this may be his only shot to catch Pietro. A memory flickers, a girl holding flowers, reminding him of what's at stake. Eyes open, he affirms to himself, this is his final chance to succeed. Looking ahead, he whispers with certainty, Pietro will come. He must. A mysterious man, masked and low profile, enters the facility. Doyoon, resting in the room, narrows his gaze. Two assistants walk in, nervously introducing themselves as new staff. Doyoon listens without moving. Doyoon's heart races. He repeats the name Pietro in his mind, but doubts remain. The newcomers smile and respond eagerly, unaware of the tension in the room. Despite smiling, Doyoon quietly mocks the formality. Internally, he remains cautious and alert. The newcomers marvel at the room's decor. One explains they're here for a facility check. Doyoon, curious but guarded, remarks that no one requested such maintenance. The technician calmly explains a broken speaker was reported. Doyoon watches carefully, analyzing his tone. After a moment of silence, Doyoon agrees. He permits the repair, testing the man's intent. The technician praises the speaker's vintage, hoping to appear authentic. Internally, Doyoon notes the technician's effort to appear casual while clearly testing his reactions. The assistant whispers that hypnosis may have been involved earlier. Doyoon's suspicion grows. He senses the technician's unease. The man wonders if Doyoon has figured him out. Doyoon stiffens, eyes fixed on the stranger he prepares. If this is Pietro, the moment has arrived. Doyoon orders the assistants to leave the room and ensure no one else enters. Andreas, posing as a repairman, offers to finish fast. Doyoon pretends to act curious about speakers. Feigning interest, he starts asking detailed questions. Andreas plays along. Andreas responds cheerfully, claiming he's recently become interested in speakers himself. Doyoon's eyes widen. The mention of hypnosis triggers alarm. Andreas keeps talking, explaining he bought an old speaker model. Doyoon listens, staying cautious. Andreas admits he is suspicious by nature, needing to control every variable around him. Doyoon evaluates his own knowledge. Midnight Sunday. Hypnosis isn't hard to resist, the danger comes after. He worries what Andreas might do once the hypnosis attempt fails. Andreas makes his move, asking Doyoon to look his way. The trigger for hypnosis is set. To avoid detection, Doyoon acts hypnotized. He tilts his head, playing into the illusion. Andreas tries to confirm the trance, but Doyoon refuses eye contact. In another room, a demonstration shows how hypnotists verify success by testing reactions. Participants stare blankly. The method is subtle but effective for spotting fake resistance. Andreas smiles faintly, convinced it worked. He drops his guard. Andreas casually mentions he is searching for someone named Pietro, hiding his intent behind light humor. Doyoon listens silently, but tension rises as the question turns personal. With sudden intensity, Andreas drops the act, revealing the truth: hypnosis was never used. The test was a trap. The man approaches Peter, hesitating before making a confession. He reveals he never hypnotized Peter. The claim contradicts assumptions, stating that anyone in this line of work should have questioned if Pietro was ever under control. Peter listens, silent but alert. He acknowledges the man's strength internally and senses this was inevitable. The man admits he's waited a long time to meet Peter. Peter responds by suddenly charging forward, closing the distance with precision and speed. Peter questions whether showing his face is worth the risk. Exposure could end everything. He watches the man's hand movements, but senses something more is hidden behind them, determined. Peter prepares to uncover real technique masked by misdirection. A new voice mocks Peter, calling him out for overthinking. The sound cuts through the tension. The masked man offers an answer if Peter survives. Raising a shotgun, the masked figure blocks the path, ready to fire. Peter recognizes the threat. A shotgun in close quarters leaves little margin for error. He notes the blast radius could end everything in one shot. The room offers no safe space. Peter steadies himself, ready to respond. If they're raising the stakes, so will he. The opponent's eyes narrow as he spots the strange object. Peter calmly pulls out a measuring tape, extending it with precision. The man wonders what Peter could possibly do with such an item. He mocks Peter for raising expectations only to reveal a child's toy. With both men watching, the masked one steadies his shotgun. The younger man pauses, questioning if the real Pietro would make such an obvious mistake in close-quarters combat. He explains that the further back Peter moves, the wider the blast range becomes. Peter agrees, but adds that this only matters if the opponent can actually see. The comment sparks confusion. Peter hints at a saying, but offers no further detail. Peter springs into action, body twisting as the measuring tape is launched forward. Caught off guard, the masked man hesitates. Peter closes in during that moment of delay. The shotgun fires, but Peter's timing throws off the aim. The shot bursts wildly. The tape wraps mid-air, disrupting the blast pattern. Peter uses the chaos to move in. With a clean strike, he knocks the weapon aside before a second shot can be readied. As silence returns, one man stares at the ceiling light in disbelief. Peter's opponent realizes the backward step wasn't to evade the shotgun. Peter's movement was calculated not to create distance. In that same instant, Peter disables his foe with targeted cuts. The observer watches the aftermath in admiration, recognizing the restraint and technique used in the attack. He acknowledges that this is the reason Pietro is so widely respected. Smirking, he decides it's time to escalate, sending in someone worthy of facing Pietro directly. Elsewhere, a celebrity struggles with unwanted attention. Her fame has drawn people too close. Chaos erupts as she's struck accidentally. Security moves quickly while bystanders react in confusion. In a separate location, men monitoring the situation sense something suspicious about the recent encounter. They suspect Andreas is behind this manipulation. Using an unknown fighter to confront Pietro feels deliberate. Another recalls the past, questioning why Andreas was spared when others weren't. Peter, running now, replies simply, "He did everything he could back then." Peter reflects on his failed attempt to stop Andreas. His blade didn't land when it mattered. Still, he claims to have gained something important through that battle. When asked if it was Andreas's hypnosis, Peter confirms he believes he finally understands it. Awa woman is shocked, unable to understand how hypnosis occurred when she saw nothing unusual. She reminds herself of the 5 human senses: sight, smell, touch, hearing. As Peter races through the station, he recalls that hypnosis works by exploiting those very senses, starting with smell. Through smell, anyone nearby can be affected at once. It's subtle, easy to overlook. Taste is mentioned next, though quickly ruled out. Sight is confirmed to have worked previously, but Peter suspects another method was used the second time. Even after countering the visual trigger, Thaddeus was hypnotized again. The woman hints that hearing or touch could be the key. Peter's earlier action to kill lights may have severed Andreas's ability to manipulate sound-based hypnosis. In total darkness, sound should still function, but hypnosis failed, meaning it wasn't sound. Only one sense remains unexplored: touch. Peter rushes toward the conclusion, prepared to stop Andreas before he can activate it. The woman gasps as realization strikes. The final sense is indeed touch. Andreas's method relies on direct contact to trigger control, masked under his movements. Excited, the woman urges Peter. He must destroy the hands now before it's used again. The woman abruptly objects, sensing danger. Rushing Andreas doesn't feel right to her. Peter agrees, convinced Andreas is concealing something beyond the hypnosis already shown. He analyzes the feeling this hypnosis doesn't match earlier encounters. As he reflects on past moments, Peter realizes Andreas's energy is entirely different. A friend voices concern, asking Peter if he plans to go back or if something might happen to him. Peter turns the question around. If their roles were reversed, the friend answers honestly he wouldn't hesitate. Loyalty comes first. They both understand. They must play their parts and trust each other's decisions. Peter holds on to the belief that Thaddeus left behind a clue. Solving it is now his responsibility. With firm resolve, Peter states he must follow through. No one else can do it. A light fixture spins gently overhead, symbolizing the stillness before another storm. Others wonder aloud how Thaddeus survived his clash with Nathanael without injury. One man eagerly volunteers to kill on command, showing blind loyalty. The leader, pleased with the momentum, praises the growing alignment. Clutching a flower, he envisions success. If this continues, destroying Pietro is within reach. In a tense room, one man rises and walks toward the other. His steps are deliberate and silent. He leans in close, locking eyes with Thaddeus. The tone shifts as he asks what's wrong. His expression begins to tremble with a growing sense of dread. Elsewhere, 2 men walk down a dim street, sharing candied fruit. They enjoy the moment. The peacefulness of the city contrasts their usual reality. One looks to the sky in awe. The clouds ripple like waves. A serious tone returns. One tells Thaddeus that this is his moment. He explains the concept of polar night, a time that lingers longer. With grave certainty, he tells Thaddeus that he has just 21 hours left, no more. Stunned, Thaddeus hears his name called again. He barely reacts. Memories flood back, words unspoken, and moments passed between brothers. The warning lands. When the time comes, someone precious to him will die. Elsewhere, allies scramble for answers. No matter where they search, they find no lead. One rushes to help, another volunteers, but Peter orders them to stand by as backup. Determined, he continues alone, needing to uncover Andreas's secret. Peter stops under a light, suddenly frozen as if struck by a wave of realization or internal interference. Confused voices call out to him, but he remains still. Blood trickles from his eye. Before he can respond, the floor cracks violently as something slams down. Dust rises from the shattered floor. Peter narrowly evades a fatal strike through pure instinct. Though confident in his evasion, he finds himself wounded. Recognizing the skill, Peter recalls a past encounter, hinting that they've fought before. The attacker appears from above, playful but deadly. Her presence shifts the air. She offers vague memories of their last meeting, teasing possible past confrontations. Introducing herself as Matthew, she invites Peter to fight. A sudden dodge stuns the enemy, who questions the fairness of evading bullets through sheer instinct. The floor cracks from a recent impact, evidence of a narrowly avoided shot that should have hit. The man clutches his shoulder, realizing too late that his evasive move had failed. High above, a sniper named Matthew prepares another shot, concealed and composed. She dismisses the man's memories of past encounters. Matthew smiles coldly, revealing her codename and title Der Frisch Fage. Fist position exposed. The man notes he has no cover from the sniper's precise view. From her vantage point, she sees everything. She speaks confidently, ready to deliver a painless end, her aim unwavering. The hunted man flees, mind racing to find a secure hiding spot before the next shot. As he reaches a door, her gaze sharpens, her finger tightens on the trigger. The shot fires. A thunderous bang echoes. Light bursts, but he escapes death once more. She peers through the scope, surprised by his survival. Descending quickly, she comments on the sealed room he entered. Impressed by the escape, smiling wryly, she calls it a good start for a first date. The man slips into a dark auditorium, lights overhead casting eerie shadows across empty seats. A bullet strikes the ground near him. He groans, realizing he's been spotted despite his cover. He notices the lights have been redirected to blind him. Thinking quickly, he deduces she won't risk another shot, since it would give away her position. Suddenly, a noise draws his attention. His eyes widen, too late to react. From above, her voice taunts. She already knows his exact position. A flashback reveals a staged incident. Matthew fakes a stumble. While others rush to her aid, she grins to herself, having tagged her target unnoticed. She confirms she used the bug just in case, and now it's paying off. She checks her device and sees the GPS doesn't reveal his exact location. Confidently, she warns that tracking her will only lead to tighter retaliation. He reacts decisively, launching a volley of shots toward her position. As smoke fills the auditorium, she believes her shots left no opening for escape. She laments not seeing his face, assuming the fight has ended in her favor. But a sudden realization strikes: he's still alive, and the hunt isn't over. Matthew's eyes widen as she senses movement nearby. She fires rapidly, body twisting with momentum, expecting to land decisive shots. But as she checks her device, disbelief crosses her face. Emerging from cover, he reveals himself confidently calm, despite the close encounter. With a rope tied to a nut, he swings forward across the auditorium. He calculates her limitation. She can't use her hands now. As he lands, a shot explodes nearby, forcing him into a sharp, evasive roll. He regains balance swiftly, already strategizing his next move. Speaking to himself, he notes the sniper rifle's weight without hands. To his shock, Matthew holds the massive rifle with her feet, aiming precisely. She smiles playfully, confirming his suspicion her shots were fired using only her legs. Bullets rain down relentlessly, tearing into the floor near him, forcing him back under cover. He watches her shoot, baffled that each tiny nut she targets lands with deadly precision. While he admits his tone may have provoked her, he's stunned by her foot accuracy. To him, it's unreal. She wields the weapon as if it were a natural extension of her limbs. Inside a storage room, she taunts him again, asking if he's given up already. He crouches low, frustrated and out of options. His supply of nuts has run dry. She mentions Operation Rabbit Hole, with a grin. Her eyes glint with amusement as she raises the stakes. Dry ice floods the space. She's turned the environment into a deadly trap. She gives him a twisted choice: be shot or suffocate while hiding in the fog. Amid the spreading fog, he panics. Continued exposure could cause real harm or even death. He catches sight of a discarded water bottle, and something clicks in his mind. She approaches excitedly, unaware that he's already putting a plan into motion. As she counts down, he prepares the bottle, calmly ignoring her playful threats. A sudden explosion shocks her. He's created a makeshift dry ice bomb. She recoils in disbelief, realizing too late what he was building while hiding. He sprints through the fog, recalling how pressure can turn a sealed container into a bomb. Knowing her instincts as a sniper, he banks on her reacting to visual threats. The explosion blinds her momentarily. She loses sight of him and calls out. Matthew reacts with alarm as the lighting truss above her begins to descend unexpectedly. She loses balance mid-air, dropping her rifle while the platform shakes beneath her. She realizes too late that the truss control system was tampered with. Pietro had reached it unseen. As she searches for him, Pietro appears, launching himself with precise momentum. He closes the distance quickly, his hand outstretched to strike. He lands the first blow, stating calmly that a sniper's weakness is close combat. She smiles, mid-fall, unbothered by the impact, teasing him as if it were a game. Before Pietro can respond, a blonde-haired man interrupts from above. He apologizes for the sudden appearance, offering a quick goodbye as he slams them apart. Pietro's eyes widen as a small bullet grazes past him. It was fired from her ring. She reveals her secret weapon, a concealed pistol disguised as jewelry. He realizes she had planned this from the beginning. Pietro connects the dots. She dropped her main rifle to draw him in deliberately. With a smug expression, she warns him never to lower his guard again. Their bodies collide violently, the fight continuing across the narrow platform in a fierce brawl. Matthew mocks Pietro, mid-fight, warning him not to be distracted by a woman's beauty. He counters calmly, dodging her kick and sarcastically claiming he's unable to recognize beauty. She chuckles at his response, amused by his sharp wit, even in the middle of combat. Pietro smirks, claiming he's popular with obsessed fans. Matthew notices too late he has blocked the weapon's firing chamber with a small tool. She repeats his earlier warning back at him, reminding him not to drop his guard. He grins again, calling it the golden rule as he prepares to disengage. Pietro flips away, telling her to attend the fan meeting next time instead. With an explosion beneath the catwalk, he escapes through the destroyed exit below. Elsewhere, Matthew reappears in civilian mode, pretending to be a frightened bystander. As chaos spreads behind her, Pietro flees through stairwells, narrowly avoiding detection. Another agent contacts him. Surprised by his silence, Pietro responds, revealing his encounter with Matthew. At headquarters, Pietro's team discusses Matthew's resilience in combat. He admits she wasn't easy to defeat, even with the odds against her. Despite her vision being blocked by smoke, she had still landed accurate shots. Pietro sprints with a bleeding leg, recalling how firing without precision is meaningless. Matthew, crouched and watching through smoke, begins to analyze the situation. She realizes the man she fought at Hidden Mountain matches the one Johann mentioned. She confirms the identities are the same, linking both past encounters to Pietro. A smirk forms as she processes the discovery, finding it intriguing. Amused, she labels him with admiration, clearly fascinated by his capabilities. Inside a private wardrobe space, Peter asked Jawan for updates on Andreas. Jawan, relaxed but sharp, mentioned he had checked Andreas' card transaction history. What stood out was that all transactions had been processed twice, no error. From airline tickets to toothbrushes, every expense had been paid for twice. Jawan's partner suggested it could mean someone else was behind Andreas or covering for him. Peter considered it might reveal Hannah's location. He decided to stay behind. Another man agreed the idea had weight and acknowledged the theory about a second party. Peter clarified that someone was helping Andreas secretly, possibly giving orders from behind. Others argued Andreas acted alone, being a capable disciple with no known support. Peter rejected their confidence, saying Andreas had never fought directly, he used others. Destruction followed him, but it was never by his hand. His tactics were indirect. Peter compared him to Matthias, relying on loyal support instead of personal skill. They proposed there might be another disciple, aiding Andreas besides Matthew. Plans were set to confirm this. If true, things would escalate quickly. As Juan prepared to leave with Keijo, he was immediately told not to go. Pietro declined assistance, warning that the situation had become sensitive. He stressed the danger of provoking the enemy further, fearing Thaddeus might act recklessly if pushed. Suddenly, Pietro received a direct call. The urgency in the voice signaled trouble. With calm precision, Pietro announced his own fate: he would die within 7 hours. He summoned everyone to the newsroom immediately, triggering surprise and confusion among the others. As Pietro moved out swiftly, someone tried to stop him, warning it could be a trap. The team recalled the bag Thaddeus cherished had vanished. Their anger flared, but Pietro shared the same sentiment: something had to be reclaimed. He left them behind, naming his target, Andreas. The mission was now personal. In another place, a fighter analyzed Andreas' combat behavior, dangerous up close. His opponent recognized the difficulty in maintaining distance or engaging directly. The conclusion was simple: without a plan, facing him meant a dead end. One man claimed he had a solution. When asked how, his gaze turned sharp and calculating. Meanwhile, a woman entered the building, focused on reaching the newsroom without delay. She predicted Andreas's path. If she was right, confrontation was inevitable. Pietro advanced through the silent corridor. A piercing scream echoed. As he neared the next zone, a voice acknowledged his unpredictability. Suddenly, an object was launched overhead. Pietro turned swiftly, anticipating confrontation. A man with a calm face taunted him, asking when Pietro would reveal his true nature. Pietro dismissed the idea, stating they weren't close enough for such openness. With a warning, the man revealed Thaddeus awaited in the next room, but reaching him wouldn't be easy. A crowd blocked the hallway, standing in Pietro's path like programmed guards under control. Andreas, behind the door, was clearly hypnotizing them. Facing both fronts was impossible. Trapped between danger and delay, Pietro calculated the risk with precision. He searched for a distraction, spotting a potted plant nearby that gave him an idea. Acting quickly, Pietro positioned himself behind it. Observers watched with curiosity. They began to suspect he was shielding himself from the hypnotic influence. By turning away, Pietro avoided Andreas' gaze. but others doubted his plan. Without eyes on the back of his head, Pietro seemed exposed as the crowd charged. Yet even as the attackers closed in, Pietro stood silent, prepared for their move. One attacker stared in disbelief as Pietro, without turning, dodged their approach with perfect timing. In an instant, Pietro struck back with force, overwhelming his enemies, without a glance behind. From the side, confusion grew. There were no mirrors or cues. A hat fell, but Pietro remained composed. His movements didn't hesitate even once. He taunted the enemy, implying he had eyes on the back of his head. The observer doubted him, confident Pietro couldn't possibly see their approach. Yet the enemy realized they couldn't see either. The cap offered limited protection, but it wasn't foolproof. They had to act fast. Blades descended. One attacker questioned how Pietro could defend when he couldn't look up. Pietro answered silently by drawing twin daggers and stepping forward. He countered the incoming group, striking decisively with both weapons in motion. Each move disarmed and disabled his precision left. No opening for retaliation. The observers watched, stunned, as Pietro tore through the attackers in a controlled rampage. Even under assault, he moved like a shadow, overwhelming every opponent without pause. While confusion filled their eyes, his blades continued cutting a path forward. The observer questioned how Pietro struck so precisely without ever glancing upward. He finally understood Pietro was reading the shadows on the floor, not the opponents directly. Every move was guided by contrast and motion cast by light, not by line of sight. They wondered how Pietro could make such instant decisions. Pietro advanced through the corridor composed. Though the way forward was open, he knew it was intentionally crafted, not a gift. Mockery continued. The enemy ridiculed Pietro for refusing to follow the path they'd prepared. Bullets tore through the hallway, but Pietro avoided them, pressing on without fear. Despite the trap, he stayed focused, curious about the man too hesitant to face him. Elsewhere, a woman observed the layout and noted the narrow hallway gave no escape. With shields blocking the way and bullets flying, 30 meters had never looked longer. Even knowing she couldn't dodge in such space, she had no choice but forward. Suddenly, backup arrived, bursting through the wall in a shower of debris and surprise. Nathaniel stepped through the wreckage, calm and ready despite the danger ahead. With a nod, he confirmed his role. Night duty had just begun. Barriers exploded as Pietro and his ally forced their way through. Dust settled around them while they stepped forward, unfazed. One of them scolded the other for being slow, clearly frustrated by his partner's lack of urgency. Alarms rang out. Reinforcements flooded the corridor, dozens charged, shields raised, bullets flying, yet Pietro's team advanced steadily without slowing down. Even under fire, Pietro exchanged words calmly with his unexpected ally. Despite their terms, Pietro admitted having reliable backup made the chaos manageable. He warned the others to avoid getting hit, but his voice was lost in the gunfire. Weapons ran dry. The shooters panicked. Pietro's team was already too close. The front line collapsed under heavy strikes. Fury ignited in one fighter's glowing eyes. He broke through the formation, charging forward with brutal strength and speed. Witnessing the rampage, the enemies faltered, unable to comprehend the overwhelming force. Debris flew as the hallway cracked under the weight of battle, the exit nearly in reach. Songyu yelled from behind, questioning their reckless advance under fire. His partner smirked, brushing off the danger. Getting shot was never part of the plan.